Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 here at the CWL Dallas Open. I am Dirk. I'm going to be joined alongside Lando. We're going to be bringing you guys some great Call of Duty action to kick off day number 2. We're going to have iGame going up against Team Caliber.
Should be a fantastic match, and of course, these matches mean more than they have been previously. These two teams are fighting for a spot in pool play, which raises the stakes even more.
Oh, yeah, it definitely does. I mean, something to bring up, too. These guys are playing for the Global LAN League, and one of the teams, iGame, is right on the edge of maybe jumping into that qualification spot.
Yeah.
So they need everything that they can get. Obviously, for Team Caliber, they're about 4 spots behind from getting into that last place spot. I believe it's actually held by Panda right now. So that's something we have to keep in mind going into this. Like we said, there's so much to play for here at CWL Dallas, but it's not just for the money. These guys have a bigger prize in mind. And the great thing about today, we're slowly going to start to see who's more likely to get to these spots. That's something that throughout the weekend is going to start to unfold.
Right, and of course, like you said, a lot of these teams are on the bubble. Can they make it into that pro league, and how much farther do they have to get? Teams like TK, teams like even iGame, they're in that struggle. They want to try to get into it, and a good placing here, if they can get into pools, and if they find their way into the correct pool where they can start to make a run. We saw E6 do this at MLG Vegas, where they come in out of the open bracket 3-0, 9-0 their entire group. It's not the realm of possibility that this match starts their run to get into the LAN League.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, it's definitely going to be huge, and it's something to bring in mind too. These guys, iGame, you guys might have heard of them, might have not. Last event at CWL Atlanta, these guys played under Team 3G, but now they're under iGame for this. There's a lot of drama coming into this. Are these guys going to be able to make it to the event? They know how close they were in the pro point standings to try to move on up, but then there was the little things they needed that last minute funding. They got that through iGame, and now it's time to just really make it pay off if you're them.
Yeah, and if you're also the side of Team Caliber, of course, you're here in North America. You've been in the pro league in the past, right? You have Gunjar, you have Theory. These guys have been playing for an incredibly long time. So I know they obviously want to bring that organization of Team Caliber into the LAN League yet again. But I believe we're getting ready to hop in here toward the rig draft for game number 1. I believe it's going to be taking place on Retaliation Hardpoint. If we know anything about Retaliation Hardpoint, the NV4s love to reign true there.
Oh, they definitely do, and that's on the side of Team Caliber. You're definitely going to be looking at Gunjar to try to step it up for that side. Like we said, so much on the line here for this match. Preferably, I think, just in my opinion, iGame has so much more to play for than TK in this one, and these guys have been going off. And the one key player I want to highlight on the side of iGame is definitely going to be Weeman. The guy went absolutely off at MLG Atlanta. I believe he had a top kill-to-death ratio for his team, and that 1.1 in S&D as well.
Yeah, and they also had a very good placement, actually, at CWL Atlanta. They ended up having a top 12 placement. Of course, that was under the 3G banner, along with Nile, I believe, instead of Desire as well. So they've made some runs in the past. They've definitely surprised a lot of people. And I know in Team Caliber's way, actually, in the 2Ks that we have from MLG just about every weekend, they've also taken out some top squads. Teams like Rise Nation, I believe they took out the most recent 2K. So both of these teams have definitely kind of surprised a lot of people. And I think when it comes down to their group, they can definitely make some noise. But the question is, can they get past one another to get into that spot?
Yeah, and then obviously there's a swap there between Nile and Desire as well, making that team change come into this. So we're going to see how this iGame team does play first time on stream. And then Team Caliber, it's a team I always brought up at the very start of Infinite Warfare, sort of like a similarity to FaZe, right? These guys grinded the game. They studied so much. They looked so good. But then at Las Vegas, they weren't able to perform. Same thing sort of Atlanta as well for these guys. So it's sort of, for me, in my opinion, I've had high expectations for them, but it just seems like they haven't been able to live up to those expectations that I do have. But now going up against iGame, they're going up against a great EU squad.
Oh, there, and I'm glad that you actually brought up, some of the placements that iGame has had so far through the open bracket. TK as well, right? At CWL Paris, actually, they ended up placing top 24. They ended up losing to E6 in that qualification spot to potentially get into pools, and lost that one in game number 3. And I believe that at Atlanta as well, they ended up placing top 20 and lost to Epsilon in winners round 5. Just one more round before qualification hit as well. So Team Caliber, they've been in this spot before. They've been in it twice so far, actually. And this time, it's the third time the charm for them. Is the question, Dirk. And I'm looking, definitely, I know we talked about Gunjar. I'm also going to be looking through the eyes of Colchan, I think. Colchan, incredible slayer for really throughout Black Ops 3 whenever he was in the through the league as well. So got to be looking at a number of different guys from TK. I know this isn't necessarily one particular game type that iGame prefers, at least looking at their stats from Atlanta. But like I said, anything can happen. Retaliation, no lead is safe.
Retaliation Hardpoint is going to be the first map. Fighting for a pool play spot is iGame versus Team Caliber. We're going to be jumping on board with Zerg to start off this one. He's going to have the NV4 in hand, and he's immediately going to be taken out, but initial hill time going to be going to the side from Team Caliber.
Yeah, and be looking at guys like Theory and Colchan to try and get involved heavily in the objective. You see player number 7 actually Happy, trying to get incredibly aggressive up towards the top. Desire, able to get that nice nade there over on the side of Colchan. Happy, still trying to stay up here. And Theory ends up dropping as well. So nice early points there coming in from the side of TK. Constant pinches there coming in from Happy as he finds one. Another player going to be on the hill currently for his team as they're locking everything down. They just got 3 down yet again, and they're up about 15-5.
Yeah, we talk about retaliation. Hardpoint could be so punishing if you get these setups right and you're able to slay out effectively, and that's exactly what Team Caliber is doing to start off this one. About 15 seconds left inside of this hill before we do rotate over to that bike path area. So that's just something to keep in mind. Colchain just doing everything he can to stay alive after a pretty hot start there. 30 seconds on the board for TK. The rotations are going to be coming through. You see the blue arrows flooding through scaffolding. They should get the initial hill time on this one, but they have to worry about the player who's going to be positioned up in flat. That's going to be Desire.
The preferred spawns are right now going in TK's way, spawning over toward that catwalk side, but the question is for iGame. They can't be too aggressive here. They actually find 3. They can't be too aggressive because they cannot allow, actually, instead of TK to spawn behind them. What happens? They get aggressive, and now TK actually has the preferred spawns for that next hard point.
They definitely do. So let's see how Team Caliber is going to go for this break here. It's going to be Theory working side by side with Happy just like that. They're going to get able to get the initial kill, but the team fight looks like it's going in favor of iGame, and just like that, Quicker going to be finding himself on a 3-kill spree as well. Does have the Scarab 300 away from that Trinity rocket. Spawn's now going to be going in favor of iGame. Picture perfect setup from iGame right there. The rotation should be going in their favor for Cathedral unless Colchan is able to make something happen, but he's going to be taken out by Quicker.
Yeah, and in that particular exchange, when TK is kind of forced their way over toward those stairs, they actually forced out a little bit too much, and they end up kind of reversing the spawns. We obviously see a little bit of a rotation battle kind of going on, and that awarded iGame to actually have the rotations now in their favor. So rotation after rotation, it seems that iGame will currently be in control of Cathedral for now. Weeman ends up dropping over toward that side, toward Bridge, and it looks like Theory and the boys trying to make their way here toward that market area. Theory finds one to the side. Zerg trying to hold his way through the back, ends up finding 2, but Happy still trying to make a little bit of a mark. Can the break come in for TK? It looks like it will for the time, but Happy has to hold the line for his team. Needs to try and stay up as long as possible until his team can get here for the team fight.
This is going to be hard when you have all the iGame players flooding in from market. It's going to be one player inside the hill contesting. That is going to be Weeman, and he is going to come out on top on that gunfight. But more team fights are going down. It's just going to be spread all around. Zerg going to be now left last alive inside of the hill to try to make something happen. Goonjar is going to fly around, pick up the big kill there. Now the time should be going to Team Caliber for the rest of this. You see the rotations already coming in on the mini-map. You're going to have Colchan working side by side with Theory as we head to Broken Building.
Yeah, I want to look at player 6 really quickly. Theory, he actually just had one player run right next to him, but I don't know if he spotted him or not. This is big because if he can get this kill, that's going to guarantee them the spawns at least for the beginning of this hard point. So big win there for Theory. That's going to grant his team the spawns for now, and he continues to find one on Zerg. Can't find that one on Quicker, so they've got to be aware of him in the back of the map for now. You see Quicker not trying to get too aggressive, waiting for his team to spawn up, and if his team can win some of these engagements, this could be them now taking the lead potentially.
Colchan sliding, just trying to stay alive. He will be taken out there by the hands of Quicker, so now Control going to be going to iGame, but once again we see another player coming around on the flank. That is going to be Happy, and he's able to pick up the kill inside the hill on Weeman, but it's going to be immediately traded out. So hill time now going in favor of iGame. You see the constant flood coming in from that scaffolding side, everybody just flooding back to this boat docks area. That's exactly what you want to try to break this initial setup on this hill.
Yeah, they'll make sure they have control of Plat as well, because if they can get that side of Plat, they can make them even spawn up toward the very back of Cathedral, and it looks like they have kind of designated those spawns. They're actually going to be one player here, and that's going to be Happy. He ends up dropping. So TK, time to cut your losses, time to rotate here over toward that lobby side. Wouldn't really be surprising whatsoever. We maybe even see some ERAD play potentially come out. I'm not really sure on the side of TK who likes to bring out that ERAD, but if we know anything about European teams, they have no problem bringing out that ERAD here, Dirk.
Yeah, definitely. At CWL Atlanta, they were one to kind of take that submachine gun meta into their own hands. Still on board with Desire, starting to get things heated up here. Had an excellent job just holding down those choke points for the side of iGame. Now he's really kicking things up, picking up a nice 2-piece there as he peeked outside of bedroom on a 5-kill spree. Gonna get the call that one player did just slide into that bar area, picks up another one. Who can stop Desire? And that is gonna be Happy. He's gonna be able to shut him down. Happy having himself a game 15-8, make that 16-8.
Yeah, double positive for Happy, and of course, very, very good roaming slayer for his team, continuing to try to be that entry kill getter, and actually Gunjar and Colchan combined for 2, and now this is the issue where iGame only has one player toward that flat side. Quicker needs to win this gunfight, able to make that one happen, so 2 in response for iGame as we go back and forth, contention going toward either side. Team Caliber currently in control of the hill for the moment, but Desire wants to get in, he wants to win some of these gunfights, finds another one. And Zerg tries to rush forward. He also drops. You can see how tightly contested this is. No team really wanting to form a solidified team push. It's all 1v1 engagements. Both teams feeling very confident.
We got to give huge credit to Desire. The reason iGame does have the lead in this match, the past 2 hills, has just been winning so many crucial gunfights to hold these setups. Now we're going to Bridge. We saw Team Caliber have so much success on this hill the first time we saw it around. So now we are on our second set of rotations. We're on board with Theory. He's going to be inside. You see Colchan. He's going to be that Slayer like you brought up in the pregame. He's going to be constantly roaming in and out of that hill, and he's doing exactly that. The setup that Team Caliber has is looking very good for them, and they should be able to take the lead off this one, but now you're going to see 2 big entry kills coming from Weeman and Zerg.
And Gunjar as well is actually on a 5 spree right now. Could be potentially getting closer towards some of those streaks. He's Quicker trying to fire some shots over. Gunjar's streak will end after having a little bit of a slow game, trying to bring things back up. Theory kind of roaming over toward the top, trying to make sure they have the solidified spawns. Theory continuing to rush, being a big factor for his team. Granted, he's -5, but he's been doing a lot for his squad, kind of giving them some free seconds.
This is one of the biggest things. Like we said, we saw Team Caliber have so much success the last time around on this one. Bike Shop didn't go their way very well. It's kind of split, but now we're going to be heading over to that side. Happy is going to be the first player there for Team Caliber. He's going to hop out, and no, he will be taken out by the hands of Zerg. So Zerg going to be pushing in, getting in that initial hill time as well. Spawns in favor of iGame. Team Caliber spawning all the way back out at Broken Building.
They are toward that back catwalk side. We'll say they actually tried to retake this one. Big kills coming in. 3 go down for iGame. Just like that, TK have taken control. But the question is, does iGame continue to try and contest this? They don't want to be losing those spawns, as Weeman needs to stay alive in this particular situation. Would prefer him to actually try and stay up. And it looks like he is realizing that he has just given away the spawns for now. If he can try to hold up and maybe guarantee a few kills for him, that could be big in the long run. Needs to win this gunfight, but Gunjar is there. And just in that particular gunfight, that should award them the spawns. Granted, it is going to be iGame who's getting the scrap points, and maybe even could take the lead as they actually get taken off. You see it quicker. The boys from iGame realize we had just been given, we just kind of gave away that last hill, and we also might have just given away rotations.
I mean, Weeman did everything he could, right, to just try to stay alive, found himself in a sticky 1 versus 2 situation. So Colchan now going to be left last alive. Now it's another similar situation. You just need Colchan to stay alive to wait for his teammate support, and just exactly that. You see a 4-man spread. They're holding the choke point at Market and then that hotel lobby, but now the initial kill does come in from Quicker on Theory, so that's going to have to make Gunjar kind of rotate back and just kind of get that positioning inside of that hotel. But now the arrows are going to be flooding in. An FTL jump was used from the side of iGame. It's going to be Quicker getting the entry frag to go inside. Weeman now going to be left beside the hill. Ed is contested, but a nice big 2-piece coming in from Zerg.
Nice plays there coming in from the iGame side. It's much needed seconds for them. Obviously can't let this one start to get out of hand. Scarab coming in, so trying to gain a little bit of information there as well, as TK does not want to give away these last few seconds. Happy, and I believe that is Theory as well, trying to contest. Theory, the last man alive, trying to contest this hill, and he's going to drop. So big win there for iGame in the end, as they'll be awarded the scrap seconds. But now we focus our attention over toward that destroyed building. Can TK hold this one? Gunjar is in a very big spot because he realizes those players are spawning over toward that back catwalk side. And if he can at least hold the line on this left lane, that can guarantee his team a lot of time. It can maybe even get toward that 200-point mark.
Definitely is. I mean, you saw the calls come into Colchan immediately coming to help for Gunjar. He's going to be able to find one. Can he find a second? He's not going to be able to. Zerg is going to be coming out on top of that one. This one is such a close neck-and-neck game. But now it's going to come down to the pushes coming on this bridge side. Gunjar's going to be able to find one. He finds a second. Can he find a third? He's not going to be able to do that. Zerg is going to be able to shut down Gunjar. Now this opens things up for iGame. But the Centurion has been placed on the ground. So that's just something that they have to keep in mind. But they're doing a very good job of avoiding it on the side of iGame.
A lot of valuable points going either way right now. TK has officially reached that 200-point mark, doing a fantastic job at holding down destroyed building for now. Weeman, Zerg trying to contest this one still. They realize the points are starting to be given away, but you can see how influential that Centurion can be in the right hands and then placed in the right area. So scrap points awarded to iGame as we rotate back here toward that middle lobby.
Something to keep in mind too, if it does come down to it, if this hill, the hallway hill just kind of goes back and forth, the streaks are going to be there for the side of iGame. It's going to have a Trinity Rocket in the hand of Zerg. So now we are in the last hill of the second set of rotations. It's going to be the hotel hallway. First player inside is going to be Weeman. No players from Team Caliber in any position to try to contest yet, but as soon as he turns away, there's going to be one player coming from behind. That is going to be Happy. He gets a big entry 2-piece, and just like that, Team Caliber takes control of the hill, 209 to 198 and counting for the side of TK.
That was a perfect break for them. I believe they ended up getting semi-split spawns. One player actually rotates over toward that side bridge, and they're able to kind of break it. In some cases, like kind of all flooding in at the exact same time, but Theory needs to go big in the hill. iGame does not want to give this away, but 3 go down. Quicker's the last here. If you win that gunfight, that is huge. That should have gone to TK, but Quicker wins the clutch 1v1 engagement to delay the time for now, as iGame desperately need to bring this one back. TK a little under 30 seconds away from closing out this map number 1, Dirk, because these two teams have been tightly contested this entire match, and you got to imagine maybe a good rig usage here could potentially decide the entire map.
Definitely could. We got payloads on both sides ready to go. Theory does have the active camo, then the reactive armor in the hands of Happy. On the side of iGame, you're going to have reactive armor from Zerg, and then Weeman is going to have his ready to go as well. But the bridge, we know how good TK has held this entire match so far. 230 to 210, things are coming right down to the wire, but the streaks are going to be coming into play, I believe, from the side of iGame. It's going to be Quicker and Zerg working together trying to break this one.
Quicker.
And just like that, iGame is going to get the big break. Players from TK spawning all the way outside in Broken Building. Things are going to come down right to the wire here, Landon.
This could be the break that they need in some cases. That actually Scarab comes in to shut down Theory. This is a big moment for iGame if they can hold on. They were down by quite a bit, but Zerg continues to go on a spree. Reactive armor used, and can he find Gunjar as well? He does. These are some big moments now going in their favor. Tie game now going over to iGame, but here comes the active camo usage. Theory needs to go big. Spots one, tries to find the second as well. Other active camo player dropped. Here comes some more payloads. Reactive armor now for Happy. Can he find this one? No, not going to be home, as iGame are only 10 seconds away, but they need to be on that rotation, realizing that Quicker coming down with the bombardment, shuts down Theory off of that spawn. If he can get Gunjar, that would be big, and he does that one as well. Rotation coming into lower streak. Quicker trying to use all those streaks as he can, and it's not going to be enough for TK. It looks like toward the end they only need one more second, but TK's going to be here. Can they hold this one down?
Too.
The streaks are there, and iGame is starting to spawn out. Only a few more seconds needed. Can TK make the comeback happen? Only a few more seconds needed, but here come iGame. They're trying to contest this one through that top building, and they're going to do it. Team Caliber take map number 1, 250 to 249.
What excellent plays by Team Caliber, finding a way to make a comeback in this one. Things weren't looking good on bridge. The rotations over there, it looked like things were getting real ugly. 1 second away was iGame from taking that, but Team Caliber got the big entry kills. They got inside that hill and they took complete control, and you can thank Cole-Chan for the comeback for TK.
What was that, man? That was absolutely absurd. 250 to 249, a 1-point game. It looked like it was going to go either way. I even called it. I was like, okay, this is when iGame kind of closed it out. But the clutch kills come in for the side of TK. They make them spawn out on the opposite side of the map. And that's what we talk about. No lead is safe. And that is a perfect example of it. Game going really both ways the entire match, Dirk. And that I gotta say, that was by far probably one of the best hard points that we've seen so far in Infinite Warfare. I think it's safe to say.
I mean, there's no other way to really put it, right? 250 to 249 is the closest that it can possibly get. So, Team Caliber not folding under the pressure of iGame having that lead right there. Crusher Search and Destroy is going to be the next map. I'm getting all hot and bothered.
Oh,
that
man.
was amazing.
That was pretty crazy. I'm not going to lie. That was awesome. You could hear both sides, iGame fans, TK fans especially out there. That was a fun match to watch.
Final 10 seconds where TK was making a comeback, you could just hear the crowd start to just get this big uproar. That was absolutely insane.
It was a rotation battle, though, man.
It really
Plat
was.
Control trying to hold down that bike streak. Team 3G actually had the spawns ready. Yeah. And then somehow TK is able to make it happen. I think it might have been Cole-Chan who ends up finding a few kills and the streaks start to come down. It was madness. But if I know anything about a good game on hardpoint and how tightly contested that was, I can only imagine what this next Search and Destroy is going to be like.
I mean, the momentum fully in Team Caliber's favor now. Too close for comfort for them, but I mean, the comeback was there. We saw how far they were spawning out all the way at Broken Building. The streaks came in for iGame. It was looking so good for them 1 second away. That final break did come in from Cole-Chan, and then the spawns that iGame got were as far as it could be. You can't really just flood all the way down the stairs. It's not the best way to go about it. It's so much pressure to work with, though, right? You just have to try to make that decision. We're 1 point away. We just need to try to flood. But they were trying to go for like a strategical push, trying to send some through Benjamin, some through Platt to try to get a break. But, I mean, with that much time left, you just kind of got to make that decision. We just need to flood and get inside to just contest. That's really all we need to do at this point. But a great comeback from Team Caliber.
Oh, for sure. And, of course, now we kind of focus our eyes toward this next Search and Destroy, which I believe is going to be taking place on Crusher. We can actually be able to witness the rig draft. Not going to see anything too out of the ordinary. Of course, it's just really a preference of whether you'd like to have that Centurion or not. You're actually going to see Cole-Chan Vin to use that one. And one thing that Centurion is obviously good for when it comes down to later rounds, you can place that one on a particular bomb site. If it goes down like maybe round 10 or round 11, if you have a player doing pretty well, you place that one down on a site and it acts kind of like a permanent EMP. You get those hit markers. So in some cases, you can rotate your entire team to the opposite bomb site, and once those hit markers start to go off, you know they're at the other one.
Something I'm very curious to see, too. I've seen a lot this weekend for some reason, a double Scarab usage from teams, and it's been working out very well. You know, a lot of people are going to be running Blast Shield, so you send two Scarabs to kind of just follow each other up, right? You spot one, Scarab blows up, weakens the person. The other one's going to be there to follow up and take that kill. Something I've seen more this weekend than I've really seen throughout the entirety of Infinite Warfare, and it's been working. It's kind of like a new meta that's been going into Shift. But like you said, in the rig draft, you're just going to kind of see one player likes to run the Centurion, the other one the Overdrive. I'm fine with either one. I mean, sometimes the Centurion doesn't even get earned in Search and Destroy. That's one of the big things as well, where Overdrive, you should be able to get it. And it's really just going to benefit you on either offensive or defensive pushes as well. But Crusher, Search, and Destroy is going to be the map. Should be a good one of the better search and destroy maps that we do have in Infinite Warfare. We talked about the lines of sights yesterday in our previous broadcast that you can have on A, and we saw just basically like a clinic when the match that we casted on the A site.
You actually see that site B there. That's going to be the more preferred site of the two for the most part. It kind of depends. If you're going to go to site B, that's kind of like when you have a little bit of a slower game, you try to find those first picks, maybe even have a sniper out either toward the middle to kind of dictate that. If you go over to A, expect to see some E-Rads, a lot of close quarter engagements. It's usually about a 30-second round if you play it right. But either way, it should be a fantastic match to watch. I know we're going to try to see if we see anything interesting from any of the teams, most likely some MV4, some K-Bars, maybe an E-Rad or two. But it is time to hop in here to game number 2, Team Caliber and iGame. This time, Search and Destroy on Crusher.
We're on board with Theory, going to be rocking the laser sight. Flashback all the way to the Black Ops 2 days, back when he used to have the MSMC in the hand with that. So see what he's going to be able to do here. 2 teammates positioned over by A, 2 over by B. And the 4-man stack is going to be coming in from the side of iGame over onto that B site. Happy now going to have the bomb in hand, going to be rotating all the way around. This is something that we see on Crusher so much. You see teams just 4-man flanks, and that's exactly what iGame is doing. There's going to be 1 player to meet all 4 players. That's going to be Coltrane with a sniper in hand. He's going to toss the flechette. Not going to be able to get anything from that, but is going to have the pistol in his hand. It's going to be the EMC. So this one goes, the bomb is down. Now they're playing from this side. It's a little bit questionable, but they know that the iGame team is coming on the flank, so they can't play from inside of factory. So let's see what they do here. First blood is going to be going in favor of iGame. Coltrane is going to spot one with the pistol in hand. Not going to be able to finish that one off, but now Goonjar is going to be left last alive in a 1 versus 3. And just like that, iGame is going to be able to get the quick cleanup, and the bomb defuse is going to go to Zerg. Everybody on the team picking up 1 kill.
A nice team ace there for the side of iGame in some cases, but yeah, essentially what TK was trying to do, they're obviously trying to get a little bit of an idea as to what squad like, or what the other team strategy kind of is. Essentially, they try to send Theory through that A site with that E-Rad, obviously the preferred weapon of choice when it comes down to that A site. He kind of acts as a scout, right? Is there anyone around here? We're good to go. Let's go and plant this one down. Granted, Coltrane's kind of caught off in an awkward spot. Maybe if he has a K-Bar, maybe an MV4 in that particular spot, he can maybe take off at least 1 player and kind of back up and give his team the man count advantage. But either way, it goes to iGame. Good flank for them. They obviously kind of realized the entirety of what the strategy was from TK there.
Well executed play too. Coltrane just found himself in a very sticky situation with the longbow, but 2 E-Rads are going to be out for the side of iGame. Bomb is going to be in the hands of Quicker. A site completely given up on the side of TK, so now that bomb is going to go down. This is where you just have to make a decision. Where do you want to play? Do you want to go back to your spawn and play from there, or are you going to play from the other side? And that's exactly what they're going to do. And so now Coltrane is going to be there. He's going to toss the jammer grenade out, but Quicker is going to come out on top, but immediately it's going to be traded out. Zerg is going to be able to find a kill of his own. The shockwave is going to come in. He's going to be able to finish it off with a K-Bar in his hand. Now Goonjar going to be left last alive in a 1 versus 2. Is he going to be able to hide behind the rock? He does just that to stay alive, but the push is going to come in from iGame 2-0 in favor of them.
Now, of course, iGame, they end up winning both offensive defense with a bomb plant down over at A. Question is, in this next round, you're obviously going to see Zerg getting the final kill there over on Goonjar. Question is, to me, what do they do when it comes down to this next offensive play? Do they try to rush what would be a standard plex? I think that's what 3G is going to kind of assume. Or do they try to make another A hit? Based on what the weapon selection is, they're actually going to run in that E-Red. So this is a very interesting strategy if they try to rush over toward that A site. And they are looking to potentially rotate over toward B. You see 2 players splitting over. Basically what they're trying to do is just trying to bait, make them think that they're rotating over toward that site. And you're going to see IG is most likely not going to buy this one. They want to kind of rotate back over, realizing that the push is not going to be a likely one. And hopefully that TK can get that bomb down here shortly.
Looks like it is going to go down, so no time working against iGame. Everybody's still up in this match. But now the flood of iGame players are going to come in. We're going to have some big team fights coming down here soon. The jammer grenade is going to come out from the side of Team Caliber. That is going to tag up Weeman, so they're going to be able to get the call there in the back rock. But now the flood of iGame players is going to be coming in. Gunfights going in favor of them. Theory now going to be left last alive, hitting the wall run, and he will be taken out. Quicker has that FTL to go. The defuse is going to earn him a scarab and put him pretty good towards that Trinity rocket as well.
Yeah, Quicker had a fantastic performance in that first hardpoint. I believe one of the lead overall kill getters for the side of iGame despite the 1-point loss, but he was definitely a guy to go off, and he's obviously having a fantastic series leading into this search and destroy. Another player to actually be looking out for is Zerg. I think Zerg's having a pretty good game according to the scoreboard as well. At Atlanta, he had a 1.43 search and destroy KD, so expect him, even if this does go down to a game 5, because based on that first hardpoint, it looked like it has the possibilities, right? And maybe if TK can bring it back in this game, we could see one. But regardless, be looking out for him in the next few rounds of search and destroy.
One of the big things, too, is just the aggressiveness from iGame is really catching Team Caliber off guard. It's something they just need to try to find a way to counteract. We're on board with Quicker. He does have the bomb in hand, has that FTL jump ready to go, has a scarab as well. But now TK going to be putting some aggressiveness, getting very aggressive on this B site as well, pushing through. See if they're going to be able to make anything happen here. You're going to see Theory leading the charge, but Zerg is going to be able to take him out. Quicker's going to spot one of his own, shoot some shots, but not going to be able to get anything come from that. But Gunjar is going to be able to get a trade. Then Weeman is going to find a kill of his own.
3 versus 2 offensive round for iGame. A big round of momentum for TK if they can win this one. Just to get something under their belts. Weeman moving forward, just trying to be lead blocker. And it looks like TK might be going on a little bit of a flank. You see Gunjar and Colchain just behind. Gunjar can actually shut down this bomb carrier. Unfortunately, he actually is able to get the bomb down, reveals his position. Colchain is still here. Going on that wall run, a pick here would be big, and Colchain is able to make that one happen on Weeman. Can he find the second as well? Big kill on Desire, and now Quicker drops as well. Big swing of momentum there for TK, as it's going to be Gunjar who's going to get that defusal, and that's going to be potentially getting closer and closer to that FTL jump as well toward those streaks. And one question play there for me is they actually give that bomb toward Quicker for iGame. He already has his Scarab. He already has his payload as well. Why did they not give that to another player? Maybe for streaks? Beside that, I feel like it's really important to give those to your active camo guys, your overdrive guys as well.
Gunjar and Colchan showing what they do best in the 2 versus 3 situation, able to come out on top. Nice little baits and switch coming from them. Finally getting their first round on the board here. They are now on the offensive. Bomb is going to be in Theory's hands. Going to be one player positioned in this A site. That is going to be Desire. Have a gunfight going down here. Some pre-fire shots are coming through. Kills are going to be traded. Gunjar takes out Desire. Let's see how this one does go. Zerg did take out Colchan, so now that bomb is going down. Things looking good for Team Caliber in this one so far, but we've seen them get the bomb down previously and not win the round, so something we have to keep in mind. Flood through middle is going to be coming in. It's going to be led by Quicker and Weeman. They should be able to get a pinch here on the player in hallway in theory. See what they do. Happy does take out Zerg. Weeman trying to kill his own as well. He's going to spot one more, and that is going to be Theory. He's going to decide to back up. Now he's going to jump forward to challenge Gunjar. He's going to be able to take him out. Now, 1 versus 1 situation. Theory going up against Weeman. 18 seconds to work with for Weeman.
Weeman realizes this is a very difficult round to win. This should be going in Theory's favor. Just needs to make sure he doesn't peek out too far. Weeman can win this gunfight. That's big. Can he get the defusal is the question. I believe he is going to get it. That is a massive 1v1 there. 1 for Weeman. Another A offensive hit for TK does not work out, and now it's going to be iGame up 4-1.
Smart play there by Weeman. He knew he had the K-bar in hand. Last player alive was Theory. He heard the E-Rad shots coming in when he was in that position. So all he had to do is just position himself in this long hallway. Look, he wasn't going to push Theory right there, right? He just held his line with the K-bar. He's going to win that gunfight a majority of the time. Just a well-executed play by Weeman on the side of Theory. He's just trying to kill time, right? And he did exactly that. But there comes a point where you do have to check the bomb. But now, 4 rounds to iGame's name and 1 to Team Caliber. See what they do here on offense. Weeman is going to have the active camo ready to go, and Quicker is going to have the FTL jump, does have a Scarab as well. So it looks like the B hit is going to be coming in. 2 players flooding straight through to the middle map is going to be Colchan and Gunjar leading the charge for Team Caliber.
So maybe it's just a strategy that iGame has where they want to keep giving that bomb toward Quicker, but he's already got what he needs, man. I feel like you really need to kind of balance the payloads across the entire board, but either way, it's obviously working for them so far. They're up 4 rounds to 1. And Quicker, speaking of the man, finds at the line side on Gunjar, decides to back up, potentially to get that bomb down. Weeman trying to hold the line, does have that active camo. If he vents to use it, wouldn't be an out of the orthodox strategy to try and make that one happen. But here comes TK to try and rally this one forward. They do have the man count advantage, but not the payload to work with. But if you look, Desire going to be on the flank. They're not expecting this. Desire should at least find 1. There's 1. Can he find the second as well? But he actually jumps off the map. 3 go down.
Oh my goodness!
And just like that, iGame, when we start to question him, they respond. That's going to be 5 rounds to 1. Desire in the final kill cam finding 1, finding 2. Nice little drop shot there for the 3rd.
And you could just kind of see the arrow, right? He's been going around this entire round just pushing through A. The latest push a little bit. His teammates got the distraction, stayed alive, was able to come straight through, picked up a big 3-piece there, winning them that round. So now they are just 1 round away from taking this search and destroy. It's going to be Team Caliber back on the offensive once more. Bomb is going to be in the hands of Colchan. Utility that these guys have to work with. Gunjar does have the FTL jump, but nobody is anywhere near getting any towards our payloads.
Zerg shuts down Gunjar on the middle map push, so not a whole lot of information gained if you're Team Caliber. The fact that on offense, they have a man down, this is just not looking good. But Theory can potentially change the entire tide of how this game goes. Anybody to get that trade? Colchan, though, on the opposite side. So Theory, in some cases, was more of a bait. Colchan's going to get that bomb down. We'll see with the man disadvantage how they bend to play this one.
Group up together here. Happy is going to get the first shots on a player, but Weeman's going to come out on top on that one. Happy finds himself in a sticky situation, and just like that, iGame is going to be able to tie up this series 1-1. The Fuse is going to be coming in there 6-1, very dominating fashion from the EU side.
For sure, and Weeman finishes off that game at 9-3. We had some good moments from TK, but I think the only round that they ended up winning was a clutch situation that they absolutely had to have. So, in that, we talked about the amount of A hits that we ended up seeing. TK really didn't have a whole lot of those work out for them. That one push from Theory, had he waited maybe a second or two, which probably would have advised him to kind of wait just due to the defusal time that it takes, could have potentially won that round for TK. Either way, though, this one started up at 1-1, and that's definitely the momentum if you're eyeing it that you want, because I'm sure that 1 point loss definitely is going to carry with them for a while.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. So you guys can see the maps on screen if you guys are just now tuning in. We saw Retaliation Hardpoint 250 to 249 in favor of Team Caliber, one of the craziest ones that we've seen. And then Crusher Search and Destroy 6-1. Then the next map we're going to be seeing is Throwback on Uplink. That should be a good one as well.
Yeah, pretty low scoring game. I expect to see the payloads definitely be in use. When it comes down to that, your overdrive players, your active camo players, very, very important. And one thing that I was personally questioning on the side of Team iGame was that they were constantly giving that bomb toward Quicker. Of course, it wins them the game, right? But it's kind of odd to me that he already has his payload, he already has some of his streaks, yet they gave it to him anyway. I don't know, I feel like to kind of balance out the whole payload situation for his team, grant those reactive armor guys, your active camo guys, that could have really kind of propelled their overall gameplay. But of course, strategies are strategies. They end up winning the game, so I can't really fault them too much. But when it comes down to a very payload-based game mode like Uplink, I hope that they're ready for it.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great game played all around from iGame. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with Throwback Uplink after this quick commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live from CWL Dallas Open. I'm Dirk, joined by Landon. If you guys are just now tuning in, you missed a very, very great hardplay match that we saw from Team Caliber and iGame. Came right down to the wire, 250 to 249. Then the Search and Destroy, heavily going in iGame's favor, 6-1.
It was a different story, to say the least. Kind of a little bit of a momentum change if you're the side of iGame. If you're obviously a fan of Europe or even just iGame in general, that's the exact performance that you wanted to see them have.
Yeah, it definitely is. So now we're going to be going into throwback uplink, and this is something we talk about time and time again. A map where you're not going to see these complete, huge, big blowouts, right? You technically sometimes can be very, very low-scoring games, but then there's some spawn traps that you can get. And one of the ones that we're going to talk about is the one over by Blue and Field that you can really just kind of pin a team in their base. So that's something we're just going to have to keep an eye on for this one.
Yeah, and when it comes down to these two teams, they seem pretty similar when it comes down to the slang. So if they can get maybe a 3 or 4 down, it can maybe work out for them. But the overall spawn trap doesn't happen too often. But if you can kind of get that vice grip in, man, that's a good 2, 4, maybe even at the very top 5 or 6 points that you can get in a matter of seconds. So when you are spawning, I believe on that grandma side, you kind of be aware of that throughout most of the game.
Yeah, I mean, something to keep in mind, too, in uplink, it's so important, especially in Infinite Warfare, that payload usage. Biggest ones that we need to highlight is going to be the overdrive and the active cam, almost a guaranteed 2 points every single time. And basically, anybody who has that payload in their hands, you're going to need to see them not go completely off in the game, but they can't be having a game where they completely just wet the bed, right? They need to have a very, very strong game. So that's just going to be something to keep in mind as this game does progress on. You guys are going to get a live look at the rig draft right here.
I'm glad that we were kind of discussing already the active camo and the overdrive when it comes in uplink. Of course, for TK, you're going to see Theory going with the active camo and Happy with the overdrive. Happy was definitely one of the main slayers for TK when it came to that overdrive usage. Wee Man obviously had some good performances in that respawn as well, and to be rocking the active camo, and Desire going to be using that overdrive. So, of course, you can take a look here at Throwback Uplink. It will be map number 3 in this best-of-5 series between TK and iGame. Winner of this match guaranteed a pool play spot, and Dirk, we know how important those spots are, because that gets you closer and closer to the ever-covetous LAN League.
It's going to be one of the big things, like you said, a lot riding on iGame, just one spot back from if they were to qualify for in the pro point standings. So it's definitely going to be huge for them on the side of Team Caliber. Like we said, I think they're 4 spots back behind Panda is actually what it is. So it's something, it's a lot to play for here. I mean, obviously, if you're not trying to, obviously everyone's trying to shoot for the LAN League, but it might seem out of distance, but these guys are still playing for a lot of money here at CWL Dallas. You guys are getting a quick overview of the map, but game number 3 is underway. Throwback the map, uplink the mode.
Indeed, and of course, when it comes down to your MV4 players, a lot of them going to be running in this top building. If Gunjar finds 2, Theory finds the 3rd. Can he find the 4th? 4 go down off the start as iGame needs to rally in some cases. Maybe it would be smart for them to try to go on that overextension. The pass comes through, and within the first 20 seconds of the game, TK has already taken a 2-point advantage.
Yep, and they're going to get a quick rally here. All they need to do is just get that drone and just toss it straight through that underpass area or over top of the building. That works too. Theory's going to have that in his hand, and we talked about getting that spawn trap going right. 4 quick points within the first 30 seconds of this match.
That is the fastest spawn trap I've seen on this map, I think, throughout all of the Infinite Warfare, and it happened in about 20 seconds as they're able to get that score forward. So iGame has got to be aware of that. We cannot let us go down 3 or 4 very quickly like that, as they've already been aware of that 2 possession advantage already for the side of Team Caliber. We've only ticked off 1 minute so far of this first half.
Definitely is. I mean, it's the type of risk that you go when you go through an overextension, right? You're kind of being like, okay, we got to give up some points, but we're going to see 3 down once more for the side of iGame. Zerg going to be left last alive to try to fight off the TK push. He's going to be able to find 1 player going to be sliding down from top ticket right now. He's not going to be able to win that gunfight on Happy. The drone is going to be positioned right in between Bowling and Brick. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Looks like the beatdown was going to come in, but Gunjar picks up a nice 2-piece, having a very hot start on this match so far, but the defensive stop is going to come in from the side of iGame.
And we started to see toward the end of that search and destroy, TK being aggressive, right? When it came down to their offense, the defensive pushes as well, they started to get aggressive. I'm really glad to see them coming into this next game mode as well in uplink, that they're continuing that aggression. They realize, hey, we can slay with these guys. You know, granted, we only won by 1 point in the hard point, but if we can work as a team, we've been together since the champs of Black Ops 3, we can keep some momentum going. As the 1-point toss there actually comes in from Happy, we continue that constant aggression in their face at all times. I don't know how iGame can respond.
It's just the most basic uplink being played right now, right? Just getting 4 down, and Team Caliber just taking complete advantage of that one. Like I said, able to get a 1-point toss, now making it 5-0 already on this first round of uplink. So yeah, this one's going to go middle map control, just kind of going back and forth. 2 players going to be dropped for the side of iGame. Zerg is going to be able to find himself a kill off to a slow start, 2 and 5 for him. 1 player from Team Caliber is going to be Colchan up in top ticket, is going to jump outside of the window, going to find himself in an engagement, and he is going to come out on top once more. Map control going complete favor of Team Caliber right now. Look for them to try to toss this drone over Bowling or push it through that underpass side.
Colchan is being a constant nuisance right now. You see that drone toss forward inside of the base. Looks like kills continuing to go in. Colchan, I believe, is actually on a 4 spree right now. Drone's still going to be in their base. Quicker ends up dropping. Desire does as well. This should be another 2-point play on board. If Gunjar has anything to say about it, big 1v1 win, and that's going to guarantee TK yet again another dunk. 7-0 for the side of Team Caliber. 2-minute warning, get ready to come up for this first half. iGame, they've got to get at least one score on the board, I feel like, there.
I feel like right there, he was trying to throw it out of the map into that baseball field was quicker, and Goonjar was able to get there to slay out and then finally get that dunk in as well. But like I said, 7-0 is the score for the side of Team Caliber. And we said this is a map where you don't usually see these big scoring games, but 7 already in the first round for the guys on Team Caliber. Now the aggressiveness is coming in from the side of iGame. Quicker does have the E-Rad in hand. He's going to be able to spot one. He's going to be able to pick up that kill. Now his team has complete control of the Team Caliber base. They just need to worry about Happy.
This is exactly what Quicker needs to do. Be a nuisance in their base, kind of make them always be aware out of their spawn where they're at. Streaks start to come in. That Grandma push. Zerg needs to try to at least force a one here. Has no teammate support for the late streaks coming in, and a big win there from Goonjar. Yet again solidifying on the other side. Offensive play this time, stopping it in a defensive way. Going to be making that push over toward this field. He's going to pass that one off to Theory. Goonjar sitting at 14-6. Colchan 12-5, and Theory wants to add even more points to the overall lineup. Unfortunately, just going to be a little bit short. So in some cases for iGame, sweat off the brow type of situation. Finally, TK has messed up one of their offensive scores.
Very nice defensive stop there coming from iGame. They're going to go ahead and toss that drone forward to get a little bit more yardage, but there's going to be two Team Caliber players positioned over by Silo. It's going to be Theory over there now. He's going to find himself in an engagement. Wee Man's going to be able to pick up the nice two-piece to try to break this and try to at least get 1 point to try to stop the bleeding just a little bit. Happy's going to be forced to flood in through Grandma's. We'll see if he's going to be able to get this, but the dunk is now going to come in from iGame. 2 points on the board for them.
And once Quicker actually was able to get in their base with that E-Red, it is kind of forced off the side of Team Caliber. Type of the aggression that they need. Well, Quicker's kind of realized such and said, I got to get in their base constantly. And whenever he's in their base, they've got to be aware of that one off the spawn. Zerg should nail this 1 point toss through, but unfortunately, it's going to be short. A score that iGame desperately needs to have, and Quicker ends up losing yet again another gunfight for a potential scoring opportunity. Goonjar is going to escape with that one yet again. And it looks like there's not going to be an opportunity maybe to get another 1 point toss off the board. He's going to reset that one. So at the half, it's going to be TK with a 5 point advantage. Granted, iGame toward the latter part started to pick things up. And I think a lot of that offensive push really comes from the player of Quicker.
And that's what's going to come back to bite you in the butt, right? We saw the missed 1 point toss right in front of basically the goal. I mean, there's no excuse why you shouldn't be hitting those ones. You're going to see Theory in your final kill cam, but so far, Team Caliber looking very strong on throwback uplink. The question is, how is iGame going to bounce back on this second side? Are they going to try to replicate what Team Caliber did, right? Getting that spawn trap over by that blue side? Or is Team Caliber going to get off to a hot start like we saw at the beginning of round number 1? We're going to stay on board with the man who's going completely off in this match so far. Goonjar currently sitting at 15-9, finding himself in the power position. Top ticket, going to spot one player over towards a bridge. He's not going to be able to pick that one up, but then it's going to be Zerg taking him out, picking up a nice entry two-piece to gain that map control. Happy now going to be left last alive back in food truck, and he will finally be taken out.
A good play there from Happy to try and stay up as long as possible. He ends up getting one and actually assist on the other. So that kind of delays that potential early points that iGame could have had. And TK going to be on the offensive. We'll see how their push can work out. Thankfully, due to their great slaying beginning, they actually are very close to a lot of their payloads. Goonjar has already earned the FTL jump, and their active came in overdrive is getting close as well. Quicker finds one on Theory, and now Happy's left in the base, but the drone has already been reset. He's going to have to realize that, rotate back toward middle, and that's going to be where Quicker is waiting for him.
Definitely going to see Happy step it up a little bit. Has had a slow series thus far. Didn't have the greatest hard point on search and destroy. So something we have to keep in mind here. The drone is going to be tossed over just to gain some yardage. It's going to be Desire there to pick that one up. Should be a clean dunk here for the side of iGame. And just that, 7-4 is the score. 2 more points being added on for iGame.
And this could actually be 2 more points if TK wants to force this one forward. If they get that overextension correctly, but Quicker is here. So good delay there from him for the time being. For a moment, TK was spawning over toward that field side, and iGame is incredibly familiar with how that one was placed on them. Desire finding a few toward that bike street, just trying to make an impact over toward that back bowling side. And with 3 men here, if they can maybe toss that drone forward, if Desire can hold the line, this could be another 2-point play now going in iGame's favor as Wee Man rounds the corner. 2 players here. Can he extend forward? Just is able to do it. So just after that half, we talk about iGame needs to have a strong performance. They're only down by 1 now, Dirk.
Yeah, they definitely are. Goonjar are going to be able to get a big entry kill to try to get this middle map control back, and Desire was really being the nuisance there for iGame, positioning himself on Diner, and was just able to completely take control of that main choke point, forcing the players from Team Caliber to spawn out in blue as well. But now we're going to see Team Caliber on the attack once more. It's going to be Happy and the crew trying to push this one through. Overdrive is getting very close for him. for them to basically just kind of feed him the drone if he's going to be around the area to try to get him closer towards that payload. But he's going to be taken out from behind. That is going to be from Quicker, and Colchan is going to be able to trade that one out immediately. Now Gunjar going to be left last up. He's going to be middle map, not in any way going to contest the enemy base at all. So let's see how he does play this one here, pushing through lower tunnel. The streaks are going to be coming in as well. It's going to be Desire picking up a nice 2-piece. FTL jump is going to come into play and make that 3 for Desire, heating up on a 6-kill streak as well. Does have that overdrive ready to go. Drone is going to be in the hands of Zerg, going for the 1-point toss, and they get that game now tied 7-7.
I've been really impressed with Quicker's play as he just pops 2 kills in the kill feed there. He's being such a nuisance in Desire, ends up using that overdrive. Thankfully for him and thankfully for iGame, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to earn that one back just due to the fact that he already used half of it.
Nope.
Either way, though, that is a major loss in the payload situation for iGame. Either way, though, they have forced this one back. And like I was saying, I've been really impressed with Quicker's play, constantly being on a flank, kind of playing like a madman, trying to be in the face of Team Caliber at all times. And I feel like that's what's definitely kind of brought them back in this match.
And this is where you see Gujar. He's getting himself set up for trying to get something going for TK. Here's going to be able to find one. He finds 2. Can he find the 3rd on Zerg? No, it's not going to happen. Zerg is going to be able to shut that one down. Starting to get a little bit of a streak of his own. Needs to stay alive here. Make that 3 for him. One player jumps around the corner. That is going to be Colchan. See if Team Caliber is going to be able to get anything to go here. We did pass the 2-minute warning. 1 minute 35-second mark left in round number 2 of this uplink. Very, very close game once more, like we saw in the last respawn game type. See what Happy if he can get things going for his team. Wins one gunfight in the middle map area. Colchan picks up a nice 2-piece as well. Now, this is where map control is going in complete favor of Team Caliber. They just need one player pushed up into that iGame base to start to slay out off the spawn.
Happy needs to go big. He's able to find one, tries to run the corner. This could be an opportunity for TK to score. Finds that one on Zerg, and that's going to be a 2-point, or excuse me, actually a 1-point play there from Theory. The first point on this second half for TK. It's now only going to be a 1-point advantage. Weeman continuing to slay out through that middle map. He's going to toss that one toward the underpass side. A few streaks starting to present streaks, excuse me. It's a few nades as well. As Colchan's going to reset that one. As both teams look to potentially look toward those payload users. How can they influence? How can they get those last few seconds? And you look at Happy. He has that overdrive, yet to use it, waiting for some teammate control. But here comes the overdrive. This is a little bit early of a way to use it. You can see him a little bit of scattered movement in that particular play. Needs to try and stay up. Can he make his way in Grandma's? He does. Can he make it happen? There's not going to be anyone there, and he's able to get the 1-point toss off. What looked like an awful usage of overdrive turns into a 1-point play regardless, as TK now have a 1-possession advantage. 15 seconds remaining.
Active camo is ready to go for Weeman. You need the drone in his hands, but you need to be able to get to the drone first, and Team Caliber is doing such a good job of holding down this middle map. That is going to be game. Team Caliber is going to take throwback uplink over iGame, and you can thank that last play. We saw the overdrive usage, a bit unorthodox, right, coming from Team Caliber, but then you saw Theory. He picked up a huge 2-piece by Grandma's, which completely opened that one up for Happy to get that score.
Man, oh man. These respawns continue to be incredibly close. I think we mentioned like that little last-second overdrive play. I think what Happy was going for is he realized those players were in middle, but there wasn't really a call letting him know that. So he tries to rotate through middle, doesn't have any idea that there's actually 3 players waiting for him. You see him try to go inside that building. That doesn't work out. Kind of like a last-second effort, and it ends up paying off for him in the end. We talk about how influential overdrive can be, and that's the exact reasoning why we say that.
Now it's going to come down to breakout hardpoint. If Team Caliber can close this one out is going to be the biggest question.
Now, one thing for me, right, Uplink coming into this tournament isn't known as the best game mode for Europe, right? I think we all know that. Unfortunately for day one, if you were more of an analyst point of view, it doesn't really work out that way. It's the exact opposite. Europe has a fantastic moment in a lot of the Uplinks. Breakout hardpoint has been an issue for European teams in the past. Is it the same for iGame is going to be the question for them.
That's going to be one of the biggest things. We also thought yesterday when me and Fox were casting, I believe it was over Splice versus Enigma 6.
I saw that, man.
We were sitting there bringing up in the pregame how, European teams can't play breakout hardpoint. And they came in and completely thrashed them. It was like something that looked like it was like their best map that they've ever played too. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play out. If it plays out anything like the first hardpoint, it's going to be very intense. I don't think my heart will be able to take it, but it's going to be one of the biggest things. I mean, from that entire game, from the hard point, somebody have to give credit to is iGame took control of that game. They had a lot of the control. The only hill that they really had trouble with on the retaliation was bridge. Yeah. Something they could just not hold to save their lives. It was really just Team Caliber taking complete control of that. So on Breakout, it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play.
Yeah, and one thing that I've noticed with actually a lot of European teams is they like to force through kind of guns blazing, like going right at their enemy. And a lot of times when it comes down to a map like Breakout, kind of rotating around, getting those flanks are incredibly important for guaranteeing your team spawns as well as early control. So to me, if we want to see iGame and really Europe have a strong performance when it comes down to Breakout, flank more. You don't have to force everyone as a major team fight forward. Try to get a little bit of pinch starting to come through. I know we saw Quicker do that in a lot of the respawns. Hopefully, we end up seeing him have that same performance if iGame wants to take this game.
And one of the things about Breakout, too, it's not going to be as punishing as the map like Retaliation, but it can still be very, very punishing, especially, I believe, just want to kind of highlight the Prison Break Hill. Not Prison Break.
It's a
the
great
Prison
show.
Cells Hill.
That
one, and then it's going to spawn the enemy team all the way out by Helipad if you do get the correct setup going as well. And then out by Commissary, the same thing. It's sort of like identical, symmetrical on those hills where in terms of where you spawn to. So it's just really going to be interesting to see how this one does play. We know the play styles of like a Team Caliber. They're not going to be ones to flood like an Enigma 6 who's going to completely flood all the lanes, or like a Panda for that matter as well. So they're going to kind of get those team coordinated pushes, trying to split 2-2, sending just one on a flank and trying to see how it works. So that's going to be interesting to see. But a map like iGame, a little bit more aggressive. They might try to go for that style of play, but in terms, both these teams play hardpoint very similar. They don't make any of these big team coordinated pushes, just sort of like, okay, we'll send two this way, just hope that it kind of works out.
Exactly, and of course, you guys can now take a look at the rig draft, how things are kind of lining out. Pretty standard stuff for the most part, but we kind of, like I said, we talk about that battle. Team Caliber versus iGame, their overall, how they play, their style of hardpoint for the side of Team Caliber, especially Goonjar can be the man to kind of hold the spawns throughout throughout for his team, trying to hold on to those. MV4 most likely going to be in his hands throughout the most part. And when you're looking at guys like Happy and Colchin, those are going to be your up and close Slayers theory, kind of like the in-game leader for them at times, kind of trying to hold those lanes, trying to do everything they possibly can, kind of a support-minded player as well. So be looking out that for Team Caliber. Question for iGame, like we said, Weeman, Zerg, they've had some good performances so far, Quicker even as well. When it comes down to Breakout, how do they play this? Have they worked on this in scrims? Have they kind of been practicing this a lot coming into the CWL Dallas Open? That's going to be the question to be asking, because now iGame, their backs are against the wall. They've lost 2 respawns, another one up now. That first respawn, though, 1-point game. This one should be pretty interesting to watch, I'd say the least.
That's still got to be in their heads, too. I mean, you can kind of forget about going into the next 2 modes to a sense, but now you're like, okay, it's hardpoint. We just lost the first hardpoint to these guys by 1 point, and we had the lead. I believe they had, I think it was like a 15-second comeback from the side of Team Caliber as well, too. So, I mean, like we said, we heard the crowd in that last 10 seconds start to pick up the hype and everything as they finally saw that it was going to be that. So, Team Caliber just 1 map away from advancing into pool play and sending iGame down to the losers bracket. We're going to start off this one in the eyes of Weeman. So let's see how this one's going to go. Jammer grenades are going to be coming in from the side of Team Caliber, and a big, huge 3 kills there coming in from the side of TK. Colchan is going to be the first player inside of the hill, so initial time going to them.
You can obviously realize when it comes down to this hill, shower control going to be very important. Those iGame players starting to come from that back spiral side. Of course, those top buildings, since the hill controls kind of changed toward that rooftop, those buildings become even more influential. K-bars, MV4s can definitely play a major factor. You obviously see Quicker focusing a lot of his eyes toward that loading side. Having loading control basically guarantees your team a lot of seconds as Goonjar ends up dropping. That's iGame, who should be getting at least a few more of these scrap seconds. Zerg continuing to go on a little bit of a spree. Happy might try to contest this one, might vent to go and back up. Probably would be the smarter play, but in the end is going to try to delay this push as long as possible. But Desire has snuck around. I talked about the flanking that needs to come into play. TK going to start to realize this. They realize we're spraying on the opposite side of the map. Someone has made it past us, and iGame has done exactly that.
Yeah, they sent Colchan around. He was trying to sit in that back garage area, and Desire was able to go around on the flank. But now you're going to see the flood of the blue arrows coming into this hill. Just like that, it should be able to manipulate the spawns. You see Desire, he spawned all the way out by Commissary, and still spawns going in Team Caliber's favor. But there's one player that needs to worry about that. It's going to be Quicker. He's going to be able to find one inside of the hill. One more sliding around. Is he going to be able to pick that one up? No, Colchan is going to come out big on that gunfight immediately. He will be traded out. But now full control going in the side of Team Caliber. Now this is the question for iGame, Landon. What do? Do you flood this wall run, or do you try to get something going through the middle map?
I mean, to be honest, at this point, when you're spawning on this wall run, it's kind of like a lot of the times it's kind of like a no man's land, right? It's very difficult to kind of go on that wall run, especially if you have an MV4 and a guy like Goonjar's hands. It's basically a question of we need to rotate, and that's exactly what iGame is fitting to do here. Of course, trying to make that rotation over here toward that graveyard side. Colchan going to be here for that early contention. If he can find at least one, that would be big. Can he find 2 is the question. No, Weeman is there for the trade. So guaranteed spawns right now going to be in iGame's favor. So the major question is Happy is actually on the flank. He ends up dropping. This is going to be a major contention for TK because their basic goal is to try to get that back spawn over toward Helipad like you mentioned earlier, Derek. If TK can force their way forward, which it looks like they might have just done, Goonjar can make his way here. If Goonjar continue to slay through, this could guarantee them great spawns for the next hard point as well.
He just needs to stay alive right now for Goonjar. Lay down, let your teammate support come from inside of the hill. You're getting so close towards these streaks. On a map like this, it's going to be so huge. And now he is going to get the Scorchers and the Trinity Rocket. Make that the bombardment as well. Get shut down after he was just on a 7-kill streak. Hill control now going in favor of Team Caliber. All players from iGame attacking through this cave side. Now, that's just one of the things. Both sides is good to holding, right? And there's really no negative to it. But now they're going to continue this flood coming through. iGame is going to take back control of the hill for the final 10 seconds. Big gunfight going back down here on helipad. It's going to be Goonjar coming out on top.
That is a huge win there for Goonjar in the end. Unfortunately for him, he'll end up dropping. So with that rotation, he's getting ready to come in. You see Colchan making his way over there as well. Major contest maker, going to have that rotation in favor of iGame, but TK still wants to force this one forward. You see the streaks actually coming in. That's going to shut down Zerg. Desire still continuing to try and contest. Theory shuts him down. Happy does as well. 2 go down for iGame, make it 3 down for now. And now it's going to be them trying to hold on to those spawns. You see player number 8, Desire, desperately needs to stay in this position. If he doesn't, then his team's in a very awkward spot. And this could be TK getting even more and more time.
Definitely can. Desire needs to try to make something happen here. He's trying to hold the spawns, but at the same time, while he's back here, he's just letting his teammates kind of flood into that hill 3 versus 4. It's not doing much for him. Now he's just kind of get the memo like, okay, I need to push in here, try to get some kills, give up that back helipad control. He goes on the wall run, does get taken out. Team Caliber have broken the 100-point mark in this match as well. Final 14 seconds are gonna go to them. Theory is going to be the player inside the hill. He's heating up on a 4-kill spree as well. 200 away from getting that Trinity Rocket. We know how big that can be, especially with his first hill being outside, commissary, and as well as the graveyard.
Now, a little bit of a, not going to say a mistake necessarily for Desire in that particular spot when he's holding that back helipad spawn for commissary. He's holding that spawn, and his team is still spawning on the other side of the map. So it might have been TK kind of advancing just a little bit farther forward than usual. That kind of guaranteed them to have good spawns despite Desire being back there. But he was back there for a good 15 to 20 seconds where he could have easily contested that with his team. So that gave TK a lot of momentum, and the reason why they had this lead right now is due to that play happening. So props for TK being a little bit more aggressive than usual. But as we make the second set of rotations happen, this time, iGame starting to slay out a little bit more through middle than TK at the moment.
The break all started there from taking out Theory, who had just complete control. Showers on the 6-kill streak, ended up getting taken out. You're going to see the kill feed. Goonjar gets a team kill on Colchan with the Scorchers. Nothing going to come of that one. But now Quicker and the crew are going to be inside of the hill, locking down the rest of this time. Early rotations are going to be going to Team Caliber. Now, something to keep in mind, these gold arrows flooding through this middle map, that's going to block off those spawns and make the Team Caliber players spawn over in that commissary area. No matter how far back Goonjar gets, it's going to completely block those off. But now Goonjar is just going to do like exactly what Desire did in helipad. He just needs to try to stay alive. He's going to have that bombardment ready to go as well. But Theory has just been doing an excellent job this game of picking up consistent kills and picking up main ones for the side of Team Caliber.
Yeah, we definitely need to give Theory some love. He's been in the face of iGame throughout most of this match. The beginning break of this entire hardpoint, actually, he was immediately in their face over toward the opposite side. Goonjar finds 2, actually Happy, and just like that, a few start to go down for iGame as TK begin to rally. Theory continuing to be a nuisance in the face of the side of iGame. They look to try to rush their way in. Looks like Theory actually ends up getting a pretty decent spawn, so he can actually attack from the side as he'll find Quicker. Happy continuing to hold this one down, and at this point, iGame, they drop 3. One last player trying to contest it, I believe, is Desire. If he can hold down this time, that's actually big, so he's going to break that one through, finds that big 1v1 engagement, which is going to guarantee iGame those scrap points. As rotation comes in, we saw how well that CK did in forcing their way forward. This could be the hill where iGame brings it back.
All right, now you see Team Caliber on that early rotation. Things are looking very good if you're a Team Caliber fan. 173 to 195 as we head over to the graveyard. Something to keep in mind on this hill as well. Goonjar is going to have that bombardment ready to go. Trinity Rocket going to be in the hands of Theory as well. See the defense coming in from Theory. He's going to be able to find one, but he will be taken out. But now Goonjar and the crew are doing everything they can to lock this one down. Seeing the same thing that we saw in the last time. iGame just flooding through. They weren't able to break this hill last time with about until 20 seconds left. So maybe try to switch it up here, but it looks like they're just going to keep flooding through, and it's going to work there. A big 2-piece coming in from Desire to break that open.
Here comes the bombardment. Unfortunately for Desire, he's going to have that Scarab, which bombardment's a little bit more powerful than that one, my friend. But still, they are going to be in possession of those spawns. Of course, not a whole lot of contention going, or excuse me, not a whole lot of really anyone getting in the hard point, and TK has no issue with that whatsoever. You realize we have the lead. We don't even have to try to contest this one. Of course, time is in our favor when you look at it from that point of view. But as rotations get ready to come in here toward that commissary side, iGame continuing to have two players actually on that hill. Player number 8 needs to get out of there as soon as possible. He is going to be on a flank for number 2 in the middle. Doesn't spot Goonjar there. But it seems that TK kind of scattered throughout the map, trying to make something happen, trying to sneak around the side of iGame to maybe try to get those preferred spawns. And Goonjar is in a very big spot. If he can hold this one, Wait for his teammates to break. This could be a pinch that TK needs to close it out.
Yep, and the Trinity Rocket is going to come in now, so not only is this basically going to do some damage, it's going to get the call to where the positioning of the player is. That's why you see Goonjar start to run out of top security. He's going to jump into the hill and find one. Excellent, excellent play from the side of Team Caliber, executing that one. And now Happy is going to be inside of the hill. We talked about Happy, and the hard point was very slow in the first map, but now in this, he's picking it up. 20 and 11 for him. He's going to push forward, try to get the shower control. One player is going to be right beside him. Let's see if he's going to be able to pick this one up. That is going to be Zerg, but turns at the wrong moment. The COD timing not going to be going in his favor, and just like that, iGame breaks through once more.
Yeah, Happy's definitely kind of been, in some cases, you could say, the kryptonite for iGame when it comes down to the hard points. Yet again, iGame receiving those scrap seconds. As we rotate here back over toward that central rooftop. Zerg coming off of that spawn. Theory and Happy continuing to slay out through middle. We're going to pull out that scare just to try and delay the start of iGame for as long as possible, because they are getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. iGame, your backs are against the wall. You're down. How do you respond?
We're going to see iGame make a miracle comeback like we saw TK make. That is going to be the question, but Theory is still just sitting happy inside of the hill. 35 seconds left on this one. They can win on this. This is all for pool play, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if TK is going to be able to hold on. They're doing such an excellent job. They had the shower control. You have a player coming around on the flank as well. They're putting so much into this hill to try to win this one, and it looks like it's definitely going to go into their favor. It is going to be Team Caliber moving on into pool play.
A very respectable win if you're a fan of the side of Team Caliber, as they're going to walk away with that game 252-148. Happy having a fantastic game here, seeing the final kill cam, finding one and finding another. After so many times of trying to get into pool play, TK will finally succeed. And when it comes down to how important the LAN League is, this is the time where they need to make it happen.
Firm handshakes all around.
Indeed.
That's all we have to say. But Team Caliber, like we said, advancing through into pool play. See the maps on your screen right there. We saw a hard point that made our hearts race too much for our liking. Search and Destroy not looking very good for Team Caliber, 6-1 against iGame, but then the uplink and the hard point went their way. The breakout hard point a lot more convincing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think when it comes down to the respawns, you can obviously see TK 3 for 3. Search and Destroy definitely going iGame's way. And I'm not sure if that's just iGame's overall, like their most comfortable game mode. They're like very, very talented at that, or that's TK's mistake. Maybe that's a game mode they need to work on, kind of work on those side stations, because they're going to have a lot of games to come up when it comes down to those pool play matches. We know when it comes down to Saturday, teams who make it through the open bracket, they have a lot of games to go, so they're going to be on a little bit more of a grind today, to say the least.
Yeah, now for iGame, you're, like we said, they're in a position where they're so close to trying to qualify for the LAN League, and now they're dropping it down into that loser's bracket as well. So that's going to be something to keep in mind. Team Caliber has the momentum now. They've made it into pool play. They're going to be feeling good, but the question is, which pool will they go into, and who will they be playing? It's going to be one of the biggest points to take away from that. But guys, that is going to do it for us here on Bravo for now. We're going to be back at 1 p.m. Central Time with more Call of Duty action here from CWL Dallas, Day 2.
Hello and welcome back, Call of Duty fans, to the Call of Duty World League Dallas Open. I'm Fox. I'm joined here by Dirk, and we're hopping into our matchup between Luminosity Gaming and Set to Destroy X.
It's going to be a good one. I don't know which way it'll go, to be completely honest with you. Usually this Luminosity team, we have lots of faith in them, but the search and destroy struggles are still continuing. It's something that since this roster formed, we've talked about, and there's been zero improvements thus far for these guys.
Yeah, it looks like they've really hit a wall when it comes to that game mode just throughout this weekend. A little bit of a recap as to how these guys have done in their pools so far. Most of this is taken from day one. They're going to lose 1-3 to Fnatic, a team that's pretty well known for how strong they can be in Search and Destroy. They won the first hardpoint, could not get anything thereafter. In their matchup against FaZe, it goes all the way to Game 5, but of course, that again relies on their strength in Search and Destroy, and FaZe is going to come out on top. Their final matchup is going to be against Elevate, where they actually won this one 3-1, taking the Search and Destroy as well as the uplink and the second hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, just a crazy statistic to take away from day one on all the pool play matches, 25% win percentage in Search and Destroy, which is something that's absolutely ridiculous. The only map that they have won has been Throwback. That's the one that they're 100% on. Hardpoint looking good, 80% win percentage for them. Uplink, a little bit of a struggle here and there, 33. Now, Scorch is a map that these guys have not played this event, so it's going to be interesting to see how this does go for the side of Luminosity. I think it's going to benefit them well, just with how aggressive they do play, having a player like Saints and a player like Classic as well. And then, obviously, we can't forget Slack going into that Slay-heavy lineup. Octane leading the team in kill-to-death ratio, doing everything he can with that MV4 in hand. But first pool play match for STDX. Let's see how they go.
Yeah, and we didn't really give too much of an intro for these STDX players, but they haven't exactly had that much for us to talk about. It's a very new roster. I think that Mayhem is forming a lot of different players around himself over the past month or so. So a lot of new players. So I think that we can definitely give Luminosity the advantage in terms of chemistry and obviously having that practice at the top level of the pro division.
Definitely. So Spooth is going to be inside of the hill right now for Set to Destroy. He's going to find one player. Shots are going to be traded back and forth in a sticky situation. He will be taken out, but Mayhem is going to hop into that hill, is going to have the E-Rad in hand. But three Luminosity players look like they're about to start the push. He's able to find one. Octane picks up a nice two-piece. The Slack does follow that up as well. But Set to Destroy off to a hot start, getting a small lead over the side of Luminosity. Early rotations are going to be coming in as well for the side of Set to Destroy. We're on board with Believe. He's going to have a couple players pushing in here. He's going to spot one. I believe that's going to be Classic. Not going to be able to pick up that kill. Classic turns and challenges. He's going to be able to take him out. One player following right behind is going to be Saints. He's going to be able to come on top of this engagement. Believe is going to do just that. And now complete control in favor of Set to Destroy. But now you look at the minimap, you're starting to see these Luminosity players start to flood in from the wall run side and the factory.
Yes, several Luminosity players swarming in here from the warehouse. We see the Scarab come out. Slack is able to find one kill on it. That should spawn an STDX player far out towards the hangar. So with these Luminosity players spawning up on Drill, that should give them a good opportunity and a time advantage in pushing this next hard point. You can see the Luminosity player just around the corner is trying to wait, and his patience pays off. Saints is able to get his first kill of the game, and it ends up being in a crucial moment because they can get control of this turbine hard point.
Definitely not like Saints, right? Picking up his first kill on the second hill. Definitely not like him, but let's see if he's going to be able to turn this one around. He's able to find 2 kills in this hill just alone. The rotation is now going to be coming in as we have 13 seconds left on this one. Saints is going to sit back to keep the scraps, but in then 3 Luminosity players are going to start to dart towards this back rock area. There's going to be 1 player paying it patient in the corner. That is going to be Mayhem, but that kill is immediately going to be traded out with Slacked. Is he going to be able to pick up this one as well? Classic finds himself a second. So now we head over to Hangar Operation. Saints is flooding in through the hallway, and then he also has Slacked pushing up through top balcony.
All right, so Saints will be our player at the top of Hangar here. Not too much of an offensive front coming from the side of STDX just yet. There are 2 players pushing in from the back, but with them being so outnumbered and this push being so staggered, there's no reason they should be able to make anything of it. As you can see, Spoof is just going to dive right in and lose to Classic. That leaves the rest of his teammates to try and fight this hill outnumbered, and they're pushing into a setup Luminosity. So that's going to be really difficult for them. They're going to continue to spawn out and lose an ample amount of time here.
We talked about Octane leading the team in kill to death ratio in respawn games. He's showing just why. 10-4 for him. Now we're going to jump on board with Slacked. He's going to be inside of the hill. He's going to be able to find one. Excellent hold from Luminosity on this hill. Early rotations did go to set to destroy, but you saw the 3-man push coming from that drill site. Luminosity was completely able to break this one open and now have passed the 100-point mark. So it's 106 to 44, 105 to 44 as we do rotate to the next hill. Set to destroy, going to be the first players there.
Man, Octane has just been on top of this game the entire match so far. Still leading everyone on both teams in kills. He's double positive at the moment. Definitely got to give this man a little bit of a spotlight. But let's take a look at the side of STDX. They have position in the hard point. They're getting some time here. Octane, though, right back to this man. I was trying to switch off the topic, but he's not letting us do it. Taking them down single-handedly. He's able to finish 2 players off.
Luminosity has a pretty comfortable lead, to so to say, but Saints 3-6 too. It's just something that's so uncommon of him. He's being more inside of the hill and not slaying out around is what you usually see when it does come to him. On board with Classic right now, did have the ARAD in hand, but did end up getting taken out. But we're seeing Octane getting back into form. He finds another one, 4-kill streak for him. Flying around the corner, not going to be able to find the 5th to add on to that. Does have the FTL jump ready to go as well. Just like that, Luminosity takes control. They're going to pick up the last of the scrap time, and now we're going to head into our second set of rotations.
Big shutdown on the flank from Spoof onto Slacked right there. That could have been a devastating blow to this setup towards middle map, but they're able to catch on to it and read the play coming in. Now, it's all a matter of can they win the gunfights on the point. Spoof coming up on spawn is able to contribute, and they do just that.
They do Spoof just playing his corner right now. They know the Luminosity players and where they're going to be coming from. There's going to be one player coming around on the flank, and Mayhem is going to be able to get that read, but he's not going to be able to come out on top of that gunfight. That's going to be Saints winning that one. So it looks like the spawns, they have them pushing all the way into that back rock side. You can see in the top and left of your corner on the mini-map, you can see the 3 gray arrows start to flood through, and Classic is going to have his hands full. So let's see how he handles this one. He was able to find one. He finds a second. One more player pushing all the way back into the lava pipes area. They should be able to get this kill here. If one does die, they should be able to get the trade.
And right there, that was really big. Saints waited and read the flank at top hangar just towards hallway and was able to kill that player. So that's going to force their spawns over to drill, and now they have nothing to worry about. They know that that is the lane they're coming from. They have to flood in from elbow. They have to flood in from front hangar. That was an excellent play and should make their lives a little bit easier as they hold this hard point.
Slacks gets himself into an engagement, but it's going to be immediately traded out by the side of Set to Destroy. But still, Luminosity starting to pull away with this one. 167 and counting for the side of Luminosity to 96 on Set to Destroy. Scarab does come into play. It is going to be able to find one. That is going to be on Nova. Spoof is going to be left inside of the hill. No Luminosity players in any position to challenge the hill right now, but another Scarab is being called in. This time it's going to be by Slack trying to gather some intel on where the players are going to be. He's going to be able to find one and get the assist after the nice cleanup from Classic.
So that forces Slack to spawn way far out, but he knows there's got to be a Set to Destroy X player spawning up close to him, and he also knows that with just having under 20 seconds left on this hard point, there's no point in going all the way over to Turbine. So he's instead going to opt to go over to Hangar, and that's why you can see the rest of Luminosity transitioning over there as well through hallway. Now Set to Destroy X find themselves outnumbered and again coming into a Luminosity setup. On our first rotation of hills, this is very similar to what we saw before.
Nova is going to be the player that we are watching. So he located back in the hangar, just trying to stay alive, waiting for teammate support. Mayhem is going to be able to join him in the action. They're going to be able to find 2 kills of their own, and Saints now going to be left last alive inside of the hill to fight off Spoof, and Spoof is going to come out on top of that gunfight. But now something to keep in mind, Luminosity still does have the more favorable spawns on this hill, but Set to Destroy is doing an excellent job of holding them out, and just as I say that, they get the big entry kill, and now the Luminosity players start to flood in from back hangar.
Octane is showing no mercy. This man is approaching triple positive in our second rotation of hills. No one else in the lobby has even surpassed 20. He's well on his way to 30, and his team's only winning by about 60 seconds. You would think that on a map like this with a teammate going triple positive that he'd be contributing more than enough for you to blow them out. Octane, though, refuses to lose this map. He's opening up this series with the win, and he's doing his best to do so.
They definitely are broken the 200-point mark now. They are going to be there to the first players inside the drill. It's going to be Saints. He's going to have his hands full right here. One player does fly out, not going to be able to pick up. He's going to need to reload his weapon if he wants to pick up the kill. He does just that, but he's not going to get the reload in time. Classic going to be watching that back wall run. He's going to spot one, gets the call out that he's pushing into observation, and Spoof is going to come around the corner to take him out. But things are looking so good for the side of Luminosity right now, and it's all thanks to this man that we have on screen, Octane.
Yeah, and people like to say that when they see players like this that have massive stats and their team still isn't winning, that they're just going for kills that don't matter or anything like that. But when he's doubling everyone else in the lobby in kills, he's definitely contributing and killing some important players at some point in time. Octane is doing more than his fair share right now, and that's why Luminosity is 10 seconds away from closing up map number 1.
They are. Kill's just going to be contested right now, but who can stop Octane? The man's on a 5-kill streak, and as I said, I believe is going to come in with the Shockwave Bash. Just 5 seconds away from closing this one out now is Luminosity. Just an excellent all-around game played from them. If you're on the side of Set to Destroy, it's just really coming down to trying to match that aggressiveness that Luminosity is bringing, and a guy that you sometimes see play pretty passive with an MV4 in his hand going off, and you can see Octane in the player cam right there. The guy knows that he's doing some great things. He's sitting there, he's having a good time, but Luminosity takes that one.
Oh yeah, Octane was definitely in the zone that entire game. There was no one stopping him, and I think that he's going to have his teammates egging him on as well. So just having that psychological boost of you destroying the enemy team and your teammates hyping you up has to be huge for your momentum into a game, and it's definitely a factor of them closing it out. Octane going nearly triple positive right there, though. Such a pleasure to watch him running an AR in any game.
Yeah, it definitely is. So they are going to take map number 1. Luminosity looking ever so strong, but we know Hardpoint is one of their strong suits, right?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not what we're worried about. It's going to be the search and destroy is where we're going to have some big questions coming in.
Yeah, for sure. Search and Destroy is something they get a lot of flack on recently, and rightfully so. They're just not looking very good in it at all. I think out of the few maps that we've seen, that you said it was Saints that had an incredibly low KD, something around 0.5 if I'm not mistaken.
0.42.
Right, and if we look at some of his previous tournament records, this is out of 8 Search and Destroy maps. He was actually around like a 0.6 KD in Search and Destroy alone. So when you contrast that to how excellent he can perform in really every Call of Duty title and respawns, that's kind of it kind of really makes you think, right? Like what is going wrong with this Luminosity roster in this game mode? That's an obvious weakness to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been one of the big things. I know you see Saints, he's always playing the search and destroy tournaments and stuff like that, trying to improve, but it's just not working. At Atlanta, they didn't look terrible. I mean, it wasn't absolutely disastrous. The majority of games I casted, I saw them taking some search and destroys away from teams, but this event, it's like they're having just a complete meltdown. And it's just, how do you fix that? Obviously, I think it starts with Saints. I mean, you drop Looney from this roster initially, and when you pick up Saints, that was the biggest question coming into this. What are they going to do in Search and Destroy? Who is going to be their tactical genius and their leader for this one? And a map like Crusher, where you do need some more tactical minds than any other map, like a map like Throwback, where it's just going to be constantly going down the other team's throat. With a map like this, you're going to need these set strategies, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this goes. I think if you're a team like Luminosity and the aggressiveness that you have and the submachine gun players you have, you favor this A site, you bring out those ERADs, maybe even an RPR Evo as well to go along with that. I think Luminosity could find success on a map like this 100%. Pushing a B site where it's kind of 50-50, right? It's just going to come down to a lot of these big team fights or just getting lucky in the team not playing any defense there as well. STDX, we don't know a whole lot about these guys. These are guys who came through the open bracket. We haven't seen too many of their matches. Basically, what we can take away is they had an amazing comeback against Epsilon just before playing Luminosity.
Yeah, it's definitely got to give them some kind of momentum to be taking down a team that has had players in the pro division for the Call of Duty World League within the past year. But now they're going up against the upper echelon of competition that we have had in Call of Duty esports, and that is the Luminosity roster. When you take a look at Slacked and Slacked and Classic, whenever they're on the same team, since Black Ops 2, these guys have had their most successful moments together, right? They've been able to work through a lot of their issues, and they see a lot of success when they're together. So I think that this is definitely something they can move past, but it's definitely a hump they need to get over soon, is their weakness in Search and Destroy. It seems like Respawn and Respawns, they are never sleeping in it.
No, there's just 100%. You can just look at the slaying power from this team, and that's why they have so much success in it. I think almost every hard point that we see, we can just kind of bank on Luminosity is going to be taking it, especially just from the past map that we saw how dominant they were. And then we'll bring up the statistics after this map is done, but I mean, there's a couple maps that they haven't been beaten on yet in Hardpoint. So that's just going to be something to keep in mind. Now, uplink has been something that, dating back to Black Ops 3, these old Rise Nation guys, they were so good at. They were so lethal that you did not want to play them. But now, Search and Destroy, map number 2, it is going to be Crusher. We're on board with Classic. He's going to have that bomb in hand, and immediately he's going to be taken out by the hands of Nova.
Yeah, speaking of not wanting to play against Rise Nation, you didn't want to play against Rise Nation in anything. They're a scary team, and they still carry over that talent. So I'm looking to see how much damage they can do in this Search and Destroy, of whether or not they can redeem themselves in this game mode. Slack trying to get some positioning in that hallway is going to be cut short by Mayhem's NV4, where he also picks up another kill. Watching that choke, that's got to be a big two-piece for them, because now it's going to be 2 versus 1 in favor of STDX.
Yep, statistically the worst Search and Destroy player in Luminosity. Now finds himself in a 1 versus 2, was able to pick up 1 kill, is going to be spotted, and he is going to be taken out right there. You see a quick view of the Set to Destroy players.
You're going to say Search and Destroy, weren't you?
And so you see Mayhem right there. He's going to be able to take out Saints. Saints almost making it possible. The first round on the board is going to Set to Destroy.
Yep, very swift round right there. Both teams hitting their executes onto the same site. This is a map that's more typically about rotating around and just getting a feel for the enemy team. Lots of teams play very passively on this. So we're just going to see how their executes change as these rounds go on. They start to pick up on the tactics of the other team.
We definitely do. It looks like we're going to have a big team fight going down here. The aggressiveness is showing from the side of Luminosity. It's going to be Classic pushing first. He's not going to be able to get anything going of that, but they're going to be able to trade out that kill. Saints gets the pound down on Mayhem. Longbow is going to be in the hands of Nova. He's just going to be pre-aiming the door, making sure nobody's going to be coming through. Located inside Mess Hall. As the EMC in his back pocket, he is going to spot one player running across. He's going to be able to pick up that kill there on Octane, but another trade is going to go down. Saints and Slack now trying to make something happen. Going up against Spoof. Spoof left last alive in a 1 versus 2.
So they started to rotate. Nova there, he was able to read that they would be following behind them, so he sits in the corner, and that was definitely a good play. It ended up working out for Luminosity, though, because of Saints responding ever so quickly to it. And also, Saints right now, highest kills in the lobby, 4 and 1. He's currently finding himself in a 2 versus 1 against Spoof.
See how this one does play out. 25 seconds left on the clock for Spoof to try to make something happen. Just playing his time. Tries to get the Luminosity players to bait them over towards A. I think he's going to have his hands full. This is not something Luminosity should lose, and they're doing excellent right now in Search and Destroy, just playing back-to-back, just in case things did go south. But they did excellent Army of 2 style play right there, making sure that if one player did drop, the trade would easily be there. And Saints is going to be in your final kill cam, the player that we talked about. Needs to improve on in Search and Destroy as well. He's doing just that here in this map.
I believe that was an ace. He was on a 3 kill streak right there and was able to find the 4th. Now, Saints finding himself at 5 and 1 is off to a decent start in this Search and Destroy. You mentioned that you wanted to see him step it up a little bit in that hard point, but we're seeing him wake up here for sure. At least in the first 2 rounds. He should have some healthy progress to that reactive armor because of how hot he started, so expect to see him try and use that immediately as he gets it, like get it into the next round for a free round win, because he could see it again in the later stages of this match.
First blood going to go in favor of Set to Destroy. You're going to see one player coming around on the flank, and we're going to be watching him. They have no clue that this is happening. His teammates just need to try to stay alive. 1 kill is going to come from behind, and just like that, they clean it up. So excellent, well-executed pinch from the side of Set to Destroy. You're going to see, I don't believe it was Nova in the final kill cam. You're going to see Spoof right here being able to take out that player, Saints. Now 2 rounds on the board for the side of Set to Destroy.
So right there, Saints was 25 points away from his Scarab, and he found 2 kills before being taken down and losing the round. I think that is actually a blessing and a curse here, because he's getting more progress to his reactive armor and he has access to the Scarab. So even though they lost that round, it's not as big of a loss of a round as it could have been.
Have yourself a game, Mr. Renato. 7 and 2, getting close to that reactive armor just in round 4 of Search and Destroy. But kills have been going down. Classic was able to pick up 1, as so as Octane. Believe and Mayhem now going to be left to fight off the Luminosity. Swarm 2 versus 4. They're going to go ahead and back out. 1 sitting inside the spawn. That is going to be Mayhem. He's going to get the call if players do come, and Believe has an E-Rad in hand, so he's not going to be able to do much from range. Spot 1 player coming around here. That is going to be Slack. He comes out on top, but now 1 versus 3. You see the Luminosity arrows starting to flood around Mayhem. He's not going to be able to win that one. Luminosity ties it up 2-2.
And there we go. Luminosity's able to end that and tie it up. I think that this is where you want to play around Saints, and he's obviously in a round and a kill cam right here. That's very good for them because not only does he have the hot hand right now, starting off with 8 kills and 2 deaths. He has the Scarab, and he's a kill away from reactive armor. The earlier you can get that payload, the better, so that you can get access to it in the later stages of the search and destroy match.
And he's already got it, like we said, in round number 5. He does have the reactive armor ready to go. 8-2 for Saints.
We saw Zero get camo in round 2 yesterday, right?
Yeah. So, and then Saints is going to be inside of this A site alongside with Classic and Slack. Octane going to be coming from behind to help as well. The bomb should be going down. It's doing just that. Classic is going to be the person planting the bomb. It is down. Now time working against the side of Set to Destroy. See who tries to make the entry kill here. You see the players starting to spread out a little bit. Looks like they might be going for a little pinch coming through mid-map. Nova is going to get shots onto one player. Going to be trading back and forth, but no kill is going to be named yet.
Yeah, and a 4-on-4 retake with only 25 seconds left is a very tall order for an STDX player to come back and win. But it looks like Mayhem's going to be opening up these engagements, close-range gunfights with the NV4, and he's coming out on top. It's now all up to Slacked in this 1 versus 2. Mayhem has access to the payload. There we go. One player on the bomb going for the defuse, and he has just enough time to hit it now. We'll have to see if he connected with it fast enough, though.
Got it.
Just enough time to do so. Had a little over 1 second to complete it. That's going to be a round 1 for Set to Destroy X as they complete the 4 versus 4 retake and defuse.
Yeah, that was perfectly played. I believe it was by Mayhem and Spoof pushing it through mid-map. Mayhem was able to get a big 2-piece in the entry to that A site, completely opened it up for him, and then left Slacked all by himself. Was able to jump through, got the guy who was defusing the bomb, but just didn't know the location of the other player, and just kind of got caught with his pants down. So Set to Destroy having the 1-round lead here. We're going to go back in the offensive. Mayhem going to go ahead and burn that overdrive to get himself into a power position.
This is where you want to see Saints push something and use his reactive armor and have a teammate follow him up so that he can get it later on. We can see Mayhem getting his so quickly. He's going to pop it and try and hit a flank and catch someone off guard because he has the same idea. Now, he's in a situation where he can hit a flank. It's all up to Octane to read it. He doesn't do so. If he would have had that kill, he also would have had his payload, and now it's just going to be a 3 versus 4 in favor of STDX.
Slack is going to be able to find a kill there on Nova, just trying to do his best to stay alive. Saints is going to have his back. He's going to find one. Slack going to be able to pick that up. Classic is going to be working side by side. Believe now left last alive in a 1 versus 3. So he opts to play this. 20 seconds to work with on the side of Luminosity. Now probably just have somebody hot bomb, but no, Slack is going to get taken out, but Classic is going to be there for the trade. Now it is going to be tied 3-3.
So we saw there that Octane was killed shortly before getting his payload. In this round, I think we can usually expect him to get at least 1 kill, maybe an assist, some sort of a contribution, and finish that off. Saints, I think that this is where we see Saints use his reactive armor, and Octane follows him up. That should be a round win, and then they get a payload for the next round as well.
Seems like everything's just kind of going back and forth right now, and if it kept on going that way, Set to Destroy would be the team to take it.
Classic's about to get a payload too. On the side of STDX, Mayhem used this previously. Nova, just a moment away from that FTL jump. Not positioned too close to the opposition, so we're going to take a look at the B-bomb side. As you can see, we have 3-on-4 situation in favor of Luminosity Gaming, but with that communication being given, we're going to see Nova setting up for the flank. Someone from Luminosity needs to turn around and read this here shortly. Otherwise, they're in for a very dangerous pinch.
It's the exact same defensive play we saw from them last time. We're going to go ahead and jump on board. Nova Octane was able to get the read, and that completely shuts that down. They had so much success last time because they did have Nova on the flank. He was able to tag some players up as well. So now they're able to get the bomb down, but now something they need to keep in mind. They're in a sticky situation. They're pinned in from both sides. Spoof has the right side covered, and then you're going to see Mayhem and Believe on the left side have that covered as well. So let's see how they go with this one. Believe is going to be able to get the entry kill for the side of Set to Destroy.
Here it is. Believe being outnumbered right here. He's going to actually switch to the K-bar and survive. That's a big win for him right there. His teammates coming through to support him. He's got one more gunfight just ahead of him, and he beats the E-Rad. That's a crushing loss right there. You can see Classic not too happy about that engagement.
Things were looking good. Like we said, they took down Nova, who was a big reason that the last time that defensive play worked, but then the pinch did come in. There's no way Luminosity players could kind of flood out, and they played it so well. Believe picked up that first entry kill, and then he just baited the player who was coming off of that wall and was able to take him out too. And then Classic found himself in a sticky situation in a 1 versus 2. But another round going to the side of Set to Destroy. They have a 1-round lead, but now they are going on the offensive here. Looks like the bomb is just going to be left in the spawn for the side of Set to Destroy.
Interesting decision to make right there, I guess. So let's see how this round plays out. We see a sniper on middle map. Octane kind of shoulder peeking it right there to play a little bit of information. No shot going to be lined up just yet, though. But he knows that he doesn't exactly have free range of holding middle map. He's going to hold this choke a little bit closer than he ideally would like to. And if you look at our minimap, Nova looks like he's really close to being outnumbered and taken down.
I mean, if you're on the side of Luminosity, you know he has a sniper. You know he's probably going to be the player watching a flank or pushing. I say you just go get very aggressive and go for him. But no, you see he's going to come through the middle of the map. Now Octane's going to be taken out by the hands of Nova. Man advantage now in favor of Set to Destroy. The bomb is down as well. Classic is going to be able to pick up that kill. Red Hen does have the active camo to rock with as well. Saint still does have that reactive armor, but now they leveled the man. No, they make the man count in their favor, 3-2 in favor of Luminosity. Classic picks up another. Believe is now going to be left last alive, and Slacked is going to be able to pick him up. So 2 kills apiece for Slack and Classic in this round. 4-4 is going to be the score.
Man, Dirk, Octane better be thanking his teammates for that round, because there's no way that Nova, the sniper player, should have been able to run down mid at him with a pistol and get right behind him for the kill. His teammates, though, able to clean it up with no one else falling. And with us coming into the final rounds here, no one from Luminosity has used their payload just yet. They have access to 3 of them. This is coming down to the wire, and those could definitely be make or break.
I haven't really seen too many A hits from the side of Luminosity yet. More favoring this B side. See how this one does play out. The Flechette is going to go off the wall, hits the bounce. Not going to be able to connect on anything, but 2 players are going to be positioned in that back rock. Octane is going to be able to find one, can't find a second. His teammate is going to be there for the support. Now Spoof and Believe have their hands full with the Luminosity roster. See how they do handle this one, trying to get a retake on the B site.
Spoof looking to make a play on this player on Rock. He's played very well defensively right there. Still loses the gunfight, though. No one else from Luminosity able to clean it up, but they do have the information as to where he's at. All they have to do is waste his time.
This should be a Luminosity round to take 100%, and it's going to be just that. You see the man Octane having a great series thus far.
Oh, absolutely.
It's on your screen. Excellent plays from Luminosity. Now they kind of break the curse of going back and forth. They do have the round lead, 5-4, just 1 round away from going up 2-0 in this best of 5, making Set to Destroy 0-1 in pool play.
Yeah. Despite Saints having an excellent map so far in the Search and Destroy, Octane shows it. He's gunning for that Control Freak MVP. He's trying to keep it up as well. 6 kills to his name here. Classic, though, is actually surpassing Saints, going double positive at the moment, so we got to give him a big shout-out. We're seeing the camo being used right here, and it's so dangerous. Close quarters with the ERAD play. You can see it right there. His team is able to follow it up effectively, and now they find themselves in a 3 versus 1 situation. So saving all of those payloads ended up paying off for them right here. No way. Oh, no. Believe now left in a 1 versus 1. Almost clutches it to force the round 11, but no. Luminosity is going to close it out.
See, and the reason he was able to get those 2 kills right there was you saw the little shockwave coming. You're going to see it right here, too. Quickly gets him back down to the ground. Some players sit there, and they're not going to be able to adapt to that quick enough. It almost looked really good for him, but Luminosity going to take a Search and Destroy. As weird as that sounds to say on a live stream, Luminosity is taking a Search and Destroy over Set to Destroy.
I think it's definitely no secret that they have the capability, they have the talent to win Search and Destroy, but the question is, as a team lately, do they have the skill to do it? They just haven't seemed all that impressive in Search and Destroy, and I think that's a part of the reason why their form overall has plateaued. But right here, they're able to take down Set to Destroy X, probably a bit closer than they would have liked, but hey, it's a Search and Destroy win, and I'm sure they'd love some more of those this weekend.
Oh yeah, they definitely would. It's a map that they have not been able to take specifically.
Game mode. Oh, a map specifically?
I mean, yeah, this map, Crusher specifically, they weren't able to take. They've lost it every time they've played this weekend. Throwback is the only one they have a 100% win percentage on, which we don't really know how many times they've played that, so it could be just 1 time. But, I mean, Crusher, one of the more common maps that we do see at tournaments as well. But, I mean, just a great all-around game for Luminosity, and you're seeing some life from Saints in Search and Destroy.
Oh, for sure. Saints, and especially Classic. Saints had that hot start, and we saw that as the rounds went on, Classic ended up surpassing him, going double positive, finishing up that round with that first blood and the camo play. It was great. But guys, that's going to be the end of map number 2 in this series. Luminosity finds themselves up 2-0 over STDX. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break and then come back with game 3. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting into game number 3 between Luminosity Gaming and STDX. This is an elimination map. Well, not an elimination map, but in the end of this series. This is the deciding map for this series between Luminosity Gaming and STDX, as Luminosity is up 2-0. They just took an S&D by the skin of their teeth, 6-4 right there. And at the end, it actually looked like it could have gone to a round 11.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, the rounds were just juggling back and forth between both teams. STDX, if it would have stayed the way it did, they would have ended up winning the game if they kept going back and forth. But Luminosity was able to break that chain. The payloads came into play and definitely benefited them 100%. So if you're a Luminosity fan at home and you're seeing them win that search and destroy, maybe it's giving you a little bit of hope.
For sure. That's a turn in the right direction, because that has not been the story this weekend at all. They have not looked very well coordinated, but in this one, they were able to read flanks really well. And I guess it also helps when Classic is going double positive and Saints is in dad mode. I think it's a pretty big advantage to play with, right?
I feel like, honestly, for Luminosity, it's just all about Saints. If he can just show up and get a cut, I'm not saying go off like he did in this game, but if he's just going to be able to pick up like a consistent 4 or 5 kills per game, these guys are going to be set. He doesn't need to go off and drop these big numbers. Everybody else can kind of pick that one up. I mean, everybody all around isn't awful on the team. I believe a 0.58, 0.5 KD for, I believe, Slacked and Classic, and Octane has a solid 1. So, I mean, it's just Saints being all the way down at that 0.42 level, just needs to pick it up in the search and destroy play. But now we are going into throwback uplink. I think we definitely just have to favor Luminosity to close this one out 3-0.
Oh, yeah, on an old map like Throwback, we could see some excellent submachine gun play out of the side of Classic for Luminosity. I look to see him contribute quite a bit on this map. But Octane is definitely a name we got to say here. Octane, Octane, Octane. On uplink here in this series, I expect him to go just as big as he has in the hardpoint search and destroy. He has the hot hand right now. His teammates have to be hyping him up. Going triple positive in that hardpoint cannot be overlooked.
Well, Luminosity looks their best in uplink when you do have Classic in and around the enemy base, slaying out and holding them down. You like to start to see him pick things up, and that's when he starts to get on those kill streaks, and then those streaks do become a thing as well. Luminosity set to destroy. Throwback is the map. Uplink is the mode. We're on board with Octane right now. He's going to be positioned over by Lemon, but the first initial kills are going to the side of set to destroy. Drone still has yet to be touched, but middle map control completely going in their favor, but Octane might be able to spoil this.
And this is about to be Octane's dojo. Is right here around bike path and the tunnel. He should be able to cover that really well with his NV4. That is the gun that you want in that position. As you can see, he was already able to open up with 3 engagements, 2 of them being kills, and just being that disruptor on the enemy team and them not being able to establish good map positioning is huge. As you can see, they struggle to take the drone through here because they have no middle map presence. Luminosity Gaming is able to shut them down and turn this drone right back around with Octane on the bike path.
We're starting to heat up. This is where you're basically going to see Octane this entire map, focusing on this bottom right side. He's going to be positioned on bridge, Lemon, and up by Diner if they decide to get very aggressive. It's going to be one player that he's going to watch come out of bowling, should be spoofed, but one is going to be spotted right behind. His kill streak is now at 4, trying to make it 5. Does get taken out. Slacked has the drone in hand. They decide to toss it forward for some yardage. And he's going to go ahead and pick it right back up. Should be a 2-point play coming in here for the side of Luminosity, and just like that, it is going to be Slacked dunking in the 2.
Yeah, Luminosity reading the spawns right there. They were able to force set to destroy X to spawn over near the blue building. Saints also spawn on that side of the map, but it doesn't matter with set to destroy X being so far away. The numbers advantage is not a factor. They're able to get that dunk in and reset for the next play.
Our middle map currently being contested by everybody. Still on board with Octane. And everything can to try to slay this one out. 3 now dead for set to destroy. Drone is going to be tossed over top. Should be right by bowling. One player should be there to retrieve it. And like we said, you're going to see Saints. He's going to be slaying out in the enemy base. They're going to go and toss it right forward to him. He's going to be able to get a dunk as well. So Saints on a 3-kill streak. Classic on a 4-kill streak. And make that 4 for Saints as well. These guys are just going back to back. And this is exactly what you love to see from Luminosity. Your 2 powerhouse slayers having a game like this. Already 4 points to their name in this first round. Should be able to get another 2-point play here. The pass comes in. Saints throws in another dunk.
I think that this is definitely a game mode that separates the pros from the amateur players and top amateur players, probably the heaviest and by the biggest margin. And we're seeing just why right here. That is stellar uplink play. Understanding when and where you can be to go for a relay. These guys understand the map positioning and influencing these spawns. Even with Slack 0-5, they are up 6-0 in 3 minutes.
And coming into this map, Luminosity haven't won a throwback uplink this event, this tournament yet. So, but the way that they're playing, it looks like these guys are so well oiled on this map. I think it's something that really should favor them, right? The Slay heavy, the close quarters should definitely go in their favor. But on the side of Set to Destroy, we have to highlight Believe. He really needs to start picking things up from his team. Majority of engagements he has been losing, currently sitting at 3-8, but is slowly starting to get things going as well. Nova is going to be in control of the drone. He's pushing it to Barn, tosses it out to Hay.
Now, you mentioned how poorly the players on Set to Destroy X are doing right now. Would it surprise you at all if I said the reason for that is Octane going double positive and Classic following it up as well?
I would like to know the statistics of who he got into engagements with and who he's losing them to. I mean, we can kind of tell maybe from the weapon that he's using, depending to see where he's going to be positioning himself for these engagements. But Nova as well, he's going to be able to find one up in top blue, but he's going to have his hands full by 2 players coming in. But the bombardment is going to be used from the side of Luminosity, and that's going to be Saints. Getting those 2 kills should be able to make another offensive push here. They have him right where they want him. It's just going to be huge for Saints to be able to try to hold off this push. He's going to be able to find one. Is he going to be able to find a second? He is not. But the drone is going to be tossed forward. A 1-point play coming in from the side of Luminosity.
And Saints, Luminosity just knows how to push their limits. They knew exactly what Saints needed to do when he turned that corner. Was find at least 1 kill, cushion the fall, act as a bit of a distraction for the rest of the Luminosity players coming through, and then they can score. Slacked is only at 2 kills right now, and they are destroying STDX on this map.
They definitely are. You just have to kind of wonder if Slacked was playing better, how much more the score could be. I mean, we passed the final minute of this first round. Luminosity looking ever so dominant, and 3 down once more. I feel like that's the 3rd time this has happened this game so far. I believe he's just going to be playing his corner. He's going to be able to find one, trying to get the pre-fire and underpass. Not going to be able to spot anybody from that. Slacked is going to go ahead, toss that drone in, and that's going to be another 1-point play for the side of Luminosity.
And see, we were mentioning Slack's performance, but if you take a look at his objective stats, he's definitely been involved with the objective a lot, whether it's him dying for a pass or dying for a throw or a dunk. He's been contributing a lot to the score despite his KD at the moment. And when you have players like Classic and Octane doing what they're doing, and Saints following it up as well, is currently on a 4 streak, there's really not much more you need to contribute in that stat region.
Yeah, that's clinical uplink, right? Just back to the roots of when uplink was first ever introduced in Call of Duty. Just making sure you play to get those 3 players down, 4 players down, and just completely taking advantage of it. As soon as you see the 3 players drop from the side of Set to Destroy, the guys from Luminosity are getting that drone and making that forward progress, which is the reason why the score is 8-0. Like I said, I think around 3 or 4 times that entire match, you saw 3 skulls go next to the players on Set to Destroy's names, and that was just immediately Luminosity kicks it into high gear, and this guy being able to hold down so many great lanes for the side of Luminosity, Octane doing so much for them.
He is just punishing Set to Destroy X right now. But now, the side switch, the spawns flip, it's going to be STDX's turn on Lime side. It is Lemon side. It's lemon and lime, like a Sprite. Bars.
So you're going to see Nova, he's going to be able to win that first initial engagement on Octane, so that's good sign for Set to Destroy. It should completely open up the middle of the map, but they just need to take the player out in top ticket. That is going to be Slacked, and he is going to drop. Nova now going to have the drone in his hands, going to decide to push us through underpass. No, decides to go to train tunnel, and will be finally taken out there as well. But they're trying to rally this drone through, and it's just really unorthodox that they decide to push through there, but he has his teammate support. The drone looks like it might be able to go for a 1-point toss, and they are able to get that one. So Set to Destroy getting their first points on the board, but 3 teammates did just drop. But the good thing about that, the drone was still in the process of resetting.
There we go. It's 1 point on the board for STDX, but 7 more to go. Several possessions separate these 2 teams in their score, and it looks like Luminosity is in an excellent position to stop them from their next offensive push.
Going back onto Octane, very close to getting that overdrive. We understand how much of a power play that can be. He's going to jump around the corner. He's going to be able to find one. There's going to be one more player position right behind him. No, he's actually taken out by his teammate. And then Spoof is going to be able to take out Octane right there. But Slack does have the drone in hand. They're pushing it through to top green. Tossing it under the bench, just playing their lives right now, just waiting to see. It's going to be one player coming from behind. That is going to be Mayhem. Is Slack going to be able to come out on top? He does just that, but they're perfectly fine. We're just sitting here while the drone is under the bench. He's going to be able to find another one.
Did Believe even hit him right there? Did Believe even touch him in that gunfight? He's a little tagged up, but I wasn't sure if that was from the previous gunfight or not.
I don't believe that he actually did, but Classic now going to be in control of the drone. Very close to active camo as well. 1-point toss should do it for him, and now I believe he is going to have the active camo ready to rock. So you have Octane, Overdrive, Classic with the active camo as well. Things are looking good for Luminosity.
Yeah, that's that's the best way to put it. This is looking really good for them. And pretty poor right now for Set to Destroy X. They're on the final map in this series. They need to come back and take something and get this reverse sweep going, but that's highly unlikely and a very tall order. Luminosity in control of the drone again, throwing it for some distance towards the barn. We see the kills going in favor of STDX though, and it's reset right back to middle map.
And Classic actually burned his camo well, so they're going to decide to not use that for a score. Now, if you're on the side of Set to Destroy, we talk about how much of a power play it can be to get those payloads. Spoof, just a little bit past halfway mark to getting that active camo. Mayhem, I believe, does have that overdrive ready to go. But still, you look at the deficit, if they're able to get 2 points from that, it's only going to put them at 5. They're going to have to find a way to get 4 points from just outslaying the Luminosity side, and it's just not going to look like it's going to happen. Slack is going to be alive trying to make more progress with that drone. Will finally be taken out from the players on Set to Destroy. And just something weird Set to Destroy is doing too, they're favoring this left side more than the usual right side.
They don't really have a whole lot of options right here, so I think at this point they're just throwing things at the wall and hoping it sticks. Another thing to throw in is the drone. Can it connect? That it does. 1 point on the board for STDX. But again, we're coming down to that 2-minute warning. They have a whole lot of work to do if they want to at least tie this up for overtime.
And the player we're going to be watching right now is Believe. He's going to have his hands full. Jumping through right here is going to be Saints. He's going to be able to take him out. Goes out of bounds just for a split second and comes right back into play. One more player pushing through Bowling. It's going to be a huge gunfight for him. He's going to be able to get him weak, but Octane is going to get the beat down. But the drone has been progressed forward. It's right by the enemy base. That was a huge kill by Nova. Might be able to get the dunk, but a huge stop coming in from Octane off the respawn.
Oh, man. This is not looking pretty for them. 1.5 minutes left. Luminosity game looks like they are well on pace to close this one out. I say we just take a look at the battle between Classic and Octane. Both of them approaching 30 kills. They're definitely going to end yet another map in this series at the top of the chart.
Definitely is. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. It's going to take a miracle for Set to Destroy to really do anything. Everybody just kind of challenging on this left side, not touching the drone. If you're Set to Destroy, you need to be playing for the objective at this point in the game if you want to come back. From the side of Luminosity, you're more than happy with just constantly having gunfights over by Silo. You have such a comfortable lead that the comeback doesn't even look possible. But still, the aggressiveness from Luminosity showing once more, tossing it forward for yardage. 3 players down for Set to Destroy. Again, make that 4. And Luminosity just looking ever so strong to start off the Saturday.
Oh, man, in these last 45 seconds, what do you think Luminosity is even thinking about right now? I feel like the first thing on their mind is the delicious barbecue pulled pork we have in the backstage. They're not even worried about the rest of this map. This was the easiest uplink win they've had in some time.
And it's very good, too, and the amount of points they scored, and it's going to go ahead and throw in 2 more there as well. I mean, if Octane continues this play throughout a Saturday, if you're a Luminosity fan, if you're just work for the org or anything like that, you're going to be super happy with how they're performing to start this one off. And go ahead, Octane, just kind of add a few more kills onto that. But you saw the slaying power just definitely come in from the side of Luminosity. Everybody getting above 20 kills, and in Classic and Octane getting above 30. Then you look at the side of Set to Destroy. They were just really just getting outslayed, as simple as that sounds, in that uplink, and that's one of the biggest things. But Luminosity was just able to punish them time in and time out every single time.
Oh, yeah, they butchered in that map. That was a much rougher ending to what we saw in that Search and Destroy, where STDX was definitely putting up a fight. They showed some sort of coordination in response to the way that Luminosity was playing, but at the end of the day, the talent on Luminosity is just far too strong. Excellent gun skill and play all across the board, especially from Classic and Octane. That's just the power of having those star players in your team.
I mean, that's one of the biggest things now. And like we said, we sit there, we know how good these guys are in hardpoint. We know how good they are in uplink. That Search and Destroy is just going to be one of the biggest things. But then you look at that Search and Destroy against a team like Set to Destroy. We're not really, like I said, we're not really too experienced on how these guys play, but we know the comeback they had against Epsilon, they have to have something up their sleeve. We know a lot of players from like the amateur community, the top amateur community, started out as Search and Destroy players, so they have all that going through their mind. That's a majority of them. Some of them just turned 18, so they could just start to compete. So they had all that building up behind them as well. But it was still a great win for Luminosity nonetheless. They knew that if they kept on trading rounds back and forth, it wasn't going to work out. They burned that utility. So you just need to see, like I said, more an improvement from Saints in Search and Destroy. He showed it in that one that they had, and they came out with the win.
Yeah, I think that you can't really compare this matchup to some of their more difficult matchups with professional teams, though. I still want to see how Saints and company does against the top North American and top European teams in that game mode, because I think that it makes sense that just talent alone is what should shut out some of these top amateur teams that we're seeing make it up from the open bracket. But guys, that's going to be the end of this series. As you can see, the story there was just Luminosity outclassing STDX and having a fantastic series in the hands of Classic and Octane. I'm Fox. This is Dirk, and we'll see you again for our next matchup.
Welcome everyone back to the CWL Dallas Open here on the Bravo station. Myself, Lando, and Fox to guide you guys through the action as we're getting ready to have a match take place between E United and Team Caliber.
Bro, the happiness of TK fans is so contagious.
It's lovely.
TK could just be taking swigs of water and like, yeah, TK all day. Let's go. Drink that water.
Woo!
They're facing off against E United in this matchup, though. Definitely not going to be one of their easier games. So TK fans at home definitely want to be cheering on your boys for this matchup. E United at the moment, they've gone undefeated in their pool. Is that correct?
That is, yes. They're obviously sitting at the top of their group right now, and TK just suffered a loss, I believe, to Cloud9 in a 0-3 fashion.
Yeah.
So kind of unfortunate to see that kind of take place. And also, if we look at the prior engagement between Cloud9 and E United yesterday, E United took out Cloud9 3-1. So you're kind of facing off against an even bigger beast in E United.
Yeah.
So kind of unfortunate for the side of TK, but maybe they could have something, come out. Maybe they could have an all-star performance for at least one series.
And it looks like they're also in a pretty decent form at the moment. E United, I feel like, definitely outclasses TK at the moment. Now, that's still something we got to give credit to for TK is that they have this amazing clutch factor about their team.
Yeah.
While it might not reflect very well in their placements and some of their matchups, there are maps that they steal off of teams that most people would deem better than them.
Oh, yeah.
So I look to see them take at least one map here in this series. Now, which one it is, I'm not entirely sure because TK, I feel like, has a similar strength across most of their game modes.
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed as far as game modes that we can kind of talk about as we obviously get ready to hop into the rig draft has been their search and destroy, right? They actually have a pretty close search and destroy versus Cloud9. That's the closest game type that they have, which actually just took place on the Alpha Station. When they played up against iGame, they ended up losing 1-6. So it's kind of hard to call. I think it's a good point that you mentioned because it's like, they're pretty decent when it comes in every game mode, but it's also kind of unpredictable to call when it's like, we're a really good hardpoint team, really good upwood team. It's like, we're kind of good at everything, and then if we lose one, it's like, hey, it's hard to predict for the side of TK.
Jack of all trades, master of none. On the side of E United, though, not many of their series end in a 3-0 fashion. They typically beat teams 3-1, and every now and then they'll go 3-2. I think that their only 3-0 matches in the past two tournaments was the first series in the grand final against Optic Gaming at Atlanta. They 3-0'd Team Envious in the winner's bracket at the same tournament. So a lot of their matches and group plays will result in a 3-1 fashion. So we'll have to see how it goes here against TK. I definitely expect them to take one map at some point in time.
Yeah, it definitely is a possibility. Well, guys, it's time to hop in here to game number one. Hardpoint on Breakout will set the stage as E United and TK will start to unfold. I believe we're just going to go through a little bit of a map. Flying through, we're going to have actually a little bit of an issue with one of the players loading in, so we'll obviously reset. We can kind of still a little bit talk more about the map of Breakout. Early thoughts when it comes down to this? Any thoughts when it comes down to the map of Breakout between these two squads?
I look to see what Happy's going to contribute here. This is a map where you really need to bank on your NV4 player, holding those choke points behind the hard point on a lot of the different maps. So I look to see him being attentive at what E United might try and do. It's going to be really difficult for them to do so, considering the strength of the players that we have on E United, because just they can win a lot of those crucial gunfights, Landon. We look at Gunless's MVP performance at Atlanta, and we could see it repeat. And actually, Landon has disappeared. He's actually
I'm somewhere off in the
active
distance.
camo.
I'm somewhere off in the distance.
Yeah.
Should I act like I'm here with you? Fox, look at me.
You are.
Look at me right now.
Yeah.
Hey, man. I'm definitely thinking that they can pull it off. Breakout. It's an interesting map that we've seen so far throughout the tournament. And, I'm obviously going to give the credit to United. I think they can definitely take this.
Yeah, I think United should be able to take this hard point. It's definitely one of their stronger suits is respawn game modes in general. And that's just because of the slaying presence of some of these players in respawns. I definitely look to see players like Pristini really step up. I think he's someone that's impressed me since Black. Whoa!
I'm back, man. I'm back. I just used
amazing.
I just used a little bit of a trick to pop back up here.
I think it's called active camo.
Well, yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, I actually walked off screen. You guys had no idea. So.
Black Ops 3 is really where Pristini made quite a name for himself,
yeah.
though, and that's definitely someone that I look to contribute quite a bit in this matchup here. Now, speaking of which, we actually have the rig draft up on screen. We can talk a little bit about who is going to use active camo. On both sides, you can usually expect to see teams running active camo, some overdrive action, too, in this respawn game mode. In hardpoint in general, on this map, you can use it to push kills, right? It's something that's crucial in doing something like that. In the later stages of this game, if it gets a little close, you'll usually see those Centurions get put into the hardpoint to disrupt the enemy team.
Now, you talk about United players we're looking out for. I know we can kind of get a little bit of an idea as to that. I've actually taken a little bit of a note, actually, from Silly. He is currently sitting at a 1.31 in both respawn and in search and destroy. Now, he's known for going off in search and destroy, but in respawns, he's definitely kind of been carrying the load for this squad. So for me, the one player to be looking at for United has got to be Silly.
Yeah, Silly's definitely strong. I think I've seen, saw a couple of tweets from the E United players before and after the matches. Even Burnshoff, the manager of the team, talking about that Silly is just putting on a show this weekend for the team. Talked a little bit with Prestini about Silly's contributions to the team, and he did mention that Silly can definitely step it up at time for the team. But in the previous tournament, where they did the best, at least at Atlanta, we definitely saw that they all had their shining moments. So on the side of TK, though, I look to see Happy and Gunjar contribute the most. So let's see how this map goes.
Let's start it off here. Map number 1, like we just mentioned, going to go on board with the CWL Atlanta MVP, Gunless, as he's going to get in some early exchanges. Of course, getting that first second of hardpoint time, but ends up dropping shortly after. 3 go down for United, and TK start to move their way forward.
And there's Happy opening up 2-0, giving Colchan the opportunity to sit pretty inside the hardpoint. Now, according to our mini-map, we can see that Team Caliber, the blue arrows, have control of the showers section of the map. That's why we're going to see 2 E United players come up and fall down. That's Gunless and Prestini that were looking to make a difference, but got shut down. Trades going down. They're able to get TK off of the hardpoint for a moment, but Happy, with the trade, is able to jump right back on.
The side of E United wants some more points. They want some more seconds, and Gunless is continuing to try and make a few happen. Able to find 3 there in the kill feed as TK begins to go down. Arshtis finds 1. TK, though, still spawning in the back, so they are going to be in control of those good rotations. And now it's going to be up to E United. How can they break this hill? And Arshtis is actually already here. He ends up dropping. Gunless, like I said, gained the scrap points. So this should be a pretty good hold for TK based on their current map position.
So with our next hill starting up, we see Team Caliber is in control, and this is where I mentioned you usually want a player to make sure they can watch the flank, but you also want someone that's able to catch this wall run, because these long-range engagements can be won so easily if you have that kind of shot. And Gunjar is definitely the player I look to be able to contribute in that regard.
Yeah, when you go on this wall run, it's kind of like a no man's land at times, and TK is, without question, holding it down pretty dominantly. A couple players coming through middle. Prestini gets shut down there. Nice shots coming in from Theory, 4-1. He's been one guy who's kind of lacked when it comes down to the respawns in previous tournaments for them, and he's obviously putting on a performance right now. 3 go down for E United yet again. Not the start that I was going to think would possibly happen for E United, but TK has started off hot. Theory ends up dropping there in the end to Prestini. If he can win this, that would be big for their time, but he's going to be granted those 5 seconds. Congratulations, TK still up.
Really shaky shots right there out of Theory. That gunfight was kind of big to get that scrap time. Now this also gives Prestini the opportunity to spawn them out even further on the next push towards P3 here. That gunfight pushing Theory even further out of the game. Prestini's really taken over in this past minute for sure.
So now as that grind begins to continue, that rotation coming into those back lily pad spawns is really what E United wants to covet, but TK kind of forced a lot of players forward. Got to make sure that those spawns do not flip, of course. For right now, not having that issue. Scarab's coming out, just trying to get a little bit of an insight as to where these TK players are hiding. Colchan in the back finds 1, tries to find a second. Tagging up and bagging up everybody as 3 go down yet again for E United. Fox, what's going wrong with them right now?
I don't think anything's going wrong with them right there. I think that was just an awesome team shot out of the side of Team Caliber. Colchan and company just had the same targets in mind. They were able to melt them down quickly. And when you got Colchan shooting like that even afterwards to go on this 5 streak, that's a pretty big advantage to work with. Now, Happy's in the hard point, working his way towards that Scarab, 200 points away from the Trinity rocket. He is priority number 1 for this team when they get to the next hill.
TK also a possession of Helipad. Of course, that is going to grant them perfect spawns when it comes down to Commissary. How do E United force their way forward? You, of course, see 3 players currently roaming through middle. They need to win a few of these gunfights. Silly ends up being dropped, and Prestini, only player to find a kill. Currently residing in that hill right now, but he's going to have a lot of TK players start to force on his position, able to jump down for a minute. Shockwave coming into use, but no kills being earned. As Silly finds a big kill. Gunjar still holding it down. Gunjar will drop, and this could be the break that E United needs.
And no one's in the back to get these spawns, though. So they killed all of TK. TK's just going to spawn right up and try and do it all again. So unless they can brute force their way straight through the front of this, they're not going to get very far with this push.
Arshti's locking it down. Player just around him, nearly turns around there. Gunjar able to win that MV4 versus MV4 battle. So the last few seconds will come down for the first set of rotations, and it will be Team Caliber with a definitely, I would say, a pretty surprising lead up to this point. They're going to be leading around 139 to 52. E United have got to bring it back in some ways. We talk about those rotations. Team Caliber has always kind of been in the back of their minds, kind of focusing on those. And the reason why they've been having such a major issue is you look at the top right in your scorecard. Theory, 11-7. Happy, 13-5. And Colchan, 15-10.
Yeah, I think a big thing has been the team shot and the communication alongside Team Caliber. If you're just tuning in, that's kind of been the story of this map so far. The players on E United just aren't able to get into their rhythm There was one moment where we saw Prestini, I feel like, influencing spawns very well for his team, but no one really followed up on that success that he brought to them. And now we see a streaked out Happy, a really comfortable Theory, and just, standard play from the likes of Gunjar.
TK beginning to kind of fade back in some cases. Happy being well aware of the potential push that could happen. United getting some much needed seconds. The bombardment will come down. Happy will find Gunless. Arstees, unfortunately, ends up walking out of this a little bit of cover.
Did he hear the laser beam shooting down
I would think he saw those little red circles coming down on the map, but apparently not.
He runs right out into his death, giving Theory 2 kills on the hard point. Happy, again, finding himself on another streak. He has a grenade. He doesn't even know what to do with it.
I don't need this.
Has to toss it off the map. Still finds a long-range kill regardless of that. TK is just manhandling E United right now. The Scarab's coming out, but no one should be. It's not really going to connect with anyone too soon here. He finds one on Showers. 2 players in Showers. Weakens him, and that just buys him a little bit more time, and that's really all they need because they have a stellar setup at the moment.
This is a stomping. Team Caliber nearly reaching that 200-point mark, and E United looking like they could potentially get 100-point clubbed. You look at Happy, the star, 17-5 on another 5 spree, getting closer and closer to those Trinity Rockets. We'll see if that does come into play, and I'd imagine if he gets more streaks, they could definitely be more influential when it comes down to this next hill.
All right, so Happy, he's been a man on a mission this map. Triple positive at the moment, making moves towards the hard point to continue his streak. With him just being 275 points away, these kills are really big. He wants that initial time on the hard point, just 75 points away. He can't connect with the final shots to take down Gunless, though. Doesn't matter. That's a massive lead that they had, and they still have decent spawns for this hard point. They have control of the cave side.
They do. We'll see how.
Well, they're getting control of it, I should say. They're getting control of the cave side.
We'll see how E United can potentially try to force this one out. Actually, Team Caliber can win the entire match if they can continue lock down the time. Nice shot there from Gunless. Absolutely erases Cold Chain off the map, but regardless, he's got to force his way through with not a whole lot of team presence there. That's going to continue to give TK more and more seconds.
Yeah, Gunjar's in a pretty position right now. A pretty beautiful, a pretty nice position. All he has to do is thrust jump, pepper the enemy team before they can come up close and finish them off. These last 10 seconds here, they could close out the map on this final hard point. It doesn't look like anyone on E United is shooting back as well as they need to be. TK should be able to close out map number 1. No one from E United is in range.
250 to 62. Team Caliber takes map number 1. I gotta say, this was the exact opposite of a result that I was expecting. United have looked incredible when it comes down to their respawns. And yet they come out and they lose their first hardpoint. You can obviously see Arstees and Silly communicating, wondering, how did we just lose that? What was the issue with us throughout that map? Fox, in your opinion, what was really going wrong with them throughout most of it?
It didn't seem like they were ever executing any successful pinches. A lot of it was just TK outgunning them as they tried to push through the front of the hard point. There was never a moment where we would see, oh, this is an excellent pinch coming up. Oh, this is a great flank. Or, oh, they're about to take down the anchor. It just didn't seem like they had their stuff together. They weren't looking very good, and they weren't looking very collective as a team. And they get 100-point club, and that's inexcusable for for a team of their reputation in the past few months.
Oh yeah, I think especially at this tournament so far, I mean, they have looked pretty stellar when it comes down to the respawns. That's something that I know the analysts have given them major credit for, is that they've looked incredibly solid when it comes down to those game modes. But now we obviously focus our attention toward throwback, search, and destroy. A lot of teams say that when it comes down to throwback, search, and destroy, it can be a little bit sporadic. First Bloods are obviously going to be a major factor. You have one bomb set that you obviously prefer over another, over toward that bike path side. I know Arstees is a big fan of that sniper rifle, fully expected to be utilizing that one. I think maybe if they can start to lock down those first bloods, start to get some confidence under their belts, I think they can maybe walk away with the search.
They can definitely turn it around. Like I said, I've definitely expected TK to take a map. Now, in the fashion of the hardpoint we just saw, absolutely not.
Not
but hey, TK's got the hot hand right now. They will definitely put up a fight in this search and destroy. I still expect E United to bounce back, wake up a little bit here. That was definitely a very weak performance in the hardpoint, but that's not something that's typically done by E United.
Yeah, we actually end up seeing Silly have a little bit of a slow performance, much like every E United player.
Yeah.
When you're getting 70-point clubbed, I don't think really anyone's really going off too much. But I think it's kind of worrying to me a little bit. After looking at those stats, Silly, it's kind of unorthodox for him to be having as high of a KD as he is when it comes into hard points. Now, if you're looking at Silly and you're saying, well, on a consistent basis, he's not used to having this KD. If he steps off at this particular tournament, someone's got to rise up. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of curious to see how that kind of plays out. I know Arstees was one of the lower KDs for them when it came down to the respawn game modes, and he's actually pretty decent when it comes down to those at most events. So I'm kind of curious to see, once we obviously see future respawns, maybe even the uplink that'll be up next after the Search and Destroy, how can he perform?
Yeah, that'll definitely be interesting to see. I mean, in that map we saw, you mentioned that Theory, you didn't think that he usually contributes in respawn game modes, but in the hardpoint we just saw, he definitely went big. So a lot of things are kind of unorthodox going on in this series right now so far. We're only one map in. We only have a little taste of what these two teams are capable of against one another. But let's dive right into map number 2. Again, that's going to be Throwback, Search and Destroy. I expect to see some sniper play. Like you said, Arcedes likes to run that a little bit. On the side of Team Caliber, in the past, some very, very talented snipers. Theory, Colchan, two names that come to my mind immediately. Gunjar also had some time as a sniper when he was on the Envious roster back in Advanced Warfare. But, of course, completely different title, different metagame at the moment. Snipers are not exactly as big of a factor as they have been in the past.
Now, I'm actually looking at my notes really quickly here. When it comes down to E United so far at this tournament, they've only won 50% of their Search and Destroys. Hardpoint has been one of their major ones. They actually had an 80% win rate. Well, that's definitely going to be tanking down after that last loss there. But when it comes into Throwback, Search and Destroy, of course, we kind of dive our attention to that particular map. We talk about the sniper play, the first bloods, how influential those can be. And we also talk about how often we see those rush plants actually happen toward that bike path bomb site. How can those be effective? That also resides in having a lot of plat control. Curious to see how this map plays out, though, Fox.
For sure. So map fly through here, you can see Search and Destroy. For any new viewers that may be unaware, there are two bomb sites. We have an offensive and a defensive side. The offensive side is awarded the bomb. They want to plant it and detonate it or eliminate the enemy team for a round win. It's 1st to 6, and sniper rifles are something that you should see a lot of. And as Arcedes rips the head off of Theory within our opening few seconds, that's a good start for E United.
Arcedes, I want another one. As the bomb will go down 2 versus 3, Team Caliber with the man count advantage. Arcedes actually has one player run right in front of him. I'm not sure if he realizes that, and just like that, E United will fall despite the bomb plant going down. TK Gunjar will be there for the defusal. Hat trick in round number 1, finding 3 of those 4 kills. That's a good start for TK yet again.
He looks like he's going to have FTL jump by round 2. He's also, setting up for his Scarab. FTL jump, of course, that blink forward can be pretty devastating in those close range engagements. It could also be used as an effective escape. So I look to see what Gunjar can do in this next round. Now that Team Caliber has their chance on an offensive front.
You're going to see Colchan give his opportunity with a longbow. He'll respond on Arcedes. Sniper play and more sniper play as shots continue to fall. E United already with half their team being wiped off the map, but Pristini and Gunless are there to respond. A potential 2 versus 4 clutch could come into play if Gunless can stay alive, but he ends up dropping 1 versus 1. Pristini versus Colchan. Can E United get some form of momentum? Spawning Colchan toward that backside. He's going to see him yet again. Of course, bomb not being down. And Colchan still on the prowl.
Hope to see if Colchan picked up a K-bar by now. He had a sniper rifle and an EMC pistol. He doesn't really want to have to deal with the EMC. He'd rather have an automatic weapon. So that K-bar should do him a lot better in these one-on-one engagements, as he doesn't exactly have a read on to where Pristini is at.
Oh.
Both
there was like a
just
small angle where he could have possibly saw him.
Yeah, they're just both kind of fishing for information at the moment.
They are literally right around the corner from each other. Had any of them rounded this one, they could have got it down. It looks like Colchan might try to go for a late plant here. That's going to be on that B site, potentially. He's trying to check all of his angles, having no idea where this player is at. And Pristini being aware, checking that A site. Once he sees that bomb has been planted, he's going to obviously sprint toward the rotation. The question is, does he realize this player is just to his left? Pristini looking toward that barn side. Colchan still roaming around. Being fairly aggressive. A nice spot here if he can actually hold this one down. Question is, does Pristini check this angle? He's going to tag a few shots behind. Colchan needs just to try and stay up.
And see, that was big on Colchan since he had no idea where Pristini could be. He was just trying to move as erratically as possible, and he's still keeping it up here to waste his time, but it's not enough. Decisive play from Pristini as he slides in and finds his 3rd kill in that round to close it out.
And hat trick for Gunjar in round 1. I think that was a hat trick in round 2 there for Pristini, as that's now going to be round number 2 going toward the side of E United. Nice shot there coming in from Pristini, able to find Colchan toward the end. A couple of shots tagged in his leg and finishes him off in the end. will now be reset here for round number 3. Nice shot there of Silly, man, who's had a fantastic event so far. We'll see how he can contribute throughout the rest of this map.
Seeing our bomb taken through middle map. First blood comes in as Pristine is able to take down Gunjar, and Gunless on the opposite side of the map wins his engagement at Rails. So far it's been one-on-one gunfights being won from the side of E United with no response from Team Caliber. This leaves Happy, who was the lurker for the team on the A site, the B bomb site, excuse me, completely by himself and away from the E United front on the A site.
Looks like he might try to search for some kills, maybe jump off the map, just anything to try and get his score a little bit higher. His payload's obviously incredibly important. Right, the bomber in his hands actually shuts down Silly, so 1 versus 3, not a whole lot of time. Basically waving the white flag right now is Happy, as he's going to have to try and make anything happen, but it's not going to be home. E United now with back-to-back rounds.
We got the twins on screen there. You can see Prestini to the left, R-Cities to the right. Pretty happy with their round win there. They had an opening start of everyone just winning those one-on-one engagements with ease. Silly at the moment still 0-3, but in a lot of the rounds they've won, his teammates have just been able to contribute more faster than he has, so can't really hold that against him too much. On the opposite side, though, designated bomb carrier Theory, also 0-3. Colchan pulling up the sniper. We saw what he could do in the beginning of this game. And I think he spotted that player on site. He might not have, actually, so he's going to get caught and punished for it. 2 kills going down on middle map. Happy trying to gun the third, but Silly is going to get the better of him and find his first kill. Still tagged up in the corner. Gunjar is going to play off of that communication landing and come through for the trade.
He is indeed, and of course, he does have the FTL jump if he needs to use it. Wouldn't be a bad situation. Just the fact of how fast you can earn the FTL jump.
Yeah, he got it in the second round of this game, too. He's had it pretty quickly and pretty early on.
She's watching that angle. See if he can maybe win the gunfight, but no shot's going to be home as Gunjar will clean him up from that back bowling side. And now round by round we go. That's going to be Gunjar in the final kill cam. NV4 versus NV4. This time DeVet takes it.
Yeah, Gunjar definitely is a player that excels at those long-range engagements. I think that that's a trait that he's carried with him since Black Ops 2, is being that main AR and winning those those crucial long-range engagements, and right there in that clutch moment, he's able to win his 1v1.
Archie's obviously realizing my MV4 shot wasn't really on point. I'm going to try to test it out a little bit more. Shots coming in, I believe, from Colchan on the other side, trying to find those first picks. Decides to back up. Of course, that early bomb plant already going down from Gunless. They're going to obviously realize that information and try to strike through. How can TK retake the site? They've already got 2 out of the 4 down. Archie's and Gunless left to try and clutch it up. Now it's all left up to Archie's. 1 versus 3. Couldn't clutch it up last round, but can he do it versus 2 more opponents? It's not going to go through. And just like that, that's going to be Team Caliber taking a 1-round advantage at 3-2.
Yeah, that's all TK had to do right there, outnumbering them on the retake. Just push straight up to R-Cities, who finds himself in a tough position, and finish it out. Nothing too crazy and tactical there. Just playing that numbers advantage. So you see Theory communicating a little bit there with his team as to what they want to do.
It's a great hat. I like that hat.
It says TK on it.
It does. It's also a dad hat. Apparently it's in fashion now.
Yeah, what is this trend with dad hats? Ever since Vicento won this event with the dad hat on, the entire COD scene's like, well, got to get me a dad hat. You know, why don't we? Why doesn't everyone
That's how he got success. It wasn't due to his long hours of grinding. It was due to his hat.
You know what? I think that if everyone got dad hats and mullets like Gunless,
ooh,
think about it. Think about the possibilities.
It would be an unstoppable force. That'd be for sure. But Happy already finding 1 kill in the round. He uses his reactive armor, and of course, going to get that plant down as well. We'll see how E United can force back, as they're now going to be in a 3 versus 3 situation. A few more gunfights going down, and can Silly win this one through middle map, shuts down Theory. And now it's going to be left up to a 2 versus 1. Happy left to clutch it up, and it's not able to stay alive. We continue to see these early rush plants over toward that A site. And honestly, we're actually seeing players get a lot closer toward those payloads just due to the fact of how often they're planting and also defusing the bomb.
Yes, another quick round there, as we can see. Lots of bomb plants going on offensive sides for Throwback. I think that that's something we tend to see a lot. I mean, there are teams like Optic Gaming that usually have flechette grenades prepared for it, and that's why you have to have your drone carrier running that trophy drone. But here in this instance, the bombs are going down almost uncontested until afterwards.
Curious to see if Colchan still has that sniper rifle out. It looks like he's actually going to switch over toward that K-bar, as it looks like United might be making a separate push. 1 player toward the back to try and bait. Gunless is actually going to go for that rush plant over toward that B site. We'll see how quickly TK is to adapt. You see player number 6 and player number 7 already here. That's Gunjar and Theory, veterans of this squad, and playing under the TK banner for a long time, and would love to try and progress toward that winner's bracket. A win here would be absolutely crucial. They look good so far. Theory able to start off the round with a nice kill there over on Pristini.
Theory staying alive here, trying to contribute to the team shot on the player in top blue. He's going to get wall banged. Happy's the one to take him out. Happy still becoming a factor in this. What is that? A water? What is that? That red building just in front of him, the curved one, the cylindrical shaped one. What would you call that? A water tower?
Something like that. I'm not.
It's like a
silo.
An incomplete building. Yeah,
silo maybe. Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's the word. Oh, look, more dad hats. Gunjar. I like that. Cole Chen, he has his nice flowing hair. He doesn't need one. That would ruin his hair.
We need to. Someone needs to make a nice photoshopped image of a pro COD player starter pack. Get him a pair of Yeezys, a dad hat, and what else are we missing? A Scuff sponsorship, and Scuff gaming control. Oh, we already said Scuff sponsorship. Whatever. Those are 3 things. Find the 4th. I'm not that creative. Let's see what this next round looks like. Theory, bomb carrier, taking it towards mid. Not a whole lot of support. Has to win this gunfight. He's punished for it. Now the bomb's down in the middle of the map towards rails. The player that kills him, though, I don't think that Gunless has enough time to really check and see if the bomb dropped right there. So he's actually going to run towards top food and instead try and collapse on this player on bike path.
It's a big kill that Gunjar gets on RCs yet again. He's definitely gotten the better of him throughout most of this map. Gunless now left in a position to clutch. He's done it before. He's a great active camo user. He's actually going to be on a perfect position if he can spot these players from behind.
I see they're going for the bomb. And he couldn't have known it was there unless he just very briefly peeked at it.
In a position to clutch. Can Gunless bring his team back to a level playing field at 4 apiece? Bomb going down. Question is, active camo. Do you use it in this spot? Maybe if you could find this first kill, that'd be big. Doesn't realize that player is just to the left of that picket fence. Tries to find the player on the bomb. Is able to make it happen. Can he stay alive? Actually rocks the active camo. And Gunless clutches the 1 versus 2.
That play gave me anxiety. And then he pops the camo and finishes. Oh my goodness. Excellent play with the camo right there.
We talk about how amazing he is with the active camo. He's literally in midair. Uses the camo to distract the player for not knowing where his position is, and he's able to clutch it out. What an incredible play there from Gunless to bring his team back.
And there's not a whole lot that the second TK player right here can do. You know, when you got them lined up and they pop that camo, your aim assist is gone. They're invisible, and it's really tough to respond to right there. Knowing that he's able to pop it quickly enough before the TK player can finish him off.
Gunless, I feel like it'd be a sin if I didn't go on board with you after that last round. He's currently sitting at 7 and 6. You obviously see how many times he's had bomb engagements. He actually is at 4 plants already. So that's the reason why he's already had that active camo. Looks like Pristini going to be involved in the first blood yet again. Team Caliber having Happy be their lead kill getter for the most part, 12 and 5. As kills start to continue to go throughout the map, it will be a 2 versus 3 left for United to try and clutch, just as I say that. Gunless, can you clutch it up again? You don't have active camo this time, my friend, but you definitely got the K-bar. Now going to be a 1 versus 2. Of course, he is now going to be on the offensive side. So he's got to be aware of where that bomb is, and I believe TK was at least around that position. They've got to imagine when they killed that player on the bomb that he most likely had it.
This next engagement that he gets in is going to be a big one. He's 100 points away from that Trinity rocket, and with us coming down to the closing rounds of this search and destroy, those score streaks could easily be their win factor. However, coming around the corner, Colchan pre-aiming and seeing it coming, is going to stop him off with a very clean kill.
Nice job there from Colchan. 5-4, TK. If they win this next round, they're going to be up 2-0 versus E United. Not many would expect them to take more than 1 map, and now they're potentially taking 2. E United, how can you clutch this one out?
Look at how happy is. 13 and 5 at the moment. Sitting pretty.
Looks like one player actually coming on the flank. That is going to be Gunless. They might have actually read this one. If they can find that first blood, that'd be big. Just to the fact that TK is on the offensive side, getting rushed, need to try and stay up to Gunless, but he ends up dropping some aggression that does not work out as he utters the call out to his teammates. Question is, how can Silly be that leader for the team? Instructions most likely being sent throughout their communication. notes, TK do have 2 payloads to work with. They actually have the FTL jump and active camo. You'd expect them to close it out here.
That's really scary for E United. Their plan was foiled, and it actually looked like a good one. They thought, hey, let's just play around gunless. Let him make the play. Send him on the flank. Now they find themselves 3 versus 4. The bomb is down. 40 seconds left on the clock, and if they can't get this defused, Landon, map number 2 is over, and they're down 0-2 in the series.
Nice kill there coming in from Cillian. Persini can at least get 1 kill. He can use his reactive armor, able to find that 1. Can he clutch the 1 versus 3? FTL jump used, but he actually rocks his reactive armor, and it's not going to happen. Team Caliber take a 2-0 series lead versus E United. TK coming off of a major loss versus Cloud9, 0-3, and now they're up 2-0 versus the team who's leading in pools.
Yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, we're seeing a pretty well-played series from TK so far against E United, who most people would put above them due to their recent performances on LAN at the CWL Atlanta Open, as well as their 2K performances, taking down lots of Titan-like teams in the North American Pro Division. And right now, we're seeing Team Caliber coming from that open bracket, sweeping them in hardpoint, 250-62. The search and destroy, they're going to see it. You're going to see the victory right there, 6-4. An excellent performance out of Happy throughout that entire map, and they're able to take it.
I got to ask you really quick before we head to a break. Think TK does it? You think they close it out 3-0?
Oh man,
I know it's a difficult question.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Do you think it's there? Because I'm not gonna lie, I've been surprised time after time after time. I mean, they ran through them in that hard point.
Oh yeah, for sure, steamrolled them, and it's just a question of how well United can bounce back, right? They're not used to being in this situation. They're also very inexperienced and newer players. Maybe they're not used to being under this sort of pressure. So I'm really not sure. I think that TK does close it out here within the next few maps. My original prediction was that E United is taking it, but with the way that they're looking right now, TK easily has the potential to take the rest of this series. But guys, that's going to be the end of map number 2. So we're going to cut to a commercial break and come right back with game 3 between TK and E United. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CWL Dallas Open. The TK fans are letting us know why they're one of the best fan bases in all of Call of Duty esports, getting hyped for their squad because they have a 2-0 advantage right now going up against E United. Myself, Lando, and Fox guiding you guys through the action so far on the Bravo station. Fox, what has been going wrong for this E United team so far?
They just do not look like they're playing anywhere close to their current form. We're seeing them make very silly mistakes, especially in that hard point, getting completely smashed in it. 250 to, what was it, like 64, 100-point club. They're definitely one of the stronger respawn teams that we've seen, but to get beaten in that fashion is definitely embarrassing. Then we move on to the Search and Destroy. They couldn't stop Happy. It seemed like no one was even keeping into account how far along he was getting in his payload, his score streaks, things like that, not focusing on how TK is playing the Search and Destroys. The play calls they were making were being foiled, and just what do you look for with that, right? What's going on with the United?
Right, and we'll see if they can maybe ride that wave of momentum here into the next map, which I believe is going to be Precinct Uplink. Now, when we talk about a map like Precinct Uplink, we obviously talk about the amount of slang that's kind of going on through that map. And I've heard a lot of professional pros, that's obviously the thing, pro players kind of discuss and say, you know, this is a map where, you know, the slang, it's a grind, right? You have to be consistently slaying throughout the entire map if you want to walk away with it. We obviously talk about the different sides. One side kind of preferred over the other, over toward Statue, or over toward the gas station side. So, in your opinion, which side do you more prefer? Which side do you want to kind of start on with, keeping in mind the payloads for that side too?
Getting into Precinct Uplink, I think a lot of teams are getting a lot better at running dunks in towards where we see Sushi is at, right?
Yeah.
So coming from Ticket Booth side towards Sushi, you can get that statue control. You can get that middle map control because that's definitely crucial, as well as the map pressure around Orange. No one can flank you, and you really only have to worry about players that'll jump out right in front of you in the open, and the escort for the drone carriers should be able to take out that player. So I'm sure once we see the map fly through, we can paint that picture a little bit better for you, but on Precinct Uplink, that's going to be the name of the game.
Indeed it will be. I like the nice little introduction we got there. But of course, time to look here at the rig draft for, like we said, map number 3. Team Caliber looking fantastic. Stellar performances from a lot of their players. You know, we kind of highlighted players like Gunjar, Theory as well throughout that first respawn. And then it was a happy show. 15-5 in that Search and Destroy. If you're looking at E United, when it comes down to Uplink, Fox, is there a specific player that really needs to go off for them? Or obviously it needs to be a team presence, but one player specifically to kind of lead that charge?
Looking at Uplink, I want to see Gunless. I want to see Mullet Gunless on the stage right now. I want to see Mullet Gunless bring it back and try and perform a little bit for E United here. I don't particularly want that, but that's definitely what you need at home if you're an E United fan. Now, looking at the side of Team Caliber, they got the crowd behind them. They had the momentum on coming off of a loss to beating one of these stronger teams in the tournament. So they definitely have that going for them right now, as well as the clutch factor. This could very well be the end of the series, and if you're a TK fan, that's exactly what you want to hear.
Oh, for sure. And when we talk about that ever-covetous LAN League spots that only 9 North American teams are going to possess, of course, both these teams from North America, means so much. Of course, we do talk about Precinct Uplink. It's now time to focus our attention over toward this particular map. It's one that we said, it's a grind. You've got to continue that slaying. We've seen a lot of overtime so far throughout Infinite Warfare when it comes down to it. A lot of quick pushes. And, of course, we always discuss those 2 major players who are going to be rocking those rigs of having both the active camo and the overdrive plays huge when it comes down to the latter, maybe 1 to 2 minutes of the game.
All right, so we're starting things off with Gunjar, who's always a pleasure to watch when he's in position with his NV4s. You can see the opening engagement. He already got the better of that player, bringing him down to 1 shot. E United, though, baiting and switching, sending Pristini at him with the E-Rad to close that gap. That's going to be a big win for them, and now they have a decent presence around middle map. TK, though, are able to come through and pinch, and Arcades wasn't able to contribute a whole lot to that team fight.
Here comes Happy with a little bit of team support in front of them. They're going to wrap that toward that gas side. Thankfully, they're actually getting a nice, helpful spawn. Toss over toward that back alley. That's actually going to be Theory who's ready and waiting for that one. Decides to wrap back through. Continuing with those lead blockers, Gunjar and Colchan continue to slay out. Happy finds that one on Arcades, and there's the pass. Early 2 points going for TK. As that's going to be the dunk that gets knocked through within the first 45 seconds.
Happy has yet to die, currently up 4-0, finds 2 players running out of alleyway. They don't even think to check that corner, and Happy's going to punish him for it, staggering those spawns a little bit and trying to give his team some time, and just that he does. We see Colchan is able to grab the drone and bring it up through middle map again. However, these big engagements coming from Orange, as I mentioned, that part of the map is so crucial for control, need to come in their favor if they want to move the drone. Since they don't, E United's going to take it right back, Landon.
Absolutely, they will. We'll see if they can maybe even get a push here on early. There's actually player number 6 toward the back Theory to try and stop this push from going through. So about one player over on Statue, that's going to be Aristides. Gets taken out, and that will now delay the push for the side of E United for now. Nice turn on there from Silly as he actually puts 3 down in the kill feed. Happy still trying to hold that line toward that back Statue due to the fact of how hot of a start he's had in these respawns. Pulls out the Scarab. This man is 10-3 right now. He is continuing his streak, not just through the first respawn, but to the Search and Destroy and this uplink.
Yeah, this has been Happy's story throughout this series. Starting it off triple positive. He was triple positive in the hard point, triple positive in the Search and Destroy. He's just pouring it on to E United right now, and no one can respond to it. He's just playing his own game.
He's got like a 15 KD probably at this point. Probably not. But either way, Happy being a major difference maker when it comes down to TK's success. Of course, still only a 1 possession advantage right now for them, but E United, can they get some momentum under their belts? That's going to be the question now as Gunless, with that drone in hand, has an opportunity to go for the 1-point play. Well, will it be home? It's just going to be short, actually, but can the rebound be there? Goonjar is there for the stop, potentially, but no, the rebound will come through, and that one has been reset. Silly is there for that. Tosses that one off to a teammate, Aristides, and that's going to be a 2-point play. They're put in quick. I couldn't even switch the players fast enough due to how fast those passes were coming in. As E United respond, we're now level at 2.
Now we have United positioned around Statue. Got one player in Ticket Booth that Aristides has to worry about, but he also needs to worry about being bait and switch just like we saw in the beginning of the game. So you can see he's playing pretty carefully about it. Catches Theory, who looked like he was trying to set that play up. He's going to find Cole Shannon. Now, this is going to be an E United offensive run here, Landon.
And this should be at least a 1. This is a very difficult 1-pointer to hit, and it actually is going to fall through. Beautiful shot there coming in from Gunless. And a lot of times you'll see players go for that, and it quickly gets reset. There's a very, very small room for error when it comes down to that toss, but he'll make it worth.
Yeah, it's really hard to show everyone just how hard it is to hit that shot. You also have to know that there's no one on their side that can even get in range to intercept it. It's really tough. So definitely big credit to them for hitting that one.
Here comes some more streaks. We'll see how that influences the push. That's coming in currently from the side of E United. Pristini getting more and more of those kills. Passes that one off to his teammate Gunless. That's obviously going to get him closer toward the active camo. Good to see that well awareness of who the bigger payloads are when it comes down to this map. Good overall coming from the side of E United. Good communication, excuse me, as they're now going to be up by 3 with just over a minute remaining.
This should be a dunk right here. Gunless is actually going to stay on the point after they captured their previous one so that he would force the TK players to have to wrap back through middle. As they do that, the rest of E United wins those gunfights and gives him the ability to stay there and go for a dunk, putting 2 more points on the board. Pristini replicates that but by himself, which gives Gunless yet another opportunity to get the pass and put that dunk in. And now we're looking at a fully streaked out Gunless sitting in the base of TK.
E United are looking like a well-oiled machine. Pristini currently sitting at 16-9. Looks like Gunless as well, making a big impact there. Team Caliber started off with those first 2 points. Well, it's been a 7-0 run for E United. After that, 25 seconds left in this first half. Gunless continuing to try and be a little bit of a nuisance over toward that Ticket Booth side. The last few seconds underway. It would be good if TK could maybe try and not even allow another scoring opportunity to happen because they've been stuck in their base for a while. And Gunless wants to keep that streak continuing. Can he go for yet again another 1-point toss? He finds the angle, and yet again 2 for 2 in what is such a difficult shot to hit, Fox.
He's going to have such massively inflated uplink stats after this map. In one half, he finds himself putting 8 points on the board, 8 unanswered points. It seemed like TK, they just wanted to continue overextending, and in the process, they fed him score streaks, and now they're in trouble for the second half.
They are indeed. E United, have they officially woken up? Of course, we talked about TK. He's already played 2 games today. E United, this is actually their first. So maybe a little bit of that, morning kind of waking up, not really being used to playing some Call of Duty. Some, maybe obviously just a little bit of a...
And also not warming up.
Right. So with that, we'll see if E United has finally picked things up as we load in here toward the second half of this uplink here on Precinct. If you're just joining us, of course, TK taking the first 2 maps in this best-of-5 series. We'll see potentially if United can force that map number 3. Is actually 3 start to fall. This is exactly what TK needs. Happy now with that drone in hand, getting closer and closer to that overdrive. Obviously not the perfect position most likely to use it, but he's going to go for the 1-point toss, and that one's going to go through. Continuing to go on a streak. Happy starts to fill the kill feed. Silly ends up finding 2, and Theory is there for that drone reset.
Theory wants to take point here. He doesn't exactly have enough cover, so this is kind of where he values his life and just tries to pepper the enemy team so this team can come and trade it up. He finds a kill, doing more than he even needed to in that situation when there's some players behind him to follow it up too. That's going to be Happy contributing to this push. But E United just keeps pouring it on. As soon as they spawn up, they're pushing towards this point. They're not letting any one-point plays go in.
We also talk about Happy, who's had a fantastic performance. He's currently sitting at 20 and 15. He's already earned his overdrive. And normally you're going to earn this one toward maybe the latter half of a match, maybe like the last minute 30, when you're going to have that one. He's already had this since the beginning of this half. So maybe if you can start to have some more team pressure around him, that could be the momentum that TK needs. They performed incredibly well in that first respawn. We'll see how this next respawn fares. E United obviously in a fantastic position as it stands currently. So he decides to back up through that corner inside of Orange. Looks to engage. It's a big gunfight that Theory ends up winning. That's now going to delay the push and maybe could turn that defensive play in now to an offensive one. That control over toward that back statue side. TK continue to push. Theory ends up falling. 2 players left up for United as that drone is going to be reset, and Colt Chain is waiting for that.
United just keeps flooding in from their point towards the cube here into statue. TK doesn't seem to exactly have that great of an answer to it yet. They're not trading out more effectively than E United is.
All right, Colt Chan finds 2, nearly finds a 3rd there. Silly remaining on that statue. Really, if he can just kind of sit here and act like that statue AR, no pun intended, obviously, it could be big for them holding that line. But Arstees is actually on the other side of the map, making his way toward that gas sign. Actually passes it over to the enemy. He'll make Theory pay for it. Some of the streaks beginning to come down.
You see right there, the medal is called the Okie Doke. I
saw that too, and I was like, "Is that? Am I missing something?" Or
we
what?
typically have those turned off in COD casting mode. It's interesting to see it there, but the dunk comes in here. United goes up by another 2 points. 2.5 minutes into this half, Landon, and TK is looking pretty quiet now.
Yeah, it's just not looking good for them. Obviously, when we kind of look at things, of course, RC is using that overdrive. We talk about how payloads can be incredibly influential. Colt Chain might have to settle for the 1-point toss, and that one's not even going to go through. Arstees, a big stop there. 3 players jumping up to stop that shot from going through. Arstees happens to find that one in his hands as TK looked to try and reset, trying to go back to the drawing board, as that drawing board has most likely been absolutely massacred due to the fact of Arstees' play up to this point. And continuing on, 2-minute warning. This is just not looking good if you're a TK fan at the moment.
Yeah, we've got E United. They just had full control of this portion of the map. Like, TK has had very little response to their presence around statue. They would have occasionally had like a couple of kills here on mid coming from either Colt Chain or Theory. But with Colt Chain going double negative, you can't really rely on that. With Theory not being one of the top tier slayers to be able to keep up with the E United guys, again, not something you can rely on. It's just not looking pretty for them, this map.
Happy rocks that overdrive. We'll see if they can maybe try and end their drought. He used this actually to get a clutch score versus iGame. A little bit of a fluky wall run, but he's able to make it happen. We talked about him actually being a very good user of that movement back in Black Ops 3. He was credited incredibly well when he was actually on the previous DT squad toward the latter parts, beginning actually of Season 1. Now finds himself on the TK squadron. And Silly for the E United team trying to shut down the side of TK. Actually, 4 do go down here. So while it is incredibly unlikely, there's still a potential here, Fox, for them to make that comeback. If they can maybe start to rally, do exactly the same thing that United did to them, it could be looking up potentially.
They got 50 seconds to score 7 points. I'm not seeing it happen, especially on the offensive front that has failed in the exact same way every time. Even if they do get these kills, E United just floods again from the front and responds. The score streaks finally come in, the ones that Gunless got from the first half. So as soon as they make a mistake, they had those score streaks to clean it right up for them.
Theory, consolation kills is all it will be. It's going to be E United who are going to stay alive.
Out-trading them here.
In this map number 3, TK, despite having 2 incredibly strong maps, E United, potentially the Giant, has officially woken up. As it looks like main Slayer throughout that map. Silly continuing on a fantastic performance here at CWL Dallas. Gunless fires away with the last dunk, and that's going to do it. E United take map number 3, 13-5.
I think a lot of the time when you see these teams in the professional division and getting time and practice with a lot of the other, top 8 teams and such, they tend to be a lot better at uplink than people coming from the open bracket, right? I think it's just because when you have that practice regimen playing against the best of the best in that game mode, and it's also only one of the 2 respawn games, or one of the 3 respawn game modes played in a best of 5, you typically see score lines like that where the pro team just kind of stomps. Now, whether or not that's an indication of how E United is able to reverse sweep here, I'm not sure. I don't see TK taking 2 hard points off of them, but I also didn't see them stomping them in the first hard point. So I definitely think it could go either way here. E United, I feel like it's equally likely that E United reverse sweeps as TK just taking this next map.
Yeah, we'll see obviously how that does go down. Hardpoint Throwback, I believe, is going to be the next map. Early thoughts when it comes down to Hardpoint on Throwback?
My early thoughts would have to go to what Happy's going to do. We've seen that in every map. He's contributed something majorly to the success of TK on the map. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough on Uplink. We saw that the team was not able to win those overall team fights and gun battles. The trades were very easily going in favor of E United when the sides switched. And they also fed gunless streaks where he was able to get 8 points in a row. So, and Happy, amongst all of that, was still able to contribute massively. So I think that it's going to come down to how he performs in this hard point and whether or not E United has just finally woken up in this series. So, Throwback hardpoint again. If you're just tuning in, Team Caliber 1 map away from closing out this series. This is a best of 5, so the first to 3 game wins is the victor. TK is just coming off of their loss to Cloud9, which was a very difficult match to think. I think they lost that one 3-0 to them. Cloud9 seems like they're coming a bit more to form here. We also have E United and Cloud9 kind of fighting for that #1 spot in their group.
Indeed they do. Of course, we've had some very interesting results so far at the CWL Dallas Open, and this series is definitely living up to that particular pedestal that we're kind of leaning in at too. So when it comes down to things like Throwback Hardpoint, I know we kind of discussed earlier strategies when it comes down to this particular map. Obviously, heavily influenced when it comes down to having that bar control, kind of in some cases the money hill for that map. You could also kind of consider that one back in baseball field as well, depending on how you can control it, hold the spawns and whatnot. So, in your opinion, you think United makes the reverse sweep, or at least forces the game?
As long as they don't play it the way they played Breakout, like at all, I think that they should be able to do fine. This is definitely a map you should expect to see E United produce a decent performance on. I think that was just a sort of a lapse of a moment in that first hard point. That's not something you should expect for them to repeat. There are definitely outliers in performances at times, and I think that was one of them. So I look to see this be a much closer hard point than the first one.
Definitely agree. Well, of course, it's now time here to load into map number 4. I believe we're getting ready to load in here toward the rig draft, give you an idea as to what to expect when it comes down to these players' payloads as well as their traits. I don't believe we're going to see anything too out of the ordinary, but of course, it's always a good talking point to bring up. Centurion, very, very useful when it comes down to specifically that Barn Hill.
Yes, on both sides we are seeing the same payloads. The more effective ones that you should pay attention to throughout the hardpoint will be FTL jump, which is one of the faster payloads to achieve. Active camo, which we saw how much of a factor it was in the gunfight on Search and Destroy on Throwback in this very series. You can definitely turn the tide if you can win yourself one gunfight and then a second for your teammate, giving you a lot more map pressure and influence on the spawns. Reactive armor is something else that can also turn the tide because people don't see it coming. It's a very jarring, just quick thing that happens that gives you a bit more survivability. So you can challenge gunfights that you previously wouldn't even consider trying.
Right.
The Centurion, though, is what you'll see in the later stages of the game. If it ends up being really close, that can be the deciding factor as to how you place that Centurion and how the enemy team responds to it.
For sure. Well, time to load in here toward map number 4. If you're just joining us, E United currently down 1 maps to 2 versus the side of Team Caliber. Team Caliber took map number 1 at 250-62. That was the last hardpoint that we just witnessed, but in that last uplink, it looks like E United have officially woken up. They started slow out of the gates, but they're looking to try and bring this one back, trying to force that game number 5. Question is, can they do it? As we're going to hop on board with Colchin here off the start. Looks like Gunless actually fitting to go with that E-Rad. I know he's been using that throughout some of the matches that I'm going to be able to cast over him with. It looks like he's starting out pretty well with it. Currently sitting at 3-0. Now make it 4-0.
There it is. Gunless getting in their face. Finds 3-4 opening kills to start off the map. 2 of his teammates haven't even really had to contribute too much. Silly, though, is going to find that free time to the hard point and say thank you very much and take it with no problem until one player comes into his face. That's going to be Colchan, but he's able to respond and take him down.
Theory trying to get involved. Happy as well. We talked about Happy's contribution when it comes down to a lot of their victories. Had a stellar performance in both the hardpoint and the Search and Destroy. Definitely a player to be looking at. Of course, Theory is as well. As it looks like contention still going over toward the side of Team Caliber. Shots coming through. It looks like the rotation now is going to be on everyone's minds. E United starts to force their way through middle. Of course, once the time starts to tick down. But TK currently in control of those spawns. The question is, can they break?
TK has the setup, but E United has the kills, and those first 2 kills are to the players holding the spawns. So that's a clean and swift break coming from the side of E United. Gunjar is trying to be the first line of attack for the side of TK. He's doing so pretty successfully so far, but it doesn't seem like anyone else can win the gunfights here.
United holding quite a bit of time. Shots coming toward the side. Colchan ends up shaking him down. 2 players now up for the side of United as they look to fall. Gunless, though, still wants to fight for this time. Of course, trying to maybe wait for his teammates to try and get that pinch through. E-Red in hand has definitely been incredibly strong when it comes down to that weapon. I know kind of coming into this event, a lot of people were kind of curious because Gunless ended up tweeting out once, I believe CWL Paris ended up ending out. He was saying, this game just feels a lot slower to me. It's just not necessarily like the way that I thought it was going to be once Atlanta ended, and maybe that E-Red is kind of speeding up that game to where he last left it at Atlanta.
Yeah, and I think that the E-Red could definitely help him out with that. He was having some issues with his pacing and everything like that, trying to adjust to how the rest of the teams are moving in the pro scene. Maybe that could help his play out a little bit. And you saw right there, he had to hesitate a little bit. That was entirely intentional. He wanted to wait for his team to move up towards or with him before he could keep and actually utilize the pressure of that submachine gun.
Happy ends up falling quickly. They're nearly earning that Trinity Rocket. Unfortunately, his streak at 4 will end. Nice shots there coming in from Silly. Continuing to be a nuisance when it comes down to these respawns. Currently sitting at 9 and 5. Gunless sitting at 9 and 8. It's on the side of Team Caliber. Pretty consistent overall, but it will be E United with a little bit of a lead for now as 3 start to fill up the kill feed. Red overtaking blue at the moment. Players spawning toward that back limb inside, not having a whole lot of success, but Gunless still trying to hold the line. Of course, picking up that K-bar, and it looks like the streaks coming in from Happy will actually pay off there.
Ooh, Gunjar behind enemy lines. Can't win the gunfight, though. He's able to take down Silly, but RCDs is there for the trade. Happy still being a nuisance and not giving up this scrap time for free. Great play out of him. He's just trying to stay alive and wait for his team to get some presence while also rejecting E United's free scrap time.
Theory is here for that early contention. Now, one thing that I noticed when we've been seeing actually TK and actually that series versus iGame, which actually qualified them for pool play. One thing that I really like to see from Team Caliber was when Theory was getting aggressive. Every time that Theory was kind of in their face, constantly being a little bit of a nuisance. Granted, he wasn't going positive every time, but he was at least distracting the enemy and kind of being a constant nuisance to free up a lot of free seconds for his squad. That's when they started to see success. The question is that can he continue on to that? Can he be in the face of the opposition? Because it looks like Gunjar, despite finding 3, E United might have had a break here.
Yeah, they're going to need it, and it's looking like E United's opting to just flood all players straight through blue. They're not sending in anyone through underpass. They're having all 4 players try and brute force their way through this. If TK is set up properly, they should be able to respond to it pretty easily. As you can see, though, 2 kills, 3 kills from Silly on his own. Last engagement going down between Happy and Silly, and Silly just went through there by himself and did a lot of damage. I thought for sure TK was going to hold that a bit cleaner than what they did.
After the first set of rotations, Team Caliber with a little bit of a lead. 7-point advantage for them for right now. Of course, as we rotate here back toward that train platform, preferred spawns currently still in control of the side of, I believe, E United. Spawning toward that back barn side. RCDs with that MB4 continuing to try and hold toward that bike path. Street finds one, finds a second. Nice win there over on Gunjar. Nearly turns for the third, but his teammates are there, and he's able to find that one as well. RCDs being a one-man wrecking crew currently on that 4 spree sitting on the hill.
1 player top food. RCD is going to read that, pre-aim, and wait. Now he's awarded himself a couple more points to inch his way closer to those score streaks. If you take a look at the bottom right-hand corner, he is 200 points away from getting the Trinity Rocket, and he's reading these spawns so well from TK that he's going to be rewarded with 2 more kills. Just before he can get the bombardment, he's taken down, thanks to RCD on the side of E United.
It's freeing up so much time for E United. Of course, we talked about how it was an advantage after that first half. Well, first held down, and E United automatically has around a 25-second lead. Rotation starting to come in. They also have those preferred spawns, but not if TK has anything to say about it. Theory trying to be a nuisance. FTL jump gets rocked, but it doesn't matter. Silly drops, and Theory nearly finds another one there. That was over on Gunless. Not going to go through, and TK continues to hold these spawns right now through Barn. But E United does not want to give any time away. They realize how valuable these seconds in Barn are to the entire match.
United leading by 20 seconds, 10 seconds, and counting down, though, because TK is in control. I did mention that this hard point should certainly be closer than the first one, and both of these teams intend to put on a show this time around. Lots of gunfights going down, trading going back and forth. E United still opting to just flood in from blue side. They're trying to get players through to the back as TK is all coming in from underpass and one coming in from lemon. Gunfights going in favor of TK as Colchan finds an opening. There we go. Again, trading. Both teams just death matching on this point, Landon.
Indeed they are, and of course we take a look toward that right scorecard as we get ready to rotate here over toward that bike path hard point. You kind of see Colchan not really having the greatest game, to say the least. 14 and 22 as it stands. Other players from Team Caliber definitely trying to rise to the occasion, playing fairly decent. The side of United, pretty consistent play. Silly though, continuing to destroy when it comes down to these respawns. He has definitely been, to me, the MVP so far throughout their pool play matches. And hopefully, if he can continue on to try to force the game 5, they can even get that clean sweep through their group.
They just need this consistent performance out of Silly throughout the rest of the map. He cannot take any breaks at all. As you can see, TK has actually taken the lead by just a few seconds. We were mentioning that they were in control in Barn. We mentioned that this is so much closer of a game than that first hard point where TK steamrolled them. But now they're in dangerous waters. TK is 120 seconds away from closing out this game. There's still a lot of hard points to be played though.
They didn't actually flip the spawns in that particular engagement, so as 3 do go down, you see Arshti's trying to be incredibly aggressive, switches to that K-bar, definitely the weapon of choice. Spawning a few from behind, another player toward the back. This is a big gun engagement that he's not actually able to win. Colchan will be the victor in that particular exchange. Players spawning over toward that field side. Colchan, if he can be aggressive, you see he's definitely going to turn his game around. That's been the reason why TK's had so much success going on the wall run, potentially. Can he stay alive to shut down this player? Coming in from blue, thankfully too, some teammate support. Gunjar is there. Looks like Gunless actually ends up using the active camera to try to get behind enemy lines, ends up using that one great, and that could be a little bit of a break, the potential break that E United needs to get back into this game here, Fox.
Again, they're opting to have all players fled through blue, so let's see how TK responds to it this time. The first time it looked like they got a little overwhelmed. This time it seems that they're well prepared for it, although they do still have 2 players, player 2, Theory, and player 4, Colchan, moving more towards middle map. So that's going to work out for our cities who can call in those score streaks and forcing them to go that way.
10 seconds left in baseball field. Looks like it is going to go over toward E United. Last 2 players, Gunjar and Colchan, both dropping. Rotations coming back toward that middle map as we reset yet again. Team Caliber still with the lead, despite having some good moments coming in from Arshtis toward that second side of rotations, having that big 3-piece, which guaranteed his team a lot of time. Regardless, TK have been the more consistent squad, and it's definitely showing as Happy actually gets a beautiful shockwave kill there. And Arshti still holding that MV4 toward that bike path side. This
is where we mentioned that Centurion can come into play. Arshti's has access to his. Once we get into these points like Barn or this one that even they're close to right now, which is on bike path, that's where we can see it come into play, and teams have to focus fire that down, but it can be so difficult when placed around corners.
Indeed it is. United have officially tied this game, and in fact they'll even take the lead for now, as they've definitely had a fantastic performance when it comes down to that original hill over on train platform, but the rotations that are coming in toward Barn, the spawns, incredibly important. Happy trying to watch that flank to potentially be coming in here through that bike path side. No one going to be home for now, but he could end up finding himself on a flank. Needs to try to turn around. I don't know how he ends up finding that kill on Gunless, but it will happen regardless. Pristini using that reactive armor that's going to solidify that gunfight. Finishes that one over on Colchan. E United getting closer and closer to that 200-point mark.
He needs to stay alive here and get these streaks though, and 50 points away, and he gets gunned in his back. Gunjar with the double kill. That's a big break for TK because they're able to stop that second Scarab. It would have been both RCDs and himself with that Scarab. So now they just have to sit pretty, hold this defensively. Colchan's in a good position, but Prestini snipped it right out.
Centurion sitting in the back of the map is definitely kind of being a little bit of a nuisance for the side of a United. See that working for Happy potentially. Shuts down Gunless. Tries to find the second one though. Silly will win that particular gun engagement. Gunjar is there for the trade as this map starts to go back and forward. TK filling up the kill feed, unfortunately with a team kill there. Pristini still trying to challenge for these last few seconds. Colchan is there. Colchan has started to turn his entire game around. Granted, he's still negative, but he's definitely been a major influence, and he finds that kill. You can see he's starting to heat up. United will be granted those last few seconds as we start to look toward that rotation over toward bike path. There should be a very contest-heavy hill. If TK can start to get some kills in their favor, this could be them starting to take a little bit more of a lead.
Silly's 2-piece right there is opening things up in a big way for E United. If they can push through here, they can actually upset the spawns and try and take control of bowling early on if they want to. They also have access to the Centurion. This is definitely a big moment to use it. Pristini's in position, but he's going to lose the gunfight to Happy's in V4. This is where you want to see RCDs contribute, but he has to sit inside the point. The Scarab comes out. He should be able to tag up this player around the corner. Excellent use of the score streaks, and imagine if they had 2 of them here.
Yeah, great trigger discipline coming in there for that scare. Wait till he's tied up and ends up shutting him down in the end as 3 start to fall for TK. This could be exactly what E United needs, as RC still has, like you said, that possession of that Centurion. I think this next hill is definitely the hill to use it on.
For sure. He's going to be using it on statue. As we can see, E United should be able to close out this hill with the scrap time. The rotation needs to come into statue, though, and TK has beaten them on this hill every single time.
Starting to come down to the wire. TK currently holding it down, trying to set up camp potentially as TK start to maybe even fall as Happy ends up dropping Pristini coming through the side, tries to maybe find at least one, finds one, killing nearly, find the second. FTL jump gets rocked, but he's there for the trade. Pristini will find that one in the end. This is an incredibly close match, currently tied. As we look toward a baseball field, can Pristini make something happen? He ends up falling toward that back bowling side. Silly is still alive inside of the hill. FTL jump potentially to use as TK desperately need to break right now.
United 15 seconds away from continuing their attempt at a reverse sweep. While we have TK 25 seconds from closing out the series at 3-1, they're still fighting back and forth. Every single hill has been so scrappy with endless trading and death matching. Colchan diving right in with the wall run. The kills look like they're going in favor of E United. They all spun out towards blue, and this is not a time to wrap towards middle. Actually, no, this is a perfect time to wrap towards middle map because they can get set up for the next hard point. There's no sense pushing in through blue.
Colchan!
TK gets that middle map control here, and you can see it paying off in a big way.
Only 3 more seconds left for E United. Can TK make the comeback? You can actually see that Centurion, where Colchan had placed that one previously, is actually being a continuous nuisance due to the fact that that's where the E United players are spawning on. Only a few more seconds, and Colchan starts to go on a spree. Arsty's the last man alive, trying to hold the last few seconds, but no one is there for the contestation. E United are able to clutch up. You see Pristini, Arsty's, all of them getting incredibly hype. And that's going to be a Game 5 force for E United. Arsty's in your final kill cam, grabs the last few kills that are solidified. As that's going to do it. We're going to a Game 5 here, Fox.
E United coming through in a big way in that hard point. What was an incredibly scrappy and intense back and forth hard point, they're able to close it out in the end. TK had the right play call to wrap from blue towards mid through rails, but getting there, Colchan's excellent play on top of that train just wasn't enough. E United focused and prioritized that objective so well and were able to finish the job.
Indeed. Of course, we do apologize. Score not exactly up to date. TK doesn't end up winning that one. We will be seeing a Game 5. It should be a very interesting match to watch. I know we talked about, E United's success. They start to kind of turn things around, but we got to give massive credit. I was thinking E United, potentially, could they sweep that one through? No. TK still looking to be a dominant force. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, Game number 5 between E United and Team Caliber. We'll be back.
Hello and welcome. All the TK fans at home and in the venue are hyped right now. They want to see their team close it out in Game 5. If you're an E United fan, you want to see them complete their reverse sweep. This has been a very intense series. A lot of unexpected results within the first few maps of this series, where TK had a colossal finish in the first hard point, an excellent performance in the search and destroy. A lot of this has been on the back of Happy. Landon, what are you thinking going into this Game 5 between these two teams?
I mean, to be honest, I really don't know what to expect. I know one thing's for sure is that we definitely got to go on board with Happy quite a bit. In that first search and destroy that we ended up seeing for map number 2, in which case they won that one versus E United. Happy ended up going, I believe, 15-3 or something along those lines. He had an absolute incredible performance. So when it comes down to the side of TK, I think if we can continue to see him have a dominant performance, that's where TK could start to make a run. The question, and the reason why I start to bring them up, is because E United, they're on that reversal sweep train, potentially, right? They're got to be feeling the momentum. They obviously narrowly clutch out that last hard point. They've got to be feeling good, and obviously TK has in the back of their mind, nobody wants to be reverse swept, especially how good that they were looking in those first 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, getting reverse swept, a devastating way to lose in any context. And here, as we hop into search and destroy, I don't particularly know who's going to be running the ERAD for the side of E United. It looks like it's going to be several players this time around. I know that the ERAD is a very popular weapon coming over to the A-bomb site here, so I'm looking to see some gunfights between the likes of Theory and those ERAD players on E United.
Bomb is down. Persini currently looking over toward middle. Spots one player just off the corner. Happy there. Nice team shots actually coming in. Finds that headshot there on Persini for the first blood. Kills starting to go down. Gunless obviously realizing he needs to wrap back. Minus spotted one player over toward that U side. One there, traded for Arshties. Gunless, can he find this kill? Actually able to make it happen, but Gunjar is there, but can he get the turn on? It's not going to go through. Gunjar will clutch that one out. That'll be a defusal and a round number 1 victory for the side of TK.
This is what I mentioned earlier on, too, is I think that's something that's going to be a factor here in this map specifically, is the clutch factor of some of these players on TK. More specifically, Gunjar and Kolchan. I look to see them do big things here. But you also have to take into account Happy. His performance has been consistent throughout this entire series. He had some poor moments in the map that we just finished on that hard point, but overall, he's definitely had a good series.
Oh, without question. Of course, if you get ready loaded here toward round number 2, we'll have to see how the side of E United can respond. Trying to see if we see potentially any sniper play. That'll obviously be out of Arshties, but due to the fact of them being together, not going to have to use that one in this particular play. TK playing a little bit slow here. Arshties might be finding himself in a pretty over-aggressive situation. Side's going back up. Gunless as well. Gonna have that K-bar in hand, kind of fiddling on the wall run, and unfortunately, due to some unfortunate movement, he's going to drop for the first blood.
The jammer grenade probably threw him off a little bit right there, too, and we see he's going to fall to his death. Leaving E United in a 3 versus 4 situation against Team Caliber. And with TK being on offense, that just made their lives a whole lot easier.
It did. Looks like Theory finds a nice pick there on Prestini, but Silly is there for the trade. 2 versus 3. E United left to try and hold the line. Not going to be in a position to stop this bomb plant from going down, so that's going to obviously enhance the chances for TK. So start to group up together. Player number 4, Silly, getting in a few gun engagements, waiting for his teammate to try and challenge from the side. Able to challenge one, but now Arshties is left all by his lonesome. 1 versus 2. The bomb is down. How do you clutch this one out, my good friend? That's how you do it, but that's going to be another round for
man.
Team Caliber.
Look
you see the
TK
entire
energy.
venue. The entire venue is watching this series, as it has been an incredible one up to this point. But TK starting off great when it comes in the search and destroy. They're up 2-0.
Bro, the energy from the TK fans, I said this earlier, is so contagious, man. Just seeing them brightens my day. They're always so happy and following their team through whatever. This open bracket run that this team has made to get into this pool is obviously a huge, huge momentum boost for those fans, and this has to be a big moment. They're up 2-0. 4 rounds away from closing it out, but there's still plenty of time for E United to respond.
Oh, for sure. And of course, we'll see how that one can go. Round number 3, E United now on the offensive end. Gunless bomb in his hand is Arshties. Able to find that first pick on Happy. That's going to be big. Going on the wall run, needs to try and stay alive, but Arshties is actually there, and Gunless is as well. Now it's going to be left up to Kolchan as Arshties actually falls off the map, but it doesn't matter. E United is there for the trade. Back-to-back rounds where players fall off the map. Thankfully, though, in that particular exchange, E United does have the man-count advantage and can solidify that round in their favor. I think they need to stay away from the wall runs.
Yeah, those pitfalls can be dangerous, right? What's even down there? Is it just like,
I have no
fog
idea.
down there?
Just
Do
more
we-
sand, and more sand.
Like Legos? Just step on a Lego, man.
What an unfortunate death
Oh,
to die in a
sick
pit
memes.
of Legos.
Sick memes there. All right, so we're seeing the middle push with the bomb here. Happy actually exposes himself quite a bit there, almost to 2 different E United players, so he knows he's going to dip back in here and try and angle himself away from the others. Pokes back out just at the right time, though, for the team shot, and he's able to find himself a kill. Definitely great communication and coordination that worked out right there. Now we have a 3 versus 3, and Happy's looking to get reunited. He's tagged up on his way. You do not want your bomb carrier dying on mid-map.
See Happy getting a little bit too aggressive, has to back up toward his teammates. Nearly gets dropped with that bomb. That could have been a terrible spot for that bomb to be dropped, especially through middle. I believe that was Arshties was holding. Is they're actually going to wrap here toward this A site. If you look at the mini-map, E United on the complete opposite part of the map over on B.
Yeah, and this is a pretty typical scenario we see on Crusher. This is definitely something that teams have to practice over and over again whenever they play this map. It's all about the rotations and how you go on and like look at where the bomb is planted and try and guess how the enemy team is set up around it. TK, if you take a look at the top left corner of the mini-map, they opted to plant it for hallway. So they're setting up a bit farther away and a little bit more passively to watch the bomb.
Happy in a very crucial spot. One player is actually going to be on that bomb right now. That is Arshties going for the sneak defuse. I don't think Happy even realizes it. Going to switch over to Arshties really quick. Is he going to get the defusal off? And he is. The ninja defuse will come in. A kill at the end. You can obviously see Happy there. Kind of unfortunate. He was actually looking at the bomb the entire time, but just due to the fact of E United starting to provide some presence, made him have to stray away.
Yeah, that's the face of disappointment right there.
He actually finds 2 kills there for Archie, so he gets the defusal plus those 2 kills. That's big for his payload, which is the Centurion.
For sure. It was a great push right there because they were able to send someone on the high wall run. Hey, kiss cam!
Can you imagine?
Able to send someone on the high wall run there.
Oh, my.
And distract him and force him to back down so you couldn't watch the bomb. And then he just stick it. So definitely a play call coming from the side of E United.
After 5 rounds, Archdies is literally an assist away from earning that trophy drone. Of course, Sniper in the back, and he can play much more of a factor than he probably realizes at the moment, tossing out that blackout grenade. Only an Oni to work with for now. As TK start to foil it toward the back, you can obviously see United kind of curious. Maybe he need to provide some more presence there for Arshty. He's going to call out to his teammates that TK is here for the push, but there's still one player here. That's going to be Gunjar. Question is, can they spot him or not? Finds one, tries to find the second though. Gunless is there for the trade. 3 versus 3. Bomb is down. Colchan skying through skying through. Tries to find one, can't find the second. Now Gunless is left in a 1 versus 2 situation. 2 players in front of him. 15 seconds left to work with it. It's not going to go through. TK respond with a major round as the defusal will come in, as they're now going to lead 3 rounds to 2.
Big round from them, stopping that flow of E United. We saw that RCDs was able to plant that bomb, get some damage and some kills onto those players for TK. So TK being able to respond back so soon, definitely big for the momentum.
Indeed it is. Happy, the guy we've been talking about so far throughout the search and destroys. It's been a major difference maker. Dropped 15 kills in that first search. He was obviously involved in that final kill cam. Currently second in the entire lobby, but first for his team as far as the kill column is considered. It's now time to see what TK can produce when it comes in offense. Yet another hit toward this A site. Most likely going to see a rush plant here from Theory.
And this is what I mentioned. Whenever you see Theory pull out the E route on this map, he is always hitting this route with the bomb, with his team to the bomb site. And so no competition on this part of the map from E United. Expect to see them rotate and try and finish this off in a similar manner to the last time. You see them planting it in the exact same spot, but setting up on the opposite side of the hallway. That's E United's window of opportunity to enter here. 2 kills for Prestini. That's his first 2 of the game. And now it's Colchan left in a 1v3.
But Colchan finds that one over towards Silly. That's big, but he's not able to stay alive for much longer, despite it being a little bit of an uncoordinated push there for E United. Big kills coming in there from Prestini, as I believe he will be awarded the defusal and actually earned that Scarab through that play as well. So that's now going to be us level at 3-3.
Sweaty hands there from Prestini. This is definitely a nerve-wracking moment. They want to come out first in their group, edging out Cloud9. And this is the deciding map to do so. TK also wants this win in their groups coming from that open bracket. They want the best seeding they can coming into the next stage of the tournament. And it's all on the line in these next couple of rounds.
Now see the payload situation right now for the side of E United. 2 players with those for right now. Of course, it's going to be Arstes there with the Centurion and Silly with the FTL jump. As another B-side engagement. Theory finds the first blood there. Persini responding though as he actually finds 2. Colchan there, finding that nade on Persini. Now it's going to be left up to a 1 versus 2, but I can't even utter the words quick enough. A big hold there from the side of TK. You can obviously see the crowd getting involved, rooting on one of their favorite.
The Gemma grenade play right there. This last guy, he wasn't able to move for the last like 10 seconds because of the tacticals that were being spammed on top of his body. So TK reading that and actually working together to coordinate this push, they were able to capitalize on it. They know that they're outgunned because that guy can't even move.
So of course, as we dive in here toward round number 8, one player going to be Prestini trying to bait out in some cases over toward the other side, just trying to be aware of the potential push that TK could be making, but he's obviously going to receive the call. Decides to come back toward his team. Trophy drone, down.
Centurion down. That's a payload gone there. Didn't get a whole lot of use out of it. They do get the information that there's at least several TK players pushing this. Now the question is, what do they do about it? Firing onto one, several more following through and losing their gunfights. The FTL jump was used in everything, and TK was not able to win this round.
4-4 is where we currently find ourselves. Going to take a quick look at the scoreboard to get a little idea as to how we found ourselves here. Happy currently leading at 7-5. On the other side, 2 players currently sitting in those 7 marks, Arstes and Silly. As we load in here toward round number 9, Prestini grabbing that bomb. As we can see who will get the advantage and get closer and closer to potentially being on that series point.
So if you're just tuning in, take a look at your scoreboard. We're all the way down to the wire. Only a few rounds left to go. We see some score streaks and payloads being active on the map. The Scarab is out. 3 payloads active, and 1 more should be here soon in the hands of Gunless. That's the utility, and in this stage of the game, that is everything.
Colchan right now sitting through middle. Can you find this pick on Prestini? That would be big. That'd be a 2 versus 4 in TK's favor. Besides going back up here and over toward U. Just going to reunite with a few of his teammates. Prestini getting very close toward that reactive armor. If he potentially find at least 1 pick, wouldn't be out of the ordinary to try and use that one. Silly finds a nice headshot there over on Colchan. Here is where E United starts to force their way forward. Ooh. 2 versus 2 now as TK look to back up potentially. Player Gunjar and Happy actually toward the backside of the map. And they actually could meet here toward middle is Happy.
Gunless is watching for a flank that never happened, so he had to try and find his way over to Prestini. If either of these 2 players can get a kill, they'll find themselves with a payload, and they should be able to clutch out this 2v2. Gunjar spots a player going in. He dives out here. Looks like he might lose his gunfight. Reactive armor comes through, and he comes out on top, Landon.
Happy uses his as well. Can he find the gunfight? 1 versus 1. This is a big moment here in this match. Happy, do you go for the defusal or you have to look for Prestini here? Prestini coming around the corner. Who's going to win the gunfight? Prestini finds it. Arstes getting hype, rooting on his brother, as now it's going to be E United up 5 rounds to 4. TK, can they force the round 11? You can hear the chants coming in from TK. The TK fans trying to get behind them. Can the round 11 happen is the question. If E United wins this round, if they win this game, they complete their reverse sweep.
And if TK can find 2 rounds, they'll find themselves finally finishing the series and taking down E United. They started off so impressive. E United has woken up here. This is not the E United from the first 2 maps. This is E United at their top, close to their top form. Happy finds the first blood. That opens up a big window for Team Caliber on offense.
Trying to hold the line. Silly is here. Theory finds 2, and he finds the 3rd. Theory and Colchan explode to force the round 11. This series is not done yet. We are going to Game 5, round 11. E United versus Team Caliber. Who can close it out? TK, after having a dominant performance in those first 2 maps, E United take back-to-back wins. And obviously the uplink of the hard point. And Fox, we find ourselves here 1 round to decide it all. E United on the offensive.
TK with a sea of fans behind them, roaring to have them win this round 11. They're facing off against E United that are looking to complete the reverse sweep. Just a minute and a half to go in this round, and that's going to be the deciding factor for this series. And it looks like we're seeing another hit towards the B site. The active camo comes out. Great play by Theory, but he wants to have a teammate follow it up. Nothing comes from it. There it is, Kolchen, who's able to find Pristini. Gunjar staying alive. Another long-range gunfight won by his excellent NV4 shot.
Now it's all left up to Arshdees. 1 versus 3. I believe he spots at least one player over on that wall run. Able to find one. Needs to try and stay alive. Tries to find the second as well, but it's not going to happen. Team Caliber take out E United in groups. As it comes down to Game 5, Round 11, the reverse sweep is not going to be home. TK escapes with the victory. And in the end, it's going to be Silly, finishing off with 11 kills despite the loss. But Theory, the man who has been coaching this roster, who has been trying to find so many players and has been kind of moving with this TK roster for so long, leads the kills there in the end for that final search and destroy and finds a big kill with that active camo.
Big win for TK. And it's always so interesting, their story coming into these events. They always seem like this weird underdog team coming from the open bracket, switching up their roster. They find something. They seem like they're comfortable with it. Coming through so many LAN events with this team together, and then to see them take down the CWL Atlanta champions in this fashion, it's definitely a sight to see.
It absolutely is. And of course, that's going to conclude this particular series as we're now going to take a quick look, here at pool play. How have things kind of lined out so far? Of course, we end up having this last matchup take place here in Pool B. You see E United there now with that one loss marked up. TK now level at 1 apiece as they're going to now take on a few more opponents. We'll have to see how they can continue their race forward, but still a shocking result nonetheless. And Fox, what have we seen in our other 3 pools?
Well, for Pool A, we can see Optic Gaming and Team Envious on top. That's something that a lot of people have predicted going into this. They're definitely the stronger teams in that group, being at sort of the top of our North American region for the Call of Duty World League. Pool C, we have FaZe Clan up top, undefeated 4-0, and Fnatic just behind them, a team hailing from Europe that has certainly seen massive improvement amongst every series they play. Another question in this group is what's going on with Luminosity Gaming, right? We see them just below Fnatic, and you would usually expect it to see reversed. Pool D, take a look. Splice is on top. Definitely something you should expect after their roster change of bringing on Zero to the team. They should certainly match up much better internationally, and they're finding themselves in a stronger position with Enigma 6 just behind them.
Absolutely. Well, guys, that's going to do it for this fantastic series, Fox. It was a pleasure to watch that one, to cast it with you as well. TK ends up forcing and winning that Game 5, Round 11. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, we're actually going to be having some Pool B action, I believe. Fnatic going up against STDX. It should be a fantastic match to watch. It should be Pool C action. Either way, it should be a fantastic match to watch. But, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, more Call of Duty action here from the CWL Dallas Open.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live from CWL Dallas day number 2. After a great series of E-United and Team Caliber, we're going to have Fnatic taking on Set to Destroy X. I'm Dirk. I'm going to be joined alongside Landon to bring you guys the action in this one. Now, Landon, this Fnatic squad, kind of break it down. We've seen so many improvements from these guys from what we've seen in the past. Tommy himself, we brought it up time and time again. He says, we've let the Fnatic owners know we're not going to be this amazing team to start off with. We're not going to be winning all these championships. It's going to be a building process, and you can already see the improvements since this roster formed.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I believe Fnatic currently sit around 2-1 in their group. I think only loss they ended up suffering was actually toward the side of FaZe. But if you look at STDX as well, they've also had their own struggles. But of course, trying to talk about Fnatic specifically, we talk about the massive, contribution that a player like Wuskins has brought time after time. The events that they've brought him on for, he has definitely shown himself to be a worthy pickup, to say the least.
Yeah, and Scraps so far, but judging off of day one statistics, leading the team in kill to death ratio in SND as well as in respawn. 1.04, I apologize, KD in respawn, 1.68 in search and destroy. Sunny B sort of been the weak link for this team, so you just kind of have to keep an eye on him to step it up. But our eyes are definitely going to be on Scraps.
Oh, for sure. Guys like Scraps, Wuskin. I know Tommy hasn't had the best respawn KD, but of course he's going to be the end game leader for the squad. But of course, it is now time to look at the map fly through. It will be on the map throwback, and of course, the game mode going to be hardpoint. Now, when it comes down to the side of STDX, I feel like if they want to try to at least get a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the side of Fnatic, this is not Fnatic's game mode of choice necessarily. This is not a game mode that they're very touted on for the most part. If STDX expects to try and win this series after having a very slow start, losing to both LG and FaZe, this is the map to do it on, and I think, honestly, this could dictate how well they do throughout the rest of their group.
Throwback is going to be the map, hardpoint the mode. We're going to go ahead and jump on board with Sunny B, the player we said might need to step it up for Fnatic if they want to see some success. He's going to have that E-Red in hand as well. So we're starting to see the SMG being brought out more and more throughout this entire tournament. Nobody has yet to get in the hill from both sides, but kills just kind of being traded back and forth, and Scraps find himself 2-0 to start off this one, but the first initial points in this hardpoint match going to the side of Fnatic.
Right, when we talk about this first hill as well, it's really a contestation battle for the most part. It's all about kind of setting up, making sure your team has those designated spawns, and of course, Tommy realizing such with the E-Red in hand. Not normally going to see him rock his E-Red, but of course, it's working out pretty well for the man. Starting off 4-0, player just behind him. He doesn't even realize it, but looks like Wuskin will be there for the trade. So as time starts to tick down, I believe it will be STDX with the opposite side of the spawns. Fnatic actually with those preferable ones over toward that side of Barn. As believe looking to try and find a few kills over toward this street, ends up dropping.
I mean, I'm really liking the submachine guns that are being brought out from the side of Fnatic. I believe we're seeing two players, Sunny B and Tommy, both utilizing those. I mean, that can be very successful on a map like Throwback. It's going to be a lot of aggressiveness, up in the face action. So far it is working out for them. We just have a small lead as we did just rotate over to this Barn Hill. You're going to start to see three players from Set to Destroy start to push through to try to break this setup. Sunny B is going to be able to find one, spots another player. He's going to be able to pick up the two-piece. Going to be met by one more right outside of Grandma. Does he spot this player 8 outside? That is going to be Mayhem. Mayhem coming out on top of that. But you see Tommy, just a player sitting inside of the hill. Looks like he's going to be pushed at least from one from the back. Hill going to be contested now. Two fly in from the side of Set to Destroy, and just like that, they get a clean break and take control of Barn.
Yeah, solid plays there from STDX. When we talk about one guy to be looking out for, I know Believe is obviously a very talented player, but Mayhem has been a major difference maker when it comes down to a lot of their matches. Granted, they haven't had a whole lot of success as Mayhem actually turns on Sunny B, but he has been a major difference maker when it comes down to their overall respawns. And the success that they have had, the success that they've had hasn't been much, but he's been the reason why they've had any.
And we talked about Tommy. He's not going to be the guy putting up these huge numbers, but he's off to a pretty good start for the side of Fnatic, currently sitting at 8-4, also rocking at 36 seconds inside of the hill as well. We are now over by the bike path. You're going to start to see the blue arrows try to go for a pinch here. Spoof is going to be leading the charge. Going to be one more gunfight coming up top hill. See who's going to come out on top of this one. It's going to be Sunny B with the E-Rad. He's going to choose not to challenge that, but Mayhem is going to be in the middle map to pick that one up. But STD is getting some great times off of this bike path hill.
They've started to get some momentum back. You can obviously see, taking a look at that right scorecard, 7 kills. Actually, now as Mayhem actually adds an 8th toward himself, playing pretty consistent as well. As you're actually going to see the shockwave come down, Believe ends up finding one. Nova and Believe actually responding there for a few more. Fnatic trying to get involved in that kill feed as Tommy is able to find a few. Of course, Scrap's starting to go down here toward that side of bike path. His rotation will be toward Statue. It looks like STDX will have the rotations.
Do. Key player to watch here is going to be Nova. If he wins this gunfight, it's going to be big. It holds off the Fnatic push just for a split second. Going to be one more player pushing from the outside. That is going to be Wuskin. So he takes out the twin brother duo. See if he can keep this going. Spots Sunny B, but Sunny B is going to win that one with the E-Rad in hand. Now Tommy is going to be left alive to fight in bowling. One player is going to be flying right above. That is going to be Spoof. I don't know if he knows that Tommy went through, but it completely gave Fnatic the setup that they want. Scraps goes in for the challenge, but Spoof comes out on top once more. But Fnatic in control of this hill. 32 seconds before we do rotate back to the middle of the map, but kind of going back and forth here. Nobody getting a real big setup, but right there is going to help Fnatic to try to get one going right now. They just need to focus on that middle map. That's where a majority of the STDX players are pushing.
And when you look at the STDX team, right, they're obviously a newer group. Not many people really know much about these players for the most part. They actually have had some good moments of chemistry. We can already see so far throughout the map. I know you obviously cast over them versus LG. They have some good moments here and there, and it's actually kind of interesting way their roster ended up forming. Essentially, toward the end of Lethal Gaming's run, when they had players like Juju and Beansy on this team, it was actually both Spoof and Mayhem were the last two on that roster. The old STDX team of both Flink and Human Jesus, along with both Believe and Nova, were actually a part of this squad. They ended up splitting apart. Believe and Nova don't really know what to do. They pick up these remaining Lethal Gaming players, and so they start to form a roster. A lot of times you're going to see teams kind of have the automatic chemistry just from kind of having the same story, right? We have teammates who have left us, and it kind of unites them in some cases, and I think that kind of what grants them quite a bit of overall chemistry, and the reason why that chemistry probably led to them getting out of the open bracket.
And Tommy did get shut down, was on a 6-kill streak, and we're seeing him going off right now for the side of Fnatic. 17-9, 1 minute 8 seconds inside of the hill. The E-Rad play for him is going very well. We're hopping on board with Sunny B. He's going to be positioned in the top train, just trying to go on the hunt for the STDX players. You see one coming all the way around on the flank. That is going to be Wuskin. Look for him to stay alive, just set a distraction so then his teammates can push so they can get spawns for this Barn Hill, and that is a big gunfight coming from Wuskin. He needs to worry about one more, and he does just that. Full control going to the side of Fnatic. You see the players from STDX spawning all the way across the other side of the map, and a Scarab is coming into play. That is going to be Tommy just using it as a scout to try to get something. He's going to blow that one up so he can have his gun out and be ready for the push from STDX.
Tommy is leading in the overall kill column, but Wuskin just made the biggest kill of the game for Fnatic, making sure that they do have those solidified spawns and granting them a lot of free time. Wuskin continuing to do that job when it comes down to being inside of the hill. Ends up dropping there. Nice shots there coming in from the side of Nova, as Nova actually finds 3. Responds for a few. Actually doesn't have that FTL jump if he vends to use it. As Fnatic still wants some time. They trying to fight for this one. Player number 2, Sunny B, coming from Nova's left, tries to actually find a good angle. Nova will get the trade. Either way, it still will be Fnatic with a little bit of a lead. A Spoof will be granted a few seconds here, but no. Tommy wants this contention. He'll end up dropping in the end, but I know I talked about Tommy kind of leading in the kill column. He's also leading in the time in the hill as well. He's sitting at 21-13, minute and 23 in the hill. A fantastic performance from Tommy here.
Definitely is. Believe is going to be the first player inside for STDX, and on the other side is going to be Tommy. He's not going to be able to come out on top in that engagement, but kills are going to be traded all around. There's going to be one more player left for STDX to try to worry about. Spoof is going to pick up a nice 2 kills there as well. He's starting to get things heated up, currently on a 3-kill streak, does have that Scarab. Might be able to overlap this one. He finds one more, jumps inside the hill, finds a second as well. All eyes on Spoof as he continues his slaying dominance. 25 seconds left in this hill. They do have the preferable spawns as well, so it should be an easy rotation all the way over to baseball.
STDX have done a fantastic job at rotating directly, and that's something that with younger squads, of course, this team not really having that much of a major age or a whole lot of veteranship on this roster. You're going to see teams kind of like them struggle when it comes down to that overall ability to rotate, to kind of make the smart play, not really have to face match really a whole lot. I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with STDX overall. Granted, Fnatic do have the lead, but they've definitely been holding their own when it comes down to the overall strategy of this map.
There's going to be 2 players trying to come in for a pinch here through blue for the side of Fnatic. There's going to be Scraps trying to push through. Nova's going to be able to come out on top of that gunfight. Sunny B is trying to follow up, and he gets shut down too. But the push coming in from the side of blue is going to work out thanks to the reactive armor from Tommy. Wuskin is going to be following that one up, but he is going to be taken out as well. So STDX very close to taking the lead in this one. Scraps just playing it patient.
Play number 2, going with play number 2. Did he just walk through that baseball?
He tried to go through the baseball field, pop the FTL jump to try to get us.
It's actually very smart. I gotta admire that play.
It's just very, very hard to get off. I feel like if you just time it like a split second early, it's not going to work. But Nova kicking things up once more. 28 and 18, 7 kill streak for him. He's going to be fully streaked out. They did just lose the lead, but now he has streaks. This is going to come in handy when we rotate back to that track hill.
Indeed it will. Last few seconds going to be awarded toward STDX. Like you mentioned, Nova having a decent game, to say the least. 28 and 18, currently leading as well as kills plus an overall hill time. Him and Tommy, for their respective sides, have definitely kind of turned things up. And just like that, hops in the hill. That's not going to grant STDX a little bit of a lead. The question resides is when it comes down to the perfect hill, most likely going to be once we see that bike street hill come up. That's when the bombardment could come into play. So they have something great in their back pocket to work with. Along with the lead, a lot of things are going in STDX's favor at the moment here.
And the reason why Nova is getting these streaks so quickly, he is running hardline. It's something we don't see too much, but you see the hardline bonus come up every single time he does get a kill as well. So they just need to try to figure out how can we slow down Nova. He has the NV4. I don't believe anybody on Fnatic is really running one. Okay, Wuskin is running an NV4, so it's sort of like a battle between him and Nova, right? But Nova is finding himself in the right position, and that is why STDX does have the lead. And we talked about it earlier. He is fully streaked out as well as we go into the next hill. He's going to go ahead and pull out the Trinity rocket just to see if he can get anything. He's going to gather some intel as well to see where the players are. He's going to be able to find one on that. It's going to be Scunny B, and you're going to see the active camo coming in from Scraps, and this could be huge. There's going to be one more player to his left. He is not going to be able to get that. Nova trades it out.
STDX still trying to maintain what seems to be a pretty dominant lead. I believe active camo actually gets rocked there, but shoots quickly after. So in some ways, active camo being used from both sides, but in Spoof's case, not in a valuable way for the most part. Tommy currently with that E-Rad in hand, trying to watch over toward the opposite side to make sure the flank doesn't come into play. A lot of valuable time actually being awarded right now toward Fnatic, and STDX cannot allow them to get toward this 200-point mark, at least unnoticed, as the kill feed starts to fill up. Tommy tries to find a 4th, but it's not going to be home. Spoof will win that particular engagement, as he will solidify that 1v1 to most likely get the rest of the time. Looks like player number 4 still trying to contest that one for Fnatic as he will drop. So now as we get ready to rotate, it will be actually a little bit of a lead for STDX, but player number 2 on the flank is going to be Sunny B. It would be smart for him to try and stay up. That's going to be a potential pinch now coming in for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, this is huge right here for the side of Fnatic, and Wuskin specifically with that MB4 in hand needs to find himself in that power position and just stay locked in there. But the break is going to come in from the flank. They get a nice pinch on the side of STDX, and just like that, they do take control of the bike path hill. Now, they did break the 200-point mark. The game is so close. You're going to start to see the Fnatic arrows start to storm into this hill to make something happen. It is going to be led by Sunny B, just doing everything he can to just stay contested. That's really what you don't want to do at this point. You don't want to be feeding them those free points. Nova now going to be inside the hill, getting ever so close to that 40 bomb. Does have the streaks for baseball. Things are looking great for Set to Destroy.
Or indeed, time starting to tick down. I talked about Fnatic. They're looking great. Well, now STDX has kind of reversed the tables. They've obviously turned them on their head, and Nova still trying to lock this one down. Only 4 kills away. Now make it 3 kills away from dropping that 40 bomb. STDX looking to be in prime position, and here come the streaks. Fnatic, you need to be aware of these, trying to hide in some cover. Of course, Believe When he's trying to contest out, he actually kind of wastes his reactive armor, but he'll win the gunfight regardless, as now they might possess those preferred spawns. Believe can try and stay up. Scraps going for the corner. This is a clutch gunfight. He needs to win, but no, Believe finds it. Mayhem finds another one. Double headshots, but Twiskins and the boys from Fnatic are trying to make their way through that field side. Sunny B is here with the E-Rad in hand, as they desperately need to get some points on the board. It's constantly contested. Fnatic are looking to try and bring this one back, but Sunny B needs to finish off this kill. He'll make it happen for now, as Fnatic trying to set up and try to get some momentum going in their favor. STDX now on the back foot.
You're going to see the streaks coming into play, burn all the streaks on this baseball field hill, but nothing has really come from it. They weren't able to get a setup at all, and Sunny B is going to pick up a 2-piece. They're currently on a 3-kill streak. Fnatic doing such an excellent job of holding this. The way that it came from that bike path hill coming to this, STDX should have been able to close this one out with ease. Wuskin going to be the last player inside of the hill, picking up that scrap time before we rotate back to mid. There's going to be one player from set to destroy to try to stop the Fnatic push, and Nat is going to be Spoof. He has the K-bar in hand, position in the middle map. He needs to focus on the player top ticket. Then there's going to be one more player in the corner as well.
Only a few seconds left, actually, on our overall time. 23 seconds left. And STDX is trying to go big. 3 go down. Sunny B, the last man alive near that hard point, as he'll finish off 2 with the E-Rad. Believe trying to stay up for a squad. He's played so consistently well throughout this entire game. And now Fnatic, they have to try and make something happen. They've got to get in here quick, because STDX are only a few seconds away. Scraps and Whiskin are there, but Spoof is there for the response. He's trying to force out. They don't even mind if they don't get in the hard point at this point, just to the fact of it's starting to tick down. Sunny B tries to enter in, but he ends up dropping. The nades are out. This is looking like it's going to go to STDX's favor, but Tommy is residing inside of the hard point. He finds 2 there with the E-Rad. This could be Fnatic's chance to try and bring this one back. Tommy finds another one as well. Oh my goodness! So Tommy starting to erupt, as this game is now going to be tied. We are making the rotation here over toward Barn. Can STDX force their way through? Because actually Tommy has made a huge change in this entire game. Here comes the push. Tommy on the 7th spree. Can they keep it alive? And Fnatic have made the comeback, and they'll win this game 250 to 243. Just when you think the STDX could have made the comeback, Tommy resides through that middle map. And that's going to be Fnatic in dramatic fashion taking game number 1 here, Dirk.
This has got to stop happening when you and I are casting all these comebacks. This is absolutely insane. Tommy absolutely went off. We talked about, hey, it's a player we're not going to see drop a bunch of kills in the kill column. Doesn't even matter. The guy completely went berserk that game right there at the end, basically won Fnatic that game. They were in such a sticky situation, right, when you look back at it. There's only 17 seconds left on the game clock. Obviously, when you're in the hill, the clock is going to stop. If you're on the side of STDX, all you have to do is just keep contesting that hill, but they failed to do it because Tommy was picking up kill after kill, ended the game on a 7-kill streak, dropped a 40 bomb, led the game in the minutes inside the time inside the hill as well. And you look at the statistics, we talked about he's going to be the player who's getting all that time. He averages 73.40 seconds in the hill. So picking up all those kills as well.
He's doing everything.
The E-Rad in his hands just looks something natural. You can never tell he's an AR player.
That was an insane game, to say the least. I actually just witnessed another series that actually went home with TK and United, and you also expect United to win that one. Actually, TK ended up winning that one in Game 5. So more interesting matches, to say the least. You've got to give a lot of credit toward the STDX side for even forcing it to come down to that point. Of course, making their way through that open bracket was for sure a grind until they ended up making that 1-5 comeback in that Game 5 Search and Destroy versus Epsilon. They definitely had a lot of momentum in their favor, and coming into this group, of course, facing off against 2 hard losses to FaZe and LG, both very respectable teams in their own regard, is obviously, you know, a match that you're not expected to win, but they've definitely kind of shown up here versus Fnatic. And I gotta say, I don't think Fnatic was expecting this type of fire to come out of this XTDX crew.
It was just a crazy game all around. Like we said, it just basically was STDX's mistake, right? They went from that bike path hill, fully streaked out, was Nova. It should have been such an easy win. I think they were 20 seconds away from winning that game, and they couldn't close it out. They used all the streaks, but nothing came from it. The Fnatic players did such a good job of evading all the Scorches, the bombardments, the Trinity Rockets that were coming in there as well. But just a great all-around comeback from the side of Fnatic. We're going to see Search and Destroy on Retaliation next, one of Fnatic's best game modes. And from seeing Set to Destroy, they pushed Luminosity to their limits, but then again, Luminosity's Search and Destroy limit only goes so far.
Yeah, unfortunately for Luminosity, that's definitely kind of been the bane of their existence, to say the least. But when we talk about a game mode, like you mentioned, Search and Destroy, this is a game mode where Fnatic thrives. Guys like Wuston, guys like Scraps, even Tommy. I want to say that I believe it's Scraps and Tommy are both in the top 10 overall Search and Destroy KDs throughout this entire weekend. So they have obviously been looking incredible. And we look at a map like Retaliation, Search and Destroy, it really relies heavily on that plat control, and especially in those first bloods. So a guy like Sunny quickly to get in those engagements. If we're seeing him pull out the E-Red, Tommy pull out the E-Red, I wouldn't know what to expect. But you're also looking at a team like STDX, a younger group of guys probably incredibly used to playing Search and Destroy. Like I said, they make that comeback versus Epsilon and Search and Destroy. So both these teams probably their preferred game mode is Search and Destroy. However, I am going to give leeway toward Fnatic just due to their previous history and how talented all of these guys are and can go off at any moment during
the
that game
way
time.
that I kind of look at it is, right, is that a lot of these amateur teams that do come through the open bracket and make it to the stage, the only game mode you really expect them to take might be a Search and Destroy. That's going to be it, because like we said, a lot of these players started from that Search and Destroy community and started to build their way up once they could compete in the variant. I mean, you and I, we've been around helping amateur players for so long as well. We know these guys. We've seen them go from just playing Search and Destroy to slowly transitioning into that respawn game type. So if there is a game that they can take away from the side of Fnatic, I believe it'll be this one. Like I said, they pushed Luminosity, but Luminosity was just having a great game, and they're not the best Search and Destroy team, but they did go right down to the wire with them too. So I don't know if that looks really good on Luminosity's side or just really bad on STDX's side. But we're going to see in this one, Retaliation is going to be the map. We're going to go ahead and get you the quick overview. We're going to see the back boat dock side and the broken building bedroom. It's going to see a majority of the time the positioning of players to watch over that B site. We're going to see back market too, another quick little spot that people do like to peek, check to make sure that nobody is on that B site. And now you're going to see the A site position over in this top bridge
Take a good look at it, because you're not going to see it very often. I feel like when it comes down to the Search and Destroy.
Very rarely. It's usually teams just kind of flood to B. B doesn't work a little bit. Like, hey guys, man, we should try this A site. This is a magical thing.
Let's flip a coin really quick. And hopefully it works out in our favor. But of course, that site B, you're going to obviously see that one be engaged quite a bit. But guys, it's time to roll in here toward map number 2. Fnatic narrowly walking away with map number 1. As we load in here toward round number 1. Spoof, of course, going to be the main bomb carrier for the squad. Objective player. I know we've talked about amateur players as Scraps finds that first blood. Spoof, I've been casting over this guy for a very, very long time, even toward his days on Second Nature. Back in Black Ops 3, even toward the beginning of Advanced Warfare. Has definitely kind of improved on every lineup he's been on. I think he's also a very good complement to this XCDX team.
He is first blood. Did go in favor of the side of Fnatic. It was going to be Scraps picking up that kill with a flechette grenade. So let's see what Set to Destroy is going to do here. They push through bedroom. Spoof is going to be able to trade a kill out too, and that one's going to be on Wuskin. The bomb site is going to be completely wide open. Only player who might be able to contest that one is going to be Scraps from top market. Does have Sunny B positioned over by A as well, but one player coming big on the flank. That is going to be Tommy. He's going to have the sniper in hand, going to have the Oni in his back pocket, spots one jumping over towards Plat. That kind of gives the go-ahead to Sunny B to maybe push that and try to go for that gunfight. Spots another right in front of Lower Street. See what they plan to do here. It's going to be an engagement coming down in the hallway, and it's going to be Believe coming out on top of that one. Scraps now pushing forward onto this B site is going to be met by one player from STDX, and he will be taken out. And now Tommy does fall, so Set to Destroy gets the first round on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tommy, as he's starting to kind of wrap around and trying to get that flank, it's kind of unfortunate that he ended up having that sniper rifle. I think he was maybe trying to find a weapon on the ground potentially, as you're going to see Spoof obviously get the nice melee there in the kill cam. When he's coming around on that flank, it's kind of unfortunate because he's trying to make a pinch in a 2 versus 3 or 4 situation, so it's never going to be an easy gunfight to be won. But it looks like Nova vinning to go with the longbow as well. So we might see a potential sniper battle. But Nova is going to be looking over toward that A site. But unfortunately for him, it's not going to be home. Player number 2, Spoof, is going to be relaying that information as soon as the Fnatic players start to reveal themselves.
We're going to hear some nades go down. A 3-man flank is going to be coming from that bridge side. Scraps is going to be the player to get the call out for the side of Fnatic, that they are doing just so. Gets spotted, shots going down. He is going to be one shot, so he's just going to go ahead and rush back. Sunny B is now getting that bomb plant down, so time going to be working against STDX. Wuskin is in a position to try to make something happen here. Does have the MD4. Look for him to position himself in bike shop and wait for any STDX players to push through. But some gunfights going down in top market. It's going to be Spoof trying to take on 2 Fnatic players, but Mayhem is going to be there for support. And he gets the beat down on Sunny B. Now Wuskin is going to be left last alive. 25 seconds on the clock. The bomb is actually being defused here by Nova. He peeks out, but he's not going to be able to get that one. Now Spoof is going to get that bomb plant.
Indeed he is. Nice play there coming in from Spoof. And it's now going to be back-to-back rounds there in favor of the side of STDX. Of course, getting a nice shot of them, as they've had a fantastic tournament so far. Of course, just making it even through the open bracket is difficult enough. The fact that they've had a very close map versus the side of Fnatic in that first hard point. And they've also competed very well when it comes down to the search and destroy. Well, now as we get ready to load here into round number 3, let's see what Fnatic can provide, because they've obviously started off incredibly slow. Both Whiskins and Sunnyb yet to find a kill.
Let's see. Spoof is going to have the bomb in hand right here. He's 50 away from getting a Trinity Rocket, so just kind of going to go ahead. He's the designated bomb carrier for this squad, but now if he is going to be able to get that down, it's going to do so much more for him. He's going to pick up first blood. Active camo to his name. Trinity Rocket and Scarab working towards that bombardment as well, but Nova is going to be able to pick up a kill, and that is huge for the side of Fnatic to shut down Spoof, and now Nova is going to be left last alive in a 1 versus 2.
We saw him go off in the respawn. He's currently sitting at 2-0, yet to die, obviously. Spots one player over toward that backside tank. Firing some shots away. Nova trying to maybe make something happen. A few shots being exchanged, but nothing going to go down for now. Decides to potentially try and re-engage. Shots coming down at that long range as he's going to try and go on a little bit of the curb. A few shots coming over toward the top. Can he clutch the 1 versus 2? Not going to be home. Fnatic will win that particular exchange, so a much needed run for them goes on the board. Right. As it's now some much needed momentum, unfortunately, for Nova. His teammate Spoof gets a little bit aggressive. You know, granted, he's obviously, I believe he was 6-0 coming into that last round. He's feeling confident. He literally has active camo after 2 rounds, but gets a little bit too aggressive. He gets picked off that head glitch, which definitely was a major reason why they probably lost that round.
We call that one the zero effect. Getting the active camo by like round 3 in a search and destroy. But it's going to be Fnatic on the offensive now. We're going to jump on the board with the eyes of Sunnyb. He's going to have the ERAD in hand once more, the bomb as well. Spoof is going to be able to peek out of that top bedroom window and pick up first blood. But another player from Fnatic does drop. That is going to be Tommy. Now Wuskin and Sunnyb left alive 2 versus 3 against the players from Set to Destroy.
They've been to play this one, and when you're on the offensive, it's never easy, especially with a man disadvantage. Sunnyb getting ready to get met by 3 players. He just gets absolutely stomped. Mayhem walking with that particular gunfight. Now it's going to be left up to Wuskin, trying to clutch. STDX have looked pretty stellar when it comes down to the search and destroy. Should definitely be in a situation to win and be up 3 rounds to 1. Speaking of 3v1s, that's the current spot that STDX is in as it stands currently. And Wuskin's kind of going on a little bit of that curb. Not spotting anyone as of yet, but definitely kind of revealing his position most likely to one of the STDX players.
Definitely is. 30 seconds to try to work with here. So he's going to be able to do this one. Bomb is going to be down all the way back in Broken Building. He is going to be tagged up, but no kill to come from it yet. And just like that, STDX going to throw another round on the board.
Indeed they do. STDX continues to surprise. We talked about search and destroy between both of these squads. Fnatic have looked stellar, not just in this particular tournament, but in search and destroy's digital. This is their game type to win. And one thing that worries me so far is that if Fnatic doesn't win this next round, this is going to be a 4-1 advantage, which is incredibly scary to say.
It definitely is, and if you're a Fnatic fan, it's not what you want to see. I need to see Tommy maybe try to step it up here a little bit. Currently sitting at 1-4 as well as Sunnyb. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do anything here. Believe is going to have the bomb in hand. All just playing over by 1C right now, and the Trinity Rocket is going to come into play. That is going to be Spoof, so let's jump on board with him. Going to be getting the call-outs, uses the window, gets 2 players, takes out Tommy and Sunnyb as well. So now 4 versus 2 to man advantage going in favor of Set to Destroy. See what Scraps and Wuskin can do, the twin brother duo. They said if there's any situation where they're left last alive, they feel so confident that they'll be able to clutch it.
They do. Nice kill. They're coming in from Scraps. He quickly gets traded. Now 1 versus 3 for Wuskin. Tags up 1, but gets turned from the side. As Spoof, going huge that round, finds 2 kills with the streaks that he previously earned. I'd say the rich are beginning to get even more. You see the final shots coming in there from Spoof. Looking very, very good so far throughout this search and destroy. As he's been the bane of the existence for Fnatic, as they've massively struggled. And to me, this is definitely worrying if you're Fnatic, right? STDX have looked incredibly strong, but still, a team like Fnatic, a lot of teams would regard them as probably a top 5 search and destroy team in the entire world. So they're losing to a team coming out of open bracket. It's gonna be time to question them.
it's a gunfight that you got to win there. If you're Tommy, you get the first shots onto him. I know it was a little bit of hard position to cover, but once you get the first shot with the E-Rad from that close, it's usually a done deal. So Tommy does drop as well. Scraps Belief from Set to Destroy falls as well. Now Sunnybee and Wuskin trying to make something happen. So to jump on board with Wuskin. The collapse looks like it's going to be coming in from the side of Set to Destroy. You see player 2 on the minimap and player 1. Shots are going to be coming in. Sunnybee finds one, but then coming from behind is going to be Spoof. Like you said, the bane to Fnatic right now. 12-2 is Spoof, and nobody can stop this man. Now you see the classic search and destroy play, right? Just stacking on top of each other to make sure no trade can happen, and it looks like they're about to get the trade. Spoof is now on the hunt for Wuskin. See if he's going to be able to get this one. I believe it's NV4 going up against K-Bar here. 26 seconds to work with. Going to be met right here at 2C, and just like that, Spoof going to come out on top once more.
That's the 1v1 for Fnatic. That is a 1 versus 1 that you have to win. You cannot allow a guy like Spoof to continue to go off like this, man. I pull up the scoreboard really quick. I'm genuinely curious what he's going right now. I believe he was at least in around the 13 kill mark. Yeah, he's actually sitting at 13-2, having a fantastic performance. Of course, that player on the far left of your screen right now is Spoof. I think it's only right that we go on board with him for what could be the final round of this map number 2.
And like we said, if there's any map they might be able to take away, it's definitely a search and destroy. So, but I mean, on the side of Fnatic, like you said how good of a search and destroy team they are, and First Blood going to go in favor of Set to Destroy once more. Fnatic now going to be down 2 men, make that 3. Scraps going to be left last alive in a 1 versus 4. It's going to take a miracle for him to do anything with this. Spoof is going to have the bomb. It goes down as well. The man who's just having an MVP-like performance. Let's see if Scraps is going to be able to make anything happen here. It's going to be a hard task to do. That's one player outside by Curve. He's going to be able to pick him up, so that's 1. Now a 1 versus 3 situation in 30 seconds.
Scraps all to do. 3 players left, 20 seconds left to work with. Gets shot from behind, and that's going to do it. A dominant win for Set to Destroy, as they're going to take map number 2 in dominant fashion. And with Spoof putting on probably one of the most impressive performances in Search and Destroy so far throughout this entire tournament, will end this game in an incredible way. As now Fnatic, for one of the first times that I can remember in a very long time, losing one of their Search and Destroys, as now this series is level at 1-1.
Yeah, and just going back to just every match that we've seen thus far, it's just been Spoof didn't have the best kill to death ratio in Search and Destroy so far from what they've seen in pool play, 0.42 KD. What about this performance, dropping the 14 kills in that Search and Destroy? So great all-around performance, and they're able to tie it up 1-1 against a Fnatic squad that has been looking very good. But now we're going to be heading back into a respawn game mode, so it's going to be different to see how it goes.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, map number 3 between STDX and Fnatic live from the CWL Dallas Open here on the Bravo station. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. If you guys are just now tuning in, we have Fnatic going up against Set to Destroy. We just saw a great Search and Destroy being played from both sides, and now the series is going to be tied up 1-1.
Yeah, it was greatly played by both sides, but we got to give massive credit to Spoof. He definitely put on one of the best performances so far at this tournament in that particular game mode. Ends up finishing that one 14-2. Now, obviously, I don't believe he's the lead kill getter as far as like overall at 14. I think I ended up seeing someone drop more, but only 2 deaths throughout the entire game. Stellar performance from the guy.
Yeah, fully streaked out too. No hard line needed for that one. But just a great all-around performance with Spoof. And like we said, just today, since they made it into pool play, only a .42 KD for him, so that's going to bump his stat line up just a tad. Had those streaks to work with as well on a map like Retaliation. That is going to do you good. Now, the question is, how does Fnatic bounce back? They won the first hard point. Now they lose the Search and Destroy. Next one is going to be Uplink. And just from watching when they played Luminosity, it wasn't pretty at all.
It's not pretty. I
was
able to spectate that one, and I was like, yeah, that's not fun to watch.
It was just basically just a constant train. It's just they didn't know how to contain Luminosity's aggressiveness. Once they found themselves in that situation where we're pinned in our base, what do we do now? Are we just going to continue to try to flood, or should we go for the overextension? That's where you kind of see like the pro level compared to the amateur level in terms of like uplink. So that's one thing I'm going to keep an eye on for Set to Destroy. How well are they going to communicate and what they should do next? From the side of Fnatic, these guys should have it down. I know we always talk about EU teams being weak in uplink, but I feel like we definitely have to give them an advantage in this one.
Excuse me. Oh, for sure. And I think a little bit of a dry spot in my throat, but we're good to go. No, but I think when it comes down to it, like Frost as well, especially with the game of uplink, I fully expect to see quite a bit of ERAD usage out of the side of Fnatic, especially STDX. We're still trying to see as far as how the ERAD usage comes out for them regarding every single game mode. But when it comes down to Fnatic, expect to fully see most of the time, especially Sunny B, maybe even Tommy, resulting back to that last respawn, they seeing him use the ERAD. Sunny B should be using the ERAD throughout this entire map without question. So in those close quarter engagements, I'm definitely favoring Fnatic just due to the fact of their experience with using that submachine gun.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things to kind of take away from it too, we saw on that hardpoint on throwback, we saw the ERADs being used from the EU side. Tommy and Sunny B were working side by side doing that. From the side of STDX, they've just been kind of sticking to traditional meta, NV4 and K-bar only. That's really what they've been doing. So it's going to be interesting on a map like this where I feel like it's starting to get to a certain point where you do need a submachine gun on this map, at least one player running that. So it's going to be interesting to see what they pull out, if it's an ERAD and if it's an RPR. I mean, it's usually just an ERAD. You only see maybe once or twice an RPR being pulled out, but both weapons will do great damage for you. The map overview coming in right in the central area is where you're going to see the drone get dropped as the game does begin. We're going to see goal number 1 over by Snow as well. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. It's just from the side of STDX, they're not an aggressive team, but Fnatic isn't that aggressive as a team either. So it's kind of like even in terms of that play style. There's not one that just kind of sticks out and you sit there and you think this team is super aggressive, you know? So that's just something that we're going to have to see as this one goes. But Frost is going to be the map. Uplink is the mode. Players flooding through the outskirts side right now. Sunny B is going to draw the first blood in this match. Is going to rock the ERAD once more. Pushing over into top sub right now, just trying to hold down a power position as Wuskin picks up a nice 2-piece. Gets the first touch on the drone as well. Going to be one player right behind it. It's going to be Mayhem, but his teammate Scraps is going to be there to have his back.
Indeed he will. Wuskin with a few lead blockers, but one player going to be on the flank. It's actually going to be Spoof. Talk about him being a major difference maker. Near turn on there coming in from Wuskins, but it looks like Sunny B is there for the turn. Can he get one? Not able to find the second, though, in the end. As 3 go down for the Fnatic, this could be an early scoring opportunity right now for the side of STDX.
And this is really going to see who's more skilled in uplink, right? Once you get all those players down, how quick are you going to attack, and what route are you really going to take? It's all about teamwork in uplink, and that's why the mode is so great. Believe now going to be pushing through blue. His teammate is going to be taken out from behind by Sunny B. Believe tries to slide around the corner. He's not going to be able to get past, but Nova now does have the drone, tries to go for the 1-point toss. It is not going to work out. Wuskin is going to retrieve that one. He's getting off to a hot start in this game, too, at 5-2. Going to utilize the wall run, waiting for his teammates' support. Now going to just be running back and forth, just waiting to get the call-outs to see where the players are positioned in Robot Bay. And he's perfectly fine with just utilizing the movement in Infinite Warfare.
I'd say he's perfectly fine with it, but his teammates aren't. I think he really needs to throw this drone down and start to get some slowing done, because in that particular engagement, he's just waiting for his teammates to kind of find the kills. It's like, why don't you kind of... you're the guy who's supposed to be getting the kills as far as the respawn is concerned. You see, he pulls out the weapon, he's finally able to get that drone forward, he's able to get the toss off. Now imagine, had he get into that particular engagement a little bit earlier for that team fight, say he ends up finding a kill, could have maybe even found that 2-point play. So regardless, he's able to get the score off, which major credit to him. I just think being on that wall run is obviously useful, but if he drops that one down, gets involved with the team fight, that easily could have been another point on the board.
Drone going to be tossed forward for yards on the side of STDX. It's going to be sitting right over by Tractor in front blue. So see if anybody's going to be able to retrieve this one. Tommy going to get the nice turn there on. I believe that was Nova. The drone going to be tossed forward once more from the side of STDX, but Sunny B is going to be there to retrieve this one. So now basically a charge coming from their home base. 3 players down for STDX, just one more to worry about. Should be able to get a 2-point play, and that is exactly what is going to happen. Sunny B takes it in for the dunk, now 3-0 in favor of Fnatic.
Player number 7 is actually on that drone reset. That's going to be Wiskin. If he can maybe try to find a few kills here over toward that dark plat side, ends up finding one, realizes player number 3 doesn't even turn around to try to shoot Wiskin's kind of an interesting play to say the least, but near turn on there. Spoof able to finish that one off. Of course, a lot of ERAD usage coming in there from him. As it's now maybe SDX's turn. They're trying to get their name, trying to chalk up at least a few points, potentially. Believe finding that Archie Carroll there over on Sunny B. Potential toss coming in here from Nova. Of course, as his teammates do fall, gets the nice beat down there on Tommy. Decides to maybe even reset, but you can see kind of scattered play. Mayhem ends up dropping. He's going to go for the 1-point toss, and that's not going to be anywhere close. As Sunny B ready to shut that one down. The major defensive play from him, and the question is, does he set this drone off, or does he try to go for a run? It looks like he's going to vent to go on the wall run for now.
Definitely is going to be one guy who might be there to contest that. That is going to be Spoof. He's actually going to turn around, take out a player in blue. That is going to be Tommy, but now the drone is going to be thrown off the map by Sunny B, so he can come back up onto land. Finds one, is going to be taken out, immediately traded, and I believe is going to be making a rush for that. But like we said, we saw the ERADs coming out from the side of SDX, which is good. That's what we like to see. Like we said, on this map, that's sort of like the meta now, right? A lot of teams need that, and a nice 1-point toss coming in from Believe. Now set to destroy, finally going to get their first points on the board, and this, it looks like they could try to push that drone forward once more. Nova is going to be there with the ERAD in hand. He's going to be able to win that gunfight, but immediately it's going to be traded out by Scraps.
That was a really great toss, I believe, that was actually coming out of Believe, because essentially whenever he's kind of at the particular line sight, I believe the auto aim actually kind of drifts his overall toss down a little bit according to where his ADS was. So major play for him to kind of over-adapt to that, kind of toss a little bit higher. That was not as easy as it looked, and as STX are able to finally get 1 point on the board, but there's only 40 seconds left here in this first half. Fnatic only up by 1 possession as that drone gets tossed over toward Dark. Scraps finding 2, kind of make it a third, but Fnatic trying to make their way through, but SDX is saying no, but Wiskin is here trying to respond in some cases, trying to be the entry kill for it in the end, and Sunny B will find the toss in the end. Major credit to Wiskin as he ends up dropping there, trading his life for the scoring opportunity, a worthy transition there in the end.
Fnatic looks like they're only going to be able to pick up 4 points on the so-called good side. So it's going to be interesting to see how Set to Destroy does play that back once the rounds do switch. But Fnatic doing a very good job thus far, only holding Set to Destroy to 1.5 seconds left in the first round. It's going to be Fnatic taking round number 1 4-1 as we transition into round number 2.
Of course, you can see the brothers there. I honestly can't tell them apart. Both Scraps and Wiskin sitting in the middle, Sunny B on the left, and of course the in-game leader, Tommy. We cannot talk about this guy enough. The amount of strategy talk that he does with the team, the amount of time that he spent with them, trying to improve their overall gameplay.
Search and Destroy by himself.
It's true.
That was you that brought that up. He just streams, sits there, plays Search and Destroy all day.
The guy streams a lot. He's definitely a major grinder, and he's the reason why this Fnatic team exists and the reason why they've had so much success. Of course, hopping in here to this round number 2, Fnatic with a 3-point advantage. And of course, the man we've been talking about for a while, Tommy, currently going on that wall run as Sunny B. And the side of STDX start to get some momentum through middle. Tommy realizing his teammates have dropped, and STDX dropped to the races.
Very patient play there by Tommy. He's going to be able to pick up 1. Now the 1-point toss is going to be coming in. Interception by Wiskin. Now he's going to be running this one through the robot base. Should be good. Might be smart to just try to throw this off the ring. Looks like it's going to land right in front. Tommy is going to be there to try to hold off the SDX push. Now Nova is going to be pushing through. They have a player position on the helipad. Should be a 2-point play. And just like that, Set to Destroy adds another 2 points onto the scoreline. 4-3, though, in favor of Fnatic. Now you're going to see a run being started by Tommy, but one player is going to be trailing right behind. That is going to be Nova. Patient play by him is going to be met by his teammate, Believe. Hops down. What is Tommy going to do? Gets the juke going out. It goes for the beatdown on Nova. Takes him out, but one more player going to be coming from behind. The juke jukes. He had him on skates, but they are going to be able to get the stop. Now Spoof is going to be making a play from the base.
Tommy nearly made him look silly in that particular play. Of course, the drone delay when it comes down to the overall mini-map is there and existent. Either way, though, good plays coming in the end as STDX fire away 2 points. So far, only a 1.1 possession game as Nova making his way forward, trying to be an entry with that E-Reg to clear out his base for the most part as Mayhem drops Sunny B, ends up finding another kill, and be smart for Believe to maybe even try to throw this drone off the map. As it'll come manually. Unfortunately for him, he ends up dropping off, and I'm imagining what the chat is looking like right now is probably a lot of spamming, I would say.
We know exactly what it is, but we're not going to revive the meme. We're going to keep it down. 1 versus 2 now. Scraps is going to be left last life for Fnatic as 3 players did drop. So we're able to find one in blue, just trying to get this control. The drone is now going to be picked up on the side of Set to Destroy, and it is going to be Nova. He does have the FTL jump ready to go. He uses it, but excellent read there by Tommy, able to shut that down. Now Sunny B is going to be left last up with that drone in hand. He's going to go ahead, just wrap back, wait for his teammate support. And now it looks like they're going to try and make a push from their home base. There's one player that's going to be there to contest that. That is going to be Believe. He's going to take out one by Black Plat. That is going to be Tommy. But now Nova is going to be there to also help to try to get the kill on the wall run. But that's the benefit of using the wall run, right? As soon as you die, that drone is going to drop off and go for that reset.
It's kind of an odd push for Fnatic because they push out of their base. It looks like they're going to try to maybe form a team push. 2 of them go one way, and then 2 of them go another. And for some reason, Mayhem happened to be waiting inside the middle and ended up getting traded for that. So in some cases, an odd push for the side of Fnatic ends up turning into, in some cases, a swear out the brow type of situation for STDX. No points on the board in the last few minutes. STDX now only down by 1 point. I believe tossing that drone down over toward that ice hallway. There's 3 combined there, all E-Rads for the most part. It's definitely an E-Rad party for the most part as Tommy is able to find another one. Nova, the last player alive, but Tommy and the boys from Fnatic trying to make their way through. And the toss actually bounces off the side. That is a major mishap, but Wiskin is there for the rebound, and he's able to toss it in regardless. So what could have been a catastrophic loss there for Fnatic happens to be a major rebound coming in there from Wiskin, as I believe he ended up earning his payload due to that particular play.
1 minute and 40 seconds left in the second round. Fnatic is going to be up by 2. Set to Destroy does have the overdrive to work with, and on the side of Fnatic, you're going to see Wiskin. He has that ready to go as well, so that's just something to keep in mind as the clock continues to tick. Believe now going to be positioned in middle map, gets the first touch on the drone. He's going to be pushing it straight through this sub side, going to push it down to pull out his weapon, but Wiskin is going to come out on top on that engagement, but he's going to be taken out. So now 2 players up for each side, make that 3 down for the side of Set to Destroy. The drone just continuing to be tossed back and forth to try to gain that yardage, but if you're Set to Destroy, you really need to kick it into high gear here and try to tie up this game.
You do Wiskin with overdrive. Could potentially try to use this one to advance his position forward, but obviously a very smart play. Reason being, he goes in this wall run. If he dies, no big deal. The drone gets reset, but as long as he can continue to waste time, that guarantees Fnatic a game number 3 victory. And here comes the push. 3 go down for STDX. The pass coming over toward his teammate Scraps. Scraps, I believe, is going to have that active camo in use. Gets right around the corner, and here it is. He's not going to be able to spawn him, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't even need to use the active camo because the push is there. The lead blockers are starting to do their work. Fnatic now going to be up by 4 points with just 30 seconds remaining. STDX only having 1 payload to work with. That's going to be Mayhem. But as he drops, it's all but over. Consolation kills is all it will be. Fnatic in pretty dominant fashion. Once the score comes in from Tommy, actually doesn't go through there. Either way, though, there's a nice stop there from Believe is only going to play over in stats, as this one is going to end down in Fnatic's way, as they're now going to take a 2-1 advantage when it comes down to this series here, Dirk.
Just such a smart play by Wiskin there in that last push, just utilizing that wall run, going back and forth. That's really what you wanted to see, right? It's just very patient play. He waited for his teammate support. They slayed out everybody inside of blue. He sits there, he's like, I'm not going to use my overdrive for this. It's going to be more beneficial to pop the camo and guarantee those 2 points. He tossed it to his twin brother Scraps, and they did exactly that. So it's going to be Fnatic coming out on top in that series. What an excellent game that was for the side of Fnatic. A little bit of a meltdown from STDX as that game did progress. Like we said, they did transition onto that good side, but they were not able to take it. The next map you guys are going to see on your screen is going to be Scorch Hardpoint.
Now, one thing for STDX at this current point is the fact that they do, as far as my knowledge, I don't really know who their in-game leader is. And I'm not sure if they really have a person who's kind of stood into that role or not. But coming up to Scorch Hardpoint, I know we've obviously talked about Fnatic not being the strongest team when it comes into that particular game mode. This map on Hardpoint is actually the exact same map that they took versus LG in their closing series where they took them out 3-1. Like I said, this was the map that they closed it out on. So if you are the side of Fnatic, while you're not the most comfortable when it comes to a hardpoint, this is your best one. So to me, this is a very, very important moment for STDX throughout this game. And obviously, if they take this one, that would be a huge momentum in their favor just due to the fact of Fnatic. They feel comfortable on this map. You take them off of it, they're out of their comfort zone, and you're headed to a Game 5 search and destroy.
That's going to be one of the biggest things now. Something I just want to keep in mind, too. We did see the ERADs come out in Frost uplink, but that's sort of like traditional. For this map, we slowly started to see players kind of pick that up, just having at least one ERAD player going through. We know on the EU side, they're more tempted to bring out at least 2 ERADs in this. So from the side of Set to Destroy, that's something I want to see. I want to see those ERADs being brought out because I feel like that's what hurt them so much in that first hardpoint game, just going ERAD against K-Bar from close range or ERAD against MB4. It's just not going to work out for you. So hopefully we can see those changes come in from the side of Set to Destroy if they want to stay alive in this series, or is Fnatic going to be able to close this one out here? I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. This is all Fnatic.
I definitely agree. STDX, they looked incredibly impressive when it came down to that first hard point, and we ended up seeing, I want to say it was Believe, have a very, very good performance overall, ended up using the hard line as well. So I'm hearing some action actually going on the alpha stage. Hopefully we see that for our next hard point. But by the way, I think this is going to go Fnatic's way. STDX, they've definitely kind of proven themselves. They definitely kind of impressed me. We ended up seeing a fantastic performance from Spoof in the Search and Destroy. However, in this hard point, I just think it's going to go Fnatic's way. Like I said, this is close quarter engagements. We saw how Frost went with the amount of ERADs that you just mentioned about. I expect to see the same amount of ERADs most likely in this hard point.
I mean, it's just something to bring up, too. These guys came through the open bracket. They don't get the luxury of practicing these professional teams outside of the game, right? In terms of, like, all the EU guys, they scrim the top EU teams. Same with North America. They scrim all the top teams. So these guys are just playing at people at their level. They're not playing against people that they can get better at. So now at LAN, this is like their true practice where they can kind of go over stuff and get that feel of what it's like to play against such a high caliber team. But they're doing a very good job at least staying neck and neck with the majority of the teams that we've seen so far.
Oh, for sure. And of course, we're going to take a quick look here at the overall rig draft. What payloads, what traits that they obviously intend to go with. Sonny B, of course, not really going with a particular trait. I know with obviously FTL Jump, the recent trait that was kind of added when it comes down to the power slide. Just really all about comfortability. How you obviously feel about your movement is incredibly important. As we load in here to potentially look at the final map in this series, Scorch Hardpoint. Fnatic currently lead the series at 2-1. Can STDX force the Game 5, or will this be our final resting place? I'm going with Fnatic. You're going with Fnatic?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, I think Fnatic closes it out here. I don't think there's a chance.
I would be very surprised if this does not go Fnatic's way.
See, like I said, they're more comfortable with the playstyle they have, and Scorch really does benefit the ERAD on some hills. So that's just something I'm going to see to keep in mind. We have not seen STDX pull one out at all. We saw an entire series against them, played against Luminosity, didn't bring one out. They're just still sticking.
I think we saw Spoof in the last uplink, but besides that, we haven't really seen them.
A majority of teams that we do see, they've all transitioned into that submachine gun meta, but that's something, like I said, Set to Destroy, amateur scene sort of players, so they haven't been able to get that. But map number 4 is underway. It's going to be Scorch Hardpoint. We're on board with Believe. He's going to be the first player inside of the hill for STDX. There's going to be Sonny B inside as well. Sonny B is going to find himself a kill. Nova's going to be able to pick up one as well. Just like that, a clean sweep in the kill feed for STDX. And now they're going to push through the factory, forcing the players from Fnatic to spawn all the way at Rock. But now they just have to try to worry about Tommy. It's going to be a big engagement for him, and he is going to come out on top.
These are some big kills that Tommy actually needs to stay alive, because in that opening engagement, the spawns get flipped so much because STDX just absolutely runs to the side of Fnatic. Scraps ends up getting in some good engagements that I feel like he probably shouldn't have done, because had he stayed alive in that particular spot, he maybe could have guaranteed, maybe forces his way around, tries to get toward the back. Either way, though, STDX coming out flawless as they're going to take the entire amount of time on this first hill. They're going to be up around 39-0 once we get on this rotation. That's going to be over here in Turbine, and STDX is here yet again.
Definitely are. It's going to be up to Spoof to try to finish off 2 players from the side of Fnatic. Scraps and Wuskin working together to break open this hill. Going to be one player inside of Factory. That is going to be Believe. See if Sonny B is going to be able to get that cleanup. He's going to be able to find one more player going for that challenge now to try to break the hill. And just like that, the spawns have been completely flipped. But still, Scraps and Wuskin working back to back to try to hold this one. Mayhem tries to push in, not going to be able to get anything going with that. Now Scraps and Tommy going to be inside, but doing an excellent job of holding this one down. If they're able to get the rest of the time, it should put them even with the side of Set to Destroy. See the rotation coming in from Scraps already set to destroy, putting a lot of time into this one. They're going to get set up at this next hill completely, giving Fnatic all this time.
A good play from STDX in the end. Of course, they are going to be giving away a lot of time, but that's just the fact of them kind of focusing on Hangar. And Hangar is also a hill where you can get a lot of time, probably the second most amount of time that you can get if you hold it correctly. But of course, Scraps trying to get involved is Tommy doing a great job there on that flank. If they can pick up player number 1, who's been holding the spawns quite frequently throughout this entire hill, that can give Fnatic an even more advantage. But 3 start to fall as the STDX fills the kill feed. And that's going to be Fnatic. Spawning on the opposite side, STDX could easily tie the game up or even take the lead at this point due to that great break that they had.
They should be able to take the lead here. Spoof is in a position to try to hold back that Fnatic push. See one player jumping outside of the balcony just to try to stop any pushes coming, but Scraps is going to be able to get their first entry kill, but then the team shots are going to come in from the side of set to destroy, and just like that, they're going to keep control of the hill once more. Believe now going to be left inside the hill, but there comes Spoof to have his back. Both players starting to get a little bit of things going here. 3 kill streak for each. Spoof and Believe. The rotation is going to be coming in. It's going to be Scraps. This is a big gunfight for him to decide who is going to get these spawns, and he is going to come out on top over Nova. And now Fnatic looking to get set up for this drill hill.
One thing that I'm kind of worried about so far throughout this map is we've been talking about constantly Wiskin's play. Wiskin has been an incredible player when it comes down to the respawns. He's currently sitting at 3 and 8. So to me, Fnatic, the reason why they're down in this game is just due to him not really being that consistent slayer that they're used to having him be. So I think we're starting to see Wiskin turn up. If you're obviously a Fnatic fan, you've got to be rooting on for this guy. He's been a major slayer for the side of Fnatic throughout their entire run through the last few tournaments that they've been at, including tournaments like CWL Atlanta, CWL Paris as well. But he's got to turn up in this map. If they want to close it out here, Spoof combining for a few kills, trying to get involved. But either way, Fnatic holding it down on drill for now as those E-Rats continuing to be in play as Mayhem finds a nice double.
STDX getting some nice time once again off of the drill hill. Broke the 100-point mark just now. The last 20 seconds look like it's going to be going. But the amount of 2-piece entry kills that we've been seeing set to destroy get, right? It's really been Believe and Spoof being those guys to break open, or even if they're defending, pushing out of the hill and slaying out. They've been doing such an excellent job. Now you're going to see a 2-man hit coming from the hallway. That is going to be Believe and Mayhem trying to spoil the Fnatic party. And Tommy is going to be able to come out on top of one of the gunfights, but Mayhem is going to peek right around the corner to try to stop that. He's just going to be trying to stay alive here inside of the hangar operation. See what he's going to do, just kind of playing it back, but they're giving a lot of time to Fnatic. But just like that, Nova gets a first entry kill on Sunny B and control into the favor of set to destroy.
8 and 25 combined for Wiskin and Sunny B. They have got to make something happen here. This is the reason why they're down, because half the time in Fnatic's team fights, they have 2 players who are dropping nearly just about every single time, instead of STDX completely destroying Fnatic right now, as you're going to see Believe involved in your kill feed quite a bit. Mayhem continuing to go on some streaks. And Fnatic really, one thing that they can take away is maybe the rotations. If they can make that rotation here over toward this next hill, that could be huge for them. If they can lock that one down, they can start to bring it back, but they've got to be aware of that. Mayhem ends up dropping. Believe, of course, grabbing those scrap seconds. And Nova coming in from observation. The break from STDX could be used from this FTL jump, but it's actually skying above the other player. Sunny B ends up finding that one. Spoof and Believe have actually found their way in toward the entry point, and just like that, Fnatic, despite having that rotation down, they're going to have a bunch of STDX players contesting them at all times. This is a big team fight, the potential solidifying team fight that, if it goes STDX way, could close out the match.
That's a nice big 2-piece by Sunny B. His teammates are going to be there for support now. This is where we saw them get a majority of their time. Last time we were at this hill, 167 to 93 is the score and rising. Fnatic trying to do everything they can to claw their way back into this match. Looks like they're going to try to go for a potential pinch here, but it looks like it's not going to happen. Fnatic doing such an excellent job of slaying out. We're seeing the E-Rad in the hands of Tommy, forcing him to be aggressive and up in the face of the enemy. STDX is completely going to give up this hill. Rotations are going to be coming in, so now it's going to come down to the team fights on the side of Fnatic to try to regain control. And if they get just a couple kills here, I believe it will spawn the set to destroy players out.
Oh my gosh, Tommy gets a huge kill there over on Spoof. That's going to at least delay the side of STDX for any pushes. Believe going to be watching that flank. Little does he know, all the Fnatic players are about to enter in just above him. Trying to back up. Gun engagement's beginning to happen as Mayhem and a Nova combined for 2. Tommy still trying to stay alive. Scraps the last player alive, and the hill, Believe, turns around, shuts down Scraps. The assist all around for STDX. Wiskin ends up dropping yet again, 7 and 20. Not having the best performance as you'd obviously like to see from the man. As STDX getting closer and closer to that 200-point mark.
It's a big mistake on Fnatic's part. They had that hill, but Believe just played it so patient. That was such a great play by him, just staying in that corner, waiting for his teammate support. His teammates ended up spawning out as well, but he was able to just kind of solo that inside of the hill. Believe having a game for himself, 19 and 10, was just on a 4-kill spree, and 1 minute and 41 seconds inside of the hill to go along with that. The 200-point mark has been broken for STDX, and things are looking very bad for the side of Fnatic. Streaks are going to be coming in, I believe, from the side of Set to Destroy. And that's going to be the Trinity Rocket. But first player inside the hill once again is going to be an STDX player. That is going to be Nova. Quickly followed up is going to be Believe there. Now Fnatic really needs to start to get things going here. They are going to be able to get some trades, but the hill not going to be taken by anybody. But now, once again, STDX players getting very aggressive, putting that pressure on the side of Fnatic, and it is paying off. Hill control once more.
Fnatic have got to get a break somehow. Lots of players consisting inside of observation. Looks like it's a party in observation at this point. Kills continuing to go in favor of STDX. Of course, Mayhem currently sitting on that 8 streak, 22 and 12, nearly double positive. Nova continuing to go on, but Tommy ends up finding that one on Nova. That's a big kill that goes in his way, but Spoof is here for the trade. Tommy with that E-Rat ends up dropping Tommy, and Scraps realizing we can't do it all by ourselves. And STDX only 10 seconds away to close out this hard point. We talked about how strong Fnatic should be on this map. This is one of the best maps in their entire hardpoint rotation, and Fnatic has just destroyed them on it. 250 to 134 is how our game 4 will end, and we are going to see a game 5 between STDX and Fnatic, despite it looking like it could go the opposite way, despite our predictions, despite everyone's thoughts. STDX continues to surprise. This map 5, man, this should be an interesting one to say the least, as that's going to be on the map throwback.
It definitely is. I mean, we just kind of go through. I mean, we saw the first hardpoint was going to be very close as well. This one, not close at all, 250 to 134. So a little bit shaky coming from the side of Fnatic, but now it is game 5. This is where the leadership of Tommy is going to come in big. This is where he's just going to have to keep his team calm, cool, collected, because, you know, the attitude of these guys, they're not going to be happy with losing to a team like STDX. Coming into this event, they're probably like, who are these guys?
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the biggest things, too.
Oh, for sure. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, Game 5 between STDX and Fnatic. You do not want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. Same faces that you guys have seen. I'm Dirk, joined alongside Landon for this match. Should be a great one. Game number 5 going down between Fnatic and STDX. It's been going down right to the wire majority of the games, but that last hardpoint did not look good for Fnatic. We both predicted them to come out on top. We thought the ERAD play and the aggressiveness from that side would be good, but just right towards the end there, we saw the clinic that STDX was putting on in hardpoint. They had both sides pushed out, and they were just basically making the Fnatic players flood in through one side, which is exactly what you want to see when you're playing hardpoint. They played it down to a T, but now we're heading into Search and Destroy. The first one did go to STDX's favor, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play out.
I really don't know how to call anything anymore, to be honest with you. I mean, it's like TK goes game 5 with United after they have had a fantastic performance. Fnatic, who looked incredibly strong versus the likes of teams like LG. SDX haven't hardly even won a map yet. So when it comes into this game 5, I really don't know how to call it. I'm getting rid of my predictions. I'm done. I don't know how to call this one. I'm just so confused. CWL Dallas has been an awesome event. But my predictions, it just doesn't matter. It really doesn't. I don't know how to call this one.
I feel like it's just like the story of Infinite Warfare, right? We like make these predictions like this team is going to do this team is going to be killer, and then you sit there an hour into the match, you're just like.
I just heard word that Ghost Recruit just beat Envious. Like, I don't. I want to get off. I don't know what's going on. I don't get this.
Pretty great. I mean, that's something that we've seen too. We've seen the team Envious struggles. You've seen how the players feel about the game and how they play and stuff like that. It's just a lot of negative vibes with that one going down in the team Envious. I'm going to say locker room, but even though they don't really have a locker room. But 3-1 in favor of Ghost Crew. That's a team that even back in Atlanta, me and you watched after the event was done, just some little side bracket games that were going on. They looked very strong. They pushed Enigma 6 to their limits too, but now they're showing up and ready to play. I just love Mox. He's my favorite.
The open bracket teams have come to play. They're saying, you know what, we want these league spots too.
Like,
you guys are already in pool play. Guess what? We've been warming up the entire day 1 and even coming into day 2. We are hungry to get into these matches, and they've definitely obviously surprised. The likes of TK, the likes of STDX, and obviously the likes of the Gosu crew. Everyone wants those covetous LAN league spots, especially in STDX and obviously the European team in Fnatic. But this one's going down to a game 5 in our current series. Like I said, Spoof obviously had a fantastic performance. He ends up dropping a number of different kills, and I had my notes, which I actually destroyed. I would be able to tell you how many kills he had. I think he dropped like 14 and 2 or something like that, which is absurd. Don't expect him to have that exact same overall score. But regardless, when it comes down to a map like Throwback, fully expect to see maybe even some sniper rifle play. I think we end up seeing Nova bring that one out for the side of STDX in that map number 2. So I don't know, man. Throwback is an interesting map. It's pretty hard to call. You see a lot of rush plants when it comes down to that bike path bomb site. And I feel like whoever gets those first bloods, a lot of the times, those are the people who win the round. So I think if Nova can make a massive impact with the sniper rifle, if STDX can make a major impact with that sniper rifle, I think this could be their game.
Yeah, something interesting, too. We were talking to Mud Dog yesterday, and he was talking about the F-tail jump, the power slide, right? He said that there should not be a reason why people aren't picking power slide anymore. The thruster speed was reduced, but you can cancel out of the slide whenever you want, so you can get that traditional movement as well. So, I mean, you see him just not pick it. It's just sort of like maybe like a comfort thing like we talk about. Maybe they just don't want it on because they got so used to it before. But you guys are going to see the map overview. That is going to be the B bomb site. You're not going to see very many hits there, maybe once or twice. But the A site that is on screen now is going to be a place where you're going to see a lot of rush plants. You're going to see the player get positioned on that back diner with either a sniper or an NV4 in hand to watch that middle map area. Train tunnels pretty much going to be non-existent unless it's going to be in like a 1v1 situation as well. And then obviously top green, another power position on this side when you are on defense.
It's time to hop in now to round number 1. It will be STDX on the offensive to start this one out. Spoof, of course, being the man who performed incredibly well in that first Search and Destroy in map 2. He's going to continue his role as the OBJ. There's no picks going down yet. Of course, you're going to see Nova with that sniper rifle. Nearly picks off that player toward that back lemon. Had he done that, that would have been the major call for Spoof's going to get that bomb down. Well, he's doing it anyway. It looks like one player being very aggressive toward that bottom. That's actually going to be Sunny B. He ends up getting the first blood of this round number 1.
Yeah, but now if you're on the side of Fnatic, you need to try to figure out a way to take out Nova. You know he's going to have the advantage from range. Now Sunny B has an opportunity to try to get at least onto the bomb to try to get a defuse while his teammates can cover. And with the bomb being planted towards Nova, it's going to be hard for Fnatic to do that, but now you're going to see the aggressive push coming in to try to take out Nova. That is their main focus. Wuskin is going to be right on the other side of the wall. Kills have been going down. Now just trying to take out Sunny B, who's going to be on the bomb. He's going to be able to find one, not going to be able to find the second. Tommy going to pick up 2 kills to his name in that. The defuse is going to be going into the hands of Sunny B, putting him 225 away from that scare, but more importantly, 1 round on the board for the side of Fnatic.
You could see that they were constantly focusing on him. They were trying to make sure he was aware. I can't remember exactly who that player was. It might have been Sunny B, who was ducking down in that bomb site. Essentially what he's doing in that particular play is trying to make sure, make Nova think that he's going for that defuse, and having that sniper rifle out, he's calling to his teammates. I don't know if they're on the bomb or not, because I can't actually see if he's on the defusal. So with that in mind, of course, a big play there coming in from Fnatic as Tommy finds 2 kills in that first round. And it looks like they might be making a separate wrap back. Sunny B, bomb in his hands for the moment, as they're just trying to work on that first blood. Weskins with that MV4. Nice little line set he has toward that middle map.
We're going to see Nova getting very aggressive, positioning himself on top bridge. He's going to go ahead and utilize the A site, get him some nice covers. He's watching into that back diner. So what they're going to be able to do, no kills going down yet, but we could have an engagement coming up. All 4 players from the side of Set to Destroy pushed up, getting very, very aggressive. If Wuskin peeks around the corner, he should be able to pick up a kill here, but Scraps is going to draw blood, and he takes out Spoof.
Mayhem lingering through this bottom side, ends up getting dropped there to Scraps. So now a 2 versus 4 situation. Fnatic on the offensive. This is looking great for them. It would be big if they can also get that bomb down. I believe coming through the flank, if he can shut down this bomb clincher, that would be big, but he doesn't even know the bomb is going down. The white flag will be out, and Fnatic waving their flag high as they're now going to be up 2 rounds to 0. The opposite effect of what we saw in that first search and destroy, where we saw STDX immediately get up to a good start. This time it's Fnatic, as you're going to see Wuskin in your final kill cam. Didn't see him get too many kills in that last hard point, so it's probably good for him that he's starting off pretty nicely with that round anyway.
It's weird how Believe played that, kind of knew that it was just going to be so hard to get the 1v4. Got very, very aggressive. Some impulse shots came in as a player just kind of peeked around the corner. But 2 rounds to Fnatic's name. Spoof now is going to be the bomb carrier for the side of Set to Destroy. Both 0-2 for him and Believe, so look for them to try to pick it up for the guys on Set to Destroy. It's going to be 1 player position over by Blue. That is going to be Nova, has the NV4 in hand, just kind of peeking over by the barn area right now. Tommy is going to peek around the corner from Train Tunnel, is going to tag up some shots as well, but is going to go ahead and back off of that. Tommy off to a hot start, 3-0. Let's watch him. He's going to be able to find another one. Going to be 1 more position right behind him. Is he going to be able to get the turn on that player? No, he is not. Mayhem is going to come out on top on that engagement. Now the players from Set to Destroy all grouping up together. As you can see, the arrows from Fnatic all spread out, but they're looking to rejoice. 25 seconds to work with to try to get a defuse.
Nova finds that one on Scraps, and now Mayhem is a perfect line side. He ends up shutting down 1. There's another player right in his midst. Wuskin is able to stay alive for now. Can Wuskin clutch the 1 versus 3? Only a little bit of time left, though, on that bomb. It would be smart for the start of STDX to just try and roam around, as this one's not going to go in Fnatic's way, but Wuskin can at least try to advance toward that scare. It would be smart for him just to try and stay alive, and he'll vend to do that. So STDX getting a much-needed round on the board, despite having a 7-2 start from both Wuskins and Tommy.
And just for the way Wuskin is playing there, should send a message to the side of Set to Destroy that this guy might be getting closer towards those streaks. So just look for him to try to shut him down. Obviously, they're not going to know his position, but anytime they can take out Wuskin to put him off of those, it's going to be big for the side of Set to Destroy. We're going to see Fnatic going back on the offensive. It's going to be Sunny B, the bomb carrier. 4-man spread all across the map. Let's go ahead and bring up the big mini map. Well, the big map, let's call it that. Tommy is going to draw first blood on Spoof, who was getting very aggressive. So now the man count in favor of the side of Fnatic. We'll see if Nova has the sniper out. No, he's going to have the NV4 in hand. 1 player crossed onto the bomb site, and he is not going to see that. So that bomb is going to be able to go down. But now he's immediately going to pay his attention, just focus on that player who is prone behind the bomb, and his teammate should be able to come through and pick up this kill right there. And Mayhem finds himself a nice 2-piece. Has that Scarab, 300 away for the Trinity Rocket. So look for the defuse to go to him if they do end up getting it.
Indeed, only 1 player alive. Tommy has to clutch the 1 versus 3 player already going on the bomb, and Tommy needs to try to check this 1 player just to his right. Isn't able to stay alive. Had he found that one, the clutch could have came in, and overall good strategy coming in from STDX, just trying to see who it's more beneficial to give the bomb to for the defusal. As they're going to actually give that one to Nova. The FTL jump is only going to be 125 points away from his Scarab. So just trying to keep everyone at a level playing field as we're only 4 rounds in.
That could be like that new strategy we've been seeing with the 2 Scarab setup. Just trying to push the Scarabs together just so you can make sure you can guarantee a kill if you do spot 1 player as well. But he is going to have the FTL jump ready to go. 0-4 for Spoof and 0-2 from Believe. Definitely not something that we've really seen in this series thus far.
What is Believe doing by himself with the bomb?
Soloing the bomb over here into Tool Shed. So let's see how
Okay,
this one
I
does
thought he was
play.
going to get more aggressive. Granted, he earned some information, but that was a very risky play. If for some reason one of the Fnatic players has a sniper rifle out, he's picked off, and that bomb is left in a pretty awkward spot. So either way, it'll work out for them in the end as they do find that first blood. Nova actually still does the FTL jump after getting that defusal last round. Looks like more shots continuing to go down. Spoof finding that one on Tommy and Believe by himself. Gets the bomb down, so I guess it works out for him.
Classic style of Call of Duty, send a distraction to one site and just have the other player just go around and plant the bomb. Haven't seen that in a while, but now Scraps is going to be left last alive. Does have the MV4, has the range of sight to play from, but this looks almost like an impossible round for the side of Fnatic to win. Well, let's see what Scraps is going to be able to do.
It's too quiet right now.
As soon as he peeks out, he's going to die. He's able to get one kill, but immediately it's going to be traded out 3-2 in favor of Set to Destroy. Are we going to see the upset coming in here?
I think it's definitely possible, and you can see the side of STDX are definitely doing some unorthodox things, right? They have one guy who literally goes by himself to go plant the bomb, which I was kind of discrediting. I was saying if he gets a little bit too aggressive, like why is he trying to do this? But it works out as a perfect bait. His teammates try to make it look like it's a typical B hit, when in reality he's actually going toward that site, and toward the A site, goes toward B, and he gets the bomb down. So interesting plays coming in from the STDX side. They're definitely using their mind to win a few rounds. And Sunny B going to get that bomb down quick, despite the nades coming down. Two of his teammates have already fallen, and just like that, Wiskin realizing what just happened to my teammates. This one should be 4-2 in favor of STDX. Shots continuing to go through, and just like that, that's going to be, I believe, Mayhem on the defusal. And now it's going to be STDX up 4-2.
Very tough round from Fnatic, but it's getting sort of to that point where you might need to try something new. Each and every time they're just kind of sliding onto the A site, putting Sunny B in an awkward situation where you're not going to be able to pick up that initial kill on Lemon. That's going to be one of the hardest things to do, is secure this bomb site if you don't tag up that player, or at least make him retreat back so his line of sight isn't going to be on the bomb. So they're basically setting Sunny B up for failure. Yes, he is getting the bomb down, but look, he has the FTL. It's not going to be that good to work with in Search and Destroy. Has no scarab to his name, and he's 1-4. It's just sort of like I compare it to how FaZe used to play Scorch Hardpoint. They just send Enable onto the bomb, put him in such a bad situation, but now they are going to be able to draw first blood, and that is because Tommy has the longbow in his hand. He's going to be able to take out Nova back on Diner. See, that's what I said. It comes down to that main gunfight from Lemon and Diner to see who can really dictate that A site. You're going to have Sunny B positioned over in the corner as well. And now Set to Destroy is just kind of scrambling. They know they can't just take A, so now they're going to try to go for B.
Him making his way over toward this B site. Of course, if he gets this plant down, then it's going to give him that Trinity rocket. Tommy's still lingering around. It's got to at least see a few of those players. Has the Oni in hand. Definitely not the weapon of choice, but you can obviously win a few gun engagements with it. Spot Spoof, but unfortunately doesn't use the trigger discipline. Has to go on a wall run, waits for his teammate to clean the player up from the side. Spots the player nearly over inside of blue. Can he get the jump snipe is the question. Only one player alive, and Tommy knows exactly where his positioning is. A much needed round for the side of Fnatic, and Tommy is waiting there. Shuts down Believe, and now they're going to give him the defusal, and that should get him incredibly close, if not already going to get his reactive armor, as he is going to be incredibly close to grabbing that one, but a round that they had to win. If not, that is 5-2 in STDX's favor. I don't think they could have came back from that. So to me, that is a much needed round and probably the most important round of Search and Destroy of Fnatic's tournament so far.
Nice shot coming in there from Tommy. Saw the reaction. As soon as that player peeked outside the window, the trigger was shot. So now Fnatic going to add another round on, making it 3, but they are still down. So let's see if they're going to be able to turn this one around here. Looks like Tommy starting to get things going with the sniper. Is going to decide to stick with it. Might be smart for him to position in Diner or go to that mid-map to try to get that snipe. But one of the biggest things, the biggest problems they've been having on offense is just taking out Nova. This is something they need to isolate him, throw something at him that's going to completely catch him off guard. Now he has a sniper in hand as well. Wuskin's going to be in the same position. He's going to have the NV4. He can't peek out and challenge Nova, and this is why the A site hit is not working for the side of Fnatic.
I believe a scare about as well for STDX. Trying to gain some information is Mayhem. Going to be aware of the opposite site. He's going to help along with Believe to try to clear this one out. Of course, releases those players in the back, and due to that information being learned, you're going to see them maybe try to make a little bit of a rotation. Wuskin is in a pretty decent spot if he can find a few players through middle. But Wuskin's in such an awkward spot that while it is kind of interesting, teammates are on the other side of the map. So with that, Sunny B, I believe, does have the FTL jump along with bomb in hand. Both teams just really trying to look for that first blood. With only 25 seconds left, Fnatic have got to get rushed to move. But it looks like here comes the offensive play. That one coming in from Mayhem shuts down Wuskin. Nova shuts down Scraps as well. That's going to be a 2 versus 4, and only a few seconds remaining. This should not be a round that goes in Fnatic's way.
Definitely should not be. Sunny B is going to spot his actual own teammates start shooting at him. He's not going to be able to come out on top of that engagement. Now Tommy's going to be left last alive. STDX just 1 round away from making the upset on Fnatic happen. And just the way that entire thing played out, the utility obviously in favor of Set to Destroy. The players from Fnatic, I believe what they were trying to do is have that delayed push. When that Scarab came in, that gave STDX the intel. These guys might be going over to this B site. And then Wuskin, I believe he should have peeked out and went for the Nova when he was hitting that wall run. Maybe should have tried to get a grip, at least get a line of sight. He didn't check that back lemon spot once. He was more focused on middle map. But now Set to Destroy 1 round away from taking this best of 5 and winning their first pool play match. Let's see how this one does go. Believe is going to draw first blood, and things are looking good for them so far.
They are now a 2 versus 4 to decide the series. Wuskin and Sunny B. It resides on you. FTL jump still for Sunny B. Wuskin toward the other side. Needs to try and find one pick. One pick can easily break open this entire round. Sunny B is going to drop 1 versus 4 with Wuskin. This one is looking incredibly unlikely. One more player to challenge, and that's going to do it. STDX are going to pull off the upset as they're going to shut down Fnatic in a Game 5 scenario. They're going to win this search and destroy 6-3 with Nova finishing off in a fantastic fashion, 10-6 for him. And honestly, Fnatic looked pretty decent throughout most of that match. And I mean, honestly, we were kind of counting out. We're saying this is their map where they closed it out on. Scorch Hardpoint. That's one of their best hardpoints, but they couldn't get it done. These open bracket teams continue to surprise us here, Dirk, so far at the CWL Dallas Open.
See, and like we said, too, just we expect maybe these amateur teams to take the search and destroys, which is exactly what happened. SDX won both of those, but then they also won the hard point after Fnatic won the first one, and then they won the uplink, too. So you just expect Fnatic to win those respawns. But in that hard point, things just did not look good for the side of Fnatic. Set to Destroy was just doing everything they could. They were being aggressive. They were counteracting anything that Fnatic did throw at them as well. So now they are going to get their first pool play win. And as for the Fnatic squad, how do we view them now? Like, we know they've had such a good event thus far. Do you think this is demoralizing? Do you think maybe the first day was a fluke? Or do you think this might have just been a little bit of a shakeup coming from the side of STDX?
I wouldn't necessarily say it was a fluke necessarily. I mean, I think Fnatic definitely had good moments here and there, but it definitely makes the pool more interesting. We'll obviously have to rely on our map people, our statistics people, to kind of realize and see who's going to be making it out between Fnatic and Luminosity Gaming. But of course, more matches to be played. I believe STDX is yet to play Elevate, if my mind is serving correctly. So that should be an interesting matchup, to say the least. Elevate not playing their best, and STDX just beat Fnatic, who obviously was in that second place spot. So you expect them to most likely take out the side of Elevate as well. But of course, interesting results so far here, as a few more matches will go through. And you look at Gosu Crew, they are 3-0. And I believe they just beat Team Envious as well. What is going on right now, Dirk? I don't get this.
I mean, we know how good those guys are. I mean, people from home might not really know who the Gosu Crew is or who is on that roster. I think if you kind of ask them, everyone's just going to say, oh, they have Mox on their team.
Yeah.
That's going to be one of the biggest things. But now, their last match is going to be against Optic Gaming, and that's going to be a true test for the side of Gosu Crew.
It is. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, more action, obviously, here from the Bravo station. It was obviously a fantastic match to watch. I need to go lie down. I've casted 2 Game 5s in a row. So I believe our next matchup here on the Bravo station will be taking place between Mindfreak and Team Calorie. You do not want to miss that one, guys. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty World League Dallas Open. We are here live from Fort Worth, Texas. I'm Fox, I'm joined by Dirk, and we're getting into our next matchup for the day. We have Mind Freak facing off against Team Caliber. Previously on the stream, on Bravo stream here, we saw TK have an incredible performance in Game 5 against E United.
Yeah, that was definitely a great one. A lot of people not expecting that to really happen, but they came through and they shocked the world. No, I'm not going to say the world go that in depth with it, but they shocked a lot of people taking out the CWL Atlanta champions. Went right down to the wire, though. There's a lot of talks that E United didn't have a warm-up coming into this, and Team Caliber's been playing all day. So that's just something to take into effect, but Team Caliber has been looking great thus far on this Saturday here at CWL Dallas. But now they're going to be playing the APAC powerhouse in Mind Freak, but they have not been having a great run at all here at CWL Dallas.
Yeah, it seems like they're unable to finish out their hard points just this weekend, and that's what's leaving them stuck. That's actually how E United knocked out this team, was beating them in both hard points, and now we're seeing them face off against Team Caliber, a team that was able to 100-point club E United previously. So I'm curious to see how this series starts out. Now, I gotta say, Dirk, my prediction for this one is that we see TK take it. Mind Freak is not looking so hot this weekend, and we have seen on numerous different occasions that the APAC region does not seem to show up on an international level.
Yeah, they definitely don't. I mean, so far they have not won a match in pool play, so that's something you have to take into effect. I mean, their Australian brothers in Tatum Mines as well have yet to win a match, but we are going to be jumping straight into this action. Team Caliber going up against Mind Freak. Throwback Hardpoint is going to be the first map of this series. We're on board with Goonjar. He's going to have the NV4 inside of Top Food. The first initial engagement's going to the side of Mind Freak. It's going to be Fida, who was leading the charge. First point does go on the board, but only just for a split second on the side of Mind Freak.
Neither team really getting too much control of the hard point. This is definitely one of the more difficult hills on this map to control off the start because you both get such even footing on it. And you're so exposed by hopping into it. Teams can very easily break it seconds after you hop on top unless you're able to get a massive spawn trap on them. So now let's look through the eyes of Kolchan. In the previous series, he wasn't able to perform so hot in the respawns. This one, though, he's starting off 4-1 with 4 kills in a row.
Yeah, I mean, the first match that we saw today with Team Caliber was against iGame, and Kolchan went off and was doing great as well. Now, if you're a Mind Freak fan at home, for all you Australian guys, 6-1 for Buzzo. He's had a very slow start to this event, but he's picking things up, and now he's continuing his streak, and it's on 7. 50 away from getting that Trinity Rocket as well. They do have barn control currently being contested by the guys on Team Caliber. Happy is in a position to shut down Buzzo right here. What if he's going to spot him? And Happy is finally going to be able to shut him down. I don't believe Buzzo was able to. No, Buzzo was actually able to get fully streaked out from that little spree that he did go on at the start of this match. Mind Freak holding on to just a small lead in this barn hill.
Yeah, and that's a massive moment for Buzzo to start off the match with those score streaks. What that means is once they get to these hard points where they can hold a great amount of time on it, the big 60 hard points, you can call on those score streaks if you make some sort of a mistake to get the other team off of it. And it's definitely just that little sort of cushion to your win factor here. So now we're still sticking on board with the Mind Freak players, and you can see it's Shox' turn. He's on a 4 streak as they hold down the barn hill.
Shox statistically so far in pool play is the best player in respawn from Mind Freak, holding a 1.01 KD, while everybody else is dripped right down to like a 0.86 all the way around for the guys on Mind Freak. So Shox is definitely going to be a player that we're going to have to keep our eyes on, slaying in and outside of the hill. We're on board with him still right now, as the hill is currently in favor of the guys from Team Caliber. The Scarab is going to be called in by Shox. Might be able to get a kill here. It's trying to spot the player jumping over top of the bridge. Looks like he's going to be able to avoid that one. That one is going to be Gokchan. He left the Scarab just completely on skates on ice, and Fida going to be the player to push inside of the hill, starting to get things heated up here. Mind Freak doing an excellent job of holding TK back and getting such good time off this bike path hill.
Yeah, I feel like he stayed in his Scarab for way too long right there. After he saw the player jumped up and above, he could easily get taken down by that same player he was going for with the Scarab. On to Fida's screen, drop-shotting for the score streaks. He's 75 points away from the bombardment now, and posting up on top of the arch. I think that he's just trying to read where this next Team Caliber rotation is going to come from, because that's going to be an easy 75 points for him. And to stack those score streaks with Buzzo throughout the rest of this map, that's going to be a big advantage.
Definitely Shox is going to be able to get a kill kill streak of his own as well, currently sitting at 4. Trinity Rocket is going to be in the hands of Fida, and Buzzo is fully streaked out still as well. So that's something to keep in mind. Nobody on Team Caliber has really been able to get these big streaks going. So look for players like Colchan, players like Theory to maybe start to try to get that to happen. Happy now going to be inside the hill. The bombardment is going to come in by Buzzo. It's going to find 2. Now a 3 kill streak for Buzzo and a 4 kill streak for Shocks as well. Still does have more utility to work with, but they have complete control of this hill. Shocks trying to find himself in a great position. You see him proning up and down, trying to pick off these players who are coming in from blue on Team Caliber, but now the setup has been broken. Colchan picks up a nice 2-piece, finds the 3rd, and that's a 3-piece. Hill in control of Team Caliber.
Big 3-piece there out of Colchan. This hill in particular was actually the one that TK held very well when they were playing against E United in Game 4. They were able to get there, have the early setup, and it was very difficult for E United to break through. Now, granted, the way that they were pushing it, they were constantly just flooding in from blue side and not even really bothering to send people through the underpass. But TK is showing that this is definitely one of the better portions of the map.
That was going to be a huge kill for Colchan there, because that would have gotten him some utility to work with as well. Obviously, these guys, they know on Mind Freak they're going to have fully streaked out. They saw the bombardment come in, so that kind of gives them that mindset. They're going to have a Scarab. They're going to have a Trinity Rocket still in their back pocket. Excite does have his payload ready. You see him in the Scarab right there. Going to pick up some intel on where this player is in that back diner. And as we're saying that, Shocks picks up a nice 3-piece, that middle map, securing Mind Freak their positioning, but they just have to worry about Goonjar. All tensions focused on him. Look at all the arrows. Now 3 players from Team Caliber are going to be coming from top food, and their mind is still focused over there. Now this is your chance to break if you're Team Caliber.
Team Caliber opens up with those 2 kills. Theory's the one to do it. Colchan falls, and Theory's still alive, being a nuisance. No one has been able to respond to this man just yet. He's also 150 points away from the Scarab, so you definitely want to see him work towards those streaks if you're a TK fan. He reads the blue spawn, but gets a little impatient, and so he's punished for it. You gotta wonder why he didn't just wait a little bit longer, knowing that they would be coming to Barn.
Right now going to be positioned in this back market. It's going to be one player inside. That is going to be Shocks. Goonjar is going to be able to shut him down, sliding across, doing everything he can to stay alive, goes into challenge, and it's going to be Fida coming out on top. Buzzo is going to join him inside of the hill as well. 18 and 12 for Buzzo. We said it's going to be so crucial for the guys on Mind Freak, especially Buzzo, to start to pick things up, because that's when their squad is at their best. Fida 16 and 12, and Excite at 16 and 14. Team Caliber just has no answer for the slaying power of Mind Freak. Fida getting that time inside of the hill as well. 1 minute and 1 second, but now Team Caliber looks like they are going to go in for a break, but they need to worry about the 2 Mind Freak players pushing in from that silo side, and it looks like Buzzo is playing this patient, waiting for his teammates, but now the rotations are going to start to come in for this underpass hill. There's going to be 1 player from Team Caliber in a position to try to spoil the Mind Freak setup. It's going to be Theory, but he's going to find himself in a sticky situation.
Yeah, so Mind Freak set up all around mid, and their player that just died should spawn in a decent way to continue applying some pressure to middle map. It should have no problem going over towards bike path here. I'm actually kind of surprised there's no action towards it just yet until now, the 10 seconds into the hard point. I thought Mind Freak would easily be in control of it considering their map presence.
Definitely should have been. Fida is going to be the first player inside, and he's going to find himself on a 3-kill streak once more. 2 players going to be pushing in from bowling. The setups from Mind Freak looking ever so great. The streaks are now going to come in from Colchan. He was able to get busy with some, and now he's going to find 2. That completely breaks the Mind Freak setup, and now they're going to be attacking, all flooding in from Lemon. Going to see more streaks start to come in. I believe this one's going to be on Mind Freak, and this is going to be Buzzo inside of his Trinity Rocket. He's not going to be able to get anything from that. Does have his overdrive to use as well, just in case they find himself in a sticky situation where they're not going to be able to rotate in time. That's 3 down for Mind Freak. Team Caliber just broke the 100-point marker. They're trying to make the comeback. They are on the good side. They have the spawns ready to go. Things are looking good for a TK comeback.
Yeah, that was a great shot from Buzzo onto the player on hardpoint, but then he just started sprinting straight to it, ignoring the guys that would be mid, and that's going to be Happy. That is the last player in a respawn game mode on the side of TK that you want to ignore. And speaking of players on TK and respawn, let's take a look at Colchan, who's currently on a 6 streak and just dropped his Centurion.
He put that in a very good position too. They just kind of know that they don't have to focus on that underpass side anymore. Just because the Centurion is down, they're going to be able to get the hit markers and get the call-outs, but the slaying now going in favor of Team Caliber. But just look at everybody, all of them in a negative, apart from Colchan. He's been the real leader for this team, and he's been completely taking over in the slaying department. Fida and Shocks getting very close to their payloads. That's something that's going to be keeping in mind as this one. 20 points separate these 2 teams, but now Mind Freak are trying to get a break, but Happy picks up a nice 2-piece there, stays alive, trying to find one more inside the hill. He's not going to be able to pick up that kill. Fida comes on top in that engagement and earns himself the reactive armor.
Happy's gun steal since this morning has been such a pleasure to watch. He's definitely putting on a show for us in some of these engagements here. And now we see Theory breaking the hard point, getting his team a little bit of scrap time. He's not going to prioritize that too much, though. As you can see, he's already making moves towards bowling. There's going to be someone just behind him. He needs to win that gunfight. He doesn't do so. That's Excite that gets the better of him. And while all this is going down, Mindfreak is getting uncontested time in the middle of the hill. So expect to see those TK players come through from underpass and bike path and pinch him.
Definitely should. Buzzo was inside of the hill, and he did just drop. Might not see much utility used on this one since it's just sort of a back and forth hill, but Mindfreak has done an excellent job of holding down this first hill in the rotation. Shock's now going to be left up last alive on a 5-kill streak, is going to get shut down by the hands of Goonjar. And now TK can try to take control here, but just time and time again, we see a break coming from Team Caliber. Then they lose those crucial gunfights to try to go on board with Colchan, the guy who's been putting Team Caliber on his back thus far. He's going to be able to find 2, starting to get things heated up. It'd be great if he could try to work his way towards some streaks again, but he is still pretty far away. 5 seconds left on this. The barn rotations are already in, and it's going to be in Mindfreak's favor.
Colchan wants to push straight through this and set up for Barn and get behind them, but he knows he can't do it outnumbered. So the patience here should pay off as Theory looks to make the camo play. Opening engagement on Buzzo goes in his favor. Hopefully, if you're a TK fan, they don't forget about player 6. That's going to be Fida just behind them. There it is. Happy turns around, takes him down. That was a crucial gunfight because if Fida went unchecked, this push would not have succeeded.
Yeah, and then we saw just Colchan, how patient he was being, just waiting for that push. He was waiting for Theory to come through with the active camo and completely just broke open that Mindfreak setup. But now you're going to see Excite and the crew start to push in through this back barn area. They're able to find 2 kills, 1 with the Scarab, and now the hill broken open once again. And we're going to be seeing Hardline being used by Excite. Obviously, that's going to put you closer towards your streaks as soon as you spawn up. Can be very beneficial to you if you're going off. Now, Fida is going to be inside the hill. They did just break the 200 point mark, 205, and rising from Mindfreak to Team Caliber's 166.
Yeah, and that Hardline giving him the bonus to each kill. You saw right there, he's able to get 125 on a kill outside of the hard point. If you can just continue going on those streaks like many of the Mindfreak players have been able to do so this map, that could be pretty big for them to close out this game. They're currently 40 seconds away from closing it out. TK is trailing 40 seconds behind, but it looks like we're getting to the hard point that has typically been TK's strength on this map, which is towards that statue.
He's in a sticky situation. The Scarab does come in, is going to survive that one, but is going to be stuck in place just for a moment. Now, more kills are going to be coming in. Has the teammate support, slides around, is going to be able to take control of the hill. Still have 30 seconds left, so a lot to fight for on this one. You see where the Mindfreak players are spawning. One player going to come in to try to contest. That is going to be Buzzo. He's on a 3-kill streak, has the NV4, going to be at the disadvantage in these close quarters combat, but 2 kills now go in favor of the side of Mindfreak. And now they take control, 220 to 188. 59 seconds left in the game overall, but that clock is not going to move unless the hill is contested or it's being rotated. So that's something to keep in mind. You're going to see the Team Caliber guys going to completely give Mindfreak all this time. They know that baseball can be a huge turning point for them. Let's go ahead and get a quick run-through of the players from Mindfreak to see if any of them are getting close towards these streaks. I think the closest is going to be Buzzo at 150 away from that Trinity rocket.
Happy could not die right there without getting a kill. That fed Buzzo some closer towards his streaks. That also gives them an open path straight through bowling to the hard point. Mindfreak is looking like they're in a great position to take control of this hill. Fida gets a huge 2-piece, and now the camo push-out should seal the deal. 4 seconds separate Mindfreak from victory. TK's flooding in, but there's nothing they can do. Despite all of the contention going down on the point, it looks like Mindfreak might just take map number 1.
And that is exactly what they do. Mindfreak, we talked about coming into this, their hardpoint struggles so far in pool play, but looking very dominant against a Team Caliber squad that has been gunning. You're going to see Friday is going to be in your final kill cam. I believe everybody on the side of Mindfreak dropping close to over 30 kills in that one. So the slaying going all the way around. You're going to see Friday obviously on top in the winner's circle. But the big thing you can take away from that if you're a Mindfreak fan is Buzzo's performance. He had a very, very slow start on that Friday, but now coming into this match, you saw how much he picked it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Buzzo was a big factor for them. That game, he started off, 8-0? Or it was 8-1, I believe. And he was able to get himself fully streaked out. That bombardment is definitely going to be a big part later on in the game. And then we saw several other players were able to go on streak. Shox had his turn 2 or 3 times just in that map alone. Excite running hardline was certainly a factor. And we just saw that all 4 members of Mindfreak were able to contribute and take down Team Caliber.
Yeah, they definitely were. So Retaliation, Search, and Destroy is going to be the next mech. Now, Fox, I want to get your thoughts on this between Mind Freak and Team Caliber. You saw the Search and Destroy they played against E United. How do you think they fared against a squad like them?
Repeat that question one more time.
The Team Caliber against E United. How did the Search and Destroy game really look against them?
The Search and Destroy, the first one was very close. It was 6-4 in favor of TK. This is before E United began their sweep of them, the reverse sweep of them. It looked like TK had a pretty solid system around just playing around happy. Yeah. He had such big gains throughout that entire series. That's definitely the player that I look for. Now, against Mind Freak here, it's really tough to have these, to sort of gauge these matchups because TK and Mind Freak, when are we ever going to see them play against one another, right? Yeah. And that's why this tournament is such a big deal. They're bringing these two teams together for what feels like the first time. So it's really difficult to match up these two teams based on their play styles in that game mode.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, something to keep in mind statistically, obviously, we don't see too much of Mind Freak in terms of how these guys play in Search and Destroy and stuff like that. But this event alone, 66% win percentage coming into this one. So you know they got to be feeling good at that. Like we said, their hardpoint game has been struggling quite a bit, but in the Search and Destroy, they've made up for it as well as the uplink. So that's something to keep in mind as we progress through this. I remember from the match that we casted this morning with Team Caliber, they were looking very good in the Search and Destroy. So that's something that we can kind of take away from that. Retaliation is going to be sort of one of those maps like a Crusher. There's going to be a tiny little bit more tactical stuff that goes into it other than the maps like Throwback or maps like Scorch. It's going to be a lot more strategical pushes, but you're going to see so many just basically hits onto that B site over A.
Yeah, a lot of rotations and rotations all over Crusher. That's really what it's about. If you get a first blood, maybe you don't push that site. Maybe you wrap back and go to the opposite site. It just depends on what you see. You got to play off of that information that you're able to find for yourself here. So if you're just tuning in, a quick recap. We're watching Mind Freak facing off against Team Caliber. Mind Freak was able to take map number 1, Hardpoint, which is a game mode that has seemed to be their struggle all weekend long here at the CWL Dallas Open. We're moving into game number 2 in this best-of-5 series to see who can move forward in this series.
Definitely going to be a crazy one. Mind Freak just trying to do everything they can to get their first pool play win, and it's looking good for them so far going up against a team like Team Caliber. So we're going to see how this one does play out. The rig draft is underway, and the players are getting all settled in. So like we said, on a map like Retaliation, you might see the sniper being pulled out by Colchan. He's definitely going to be a player to watch for me throughout this Search and Destroy. Obviously, probably one of the strongest Search and Destroy players that they have on Team Caliber. Really what he was known for at the start of his Call of Duty career as well. So he's always a player that we do need to highlight. Now, something I also want to keep in mind too, we brought up that what was it? Shocks from the side of Mind Freak. Yeah, he has the top KD on his team in Search and Destroy as well. He's at 1.21 as well. So that's something that we're going to have to keep in mind as this game does progress.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we're able to have some people on site here updating us with statistics. Thank you very much for all the people here that put work into that. I'm sure it's definitely not an easy task to make sure we have all this accurate and up to date, especially when we have so many different matches going on at once. Gosh, this weekend in Dallas has been incredible. Well, Fort Worth has been incredible for CWL Dallas. Getting to see so much international competition here in Infinite Warfare has been an incredible experience. I mean, there's very few times that we'll see Team Caliber get to match up against Mind Freak. These two teams, though, fighting for that opportunity to get into the Global LAN League, where we'll have North American, APAC region, and European teams all competing all at once in North America. There will be a lot more of it to follow this up.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're Mind Freak, your real competition, all you're focused on right now is just outplacing Tainted Minds. Yeah. That's really all you're looking for. Obviously, it's going to be the one team coming from the APAC region for the Global LAN League, so that's their main focus. It's pretty, I'm not going to say it's pretty easy for them, but it just depends how this does play out. Looks like by the way things are going, both of these teams will drop down to the losers bracket, so they're going to have to make those runs. But that's all Mind Freak just needs to do. They have a pretty comfortable pro point standing lead against Tainted Minds, so that's their main focus. And Team Caliber, they have a big, big hill to climb if they want any chance of trying to get that qualification.
Right, and it's got to be scary going into this tournament if you're Tainted Minds or Mind Freak. You got to know that everyone is sort of looking down on you and kind of feeling like you are coming from the weakest region, which in reality, yeah, they are. But they're the two strongest teams from their region. So seeing these two teams inadvertently go at one another in this tournament based on their placings has definitely been exciting to watch. So let's see what they can do here in the Search and Destroy against TK. We see that the first blood does go in favor of Team Caliber.
It's going to be Colchan with the sniper in hand. We brought it up. It's something we're going to have to watch. Going to be one player trying to peek out on Patio to pick up this kill. Gunjar, no, he has the player one shot, and it was going to be Fida He's not going to be able to pick anything up there, but then Shocks is going to find a nice two-piece of his own. Does have that bomb in hand. It is going to be going down now. It's going to be one player right around the corner. He is going to hear Happy jumping around, and just like that, it is going to be Mind Freak taking the first round here on Retaliation Search and Destroy.
Swift round there. Heads up play to put that bomb down, playing off of his team's communication, of course, to take down Happy. Pretty easy, just quick round. Both teams just hitting their default executes to try and get a feel for what the other player does. Again, these guys don't usually match up against one another, so they don't exactly have that prior knowledge of how the other team plays.
It's just sort of one of those things where if you're Mind Freak, you're not really going to study up on a team like Team Caliber. Same thing goes for Team Caliber. You're not going to really look up a team like Mind Freak to focus on how they play, but the first bloods are going in favor of Mind Freak. It's going to be Fida picking up a kill, and then Colchan is going to be able to get a nice quick scope there on to Excite, who was getting very aggressive. But now it's Happy and Colchan trying to make some magic happen against the boys from Mind Freak. Currently a 2 versus 3 situation. The bomb is going to be down position in lower street. 2 players coming around on the flank. I don't believe Colchan spotted either of those players. It's going to be Buzzo and Fida, but now the shots are going to come in. They do have the bomb, and he picks up the K-bar. Now things are starting to look a little better for Team Caliber.
God, you blink and you might miss it. That was a really fast quick scope coming from Colchan. No hesitation whatsoever. And so now he's able to find himself in a much better situation. Oh, well, it was 2v2, but he's going to find that trade. 1 versus 2 situation. They know where he's at. All they have to do is collapse on him. That's going to be the end of the round there as Mind Freak takes a second in a row.
It's the glasses, man. You remember CWL Sydney when they were sitting there calling him Dr. Buzzo? He had the glasses on.
Does glasses make
you
a doctor?
The glasses are making the difference.
Why does having glasses make you? What does having contacts make you?
Don't ask me. Ask the APAC guys. They're the one who said it. I just started laughing.
What does that qualify me as to when I'm wearing contacts?
A surgeon.
Oh, wow. I didn't know it was that. What am I even paying for college for?
Shocks is going to have the bomb in hand here. On the offensive is going to be Mind Freak. See what they're going to be able to do. Shocks off to a hot start. Exactly what we expect from, like we said, statistically the best search and destroy player for the side of Mind Freak for this event. But now it is going to be 3 versus 3. Going to be one player over at this A site playing some defense, and it's going to be Colchan once more. He's going to spot a player, throws the jammer grenade out. Going to go and toss the flechette as well, but they're going to be able to evade that one. You're seeing Mind Freak utilize that A bomb site more than Team Caliber, more than really any team that we see here at LAN events for search and destroy, especially. So let's see. Shocks is going to be rotating all the way back around. It's going to be one player. He's going to be able to find somebody. That is going to be Colchan.
With Shocks being 6-1 right now, he has access to those score streaks. Fida is 25 points away from getting his as well. And remember, what the story was in Hardpoint for this series was that their score streaks and the streaks that these Australian players were going on just were left unchecked. No one on TK were prioritizing them, and it seemed like they weren't communicating, hey, this guy's destroying us right now. Don't die to him. Don't push this. We know he's here. Different things like that. These players just seem to go on these streaks whenever they want to.
Whatever Mind Freak is throwing at Team Caliber, there's just no way for them to counteract it right now. So we just need to try to see to get this one to turn around for the side of Team Caliber. They're going to be an offense one more. Colchan is going to opt to put away the sniper. He's going to pull back out that K-bar. You're going to see a heavy B hit coming in here. 2 players going to be positioned in that hotel lobby. Theory is your bomb carrier. Sure spotted that one player coming through, but the players from Mind Freak getting very aggressive on the flank once more, and they draw first blood, I think, for the 3rd time in this match.
Yeah, Mind Freak hitting that bridge push right there was pretty devastating to TK. I don't think they were expecting to have that many players on their tail, and the end result, first blood for Mind Freak. And that's definitely danger for TK as they're on the offensive side. When that player is putting the bomb down, it's essentially a 2 versus 4. He's not able to shoot back for some time, and you know those Mind Freak players are monitoring the bomb sites with their lives.
Theory has to go ahead to plant this. He's going to opt to plant it towards Cathedral. This is going to be an easier line of sight to hold for anybody who tries to go through. They know the player's overextended all the way through, so now they have to attack from bridge. This is where you need to see players like Goonjar, players like Theory utilize those ARs from that range, and kills are going to be going down. Colchan is going to be able to pick up a nice 2-piece, taking out Excite and Buzzo. 2 more players going to be left. Theory takes out 1. Now Shock's going to be left last alive, and an excellent play there by Team Caliber, getting the bomb down, and the setup they had was great. They knew that Mind Freak was definitely going to have to attack from that bridge side. They knew that they were still sticking around that area, and Goonjar going to be in your final kill cam.
Oof, that's a rough finish to that round for Mind Freak. They start off with a first blood, no response from Team Caliber, and then in a 4 versus 3 situation, they allow TK to get the bomb plant. And again, No response from Mind Freak. No one killed him or even targeted him shortly thereafter. They looked like they were very hesitant around curve and trying to regroup and get themselves settled, and it just felt like they were moving far too slow. Team Caliber finds this weakness, bites down on it, and they're able to take the round.
Active Camo is going to be ready for shocks in round number 5. Yes, you read that right. In round number 5, Active Camo is good to go, but kills are already going to be traded. Happy takes out Excite, and then Buzzo is going to be able to take out Happy. Now that bomb is going down for the side of Mind Freak. There's going to be one player from Team Caliber positioned in back market. That's going to be Theory. He spots one, and Shocks put himself into such a sticky situation, and now Fida is going to drop as well. Buzzo is going to be left last alive, and the pinch does come in from the boys from Team Caliber, and that is going to be another round added on for them, so the momentum's starting to swing in Team Caliber's favor.
Yeah, it's 2 rounds in a row for TK. We've seen every round Colchan has contributed quite a bit to this team. They haven't exactly had the success to match how he's been playing, but it looks like they're coming to life a little bit in this search and destroy. He started off this map with a sniper rifle, put it away, and still did just as much damage.
Yeah. The sniper rifle was good for getting those initial picks, but finding so much more success when they just all have automatic weapons in their hands. Let's see what they plan to do here. Let's see, Shocks does have that active camo ready to go. Decides to burn that one. 1 minute. Bomb might go down. No, Shocks is going to be positioned in top bedroom, and he is going to be able to pick up the first initial kill there on Theory. Trophy system is going to be down as well, so that's going to block any incoming projectiles coming from the opposing team. Colchan now picks up the bomb. Goonjar is going to get into a gunfight on Plat as well. He picks up 2, making it a little bit easier for Colchan to try to clutch up this one. But now all the players from Mind Freak need to do is group together. Colchan was in a similar situation, I believe, in the first round of Search and Destroy. Let's see if he can come out clutch in this one. Gets into a gunfight, wins one. Now puts himself into a great situation. 1 versus 1, Colchan going up against Excite.
There is no way this should have turned around the way it did. We saw that Mind Freak was able to get the first blood onto, I think it was Theory. Theory's their designated bomb carrier for TK. And there didn't seem to be too much of a response from TK, except they had to get over to that bomb. And now they're able to even it up at 1 versus 1. All coming down to this gunfight in the hallway. He's got the ERAD, though, so that's going to be an advantageous situation. And Mind Freak is going to find that round win.
Definitely are. Only in Call of Duty we see timing like this, where the players at the exact same time decide to meet in one spot in a 1 versus 1. The ERAD is going to come out on top. Mind Freak gonna add another round count onto the board. See Buzzo and the guys trying to go over some plays here. 4-2 in favor of them. 2 rounds away from taking this one. The offensive once more. Let's see if that active camo might come into play in this. The Scarab is still there as well for the side of Mind Freak. The Flechette is going to come out onto the steps, is going to get a hit marker, so that's going to be able to let them know that there is going to be somebody positioned up there. You see the pre-aim coming in from Shocks, trying to get some shots on Theory. It is not going to go down. Now the B-bomb site is open if they want to try to just get a quick slide on, but Theory is getting very aggressive on these steps, and you need to make sure that you back up in time, because if you find yourself in those steps, there's no cover. You're completely out in the open.
I almost don't want Shocks to have the bomb here for Mind Freak. He's doing so well for them. Topping the scoreboard in terms of kills for both teams. He's able to plant it, get out of there, and position himself to defend it. And now he knows he needs to prioritize his plat area, as TK has an offensive front coming from that exact direction.
What?
Yeah, deleted. Theory is able to turn right there, take down Excite through the tarp. Another gunfight going down on bike path. Goonjar and Theory both team shot Buzzo. And now it's just a 1 versus 2. Shocks, the original bomb planter, is going to be the one in a 1v1, activating that camo that he saved for a couple of rounds. He wanted to see if he could check the bomb right there, and it looks like he's going to be rewarded with a round win now. Well played. Staying alive after the plant. Good round win for Mind Freak.
Active camo is burned too, just positioning himself up into that top bedroom area.
It wasn't burned. I think he made decent use of it.
And getting use of that takes out Theory. 1 round away is Mind Freak from going up 2-0 in this best of 5. So let's see how this one does play out. Team Caliber really needs to get something going here, trying to get 4 rounds in a row if they want to take this match. Goonjar does have the FTL jump ready to go. Theory is going to be the guy that we're going to be watching. Looks like they're going to try to get an A hit here, but you see the aggressiveness coming in from the guys of Mind Freak. But first blood going to go in favor of Team Caliber.
First blood going in favor of Team Caliber. We do see a response kill. That's still going to play into the advantage of the defensive side. The bomb goes down, though, so now it's up to a retake here. Mind Freak just 1 round away from winning this game. Just to go against a well-positioned TK around Graveyard.
Fida's going to be in a tough spot here with the ERAD in hand and such a long range of sight. He's able to get by. Happy picks up another kill, making it 2 in just this round alone. Buzzo and Fido need to make something happen here. The distraction is going to come in. The reactive armor play comes through too, but Team Caliber is going to be able to come out on top in that one. See Gunjar and the boys high-fiving, getting that round win, but they still have a steep hill to climb if they want to try to take this map.
For sure, and in this search and destroy, Gunjar, who you're seeing on your camera right now, has definitely been a factor for TK. Him and Kolchan have been contributing quite a bit in this search and destroy here, and they definitely need to do so if they want to keep up with what Shox is doing on the side of Mindfreak.
So something to keep in mind too. So now Mindfreak has burned that reactive armor. Just burned it in that last play. Kolchan is going to have a Centurion, so this is basically giving them that line of sight they don't really have to worry about. Usually you see a player put down a Centurion on a bomb site, because that just basically is permanent defense, but he's going to opt to put that in the bedroom. So we're just going to see how that one goes. One player is going to be taken out. It's going to be Theory drawing that first blood. Gets him the active camo with that kill as well. Spots one more player in lobby. He will finally be taken out by the hands of Buzzo as well. So now the players from Team Caliber regrouping over by the bridge side. It's going to be Buzzo and Fido once again left to fight off 3 Team Caliber players.
Mindfreak fans at home, they're in a 2 versus 3, and it looks like TK is starting a little bit of a comeback here. They're just 1 round away from winning this map, but with them being outnumbered, their backs are against the wall. Kolchan here was tagged up, not able to finish the kill though from that Mindfreak player. And they're playing the buddy system here. They definitely need to do so since TK has that numbers advantage.
25 seconds left for Mindfreak
and they
to try
split
to get
up.
something here. Happy takes out Fido. Now Buzzo is going to be left alone. Something we've seen time, like I think the second time now from Mindfreak, when they're in just a 2-person situation, they're not piling up together, right?
They were together just until that very moment, and then he dies
They just
instantly.
don't work together for the trades. They just end up splitting up for some reason. That's basically just gifting TK the round. You're going to see Buzzo, he hopped off the map there. That's just to kind of stop them from getting any points going into that one, but Happy is going to be in your final kill cam. Team Caliber starting to make the comeback. 2 more rounds and they will have done just that, but Mindfreak just needs 1 more to go up 2-0 against Team Caliber, and what a boost of confidence it would be if Mindfreak is able to do so.
Yeah, that's a real tough way to throw away that round right there. They actually had a chance to clutch it, but them going 2 separate ways, one was engaging on the bridge, it's not going to do it for you when you're already outnumbered. Now let's look on the side of Team Caliber. Theory here is behind the Mindfreak player who just pulled out that scarab. He hears it. He's seeking this player. He's smelling the blood, finds him. No, she actually does not locate him. Oh, almost turned on him and shut him down, but Theory's able to locate the player with the scarab. It's still 3 versus 3 as he was able to find a kill with it. The bomb is down. 1 Team Caliber player just on top of it, and he's surrounded by 2 Mindfreak players. He gets just behind both of them.
Gunjar spots this player now. He's going to be able to get that one, so now players do drop, and just like that, Team Caliber takes another round, tying this one 5-5. We are going to a round 11. Is TK going to be able to make the comeback? It'll be 4 rounds in the row for them if they do.
It really feels like Mindfreak has just let this lead slip so hard. It really feels like a choke from them, but it all comes down to this round now. The lead that Mindfreak built up for themselves in payloads, score streaks, and round count has been diminished. Team Caliber is in a simple position to win one round and take it right back. Shox, Kolchan, both the leaders of this lobby going at it in a fresh round.
And if you're shocked, you're not going to be happy unless you win. 2 players going to drop now. Fida is going to pick up a 2-piece. Now Kolchan is going to be left last alive, and he's going to find himself in a scarab. That bomb is down. Can Kolchan make some magic happen here? He's going to spot one player over by the tank. Is he going to be able to get this kill? No. And Mindfreak is going to be able to close out Team Caliber, now going up 2-0 in the best of 5 series.
That's going to be the end of map number 2 here. We see in that search and destroy a big performance out of Shox for the side of Mindfreak. Not only was he leading the charts in objective play in terms of planting those bombs, he was staying alive afterwards and being incredibly elusive in their defensive setups. If you have a player that's able to play the objective in what is probably the most vulnerable way to play the objective in Call of Duty and then still contribute in the kill column, that's a huge advantage for any team. And we see Mindfreak is able to take that and move on to their victory.
Another big game from Shox in Search and Destroy, as we brought up, leads the team in the Search and Destroy. KD had a 1.11. Just before this match, if you don't add these stats onto it, I'm sure it just went up a whole bunch just from
that's
that
an easy
game.
way to inflate it, right?
Basically. And we're seeing so many high kill Search and Destroy games too in this one. But guys, we're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will have map number 3. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. I am Dirk, and I'm currently here solo, just waiting on another person. We're getting a live look at the crowd for Team Caliber versus Mindfreak. You're going to see all the TK guys, all the fans out there in support. But we're going to have Frost. Uplink is going to be the map, and it should be a good one going down between these two teams. You guys are going to have the live look at the rig draft on your screen. Just a mirror matchup on both sides. Now, something to just quickly recap. If you guys are maybe just tuning into Call of Duty for the first time, these are what we call payloads. They're going to have a trait as well that you just kind of have to run with. So the big ones that you're going to have to look out for is going to be Overdrive as well as Active Camo. So players that you're looking to go off in these ones. Shocks. He's been the main slayer for the side of Mindfreak. So that's just something we have to keep in mind as the game does progress on. At times, we see some players who aren't very good in the slaying department, and they do not even get those payloads throughout the entirety of the match. So Buzzo and Shocks are going to be your players to watch on the side of Mindfreak. Now, jumping over to the side of Team Caliber, Theory and Happy are going to be the players you want to keep an eye out for. One of the things that's been shaky about Happy this event thus far hasn't been going off too well in the slaying department, so that's going to delay him from getting that overdrive in his hand as well. Another key player to highlight from Team Caliber is going to be Cole-chan. This guy is going to be the player up in the faces of the enemy team, slaying in and around the base as well. You guys getting a quick little look of the map. You're going to see the side of the wall runs, and everything is looking good here. The pre-match does begin. Just a few statistics to bring up to you guys. Team Caliber currently 0% win percentage in Uplink just today in pool play. So that's something to keep in mind. The side of Uplink has just, on the side of Mindfreak, has been phenomenal. 66% is one of their best game modes here so far in pool play, but they are 0-4, so that is something to keep in mind as well. We're going to start this one off with the boys from down under. It's going to be Mindfreak. Shocks needs to have a big game here. They need to try to close out Team Caliber before things do get too close between these guys. He's going to have the E-Rad in hand, so let's see the damage he is going to be able to do. The drone is going to be positioned in the middle of the map. Right now, Shocks just utilizing that wall run, just trying to see if he can pick up anyone, but now he's going to go ahead and push towards middle, but Team Caliber is going to get control of that drone. It's going to be led by Theory and Happy. Let's see if they're going to be able to slay out here. Happy's going to jump around the corner, not going to be able to find one, but Theory is going to be able to dunk it in for the 2-point play. Not even 30 seconds into this round, Team Caliber throws 2 onto the board already. Now Goonjar with the MV4 is going to pick up a nice 2-piece inside of that main base. Now Excite is going to be last alive for Mindfreak. Needs to try to stay alive, but Happy is going to be able to take him out with the Flechette grenade. Happy now going to backtrack into this sub-bay area. Drone in hand, tossing it forward for yards. Let's see if the defensive stop is going to come in for the side of Mindfreak. We're on board with Excite. Has the K-bar. He's going to be able to take out one, and a nice quick cleanup there from the boys on Mindfreak to take out the TK players. Now 3 down. This is where you can try to make a complete offensive push and get that counterattack going. Cole-chan lets 2 players slip right by, but does have his teammates support. Going to be one last player left to try to be a nuisance. That is going to be Buzzo, but then he is going to be taken out from behind. So excellent plays from what we're seeing from Team Caliber thus far. Able to get a nice defensive stop when things weren't looking good, but 3 players down once more. But here's the biggest thing. When you get these 3 players down, you need to make these attacks, and you need to really just kick it going. So it's going very good for the side of TK. Now the drone is going to be in control of Mindfreak and is going to be fighting with it in his hand. Shocks is going to be left last alive. Needs to try his best to stay up, but Goonjar is going to be able to take him out with that E-Rad in hand, but kills just being traded all around for the side of Team Caliber and Mindfreak. Going on with Cole-chan, he's going to have an E-Rad out as well. Very close quarters combat, and this is exactly what you want to see in a game like Uplink. Cole-chan trying to win this gunfight against Shocks is not going to come out on top, but it's immediately going to be traded out by Goonjar. Goonjar, usually an AR player, but feeling comfortable pulling out that E-Rad on a map like Frost.
Yeah, seeing the E-Rad impact on a map like Frost is something we've seen over the past couple of months, especially after it being buffed. So no surprise here, both Mindfreak and Team Caliber catching on to that. Goonjar is going to be the one running it. Drone coming down the left side, though. It's Goonjar's opportunity to come and shut it down. However, moving so quickly as Fida, he should have this one shot lined up, but it's so difficult being outnumbered. He's going to be taken down, and the drone will be reset.
Things are looking good for Team Caliber thus far. They are attacking the good side, though. This is where you just want to see them start to pile on the points and get the spawn trap really getting in your flow, and that's where Cole-chan comes into play, but now it's going to be 4 dead. Mindfreak needs to push the drone forward, not just toss it down like that. You need to pick it up and keep that forward progression going. This is going to be one of the reasons that this push might not work, because look, nobody has control of the drone. What are you supposed to do? Just continue to slay out in the base? You can't do that. Now FIDA is finally going to be there to pick up that drone, but by now you just have to wonder, if they had the drone in their hands when they were making this initial push, they could have already had a 1-point toss.
Drone falls short there. Goonjar try to do some long-range damage with the E-Rad. The Mind Freak players are not letting that one happen, and they cut him short just as he tries to get aggressive. That's going to be Shox that does it. Great positioning and patience there from him. As we see the drone moving up for the Australians through ice here. Only one player in the way, but the dunk comes through. Goonjar not able to do too much afterwards, and we see Excite still trying to mount things up with that hardline bonus. He's 150 points away from getting that Scarab. Expect him to try and stay alive and be a nuisance, but no, he crosses paths with Cole Chan's fist, and that's going to be a beatdown to end his streak.
Cole Chan is going to be able to do here. Drone is going to be tossed down. This allows him to bring out his weapon. He's going to pick it up once more. Should be able to get the 1-point toss off, and he does just that. Team Caliber regains the lead as we are approaching the 1-minute mark in this first round, but now Happy is left last alive to fight off the Mind Freak players. Map control completely spread open for Mind Freak to try to make a push through blue here. That's exactly what Excite and the guys are going to do. One player coming from behind to try to contest. It's going to be Theory. Can he pick up the 2-piece? He does exactly that, taking out Theory and Goonjar. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Blue is being held down very great by Team Caliber. They're able to come out on the majority of those engagements. The 1-point toss comes in. Score tied 3-3.
All tied up here after the first half of Uplink with just 30 seconds remaining. This should be an opportunity for 1 or 2 more plays. And as you can see, Buzzo waiting patiently, trying to have a TK player cross his path. Out of that entire team fight, he's the only one able to find an engagement. So that's going to open up a window of opportunity for TK to run it. The Scarab that we saw get obtained earlier is going to come into play, though. It stops Theory in his tracks. Cole Chan trying to clean it up, though. The Mind Freak players are able to pinch and end it right there.
10 seconds left. The final score is going to be 3-3. If you guys are just tuning in, you can see in the top of your screen, Mind Freak currently up 2-0 over Team Caliber. So trying to make that bounce back and trying to get this reverse sweep going if you're a TK fan at home. But Mind Freak has been looking very good. They were attacking the weaker side and they were able to tie up the game. So you just had the thought constantly running through my mind is going on to the stronger side. They played it so well on the bad side, pushing forward into the enemy base and able to get those spawn kills. How are they going to do it on this side? Because if it's anything like the first one, it's going to look real good from Mind Freak. The payloads are starting to come up. The FTL jump is ready for Excite. And then for Shox and Buzzer, we talked about it in the pregame. It's going to be the active camo and overdrive. Literally identical, so close to getting it for both of them. And that's where you can kind of get a guaranteed 2 points with either or.
So we see the lower wall run going alongside Ice side. It looks like FIDA was not able to win that one. Cole Chan's going to come out on top, and he will stay alive inside blue. This gives Theory the opportunity to move that drone up, but with Mind Freak spawning up inside of their base, you can expect them to try and set up a defensive front here. Goonjar disrupting that single-handedly, the triple kill. No one from Mind Freak able to finish him off, and that's going to be a big 2-point play for Team Caliber. Now, let's see how they can respond to Mind Freak spawning up blue side.
Have yourself a game. Goonjar currently on a 5-kill streak. Make that 6. He's doing the role that Cole Chan usually does and slaying out in the base. He's going to spot one more. Have yourself some more kills, Goonjar. 7-2 on a kill streak. Scorchers are going to be ready. Bombardment is just 25 points away, and another dunk comes in for the side of Team Caliber. Finally, Goonjar is going to be shut down, all because he had that Scorcher map out. But now Mind Freak starting to get a little bit positioning here, tossing that one forward. It's going to be FIDA and the guys trying to make something happen, pushing it through the robot bay. Drone is out in the open. Nobody from Team Caliber is actually inside to try to contest this, but the Scarab does come into play. In Theory, picks up a big 2-piece with that one, and then they take out the third, which is going to be Buzzo. Now Excite going to be left last up for the side of Mind Freak.
Oh, and that's a rough surprise Scarab right there. I don't think that the Mind Freak guys could have possibly seen that one coming. Unfortunately for them, it's going to work out in a double kill for Team Caliber. Great response from them. It looks like they're starting to bury them in the scoreboard here. Shox, though, trying to even it up. He has a dunk opportunity, goes for it. 2 points on the board, trying to keep themselves in this game. Shox in the past 2 maps has been so impressive.
Definitely has, and like we said, it's something that we kind of held that expectation for him going on in this series thus far. Cole Chan in control of that drone. Shox is trying to be on the hunt to find him. I think he's going to be able to come out on top. The E-Rad in his hands has been just looking so lethal on the side of Mind Freak. FIDA going to be able to pick up a nice two-piece, and that completely opens things up. There's going to be one player left to contest that. It's going to be Happy, but immediately going to be trade out. Now it's all up to Colchan to try to get the stop on Mindfreak, but constant kill trading is going on both sides. Still like a lot of time for Mindfreak to try to come back in this one. Shox is going to have his payload. That is going to be the active camo. Look for them to start feeding him the drone, and now Buzzo has just turned his overdrive.
Goonjar has access to the FTL jump with him being tagged up here. There's not a whole lot that he can do in this corner. The Mindfreak players definitely quick to shut him down there, but he's being led by the drone carrier, Colchan.
The body
Gonna
block
fall short just right there. The body block does stop him, and it looks like Mindfreak is able to overturn that drone. So that was a great play to get in the way of him and stop that dunk, despite him having an escort. The drone bounces off and hits the ground. An unfortunate turn of events in that scenario. Not quite sure how that one happens. I think it was just mid-wall run animation and the whiffing.
It looked like it bounced off the back of the rear guard and it went off the map, but nonetheless, we have to go back to that body block play. Basically, it helped out Mindfreak so much with that one. It's so hard to time a perfect body block as well, but they did exactly that. But now Team Caliber kicking up the aggression just a little bit. They don't want to slow down and turtle in their base. They're doing an excellent job of keeping that pressure on the guys on Mindfreak. The drone is going to be dropped. Theory picks it back up once more. Going to go ahead, toss it back for his teammate Happy. Happy now going to overdrive all the way into the portal. 9-5 with 1 minute and 35 seconds left. You need to start seeing this utility coming out from Mindfreak, but you need to get set up in a position where it's going to work out definitely.
Joxel middle map has access to his payload, and he's trying to just grab the drone here, but there are two TK players just around the corner. He's got the help of Excite, throws the drone down, trying to continue the slaying, but the pinch comes in, and they both get taken out.
The Flechettes are going to be going out, all fighting for this power position up on top sub right now. Happy just jumping around. Drone looks like it's probably going to reset here within the next 5 seconds, and it does exactly that. So it's going right back to the middle map. There's going to be one player from Team Caliber to get that one. That is going to be Theory. Should be able to get a 1-point toss off, definitely. But look at Goonjar. He's just been doing the same thing over and over again in this game, and it's been working out so well for Team Caliber. 32 and 22 for him. Starting to heat up a little bit as well, but that drone is going to be positioned inside blue. The comeback is still possible, but it's going to take a lot to make it happen. Shox is in control, does have that active camo, might have to burn it right here to get the dunk. Gonna be one player right behind him, utilizing the high wall run as well. Now make that 9-7. Team Caliber still ahead by 2, and they do have the overdrive. You're looking to get the drone in control of Buzzo, and he's doing exactly that. He's gonna toss it forward for yardage, but there's gonna be a couple players in the base for Team Caliber to try to stop this one.
25 seconds left, it's crunch time. That's why you're seeing these abilities come out here for the side of Mindfreak, excellently using both overdrive and active camo. They're able to score twice in a row. They need to do it a third time here. 10 seconds left on the clock. Theory putting a damper on their plans. Colchan also contributing, and there's the camo play. That's going to be the end of this uplink as TK is finally able to respond in the closing moments to maintain their lead and win the map.
That was a very great game played there. It looked like it was going to come right down to it. Was no way going to be able to get that 2-point toss off, so it's just coming into that one. You did what you did if you're Mindfreak, right? That's something that you had to do, go for the 1-point toss and just kind of hope that they give up that middle map control entirely. But that was definitely not the case as we go into that map. As we head into map number 4 now, it's going to be Scorch Hardpoint.
Yeah, we saw Mindfreak was really able to outclass TK on that first hardpoint. They definitely went on, all of their players went on several streaks. We even saw Excite pulling out Hardline and contributing to that as well throughout this series. Shox has done some serious damage. I look forward to seeing them perform here on Scorch Hardpoint. If they're anything like the throwback Hardpoint, it should definitely be a 3-1 victory here. But we can't count out the clutch factor on the side of Team Caliber. Continued trying to call it when it was E United versus TK in the past, and they were able to bounce right back as the underdogs and take this series, stopping the reverse sweep. Now they find themselves in a similar situation. They have to win every map from here on out.
They definitely do, and it's just it's a tall order. Now they're going to be going into Hardpoint once more. Like we said, something Mindfreak has really, really struggled with. If our statistics are right, I'm going to bring it up, even though it might just sound crazy. The first Hardpoint that they have won here at CWL Dallas was in this series against Team Caliber. People at home are probably like, no, there's no way. But it's true. We got great stat guys working for us, so that's the first one. But can they replicate what we saw in that first Hardpoint coming into this one on Scorch? Definitely the ERAD play from the side of Mindfreak, I feel like has been 10 times better than Team Caliber in every way possible. Shocks has been the guy that we really just need to look out for. He's been doing excellent damage with that ERAD in hand. So that's going to be our key player who we've basically had through the entire series, but in this hard point, we're going to look for him to go off to try to close this one out.
Right, and this has definitely been the difficult game mode throughout the weekend, as you were saying, for Mindfreak. That's why in map 1, I was saying, it's kind of crazy that they were able to take that over TK, considering they've been struggling so much in it. But here, looks like they might be matched up a little bit better. We'll have to see what it is depending on what their map pool is like as a team. So as we load into this Scorch Hardpoint, let's take a look at our rig draft and see what everyone's working with. We've seen just how well the side of Mindfreak was able to utilize both Overdrive and Active Camo for the team in the previous map. So once we get into this game, expect to see them breaking hills and overextending with those things.
Definitely just a mirror matchup on both sides. Something we're seeing from both sides as well. Usually one person selects on one team the power slide, the other person doesn't select a trait at all. But that's not the case in this one. Both sides are going to opt to go with that, but everything else just a complete mirror matchup. Scorch Hardpoint, for all of the viewers at home, if you've never seen this map played, it's going to be very, very hectic. It's not going to be as punishing and like other Hardpoint maps that we do have, but it's going to be hectic nonetheless, especially with this first hill going to be positioned right onto the bridge. It's going to be hard. You're going to see a lot of contention, but at times you can kind of see spurts of greatness of a team completely holding that one down, and obviously you want to get that factory side to start off this one, as it's going to rotate over towards those lava pipes, and that's definitely what you want. You're going to get an overview here. This is the first hill over by bridge control. Like we said, lots of flechette grenades, trophy system's going to be throwing down. That striker trait is going to come into play as well.
Loading in the Scorch Hardpoint, you can see right there we have the Turbine Hill, which is usually the biggest hardpoint on this map. You can get some big 60 seconds on it, as well as the Hangar Hardpoint, which is right here in your view. Those are two of the hardpoints on this map that can usually net you the most points. So look for teams to try and get those early rotations to them, and also try and bleed out every bit of scrap time that they can get on them. It's definitely how you build a big lead on Scorch Hardpoint.
Definitely is. It's going to be interesting to see how the ERADs do come into play. I'm almost positive from the side of Mindfreak we'll probably see a couple come out, but no, it looks like we're not seeing any. We're seeing 2 NV4s and 2 K-bars on the side of Mindfreak, I apologize. Colchan is going to be the first person inside of the hill, but Theory is going to be there for the backup, starting things off 2-0 before he finally does drop. But Team Caliber going to get the initial points inside of the hill, and Shocks going to already be getting off to a hot start, going to use that Scarab right off the bat. Mindfreak getting off to a small lead thus far. Scarab coming into play, gonna get the call-outs of where the Team Caliber players are going to be. One coming on the flank, Shocks turns, gets the quick snap onto that player, and now Excite is gonna be left inside the hill, and just a nice clean break there from Team Caliber, and you see where the players from Mindfreak are spawning out.
Team Caliber's in control. They're reading the spawns from the side of Mindfreak. They're all going to be coming from Cave. Buzzo still takes down Goonjar regardless and follows it up by taking down Happy. He's still unanswered and alive, and it looks like he's going to opt to rotate and try and get control of this Turbine. He doesn't want to continue any of those gunfights on mid because he realizes the importance of this Turbine hardpoint. And you can see TK realizes that just as well, as they have 3 players sitting on it, and they're setting up a crossfire.
And Goonjar's going to have his eye on top cliff right here. Sees one player just kind of peeking in and out. That is going to be Excite, and he's able to take him out. Player number 2 trying to spoil the party here, pushing through this factory side. That is going to be Fida. He's going to spot 2 Team Caliber players. Excellent read of spawns coming in here from Fida. He's able to find one. Not going to be able to find the second, but there's still one more Team Caliber player to worry about. That's going to be Goonjar. He's going to be able to go and get the shockwave back down to the ground, and it looks like they are going to be able to take the lead off of this hill. Still 26 seconds to play for in this one. See how Fida and the crew deal with this. He's going to be able to find another no. So after getting off to a slow start, Fida starting to pick things up.
Mindfreak able to take over for that hardpoint right there. Despite TK getting the early rotation, they break through, and Buzzo's in control here, getting the scrap time. Now, if you take a look at your mini-map, it's TK's turn yet again to get the early rotation. Fida, though, is positioning and waiting for his team to come and take over. They didn't know where he was at, but they definitely do now. They're setting up a pinch. He's a little bit of a distraction. The players from Mindfreak up front are hoping to win these engagements. Fida hasn't been able to contribute too much, but now he is. As soon as he goes in, though, Happy takes him down. TK remains in control of the hill.
It's going to be Theory inside doing the dirty work. He's been known his majority of his career as being that objective player. Seen him mostly back in Black Ops 2 where he had his most success. Now you see him trying to get back into the top. See what he's going to be able to do here. Happy, going to be the player inside of the hill for Team Caliber. Going to be one player trying to contest. That is going to be Buzzo. He's going to win the first engagement, not going to be able to win the second. It's going to be Goonjar coming out on top, and Team Caliber have taken a lead. A big two-piece coming in from Colchan to stop the push from Mindfreak, but spawns are going in favor of the boys from Australia. One more coming from the back. That is going to be Shocks. Should be able to clean this one up and pick up the majority of the scrap time left. The only player left to contest is going to be Goonjar, but now you see the rotations are coming in. Let's go ahead for a hill like this. We need to do a quick run through of the guys on Team Caliber, see if anybody is close to streaks. Nobody has any streaks on both sides is what it looks like, so it's just going to come down to these clean and even gunfights from both teams.
TK flooding in from elbow. They're going to be met with Fido, who's able to find one kill, taken down shortly after, and several other kills will go in their favor as we see Goonjar is able to collect 3 of them himself. Oh, Excite is able to shut him down, though. He can't push this. He knows that he's outnumbered. Those TK players have got to be pre-aiming and waiting for him. The shots come in, and Theory shuts him down.
On board with Happy right now. He's going to be able to find one more player jumping inside. He's going to be able to pick up that kill as well, and that puts him 300 away from a Trinity Rocket. Is going to get hit by Jammer Grenade, but the shots are still going to be on point for Happy. He's going to turn. He's going to find another. Currently heating up on a 5-kill spree, 50 away from that Trinity Rocket. It's crucial he stays alive, but he's not going to be able to dodge and weave those bullets. Shocks and Fido doing excellent work to try to break open this Team Caliber setup, but once again, too little, too late. They've been able to break the hills, but just with 5 seconds left, you definitely don't want to be fighting for scrap time the entire game, but now they are going to be first onto this bridge hill.
Sight trying to push through here. Affected by that Jammer Grenade, though. He's going to have to win this gunfight through all the distortion, and you can see it's so disruptive, as well as him being outnumbered and Colchan coming through with a 3-piece makes it pretty difficult. So now TK again finds themselves in control. The Scarab coming out. The Mindfreak players have got to read this, trying to fire on it. He's not able to finish the job. Since he's a little tagged up, that's going to delay his push. He needs some help from his team here.
I love the use of a Flechette Grenade right there, bouncing it off the wall. If you guys don't know, you hit that, 3 grenades bounce out of it. And it's just a nice little way for players to maybe try to get that grenade around the corner in a way that they couldn't before in past Call of Duty titles. The Theory is now going to be inside of the hill. He's going to go ahead, toss a pre-nade out. They're going to get the last 15 seconds on this hill, and they're starting to build a very comfortable lead before we do rotate over to that turbine side. Colchan is going to be there to try to slay out the players from Mindfreak, but Buzzo is going to come on top in both of those engagements. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. 2 players are going to be coming in from elbow right now. Is Buzzo going to be able to get the read on this? 1 player going to be positioned right behind the box, but the Scarab is going to come out, immediately taken out, and Buzzo ends up killing himself.
Yeah, shooting that Scarab as soon as it comes out, it's going to be able to drop him. So now Theory's still staying alive here, just trying to bob and weave and snake behind the box. He's doing all he can before Goonjar puts a bullet into the back of his head. Colchan, though, is able to come through and get that scrap time. But now, take a look at your mini-map. You see 2 players of Mindfreak coming up through elbow, and Colchan did not see it coming. So Fido is going to find that second kill in this life and take over. And now it's TK's turn to come in through elbow. With Fido in position, it's not going to be easy. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, all going to Mindfreak, and that's going to be a 4 clean sweep.
Definitely is. The rest of the time going to be going to Mindfreak, but Team Caliber still sitting on a pretty decent lead. Looks like there's going to be 1 player maybe getting ready to get set up in the corner over here to try to make them spawn out. That's going to be Theory. He's taking bridge all the way through. Nobody from Mindfreak is going to be watching this one. He's going to be able to spot 1. That's Excite. Going to be a couple more players in that back hangar area. If Theory finds a second, there's going to be 1 more. Toss to the Flechette. Might be getting a couple hit markers there, and he does just that. The player in the back is going to be Shocks, but he comes out on top. But Shocks, 2-kill streak. Buzzo on 3. These guys working together to try to get things going. And Buzzo, look at the objective that he is doing. 1 minute and 31 seconds inside of the hill, and still rising for the side of Mindfreak.
Mindfreak in control of the hard point. TK is pinching in from both sides, though, so we're going to have to see how they can defend against this. Fido has some great shots and a team shot as well alongside Shocks. The duo right here working out beautifully. That's going to award Buzzo a Scarab, and then we look at Shocks. He's 75 points away from his. He also has access to his payload, so we should definitely see that coming up here shortly. There it is. I want to stick on board with Shocks and see if he can continue this streak.
The man, the highlight player, he loves the limelight, and that's exactly, he's going off in this one. Scrap time going to the side of Mindfreak. Score continues to rise. It should be 165 is going to be the final score after this one before we do rotate over to Drill. They do have the lead. Things coming down right to the wire. Let's see how this one goes. Team Caliber is going to be the first to the hill. It is going to be Happy inside. We saw him go on a tear on this hill last time, but 3 players are going to drop from the side of Team Caliber. Completely breaking the setup open once more is Mindfreak. Team Caliber just does not have an answer for the slaying power of Mindfreak right now.
Scarab comes out. No one from TK really in range for it until just now. He's able to boost around the corner and take down Goonjar. That's definitely going to slow their push a bit. The player just around the corner inside security is alone and can't peek. Shox, realizing this, is going to push up right on him and continue his spree. 25 points away from the bombardment. He's cut short, but the rest of Mind Freak is still pouring it on. They find themselves back in the lead in this game, and they have a colossal comeback from what we saw the score was earlier.
The Mind Freak train is rolling, and Excited Buzzo are your conductors. Let's see how this one continues to go forward. Like we said, we brought up Buzzo needs to have a good game. Had such a slow start on Friday, but he's really picking things up today once more, getting so much objective work done, and 20 and 12 as well. We are back into the third rotation. It's going to be back to bridge. 200 points have been broken on the side of Mind Freak. Now, Theory from Team Caliber going to be the first player inside the hill. Happy is going to be there to get that kill, getting the assist to Theory. Pushing all the way through is now. Now, this is something we haven't seen Team Caliber do, is control this factory side, and that's desperately what they need. There's always one player from Mind Freak who goes on a sneaky flank and completely breaks that entire setup.
Happy frontlining here for the side of Team Caliber alongside Cold Chan. He gets cut short pretty quickly though, and now we find Mind Freak having control of the hard point. This is a team that has not had the lead throughout the majority of this game, but as you can see in the most recent hills, they've been able to come back and find themselves ahead thanks to the score streaks their players have been able to mount up. And that was kind of the story we saw in the first hard point as well, is that their players go on those massive streaks and no one from TK was able to respond.
Definitely so. 216 to 182. Score is rising for the guys on Mind Freak. We're getting ready to rotate over, and Team Caliber is set and all ready to go. Colchan does have that Centurion, so look him to maybe get that positioned in this hill if they do decide to use it. Gonna find one in the middle, Matt. That is gonna be Buzzo. A Scarab is actually in play, just toying with the players from the side of Team Caliber. Now Shox is gonna go ahead and pull out that Trinity Rocket. He is gonna be able to find one on Theory, and that streak was huge. Completely broke the Team Caliber setup. Now there's gonna be one player left inside. Fida pops the reactive ammo, finds one. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. Gonna be one more player to follow that one up, and Fida gets the huge three-piece to push Team Caliber all the way back across the map.
Massive multi-kill coming from Fida. We've seen so much of him this map, and he puts it into a nice little highlight reel worthy clip right there. 100 points away from finding himself on a Trinity Rocket, but more so, Mind Freak is 5 seconds away from closing out this map and winning their second hard point in the series. There it is. Mind Freak takes game 4.
What a huge confident boost for the guys on Mind Freak. Taking out Team Caliber has had a pretty good Saturday thus far, but that huge play there by Fida at the end is basically what just sealed them the game. The streaks did come in, completely broke the setup. He was last alive. And what other player would you want inside the hill, right? With the reactive armor ready to go, picked up a huge three-piece, made Team Caliber spawn all the way across the map over at Hangar, basically secured the win for them. They are going to take out Team Caliber 3-1.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see Mind Freak finally winning their hard points here this weekend. They struggled with this game mode throughout this entire weekend. Got to be a little harsh on them for that one, but here, they make it happen. They make it work. They win both hard points in the series to get a 3-1 victory, and I think a lot of it is on the back of an excellent performance out of the likes of Shox, and I think it was more of a collaborative effort in hardpoint specifically.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Mind Freak fan at home. You know the Aussies have been struggling here at CWL Dallas, but now they're slowly starting to pick things up. And when it matters most, right? So they take out Team Caliber. But next, guys, we're going to have E United going up against Enigma 6. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be some great matches coming up here at CWL Dallas.
Welcome everyone back to the CWL Dallas Open presented by the PlayStation 4. Of course, we are finally, Fox, in the winner's bracket. We're going to be having E6 go up against the side of E United. Should be a fantastic match to watch. Like I say, I'm really looking forward to some of these matches now.
Oh, for sure. Moving into bracket play now, we got Team Enigma 6, who's only lost in the tournament currently, is against Splice, the team that went just ahead of them in their group. And then we have E United, who actually just came through from their loss to TK after having a pretty decent start to the weekend.
Yeah, that one actually went Game 5, Round 11, a near reverse sweep, actually, for them. And, of course, now you guys can be able to take a look at the bracket, how everything is situated. Because, of course, we're at the bottom of the bracket, and it looks like the winner of this game between E United and Enigma 6 is going to be going up against the winner of FaZe Clan and Goso Crew. I know Goso Crew has definitely been a major story so far, one of the major open bracket teams who's, without question, performed.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they came through, and I was told they took down Team Envious. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to catch that series, but definitely a big feat for them, although Envious this weekend apparently has not been to the best of their form. So I'm still looking forward to see how Gosu Crew performs against FaZe. Apparently Mox is a god. Is that right? Apparently Mox is pretty good at Call of Duty.
Apparently he's a god among men. I don't know, but still. Obviously, going to hop into the rig draft for this map number 1. It's going to be Retaliation Hardpoint. How do these two squads fare off? When we talk about this matchup, of course, we are in the winner's bracket. You lose, you're not out, but you're going down to the loser's bracket, where we have some talented teams waiting, especially squads like Team Envious, teams like Panda as well, squads that you do not want to face off against, to say the least, Fox.
Yes, so while these teams do have that bracket to fall back on, going down to the loser's bracket if you lose, the ideal way is to stay in the winner's bracket throughout the tournament. If you get to the grand finals, you don't want to have to play against what is possibly going to be an angry Optic Gaming or an angry Splice in 2 best-of-5 series. So that's what these guys are playing for. They're trying to make it for their share of the pro points and the hundreds of thousands of dollars ahead of us in the Call of Duty World League. Let's start things off through the eyes of Enigma 6.
Indeed we will. Of course, can be looking through the eyes right now of E United, just the fact of E6 actually falling at the beginning of this map. E United getting some much-needed time. Silly ends up dropping here off the start. Nice combination there. Proto actually using that pistol. Pistol whipping people off the start.
Pistol whipping people, indeed.
Pistol.
We got Proto in place with the NV4, hoping to find some long-range engagements. As you can see, just on the opposite side, he still has the help of Cade, who's opening up this game with 3 kills. General and Ruiz have yet to really make too much happen, but they do have Cade and Proto to thank for their progress so far in this map. A tie game, E United finally answering back and taking control of the hardpoint. General acting as the front line for his team, is hoping to tag them up and pepper them so his teammates can come in here and get some scrap time.
Now, we were able to do actually a little bit of number crunching heading into this particular series, and what we've been able to kind of take note of is the fact that of E6, right? General has had an incredible performance when it comes down to the respawns, currently having a 1.37, and when it comes in search and destroys, he's at a 2.16, but get a load of this. He's not the highest search and destroy KD on his team, and Cade currently has a 2.3 search and destroy KD. So if you are the side of E United, right, this is almost a must-win if you are on their side, because you have to win that hard point. You do not want to face off against a team who has looked incredible when it comes down to search and destroy. Yeah,
it's going to be a pretty scary game mode for E United to have to face. I'm looking to see what E6 can do in that one, but we're still here in hardpoint. This is definitely where it's going to make a big difference into how this series plays out. Gunless is able to find 2 kills, 1 on the Cade, another on to Ruiz, and that gives Prestige the ability to just sit on this hard point pretty, get some damage off in the enemy team.
Looks like Gunless is already here on the rotation, just trying to hold off those players coming from that bike street. Not the street, the bridge. Gunless still trying to stay alive. Silly continuing to be involved when it comes down to the kill feed. Rotation starting to make their way through, and due to Gunless's smart play, they're coming over toward that bridge. It's going to delay the side of E6 just enough to grant his team some early time.
So now we have E United on the defensive front. Player 1, Gunless, is going to be the one holding that bridge side. No players coming from bridge side until just now, though, where General wrapped through curve towards bridge, and they're double teaming him. General's able to find the kill on him. Now he knows there's someone else on the hard point. They slide out of it. He just fed General quite a bit of points towards his score streaks right there. Luckily, Silly was there to come and trade and shut him down.
Diaz and Silly getting a lot of free seconds at the moment. Question is for Enigma 6, do they try to contest this one, or do they kind of just realize and cut their losses and go ahead and go over toward Destroyed Building? Well, it looks like they have 3 players here, so why not try and push it? General here from one side, 3 versus 1, and that's going to obviously be a gunfight exchange, 1 in E6's favor. So they are awarded the scrap seconds. Of course, they're now going to be on that rotation and even leave that one. So while they do spawn there, do you really think it was a good idea for them to try to challenge that one, or just go ahead and get on the rotation?
I think that this next hill is definitely pretty valuable. E United sitting at a 70-second lead, though, so definitely have a lot of room for mistakes, if there are any here. Gunless is going to act as the front line, looking just outside of Broken. Prestini, though, is going to get 2 kills on his own, and it seems like that's what we've seen a couple of times. When they're holding down the hard point, they open up with a multi-kill, and then Enigma 6 finds himself at a little bit of a disadvantage. That's happened for at least just the past 2 hills, I think.
Yeah, and of course, seeing Gunless have all-star performance at the moment, currently sitting at 13-6. Quite a bit of hardpoint time there as well. Hasn't had the best performance when it comes down to the respawns. That's definitely been where Silly's kind of shined. But it seems that now that he's starting to bring it up, it's obviously good to see. Of course, see at the top, Codcaster, Sean Persini going on a streak as well. It's now going to be a 100-point advantage for the side of E United. E6 has really not had a whole lot of opportunities. You see M. Ruiz 6-10, General 4-10. These 2 guys coming into this tournament have been known as major slayers for them when it comes down to the respawn. So while they're not obviously having a great game, it's pretty expected that E United would have a major lead like this.
Sure, and now we're seeing hardpoint move over to hallway. Prestini was the one just in front, but we see E6 on the minimap attacking it from multiple entry points. It looks like it's paying off for them pretty well, but someone needs to get control of Plat here. That's General's job, but he's tagged up. That's not going to be an easy gunfight to win, and Ruiz makes sure it's an impossible one as he team kills General, but he's also able to take down Gunless in that engagement. So now, the next team fight should take place directly on the point. I think we just saw someone pop an FTL jump on the side of E United. Yes, it was Silly, but he was taken down shortly after that. Still, keeping the pressure up. He opened up a window there for Gunless and company to come through and push for the hard point.
Dealing with that, it's going to be EU's opportunity to try and push forward. RCD is going to be in a pretty interesting spot. Don't expect any 6 players to be there, but regardless, M. Ruiz is there for the shot as we get ready to rotate here back toward the middle of the first set of rotations. Second set of rotations, excuse me. E United having a fantastic game so far, getting closer to that 200-point mark, and E6 haven't even crossed the 50-point mark yet.
Yeah, and look at this. It's about to get a little bit more dangerous for E6 because Silly found those 2 kills and was able to sneak behind the E6 players for a flank. Doesn't matter, though. Arcedes and Prestini killed those players before he could even pinch. So now he's just able to hop right on top of the hill and play with his team.
Indeed he does, and of course now only 50 more seconds needed. E6, this is just not looking good for you. This is not the stuff that you wanted when it comes down to the winner's bracket. It looks like Persini will end up dropping. The boys from E United trying to regroup, make sure they do have those spawns when it comes down to that next hill. 25 seconds left, and E6 could potentially actually double their score with the amount of scrap points that they're getting at the moment. And of course, much needed time, but in reality, they've got to be in focus when it comes down to it. Make sure to win all those gunfights that they need to, and Persini ends up dropping. That's a big gunfight one there from Cade as far as the points are considered. But the rotation battle is now what we're going to be looking at. Looks like Persini and the boys actually spawning out, so this could be a scrap points awarded toward E6 and as well as a rotation potentially.
Incredibly one-sided hard points so far, and as we get into our next rotation of hills, it's a huge, huge hill for Enigma 6 to climb back as they're in control of the Market Street Hill. And it's really looking like it's just a matter of time for E United to close it out. Proto, though, looking to put a damper on that as he finds the 2-piece, and Cade catches the 3rd player. We still have someone coming in from Plat. That's a big power position for this part of the map, and E6 is able to take it.
E6 starting to show some signs of life as Berto currently sitting inside of that garage. He's trying to back up. Actually, can he win the gunfight is the question. No, not going to go his way, but a few E6 players are still alive. Ruiz here, able to find that gunfight over on Prestini. Gunless will be there for the trade in the end. So nice plays coming in from E6. Granted, just so happens that it's kind of coming at the worst point in the map for them as United have built up such a fantastic lead up to this point. You can start to see the streaks come into play. It's not going to affect anyone just yet, but just the delaying of those is going to keep them inside of that hotel hallway. As now E6 only need about 14 more seconds before this map number 1 is in the books.
RCD is going to be taking point on this next hill. E United able to get there before Enigma 6. One player comes in from Bridge, but he's going to challenge all on his lonesome. The next 3 players are flooding in from Market. That's just 3 of them, though, and the Scarab is going to put a little bit of a damper onto that as they still try to push in. Tagged up, Gunless is going to finish that one, and EU United takes map number 1.
You can see how hyped those guys are as well, meaning that this is such an important match for them. E6 by no means has been a slouch of this tournament. We talk about their only map losses have come from Splice. Granted, it was a 3-0, but still, they have looked stellar throughout this tournament so far. We talked about the stats that General has provided, as well as Cade in some cases as well. That was a massive win for United, and in such a dominant fashion, that could really propel them to have a fantastic series.
For sure. You gotta mention the form of both of these teams. E United seems like they're bouncing back a little bit from their disappointment at Paris. Also, in fairness to them, they had to come through the open bracket. Definitely a tough thing to do, even as a professional team. The side of Enigma 6, they haven't really shown us that true talent that they have since CWL Las Vegas, but they've been able to come through this weekend in big ways, taking down the likes of Rise Nation for the first time in 2 tournaments, and they're not starting off this series so hot, but I don't think that that's very telling of their strength. I definitely think they still have a chance in this series.
Oh, not at all. And, of course, as far as the pool play was considered for the side of E United, actually only a 33% win rate. So now as we kind of focus our eyes toward that Crusher Search and Destroy, I talked about coming into the hard point. It was very important for them to win that. You know, granted, obviously, it was – do you really consider it to be a 100-point club if the team actually gets 100 points, Fox?
Oh, it's a 100-point club if they don't get past 100 points.
But they did get 100 exactly, though.
Repeat that one more time.
So if the side of E6 gets 100 points, are they still in the 100-point club?
Ooh, oh, okay. Ooh, that's a good question, because I guess it's just semantics, because we all usually, like, generally see it as being within 100 points, right, to 0. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Regardless, it was definitely a one-sided hard point there from E United. Definitely outperforming Enigma 6. I definitely think it's worthy of saying it's a 100-point club. They're getting a new Crusher Search and Destroy here. Again, this is a map we've seen. I feel like we've seen it a lot here on the Bravo stream this weekend. It's a map that's all about those rotations, so it's definitely going to take some decisive play calling in order to move around this map as a unit. Now, of course, there are moments where you can execute a flank, or you can allow a player to sit back and wait for the flank, right? That we've definitely seen a lot of teams, as they're moving, have someone sit in a corner and just wait for that moment to strike.
Absolutely. I know that we've talked about it when it comes down to the A side as well, down to ERAD play. I know we've been able to cast over a lot of European teams that definitely kind of provided that presence when it comes down to that particular site. When it comes down to A versus B, it's like, hey, when you go down to B, a little bit of a slower type of mentality. Maybe you have a sniper rifle, more K-bar action as well. But when it comes down to that A site, it's usually pretty quick rounds, quick plan. Like it kind of depends on the mentality that you have. If you want to go, quick, guns blazing, you go A. If you want to kind of play more methodical, try to maybe bait out the other team, that's when you go B. So based on how both of these teams play, they're usually pretty quick. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see a little bit more A hits than normal.
All right, I'm looking forward to see how that goes here. I don't think we have too many talented snipers in the lobby, though. We do see some sniping out of the side of Arcides for E United, right? Definitely not like a formal level kind of sniper, or it is not going to be a massively game-changing kind of thing. But there are definitely some moments where he can have an impact. So I look for him to potentially pull that out here in this matchup. Crusher definitely has those lines of sights where that is popular on both middle map and looking over the bomb sites. So you can definitely see that take place here in this Search and Destroy. The rig draft, though, is up on your screen. And you can see that it's a similar run for both sides here.
It's actually kind of funny, because I was thinking about Gunless, right, after the last hardpoint. He has a fantastic performance. According to his stats, he hasn't really been the main slayer for them. Like I said, it has been silly throughout the respawns and the Search and Destroy.
This weekend, correct?
Yeah, throughout this weekend, yeah. Now, one thing that I do remember, do you remember the highlight that Gunless had with active camo on this map at Atlanta?
Yeah, yes.
So he's had a great moment in the hard point. He's kind of getting back in that motion, kind of getting back in the feeling of being what it was to be the MVP at Atlanta. I think it's honestly it's a really great thing to see Gunless going off if you're an E United fan, because when it comes down to regular stats, if you're kind of getting in that comfortability, Silly is really not the guy to always go off a lot of the times. He's usually the guy to obviously make the play calls, lets the other guys kind of do their own thing when it comes down to the respawns. But I think once Gunless is going off, once he's feeling confident, when he has the active camo in his back pocket, he's one of the best active camo players in the entire game. And I've seen him already have a few 1 versus 2, 1v3 moments. And obviously, like I said, highlight moments at Atlanta. He's pretty good at using this one, especially when it comes down to this map. So E6, I believe they're yet to lose a Search and Destroy. E United, they've only won 33% of theirs. So according to stats, it should be E6's, but we'll see how this goes.
I believe E6 lost their Search and Destroy to Splice. That's where Splice 3 owed them.
Yes, you're correct, actually. I apologize. Yes.
But still, that's a good talking point, because they've been looking good in every game mode, essentially coming through undefeated up until that point. Definitely something you can't ignore. But getting into this Search and Destroy here, we see things opening up with a numbers advantage on the side of E United. Gunless, though, looking to put things back onto his side as he closes it out with an ERAD kill. Now Proto's left in a 1 versus 1, Landon.
He tries to turn that player. What a great kill there coming in from Proto. Just completely turns to his right and shuts him down. I definitely want to see that kill cam again, because he immediately turns on that player. You see, just spots him to his right. A great overall shot there in the end, able to get that centering down. And Pristini's a part of that final kill. Good early round there for E6.
Swift start to the game. Too much rotation going on right there, just both teams using their executes. Let's take a look at how things are going to unfold this round now. We see 4 Enigma 6 players as a unit moving towards the B site, and we see 3 from the side of E United, and 1 is holding mid. That's going to be Prestini holding that choke. So they're going to play off the communication here and decide what the play call is going to be with sending him from mid to the site. Engagements are going down. The bomb is dropped, Landon. General here is trying to play this corner as best as he can, but being dove by those submachine guns is so tough to deal with.
And E6 are just E United just overwhelmed them in that particular round. You see Prestini there on your screen. As that was just kind of a difficult round. You got all these guys kind of coming at you. Of course, Ruiz in the end just kind of gets spotted out. Gullens there in the final kill cam.
Seeing the laser sight here, that's the green laser coming from the ERAD. Makes the hip fire action a little bit easier and more reliable. Definitely something good to use if you know that you're going to be on those parts of the map right there. And as you saw, just holding those close chokes, it's definitely where it can be a big advantage. So E United now on the offensive side. And we have it looks like a 1-1-2 split on the map from the side of Enigma 6.
So they're getting involved on that B site. Arshty's finding that first blood over on Cade. We'll see what E United can do. It looks like Gunless trying to get that bomb down. 5-1 start for him. Could definitely get closer and closer to the active camo. E-Rad in hand, tries to finish off this player, and Silly is going to finish that guy off. Now it's going to be all left up to General. Can he clutch the 1 versus 3? Not going to happen yet again as E United continue that aggression, and it works well for them in the back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, E United right there attacking so quickly with how spread out Enigma 6 was. They had 1 on the opposite bomb site, which was A. They had 1 on mid, who very quickly came over, but still just being overwhelmed by the aggression of Enigma 6. They had the numbers advantage and definitely played it to their strengths.
Of course, loading back in. Now time for round number 4. We look at Gunless getting incredibly close to active camo. You got to imagine potentially, if they don't really look at the scoreboard as E6, he can be surprised them with an active camo this early, but looks like he is going to be on a little bit of a flank. The entire United team in pretty interesting map position. Let's see if E6 is ready for this potential push. Prestini finding yet again another first blood, but quickly responded there by Ruiz. Looks like it's not going to be in hand. Proto gets the bomb down, and Silly's now left all by himself. This would be a big swing of momentum if that's going to be Silly who can win this gunfight, but it's not going to go through. Continuous aggression coming out of both of these squads, but in this particular engagement, it's E6 who takes this one.
Yeah, and I feel like that was a big kill from Cade onto, I think it was Gunless coming around the corner. He was pre-aiming that and just beamed him, deleted him as soon as he turned the corner. Gunless was 1 kill away from getting his active camo, and having that payload right there is a good way to turn around his next engagement.
Be looking through the eyes of Prestini off the start. Is he United? Looking to make their way over toward this A site. I'm not sure. Based on the way that Proto backed up, I don't think he might have spotted those players, but just due to the fact of Cade in general rotating around, you'd imagine that's most likely the case.
He wants to get in here. He's waiting for his team to do it with him, though. Now with the bomb planted, he definitely knows. And as E United is going to plant for the hallway, they're going to back off and play a little passive here. But they still have player 1. Take a look at your mini-map. Silly has a good line of sight onto the objective. General and Ruiz, though, coming through and shutting that down real quick. Now it's all up to Gunless. He has access to the payload, but he doesn't have access to his teammates. Being outnumbered, Enigma 6 should be able to close that down. And that was a pretty swift play from them to take down the few players that were near the objective. They did that very fast, even though E United was playing it passively.
I think it was kind of an odd round for them because essentially, besides Silly, they completely rotate all the way around through middle. Granted, Silly's in a great line, so he can obviously spot the bomb, but if he gets overwhelmed quick, that's exactly kind of what goes down there. So do you think it was a good push? Do you think it was like a good mentality that they had moving forward, or?
I think it was fine. They planted for the hallway, right? They planted it way out in the open. While they left that site, they still had a good line of sight, and I think their idea was to try and wrap towards middle and see if they can attack from different sides. So I think it was the right play call. Okay. They just didn't win the gunfights that they needed. Enigma 6 came out with 2 in a row.
So we load right now into round 6. Proto finding the first blood there over on Prestini. The side of E6 looks to make the rotation back here over toward A. As they found the first blood, they've got the man count advantage when it comes down to offense. They get that bomb down, it would even make the round more and more potentially in their favor. Of course, you're going to see them plant it again. Most likely going to try and back up once that plant does go through. So bomb planted down. How do Arshty's and Silly look to retake this site?
See, they're playing it just like E United did last round.
So Silly does An opportunity if he can find at least one kill, even things out and maybe even get him toward that payload. Player number 6 toward the back is going to be General, rotating back around. He's in a very interesting line type, but unfortunately he just turns the corner. And Silly was ready and waiting potentially there. Player number 8 in the corner. It looks like Arshdees is going to shut him down, so now it's going to be a 1 versus 2. The tides have turned, and now General still only has a little bit of time to play with. If he can just play the time, this should be around in his favor.
Someone's on the bomb. General knows it. That was an excellent shot from Silly, reading General and taking him out as soon as he turned the corner, though.
Clever play there from General, but a good body stack, like you mentioned, Silly. Big play to kind of watch over his teammate. It'll obviously be around there for them, as it's now going to be tied up at 3 rounds apiece. Take a look at the scorecard. For right now, you see Gunless, 7-4 for his team. Pretty consistent play, though, for the side of E6 for the most part. Like I said, it's always good to see a guy like Gunless kind of starting to perform, but Persini currently sitting at 2-5. We'll obviously see if he can start to make more of an impact as this game really does continue.
All right, so let's take a look at the action on the mini-map. Enigma 6 opting to go with a similar setup to what we saw previously on defense. It was 1-1-2. Now it's going to be 2-1-1. They're having most of their players towards that top lane, which is the A side of the map. However, the offensive front of E United is coming in hot on the B side, and we saw this before. When they were able to outnumber Enigma 6, they were able to slay them and keep the numbers advantage for the remainder of the round. Here's the Enigma 6 onslaught, though. Proto acting as the front line.
Proto's making a big impact, and just like that, the side has been retaken. Now Gunless actually does have his active camo. He vents to use it here. He realizes that player might be on the bomb. He uses the E-Rad. Great kill there coming in from him, but he's not able to shut it down. Proto will win the big 1v1 engagement, and that's going to be a defusal, and that's also going to give E6 a 1-round advantage. They're going to be up 4-3. Looks like some extra shots actually there, if you've noticed. Some extra shots there coming in from Proto.
Yeah, Landon, we see the bomb defuse there. They're able to come out on top. Again, just seeing the Enigma 6 setup and how they were able to still rotate despite being outnumbered is really impressive to me. They waited for their team very well, I feel, whereas before they kind of got overwhelmed with the aggression of E United.
So General going to be the man they give the bomb to when it comes down to this round. Normally going to be Proto, but due to the fact he already has his payload, they're obviously going to give that one to General. It's like a read already coming in from the side of E United. Pretty standard hit, but for the most part, but 2 already start to fall. Good response there from Gunless and Sillies. This one is completely turned around. Proto now left in a 1 versus 1, and that one's going to be won by E United. I believe that was a quick 2 versus 4 that they end up clutching in that particular exchange, and you see General starting to order some things around. How did we lose that round? How did that end up going down? And that was due to Silly's play. Great use of the FTL jump to clutch that one out.
Yeah, that FTL jump was definitely a big momentum shift, chasing down that second kill, not letting them get away and finishing the job. They're now all tied up at 4-4. And as you said, General, kind of being the conductor for this team, I definitely think he's one of the more authoritative players on this team in terms of how they function and what their identity is. So now, moving towards the B site, United sends 3 and then 1 down the middle. So on this B site, they'll be met by only 1 enemy player. So no one is there to stop the defuse. Enigma 6 falls back and gives up a lot of map pressure here. But last time this happened, we saw that they were able to rotate, retake, and defuse.
E6 can potentially make happen, and Ruiz just briefly goes to that mid-map, just missing Pristini. Actually used the FTL jump to try to get through. He's able to make that one happen for the time, but of course, now going to be a 1 versus 3 before I can even utter the words. United are there to find Proto, as they're now going to be 1 round away from closing this map out. And if that were to happen, that would give them a 2-0 advantage. And in a game mode that E6 have looked fantastic in so far this tournament, this would definitely be a shock for them overall.
I feel that this is a well-played search and destroy on both sides. We're coming down to the wire. Round 10. E United is 1 round away from taking it and going up 2-0 in the series. But if you're an Enigma 6 fan at home, they're 2 rounds away from tying up the series, and it's their turn on offense. It looks like they're going to have a wide-open B bomb site, but they don't know this. E United is on a 4-man flank just behind them. The jammer grenade that tags up Gunless does give that information to the team, though, so let's see what they do with it.
Arshdees, if he turns his corner, he could find a great line set. Of course, General getting that bomb down due to it being free. Decides to back up. Proto and Ruiz combined for 2, but here's Arshdees trying to stay up toward the back. They know his position, but they move forward. Arshdees and Persini, the brothers on either side of the map. How can they make this pinch happen? Persini actually gets active camoed on, and now Arshdees is left to try and clutch That's going to be one, but needs to make his way forward. Just due to the fact of him backing up, I don't believe this is a round that he can win. Looks like still 2 players over on that site. They'd be smart to at least try and back up, but they obviously want the kill. It means so much when it comes down to their payloads, and that's going to be another round for E6, and this one is tied up at 5-5 as we're headed to overtime, round 11. This is big for the side of E6, because if not, that's going to be E United who could potentially take that 2-0 lead in this series. And we've talked about it countless times, that loser's bracket is incredibly difficult to make a run through. We'll obviously see if E6 can try and at least force that game number 4.
Here it is, Gunless. We're looking through his eyes for the side of E United. He's finding himself at 11 kills. He's been a huge threat and a huge thorn in the side of E United for the past 10 rounds. 1 round separates both of these teams from victory, though. The Scarab, acting as the 5th man in the lobby, is going to be playing for a bit of information for the teams. RC's pilots it. A few E6 players just around the corner hearing it, though. They're going to fire on it. Look at your mini-map, though. Player number 4, that's Prestini. He's behind all 4 Enigma 6 players, and they haven't set anyone up to watch for the flank yet. All eyes are on the bomb. This could be a big pinch for E United if he can pull it off.
Gillis finds the first blood. Looks like Prestini's right behind him. He tries to find another one. He tries to use the shockwave, but it's not going to be home. Regardless, the E United players are there, and you can see how much that means to them, as they're going to take their round 11 and now be up 2-0 in the series. You see Gunless coming in clutch, rocks the active camo, but we got to give massive credit there to Prestini coming on that flank. Definitely, kind of in some ways, kind of provides a lot of chaos for the E6 players, because you see they're most likely giving a lot of spotty callouts. They're in front of us, they're behind us. It's very difficult for them to try and respond there. So major props to E6 as they're going to clutch that one out. And Gunless having yet again another fantastic game, ending that one out 13-8.
Yes, E United was able to clutch that one out. They come up in round 11, as you can see there, with that flank that the E6 players did not respond to. There was no one looking for it. But guys, we're heading into map number 3. The story here is, can E United finish out the series in 3-0 fashion, giving Enigma 6 2 3-0 losses in a row, or can Enigma 6 hit the reverse sweep? We'll find out in just a minute. Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty World League Dallas Open. This is the Call of Duty World League presented by PlayStation 4, and we're hopping into Game 3 between Enigma 6 and E United. So far, E United has found themselves up 2-0, and what was a very one-sided hardpoint, we ended in round 11 for the Search and Destroy, where they executed a fantastic flank at the end there, Landon.
Yeah, great plays from Pristini in the end, but now we obviously focus our attention when it comes down to the uplink. How do both of these teams fare off when it comes down to this game mode? I know for the side of E United, from what I'm able to spectate, that's actually been one of their better game modes when it comes down to this tournament. So now, in some cases, E6's...
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, their uplink for United has looked pretty good. So now that E6's backs are kind of against the wall, how do they respond is going to be the question for me to be asking at the moment. And what we know on throwback so far, it's normally going to be a low-scoring game for what I'm able to witness. So I think those overdrive and active camo players become even more of a factor when it comes down to the latter parts of the game.
Right, and in the only other uplink that Enigma 6 has lost this tournament, they went into overtime against Splice, where Splice is, of course, able to edge them out, winning that Series 3-0. It looks like E United is trying to get this victory in a similar fashion, but with the talent on the side of Enigma 6, you cannot count them out just yet. They can definitely put up a fight and attempt this reverse sweep here.
They can, of course, can get a little bit of a run through there through throwback. One team spawning on that grandma side, the other spawning over on statue. Now, if you are, of course, spawning on that grandma side, there is a potential to get that field spawn trap, and I've seen that actually happen a few times in some of the series between teams like Team Caliber, especially, some series that have been able to cast over. So we'll see how both teams fare off. Can E United complete the 3-0 sweep versus the side of E6, or can they at least force the game 4? As we'll hop in here to throwback uplink, looking through the eyes right now of Varsity, since he's actually made his way a little bit early on, and Gunless might actually be here for the early point score.
Gunless moving through with the drone. Looked like he had an opportunity to hit the wall run there, but he's cut short just before he can execute it. And now the drone's going to be dropped just beneath the portal. That's a pretty clutch defensive stop from Enigma 6 in the opening moments of this map.
Yeah, early aggression there coming from the side of E United. Obviously great to see. They're obviously feeling confident after winning that last round 11. You see how hyped these players have been as Persini finds 2 through that middle map. He's been a guy to kind of be put in question at times, is how can he perform? A lot of times when he performs, his team sees some success. And due to that happening, you see obviously Gunless have a fantastic series up to this point. United seem to be firing on all cylinders. As the first map starts to tick down, we'll see if United can potentially get another scoring opportunity. Arsty's now with that drone coming through Grandma's, and that one's going to fly through. United getting on the board early.
Silly currently starting off this game 5-1. He's still alive on a 3 streak and behind Enigma 6, and it looks like they might have forgotten about him, so this is going to give him the opportunity for at least 1 kill. If he can stay alive beyond that, then that's even better. The United players would have free reign to move the drone up bike path through Grandma's house, and it looks like he's going to have a 1-point play lined up. Tries the interception, not able to swat it. That's 2 points in the sky for E United.
And Arsty's is actually still in the back of their base, so continuous E United players being a thorn in the side. That is a big 2 kills that he gets. That's going to delay E6 from even really moving super far. So with that, Arsty's continues to be in the back. E6 not even turning around. They're not even worried about him. As they need to turn around, look at the communication. It might not be there at the moment. Persini just has to toss that one forward. It looks like Arsty's is going to be there for the rebound, but can't get that one off. So despite him being in the back of the base, E6, sweat up the brow type of situation, that defensive play is going to pay off for them.
Still leading up 2-0. We saw that Arcity was on a pretty long streak behind them right there. That was definitely the catalyst for a lot of that chaos on the side of Enigma 6. And now they get the drone and they toss it for distance. Good play by General, trying to buy his team some time and also get some distance on the drone. Now they just need to follow it up. Luckily for them, they have someone like Cade who's able to get those 3 big kills and open up a lane right for Proto, straight to the portal. 2 points on the board. And this one possession game is now all tied up.
It is now Cade on that 5 spree, definitely being a major reason why the scoring opportunities are happening. Is he's going to go on another spree. Currently on 6 kills, he'll finally drop as General tries to go for the toss, and despite dying in that particular spot, the fadeaway in some cases is going to go through. So despite E United's hot beginning, it's now going to be E6 now who has the 1-point advantage.
Oh, Proto stops shooting and can't finish the kill. Gunless punishes him for it with the back whack. Now, the drone control is still in favor of E United as they're in a 2 versus 1 situation, but they're still running into Enigma 6's world, straight into their spawns. They're going to respond and take them down. Drone being overturned. They're leading by 1 point, and now it's their turn to go in the offensive front.
Drone down inside a middle. General trying to make something happen when it comes down to that top ticket. These 2 go down now for E6. This could be a push potentially for United, just trying to gain some map control again. Silly currently sitting at 14-6. I know you highlighted him early. He has had a fantastic tournament for them so far. I would definitely say the MVP for their particular squad. If you look at the entire run that they've had up to this point here in Dallas. But trying to be those lead blockers. Player number 8, Pristini in the back, just trying to obviously hold that objective. If his teammates can find a few kills, this could be him moving forward. But General is there for, yet again, another clutch score, or a clutch kill there to stop the score. And that's going to be E6, yet again, another defensive play that United is not able to score on.
Not only did they stop that score right there, General, with that double kill, was also able to shut down Gunless, who was approaching his 5th kill in that kill streak. So, stopping him from getting those score streaks with us only having a minute left in this half and then them switching sides and getting their 5 minutes when the spawns flip, that could be big because that advantage could have hurt them in more than one situation.
General tossing that drone over the building, trying to wait for his teammates to potentially try and be there. Pristini realizes, I'm going to toss that one off the map potentially, but actually that one will fall down through Bike Street. Gunless ends up falling. That'll be 4 down, and this should be a scoring opportunity most likely if the passes can come through here from Proto. Rounding that corner, looks like this is going to be a 2-point play, so that's going to be a 5-2 advantage for E6. 30 seconds left in this first half.
And that's a big dunk right there for Proto. Great way for Enigma 6 to end the round if you're an Enigma 6 fan. Proto and Cade are in range of this drone that was just thrown for distance, but with them being killed, General has to go in and do the dirty work, and that he does. He catches it just before the E United players could come and reset it, and he puts the 1 point on the board. With 15 seconds left on the clock, this is looking like it's going to be the last drive, Landon, for this half.
It will be indeed. Arstides needs to go for at least a 1-point toss, but Gunless isn't, I believe, not going to be able to get that drone in time. Melees will work out in his favor somehow in that particular exchange, but that's going to be 6-2 at the half, an advantage of course, E6. Now, I feel like there are a lot of opportunities that E United had. It was just, I would say like there was like 3 or 4 different moments where they just maybe a second later they could have thrown that drone off. And so I feel like it was really clutch plays, especially coming in from guys like General. So with that in mind, we'll obviously see how that does take place. And with that, we're obviously going to restart our 5-minute countdown. And looks like we're going to be looking through the eyes of Cade off the start, obviously having a great game right now. Currently sitting at 16-12. He's going to be looking through that top food and seeing a top ticket, a big power position when it comes down to this map.
Tough gunfight to win consistently here with the K-Bar. That's why you see them both tagging each other up and just backing off. Top food is definitely an important part of the map when you're trying to get that drone control. And since Cade is forced to back off of it, that gives E United the opportunity to grab the drone, bring it through underpass, but they still need to get the kills to follow it up. Enigma 6 defensively is able to respond with much more slaying power, and they're going to move towards mid-map with the drone.
Another defensive play for E6. Can they turn it into an offensive one? General rounding the corner over toward Bike Street, finds one. Nearly finds another toward that plat side. Is that drone now going to be grabbed there from Silly, I believe. He could use the FTL jump, actually passes it off to a teammate. That's going to be Arstides, so there comes the 2-point play. Arstides also finds that one on Proto. Gunless, and it looks like all E6 starting to drop. They are going to be over in that field spawn trap. This could come into play. If they can start to maybe rally this one, toss it to a few teammates, this could be another scoring opportunity forward. Looks like player number 3 is going to be here. Passes off to his teammate, but he's going to drop. Pristini needs to win that one, but a big combination of kills there from Proto and Ruiz as they'll shut down that play, and they'll also stop that spawn trap from adding any more points on.
I see they tried to run that play 2 times in a row. Whoever it was that passed the drone and then peppered the next player, just tagging him up for the drone carrier to finish once he dunks, was definitely the MVP of that play. Weakening him and allowing them to set up for the relay was big. Unfortunately for them, in the second attempt, that enemy player on Enigma 6 was able to get past that choke point before he could throw the pass.
Tossing that drone in the base. Looks like Ruiz is going to be here, but he quickly drops. Big gunfight 1 there for Gunless. Big stop, rather, as they're going to go and reset that drone. So both teams continuing to play aggressive. They're trying to get in the enemy's base constantly. This is not going to be a pretty low-scoring game, but here comes General. Rocks the active camo. Of course, is going to be there for a potential scoring opportunity, and that one is going to go through. Now a 2-possession advantage in favor of E6. General will drop toward the back, but if you also got to look at the payload situation, Cade does have that overdrive, and if you're looking at E United, they got a lot of payloads to work with on their side.
Yeah, 3 payloads to work with. Decent map presence on mid. They're also up 3 kills here. They could definitely try and make an offensive play here. But with Enigma 6 coming up off the spawn, the players in the base need to read that. Overdrive comes through, taken down and cut just shy of it. Silly is still in a powerful position to make a difference, but General comes through and takes him down as well.
It's definitely a huge payload burned if you are E United. Overdrive, incredibly influential when it comes down to, especially a map like this, which is normally pretty low scoring. Overdrive not going to be in the hands of E United for the rest of this match. They still have active camo to work with. They've got to rely on pretty much good slaying game if they want to take this game number 3 and close it out in a 3-0 fashion. But 2-minute warning. Looks like Pristini trying to provide a little bit of fire for his teammates, but Cade actually is going to rock that overdrive. Can he get forward? But no, he actually tosses that right into an E-United player. Cade is able to get for the rebound, but another stop there for E-United. They're continuing to show up when it comes down to defense. Question is, can they bring this one back? Can they get the 3-0 sweep here, Fox?
2 minutes remaining. E-United is down 4 points, and we could go to a game 4. If they can come back and score these 4 or 5 points to at least force an overtime, they close out the series 3-0. Enigma 6 now on a defensive front, but they're spawning out so far towards field. Before this game started, we mentioned how devastating those spawns can be, and they're even scarier when you're in the face of score streaks.
I love this play.
The United player has access, or is about to have access to the bombardment, and is still sitting pretty with this Trinity rocket, so E6 needs to look out.
I love that play from Cade. Granted, he ends up dying in that spot, but just trying to delay as long as possible. It's such a smart play coming in from him. But Gunless actually doesn't use his active camo on that play. Here it comes. Needs to try to find something with that. Actually slides past one player. Player number 2 is going to be here. That's going to be General. He's not going to find him. So just like that, Gunless has tied this game up with just under a minute remaining.
And that's so tough for the player that he slid past, right? You can't. It's so tough to hit the player that activates active camo, especially when they have that armor from the drone.
3 players down. Looks like some streaks coming in there from Gunless. Trying to delay as much as possible. Cade now with that drone in his hands tosses that one forward, potentially to a teammate, but that's going to be the entire team of E-United who's waiting. Scarab's out, trying to do some extra damage, trying to slow down E-United in some cases. Proto actually ends up taking out his teammate there in that shockwave, so that could definitely play a pretty big factor. Cade needs to back up, only 20 seconds left. RC's now with the drone in his hands. Can he make the play to solidify the series in this match? Few kills going down. RC's trying to play the waiting game, realizing that he only has a few seconds left. Gunless actually uses those streaks. Can he get at least the 1-point play off? But no, he ends up dropping. Cade is the last player alive. Can he stop the push? And yes, E6 will stay alive. We're going to overtime.
Landon, he holds on to the drone just too long. They're able to stop him before he can toss it in. And as you mentioned, Cade is able to make the play, take the drone, toss it out of the map. With us going into overtime, it gives both teams an opportunity within 5 minutes to try and score. Once they score, the next team has that amount of time or less to score as well. This is a big overtime moment between these two teams. Enigma 6, their life in this series is on the line. If they can win it, they get to stay away from the losers bracket for just a little bit longer.
Cade tossing that drone over. Gunfight one and take it. That's actually going to go to him, but Ruiz is here. Can he get the score? Oh, but no, he tries to go for the 2-point play, and Silly is there for the defensive end. E6 obviously wanting to play for those 2 points rather than the 1. It's incredibly risky when you go for that 1-point play, so both teams most likely trying to focus when it comes down to the dunks rather than the tosses. For early aggression coming out in this overtime, I think that's what we fully expected.
Philly has access to the FTL jump. He's going to stop a player from grabbing the drone just before they reach it. RCD's also there for a pinch. There's one Enigma 6 player behind enemy lines. That's going to be Ruiz. He's hugging this corner, but he's going to be met by Pristini here shortly. He's able to come out on top, so now E-United can't really do too much with Ruiz behind them. Knowing this, Silly's going to go back and take him down.
RCD's continuing to be a threat to that middle map. When's this going to get that would be big, but no, Proto's there to find 2. And Proto actually does have that reactive armor, so that would be big if he can maybe use that as a lead blocker. Player number 2 to join him through that middle map as the United look to try and reset. A few players providing some presence through that bike street. Landon through player 8, Pristini just coming down, he ends up falling.
Gunless has broken 40 kills. No one else, only one other player on his team is close enough to that. That's going to be Silly, who definitely has the time to do so. But Gunless, we really got to mention just how much of a factor he has been throughout this entire uplink. And we see 1 point go on the board, and that sets the time for Enigma 6, United to respond.
That was such a big toss coming in there from E6. They're just narrowly able to get that drone over that building, and of course, player was waiting. So, with that in mind, minute and 37, time to beat either a 1 or 2 will do it. United, they have plenty of time to work with. This is by no means undoable. We talk about the great slang presence from guys like Gunless and Silly. See, though, Pristini currently sitting at 17 and 35. A lot of gun engagements to happen, but All that matters is clutching up in this last minute and 30. How can E United play this one? E6 actually trying to toss that drone forward. Big play there from them as 3 go down. Now Silly's left to try and hold the line. Not in a position to do and really stop anything. Those players are going to be on a little bit of a delay. That ball was actually, I believe, in Porto's hands for the time, but E United quick to grab that. Now Pristini and the boys look to try and regroup as they're going to make this push through field.
Pristini and the boys. Sounds like a boy band. We got 2 players from Enigma 6 meeting this drone carrier. 2 behind him. They only need 1 though, and his name is Cade as he finds the triple kill. Proto now with the one with the drone in his hand, sets up for the wall run, doesn't need it, sinks the 1-point play, and Enigma 6 is going to take this uplink.
They're going to take it in overtime, dramatic fashion to say the least, but this 3-0 is not going to come in. Great performances from the E6 side. The amount of defensive plays that went on for them is obviously apparent. Incredibly consistent play from all the players. We look at the side of E6, though, more consistent than the side of E United. Pretty much 41 for both Silly and Gunless.
Yeah, Gunless breaking 40 kills right there towards overtime. We saw one other player was around 35 around that time as well. I want to give a big shout out to Cade on the side of Enigma 6 for his clutch plays all throughout that game. So many big defensive stops. I almost wish there was a way for us to represent on the scoreboard your impact as a defensive player on uplink, because he had such a high impact throughout that entire game in that role.
You did, and I believe we're going to be having hardpoint breakout for game number 4. We talked about that first hardpoint. 100-point clubbing there for United as they took that one in pretty dominant fashion. In your opinion, when it comes down to breakout, players to look out for E6?
When we get to breakout hardpoint, this was actually the map where Splice was able to steamroll them. That was really their only other loss at hardpoint in this tournament, other than, of course, what we're seeing right here in this series where E United was able to take them down. And it was a devastating loss. There were moments where they didn't seem like they had control of it. They didn't seem like they knew where they wanted to push, and it definitely hurt them in the long run. So this is a huge moment for Enigma 6 and Enigma 6 fans at home. These guys need to come together. Of course, they're going to learn something from that loss. And this is going to be a really difficult map for them if they want to continue this reverse sweep.
Indeed it will be, and of course, you know, it's obviously going to give E6 quite a bit of momentum when it comes down to it. I mean, in overtime, by no means was easy. I think we got to give a lot of credit to General especially. General was playing incredibly well. We saw Cade get constant 3 pieces. Really, the entire team kind of rallied around each other, and it's obviously good to see. So with that in mind, we talk about that losers bracket, how deadly it can possibly be. E6, though, clutching up in the end. Though, one thing, though, is that E6, they win a respawn, right?
Right.
But it is in overtime. That first hard point, like we just discussed, 100-point club by E United. I'm not sure if I can get really on the E6 train at this point, right? Because obviously it is a close game. E United kind of realizing such, most likely Silly, the in-game leader, kind of giving them a little bit of momentum throughout most of the series, kind of guiding them through, realizing, hey, the only respawn that they beat, the only map that they beat versus us was an incredibly close overtime. So
right.
I feel like overall E United still is the team to win this one. I feel like they will close this one out.
Oh, yeah.
But E6, though, they obviously do have a little bit of momentum after winning that.
Yeah, E United has to feel comfortable here. I mean, it's an overtime loss to a team that it's definitely no joke. They're coming through this tournament in solid form. On the side of E United getting into this uplink, I definitely think that's a game mode they should feel confident in. Hardpoint, excuse me, not uplink. Also, because of how poorly they recently lost in this breakout hardpoint, if E United is aware of this, they have to feel even better about it. So, if we can see a similar performance from Gunless that we've seen from throughout the rest of the series, it's going to be really hard for Enigma 6 to bounce back.
Oh, yeah. I think he's definitely played lights out throughout most of this series. Whether it's been respawns, whether it's been search and destroys, Gunless, without question, has been on form. Of course, the MVP when it came down to CWL Atlanta played lights out when it came down to really the respawns especially. He's known for being, really getting a lot of kills when it comes down to the hardpoint, and also being incredibly involved when it comes down to the time in the hill as well. Call him a stat sheet stuffer, really does everything. You like that little phrase? Stat sheet stuffer?
Sheet stuffer.
You love it. You don't act like you don't like that.
I can't stand that you just said that to me, actually.
It's so good.
Is it? That's a good word for it, I guess.
I'm making it a thing. I'm making it a thing from now on. Gunless, first member of the stat sheet stuffers.
Some stat sheet stuffers for Christmas this year.
Thank you. That'd be awesome. You didn't give me anything for Christmas last year.
Oh, you're right. You didn't give me anything for Christmas last year.
That's true.
So
well,
where's
guys,
this conversation going?
Guys, Breakout Hardpoint is going to be map number 4. Series currently in advantage of E United. They're still up 2-1. Question being, can E6 force the Game 5, or will this map be our final resting place for this series? Fox, quick predictions.
I got to give this to E United. They're looking like the stronger respawn team. They steamrolled them in the first hard point. Enigma 6 didn't really look like they had it together in the previous time they played this map. Of course, we could have a new Enigma 6 today. Maybe they look back at some of their VODs, tried to realize what they were doing wrong. They could certainly bounce back, but I got to say E United's looking better.
Of course, we'll see how the series does line out. We're going to be making that first rotation over toward that central rooftop. Expect players like Gunless, players especially like Persini as well, to get heavily involved when it comes down to their engagements. Question being, of course, how positive can they go? How much of those gun engagements can they win? As, of course, it's going to be E United getting some early time.
So sending one player on the flank through Graveyard into Cave. So that could be a big flank for the player sitting on top of the point right now. Still, most of the kills going in favor of E United. Last player alive is going to be Proto. He wants to maintain control of Showers. Not able to do so with so many E United players swarming him. Now, just 13 seconds left on this hill, Landon. We're rotating over to the next.
Be proceeding getting that scrap points. Actually, Proto ends up dropping him from that top roof, so that's going to deny those seconds from going through. But despite that, still 23-point advantage as we rotate here. It's going to be Proto getting some early kills here over in Cell Block. Arstees, though, going to hold this one down for the time being. 5 streak for him right now, sitting at 6-1, only 100 points away from those Trinity Rockets. That could definitely play a huge factor for them as the game does go on.
Arcedy's currently 6-1 on a 5 streak. He's 100 points away from the Trinity Rocket. He's able to obtain it right there, getting 125 from killing a player on the hill. So now, Enigma 6 has to know that he's going to have streaks in the later stages. We see pretty hilarious interaction there between Cade and Silly. But Pristini is able to come through, clean it up with that 2-piece.
E6 only have 5 seconds on the board as E United getting closer to that 50 mark. Definitely the start that they want to have after losing that overtime. They're obviously pretty angry at that. It's about the incredibly emotional how both of these teams have been every time they win. Incredibly excited, realizing how important and how influential this series is to them. That loser's bracket is not an easy one to get into. So as Cell Block will end, we obviously make our rotation here over toward Graveyard. That's going to be, it looks like E6 with some early contestation, and Ruiz holding some time down on the hill. I actually really like that head glitch.
Yeah, E6 got over here quite early, knowing that they lost that previous hard point. We're seeing the streaks come in, though, on the last hard point. I mentioned that should be a factor here, so that forces the great setup from Enigma 6 to fold backwards into Cave. And Ruiz still trying to make the best of a bad situation. He finds 1 kill before being traded out. Prestini nabs 2 kills. That's 3 kills in a row for him now. 4. Still unable to be stopped.
E6 cannot allow E United to get on a roll like this. Granted, they do have control over those back helipad spawns, but if they continue to go on streaks like this, it's not looking good. Arstees finds 2, 12 and 4 beginning for him. Silly's even out of the map and he's finding kills. 85-16, E6, they need to hold down Commissary. They need to have that 1 player in the back, probably going to be General, to try and hold these spawns for them. That's really what could potentially, the only thing that could really bring them back in the game right now is holding on to those spawns. And you see E United highly trying to contest those. 1 kill going down. The other E6 player is actually trying to contest Persini, but he ends up, I believe, falling off the map. So with that, General ends up backing out of his position, and now he's just given and granted to the E United those good spawns, regarding the fact that E6 actually has time in the hill. Gunless would be smart to maybe back up and wait for his teammates to maybe try and recontest this.
Yeah, his teammates do have that helipad spawn, so if he would have waited, he could have had Silly maybe push in here with him. But I think he was maybe counting on the fact that E6 could have pushed up on them. And it looks like the rest of E United will collapse onto this hill, and Prestini was able to get that Trinity Rocket from the previous hardpoint, the 4 streak that he won, and he got most of those kills sitting on the objective. So once we get to middle map, that's definitely going to pay dividends in the next rotation.
It will, and Ruiz holding down some time in the hardpoint just for a second. As E6 not being granted anything, E United printing on a pretty tight vice grip. And E6 just trying to get any breath at all as we get ready to make the second set of rotations happen. It will be 112-37. E6 definitely need to get some momentum in their favor. If you take a look at that right scorecard, players who are not having really that much of an impact. General currently sitting at 6-11, Proto at 6-12. Those guys based off Atlanta both had their highest respawn KDs. So you got to imagine if those guys can start to bring it back, that's when E6 can potentially bring this one back to a level playing field.
Yeah, they need to do something real quick, because as we get to a little bit of a halftime moment here in Hardpoint, we're getting to we're getting through our rotation of hills once again. We're seeing that E United has been leading this game by quite a large margin throughout the entire game, and right now they're in control of the hill all over again, and E6 is spawning out, and this is definitely a dangerous moment. Now, as we wind down these last 20 seconds, Landon, you can see that both teams are going to start to push more towards that cell block.
Oh, of course, and I think in some cases for E6, they're kind of banking on the fact that, hey, we have to get a hold here, because if not, E United are going to walk away with this game even more. But 3 go down in the kill feed. That should grant them good spawns. But look at player number 4 in the back. That's actually going to be Pristini. He's making a run for these spawns here over toward back garage. If he can maybe hold on to this one, maybe try to make a little bit of a pinch, I think he's gone unnoticed for the most part. Looks like player number 7 has actually focused his attention, might have spotted him here. Looks like he is. Arstees is there actually for the gun engagement. I didn't even realize that Arstees was around him, but the full flank here coming from Garage. E United want these spawns. They want to break through here toward cell block. And these are some time that E6 can't afford to give away. Kills start to go through, and Arstees finding a few of those. Proto ends up falling off the map, but General is here for the final exchange. But not realizing such, E United players are knocking at the door. General able to find one, tries to escape. Great movement there coming in there from him, but Gunless's nade is going to be where he drops. A lot of gunfights going down, and despite the fact that E6 has at least made the rotation through, they're giving away a lot of Sparty time, and A United now are going to be granted the scrap seconds as we get ready to be on this rotation toward Graveyard.
So this is just what we saw in the last rotation, right? Enigma 6 wasn't able to get a whole lot going on that cell block hill. They definitely did better this time around than the first time, but we move over into our Graveyard hill, and they had the initial time. Last time, E United was able to break it because they had those score streaks. Let's see how it plays out this time.
Holding over toward Dozer. Trying to look to try and break in some ways. And Ruiz trying to be a thorn in the side, the early contest maker. As he will end up dropping. E6 getting closer to that 100-point mark. Of course, they're going to try to back out, realizing those streaks are coming down. FTL jump gets rocked. It's going to be from Silly. Ends up nearly dying from the side, but the streaks from Pristini will actually save his life. As he's going to continue on, tries to find the third, but it's not going to be home. E6 continuing to hold down time for the moment, but Pristini wins a massive 1v1 gunfight versus M. Ruiz. He's going to continue to go on a streak, nearly finds a third. At least he'll find 2 of those. That's going to grant E United some more seconds that E6 can't afford to give away right now, Fox.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing those score sheets come in and force Enigma 6 off of that excellent setup that they had. So E United, getting those streaks on previous hills, are able to make it count in the next couple of hills.
Silly beginning to make his way back toward that back helipad. Of course, realizing the score at the moment, 172 to 104. I believe that is going to be player number 6, General in the back. And Silly might have just spotted him out. Needs to win this gunfight. One more player going to be here, and if Silly can win this, that would be big overall for their spawns. Nade going to make him weak, and Proto is there to challenge him in the end.
Yeah, great grenade to take him down right there. Proto's able to clean him up, try and clear out that helipad area to get his team some spawns, because it's looking like E United wants to make the move towards it, but they know they're going to be met by Enigma 6 players in much more advantageous positions. So look at this lower wall run out of Arceus. I really like this. Someone from Enigma 6 has to snip this out here soon. He's not just going to leave. Enigma 6 has Cade, though. He's able to turn around for the double kill.
6 will find, and they're starting to get some more points on the board. Seemed to be a incredible lead for United that's now turned into what could be an even closer one, as E6 will grab the last few seconds in commissary, and we will start the rotation battle over again toward that central rooftop.
United in control of the middle hard point, but General spots this and takes him down. That's a triple kill from General, and now he just awarded his team showers control. There's only one other player in his way, and if he can take him out, that's a solo team wipe. He does just that. Pristini, though, coming up off spawn, takes down 2 Enigma 6 players. General's doing all he can in this engagement, but he's not getting the help he needs. He needs his teammates to win those gunfights.
Indeed he does. At United beginning to work as a squad together, as they're going to be making sure they do have that showers control where General was previously holding. It looks like split spawns in some cases coming into play. You swap over to General's point of view.
Looks like it was an active camo that got popped right there for that gunfight, right?
Currently sitting through middle. Trying to stay up for the time being. As 3 go down to the kill feed. General being a part of 2 of those kills. Can he make the third happen? But no, he is going to drop. And it looks like that will be E United awarded those points. It looks like they might actually have the preferred rotations there as well.
That they do. Pristini, faced with 2 different players, isn't going to be able to do a whole lot on middle map. It would have been great if he could get a kill right there and sort of cushion the push that we're about to see from Enigma 6. They're sending 4 players straight through mid. Nobody on the flank to upset the anchor, so that's going to be free reign for Gunless to get some shots off. Gunless taken down, though, so now the rest of United has to clean up what he couldn't. And Ruiz and Proto coming through. Proto gets a kill. The melee, though, going to stop him from shooting. And Silly's going to punish. That's a triple kill. And that's a big set of time for E United as Enigma 6 sets up for another push.
Some extra shots there from Pristini. Silly currently sitting on a 4 spree. getting closer to those streaks. But the question is, does he even have time to use those? Because he's going to continue to make a few happen. Gunless and Arsteed's starting to make some noise in the kill feed as Enigma 6 realize that they've got to get something going quick and soon. One player trying to contest, and it looks like Silly is going to be there yet again. 5 spree toward the end of this game. Only a few more seconds needed for United to close this one out. Fortunately for E6, they're not going to close it out on that particular hard point. They've got to make a miracle happen if they want to force the game 5.
So, Cade just popped his payload for the team. We'll have to see how that affects them here. It's looking like it was the Centurion. So how is E United going to respond? They just need 2 seconds in the hill. But with that Centurion down, it's going to be a little disruptive for them. Also, Proto having access to the Scarab. We saw last 2 times they were on this point, it was E United breaking it with a Trinity rocket. They don't have access to that this time. So it's all going to come down to gun skill and coordination.
RT still sitting through middle. Of course, an open hard point for at least a second as Zimmerwees hops really back in. He's trying to play the waiting game. Team fights going on, and E6 is not letting go of a second as kills start to go through. Silly ends up getting a second just for a moment, but ends up dropping shortly after. Cade ends up finding one as well, but that's going to do it. E United, it only takes some time as they're going to close this map out. You're going to see Gunless in your final kill cam. It's obviously a respectable one to see as he had a fantastic series so far throughout this game. Really played solid for the entire squad, definitely being on form just as he did at CWL Atlanta. That's going to do it for this series as E United take this one versus E6 3-1.
And right there, that was, I feel like, excellent play out of E United throughout that hard point. While it looks like Enigma 6 kept beating them to grave every time, I think that it was more they were allowing them to get there so they could get the scrap time because they knew they had score streaks to take them off of it anyway. That last time right there, it wasn't going to work out that way, though. They didn't have a Trinity rocket to work with. Still, the players on E United played patiently, won the crucial gunfights, set someone on a flank, and they made it work. So, you know, credit to E United for their play and Enigma 6 for sort of stepping it up where they could.
Yeah, E6 definitely looked good, but I'm glad you brought up that last play because at E United, you kind of see there in some cases most likely a lot of communication going down and say, hey guys, let's wait till we have all 4 players to try and contest this one. A few players toward the back end up dropping, and that was E United's way to kind of force out the game. So major props to them as they're going to lock down that game. But while we also give credit to E6 for taking that map, it was in overtime. So I wouldn't say that E United has really slowed down necessarily. Just E6's overall play so far at this tournament has definitely looked good, and they look to be a stellar opponent. Of course, if you are a fan of Enigma 6, they're not out of this tournament just yet. They are going to be making their way through that losers bracket, and as we add another team to that ever coveted as losers bracket, it's going to make it even more and more difficult.
Not so coveted, though. Not a very it's not a good place to be. This means that they only have one other opportunity in this tournament, or they will be knocked out. They're going to play through the rest of the tournament throughout the losers bracket, and if they can make it to the grand finals, they have to win 2 best-of-5 series. Of course, we're not just there yet, but with this being the first round of the winners bracket, you definitely need that information if you want to follow the Enigma 6 run through this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. More action here from the Bravo Station when we return. I believe we're going to have FaZe and the Gosu crew when we return.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. I'm Dirk. I'm going to be joined alongside Lanny. You're going to see a quick shot of the Bravo Station in the crowd that is going to be there for this next matchup. We're going to have FaZe Clan taking on the Gosu Crew.
We will. I actually saw some Gosu Crew jerseys there. I like the way those look. I might need one. I don't know. Either way, of course, we're having on board here with FaZe and the Gosu Crew, continuing on some of our winners bracket matches. We just witnessed a fantastic match, which actually took place between E United and E6. Of course, E United won that one 3-1. So I'm curious to see how the Gosu Crew can actually fare off against a squad like FaZe Clan, because they have looked very, very good. Of course, beating Envious and obviously taking a map off of Optic Gaming. Question is, how do they fare off against this FaZe team?
I think one of the open bracket teams that really came into pool play and made a lot of noise, went undefeated until they played Optic Gaming. So that's going to secure them a spot in the winners bracket. But they're going to be going up against a giant in FaZe, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play out. But like we said, so far, having a great tournament all around. But the boys from FaZe Clan having an even better one. As soon as pool play started, these guys were on top and look like they can't be stopped. But going into this, they might have their hands full with the Gosu Crew, but these guys might not be as known. Some people hear them jumping around. Like we said, I think the most familiar player on this team people are going to automatically recognize is Mox from his former teaming with Killa and those guys on Revenge as well. So a lot of people are going to know him. But with the other guys, might not know about it. I know you know more than me, so why don't you kind of give a little bit of breakdown on these fellas?
Yeah, so as far as the Gosu Crew, I actually have an interesting history with the man of Exotic. I actually ended up noticing him at a local Canadian tournament that I ended up casting over him for, which he played for a team called Advantic. And ended up finishing second actually at that tournament with a player pretty well known, actually Clink from the old STDX team as well. Guys like Priesta, previously playing on squads like Panda, has kind of risen through the ranks a little bit here and there and has obviously served to be a fantastic player. And of course, Drama, their only remaining player from the old Gosu Crew lineup. Actually, 3 of his teammates, the old United team, excluding Silly. He's obviously had a lot of success with a few teams, and these young guns have kind of grouped up together and formed what should be a fantastic squad. So these guys obviously had a lot of chemistry, but if we know anything about FaZe Clan, these guys have been together for a very long time. So the young guns versus the vets, it should be a fantastic match to witness.
Definitely should. There's so much on the line for the side of Gosu Crew, but this match is underway. Retaliation is going to be the map, and Hardpoint is going to be the mode. Immediately, it's going to be FaZe Clan getting off to a hot start here. Zuma going 2-0. He's going to be pushing into lobby. He's going to be able to find another kill, so make that 3. Does have the Scarab earned and ready to go. One more player going to be working side by side is going to be attached, but it's going to be Mox with the NV4. Look for him to be the anchor of sorts for the side of Gosu Crew, and we're going to see Zuma continuing his streak, make that 5. Trinity Rocket is all ready to go for the side of FaZe Clan as well.
If you're a fan of FaZe Clan, you are excited when you're seeing Zuma play as aggressive as that. Him and Attach both combining for 9 and 2 beginnings. Attach continuing to go on a little bit of a spree here toward, currently holding that objective here toward Bridge. He's going to find that one there as well. Gosu Crew absolutely getting destroyed in that first hill. We'll have to see how FaZe can continue on their spree, because actually Attach and Zuma really haven't been the stars of this team so far throughout this tournament. It's actually been Enable, a 1.3 KD in the respawns. He obviously has been putting up one heck of a show.
Yeah, but now what we're going to see is we've been talking time and time again with FaZe Clan, just they're kind of jumping back and forth with Clayster and Enable, right? The whole NV4 play, who's going to be running that? They're both going to be pulling it out here on Retaliation, which is always good. One of those maps where we can get away with that. But we are in the eyes of Attach, currently 8-1 on a 6 kill streak. Holding down this plat area, shots are going to be coming from the side, but now there's going to be 2 Trinity Rockets from the side of FaZe to use if things get ugly on one of these outdoor hills. We know how big the Cathedral Hill is going to be, and the FaZe players are already rotated around. One player from the side of Gosu Crew tried pushing in. That was going to be Drama, but he got shut down by Enable. So now it's just crucial for Clayster to stay alive right here. And the players also in the back is going to be Attached, but he is going to be taken out. And just like that, things are looking good for Gosu Crew to try to push all the way through. But you see the spawn that Clayster just got was right in Cathedral. You're going to see a Trinity Rocket come out from the side of FaZe as well, and that is going to be Zuma's.
Zuma takes that one out on Drama and continuing to be a nuisance through that middle map. As FaZe, of course, not really with a crazy lead, but due to the fact of the streaks that they've earned, it would be most notable of the fact that TGC really kind of needs to take cover when it comes down to some of those streaks. Enable completely destroys Mox in that particular engagement. Looking good. Now his turn to go on a 4 spree. Now making a 5 spree potentially. Exotic getting up close and personal, but he will be dropped. But number 4 actually behind Enable. Don't tell me he's going to turn on him. Do not allow that to happen. Thank God. I would have probably lost my mind if Enable would have found that. But you can already start to see FaZe are hot. Every single one of them has gone on a streak up to this point.
Definitely have. Holding down a majority of the time on Cathedral. Now look for the clean rotation to try to come in. You're going to see the Gosu crew in a big team fight coming down right now. But you're going to see the red arrows all start to form. Zuma is going to be the first person leading the charge. The Shockwave is going to take out Priest, and he finds another one on Drama as well. But the quick cleanup is going to come from behind. Enable doing everything he can to stay alive for the side of FaZe Clan. But there is a reason why this man leads the team in kill to death and respawn. With that K-bar in his hand, he is so lethal. So let's see how they're going to look to break this one. One player going to be pushing through tunnel. That's going to be Zuma. He should be able to get the pickup on this player right here. He does just that. One more going to be coming from behind. That is going to be Exotic, but he doesn't spot him. He's trying to get the turn. He's not going to get the burn, but Clayster is going to be inside of the kill. Now he's going to be going back to play this sort of anchor role and has the advantage of that MV4 from range. He finds one, Attach finds the other, and just like that, FaZe Clan takes control.
And then as Zuma actually finds that one engagement over on those stairs, that actually makes the spawns kind of flip in some cases. So where FaZe was kind of spawning toward that back catwalk side, it actually in reverse now makes it toward Gosu crew. So as the gun engagements start to go down, that was a massive play that Zuma ended up making. And like I mentioned earlier, if Zuma is on those flanks, kind of being a constant nuisance in the face of the Gosu crew, it is going to be very, very difficult for them to face off against that. And of course, with the other FaZe players starting to go off, the Gosu crew needing to get as much time as possible. Drama starting off 3 and 11. I know he was a major difference maker in their first hardpoint win versus Team Envious. You see him having a slow start to this match is obviously something, if you're a Gosu crew fan, that's not something that you want to see.
Definitely is not, but like you said, you brought it up in the beginning of the game when you see Zuma getting as aggressive as he is now. The guy is just on the hunt for everything outside of the hill. On board with Attach, he's going to be taken out by Enable, the flechette grenade, but immediately Enable is going to go into the hill to get the points for that one. But look at Clayster doing the objective work for the side of FaZe Clan. 1 minute and 1 second inside, going 9 and 8 as well, but now just doing a very good job of holding their lanes. Enable should find himself in an engagement, but Attach is going to be able to clean up that one. Just peeking in and out is him, picking and choosing his gunfights. He's going to get the pre-fire down. They're going to be able to get the team kills, and you see the kill feed light up with FaZe, and they take control of the hotel hallway once more.
You can just see by the way that they are team shining and playing incredibly well is the fact that their communication without question has to be on point, which is obviously leading into having a fantastic run when it comes down to their overall slaying ability. Players constantly challenging out. They obviously throw certain nades in particular plays where there's 2 players waiting. Fantastic moments coming actually from the side of FaZe as they basically have doubled the score from the Gosu crew. But here comes some more streaks. Attach this time going to be the man who has those up in the air, and unfortunately for Priesta, he's going to receive the bitter end of that.
Definitely is. You see the rotation now in the second set. Back to bridge we go. See how FaZe is going to be able to play this one. This one was pretty 50-50 the last time that we did see this in town, but Attach going to be on that 5-kill streak. Does have the Trinity Rocket. The trophy system defense, thanks to his trophy drone trait, is going to come into play, adding some extra points on, but he is going to be shut down, so that stops him from getting that bombardment, which can be so lethal on a map like Retaliation. Enable going to be the player inside. Clayster doing his best to try to slay out and around the hard point. Not going to be able to pick up that kill, but things looking very good for FaZe. Score 185-90. Gosu crew score is raising for them, but they're going to get the final seconds for this one. And if you look at the map, Mox is going to be the first player for Gosu crew at the next hard point.
They really need to nail down this rotation because FaZe is showing why they are considered to be a top 2 team in the entire world, as they have kind of stomped out the side of Gosu crew for now. We'll obviously see if Gosu crew can start to get a little bit of momentum. FaZe have shown their wit through at the beginning of this game. Question is, can they start to close things out? You obviously look at the scorecard toward your top right. Mox 8 and 16, Drama 9 and 17. Mox is known as a great communicator amongst the squad as well as a great slayer. And this is kind of unorthodox to see him not doing well, but it's not unorthodox because he's facing off against a very talented team. You also see the shockwave coming in. Clayster is there for the response, so that is going to be FaZe Clan, who reaches that 200-point mark. And it looks like they also do have preferred spawns at the moment here.
Yeah, definitely. Something to keep in mind, too, Mox is running hardline, so that's basically going to give him a bonus each time he does get a kill. Now, if you're running hardline, basically your entire goal is to get so many kills. You're going to build up on those streaks so quick. But now we have to sit here and think the NV4 battle going down is between Mox and Clayster. I think 9 times out of 10, anybody at home is going to pick Clayster in any of those engagements. Obviously, he came out on top right there, but that's just a constant battle. He needs to try to get on these streaks. There might be times where he's able to pick up those kills on him, but Clayster's been coming out on top on a majority of those engagements. 204-124, score rising for the side of Gosu crew. We did just rotate over to Cathedral. Now we just have to see how FaZe breaks the setup.
Indeed, is Drama holding there through that middle side, ends up finding 2. We talk about players that need to improve, both Mox and Drama. You can obviously see Drama and Mox continuing to actually improve on some of their gameplay. So Cathedral looks like it's actually going to go in the Ghoster Crew's way. We talk about retaliation. We say no lead is big enough, and this is exactly why. What seemed to be a fantastic start from FaZe, while it still is a pretty decent lead, the Ghoster Crew, without question, have started to look a little bit better. This is a big gunfight that Priesta needs to win. That is huge if Priesta wins that, because now that's going to grant his team great spawns, and player number 6 and Enable has to go big here, at least trying to find some of these players. Player number 4 is going to be drama. If he finds that gun engagement versus Enable, that is going to be big gun engagement win in their favor, and that's going to be 3 down for FaZe. The rotation comes in due to Priesta winning that massive gunfight. That's going to allow the troops to stack up, and this should be a great moment for Ghoster Crew to potentially bring this one back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the biggest mistake that FaZe made there was Priesta making that last push and going for that scrap time. They gifted, I believe it was Priesta, that spawn all the way top right by Bridge. So that's why they got those good spawns, and he won that crucial gunfight, and that's why they have such a good setup there. But the FaZe clan players have been able to stop the setup from Ghoster Crew. You're going to see attach inside of the hill. We're getting to that stage in the game where these payloads are going to start popping up as well, and we know how influential they can be, especially the Centurion in the hands of Attach. But the score keeps on rising for the side of FaZe, 227 to 184. They need a big break here coming from the Ghoster Crew. They're going to start to flood in. It's going to be Enable and Attach doing some damage inside of the hill right here as well. Needs to reload, but the Attach is going to be there for the support for the side of FaZe. Getting very close to taking this one is going to be FaZe Clan. They're not going to be able to win off this hill, but the rotations are already coming into Hotel Hallway. Things are definitely looking good for FaZe Clan.
They are indeed. Only 4 more seconds needed to lock this one out. Attach, hop on the hill, my friend, as the kills will continue. Extra shots because FaZe Clan are going to take game number 1 at 250 to 184.
Things did look pretty bad for FaZe Clan there, but they were able to break the setup. We saw the team push coming from FaZe. I believe it was Enable and Attach kind of leading the charge there, but we just have to go back to the play that almost did cost them that lead that they had. It completely gifted, I believe it was Priesta, that spawn, and then he was able to win that crucial gunfight, and it completely opened things up. They had FaZe right where they wanted them in market, but like we said, the veteran leadership of FaZe Clan, they're not going to crumble under that pressure. They're going to keep going forward and win those crucial gunfights.
Absolutely, and I know when we kind of talk about younger players, of course, the Ghoster Crew, a lot of younger guys in that squad, we talk about the lack of leadership, and that's actually not the case quite a bit. A player like Mox has actually really surprised me. If you obviously do tune into his streams, you obviously watch the Ghoster Crew play when they do on stream and whatnot. He's actually a fantastic leader. For as young as he is, he has a lot of leadership. He obviously kind of comes into every match, kind of gives the guys a little bit of an idea to what to expect. Priesta as well in his own regard. But I gotta say, I've been very impressed with him overall, and I think he could be, some of the rising talent that we see throughout the next few years.
A very young player, and I think we kind of go back. If you saw him teaming on Team Revenge with Killa and all them, you know how quickly triggered Killa would get. Mox is literally there like, hey guys, let's just take it calm. Never seen the guy get mad. Like, it's honestly scary. Usually,
he's very focused, I think, for sure.
Gamers have a tendency to, when things don't go the way, they like to throw things and stuff like that. But I've never seen a guy so calm, like getting like 10-point clubs, just saying, it's okay, guys, we'll move on to the next map, we'll be fine. But that's a great thing that you want to see in such a young player as well. It's something that you don't see at all in the Call of Duty community. But Search and Destroy is going to be the next mode. Now, looking at the statistics for this one, FaZe has an 80% win percentage so far in pool play in Search and Destroy. On the side of the Ghoster Crew so far today in pool play, 50%. But obviously, FaZe has played a little bit, no, they played the same amount of matches. But going into this map, it is going to be Crusher. Not one of FaZe's best Search and Destroys. 50% win on this map as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play out. I feel like it could go either way, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, and I think at least in previous tournaments, I know you mentioned obviously 50% win rate at this particular tournament. This is actually one of their best Search and Destroy, so that's actually kind of surprising to see. So far this tournament, they've kind of lacked that particular way. Of course, only playing so many matches, but Crusher Search and Destroy, it hasn't worked for them yet. Of course, they feel confident in it from previous matches, of course, but we'll see how the Ghoster Crew can obviously fare off. As we're going to take a look quick here at the rig draft. Pretty standard stuff. I'm actually going to say, it looks like Attach going to be switching back. He actually had that Centurion in game number 1. That's actually a little bit of a surprise. He doesn't usually use that one in respawn, so most likely a last-second change here heading into Dallas.
Definitely so. So Search and Destroy is going to be a map. We keep on bringing it up every time Crusher does come up. A lot more strategy is going to be needed on a map like this. The A-bomb site can be so easy to hold if you can just get those initial kills to break the defensive strategy. And from the side of FaZe Clan, I know this is a map the very start of Infinite Warfare when they were playing in a bunch of the tournaments they were doing very good on. And plus, they do have a coach to help them as well, so they have that third-person perspective to go through and reap. So that's going to be something to keep in mind as this does go on. I mean, the guy, he's always talking to him before they go on. I don't know what is being said, but I'm assuming it's positive stuff. You don't want to head into the game with negatives.
James Crowder's a great man. He is. He's a fantastic man. All right, guys, it's time to head in here to game number 2. Crusher, Search and Destroy. FaZe obviously taking game number 1 at 250 to 184. We'll see how TGC can respond. Of course, saying that Site B, that's going to be the main bomb site most of the time. However, though, if you want to have more of an aggressive moments, you can obviously head over toward that A site. Expect to see a lot of E-Rads if we start to see some A hits.
Definitely. So map number 2 is underway. FaZe Clan currently up 1-0 over the Gosu crew if you guys are just now tuning in. We're going to stay on board with Attach. The E-Rad is going to be in hand. Pushing through that A site is now going to move towards the middle map. But the bomb is going to be going down, and the Gosu crew is all over it. It's going to be Drama drawing first blood, but immediately going to be traded out by Attach. He now has the bomb in hand as well. It's going to be one player all the way in the back. That's going to be Clayster watching the flank, and Zuma is going to be able to find a kill of his own. But then that is going to immediately be traded out. So we have Attach and Clayster from FaZe going up against Mox and Priesta from the Gosu crew.
Of course, a 2 versus 2 Attach with that E-Rad in hand as 2 players start to round the corner there from Gosu crew. It's both Mox and Priesta as Clayster and Attach prefer to obviously try to find each other. These guys have played with each other for a very long time, even extending back to the days on Denial where they ended up winning that World Championship back in Advanced Warfare. A lot of chemistry between these 2 players. We'll see how they can obviously try. Clutch just went out. Early gun engagement. Maybe one there from Attached in the Skies. Is he able to tag up one? Clayster there to try and respond. MV4 in hand. And I like this play from Mox. Trying to play pretty close to each other. But the E-Rad in hand there. That's going to be picked up from Clayster as he's going to find that clutch. As that'll be round number 1 on the board there for the side of FaZe.
Hyped Clayster is the best Clayster. The best type of Clayster in the world is when he is hyped and up in the face. Right there, things looked a little sketchy. They weren't playing together, right? Clayster's kind of had his back, but he had completely lost view of the push that could have came in from that lab bridge as well. But excellent round there by FaZe Clan. They're able to take that. We're going to see the longbow in the hands of Clayster. So let's see what he is going to be able to do here. We're going to see 3 players from FaZe Clan start to push over towards this B site. We're going to have to stay on board with Clayster. Might be able to get an opening pick here. Misses the shot as the player just flying through the sky.
Oh.
Hits the second one, though, on Priesta. 3 versus 3 is going to be the situation that we are in. See if he can keep it going. More kills are going to be traded out, but now Clayster is going to be left last alive. He does have the Oni in the back pocket. The flechette grenade is going to come into play. He's going to be able to spot one. Not going to be able to find the second there. Now, Gosu crew getting their first round on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he kind of gets a little bit overwhelmed in some cases in that particular gun engagement. Maybe if he had found like a K-bar or maybe even an E-Rad at times like he did in that last clutch, it could have happened for him. So with that, that's going to be around there for Gosu crew, despite Clayster having the sniper in hand. It seemed that Gosu crew kind of overwhelmed his entire side. But looks like he's going to continue to pick up that sniper rifle heading into this offensive round. But of course, they're going to be heading over toward that B site. A big pick for them. Could maybe even solidify a bomb plant.
How this one goes if they try to bring on a sniper counteract. You're going to see the flashlight as Clayster does jump over, but kills are going to be spread all across the board. But now a 2 versus 2. Now Attach going to be left last alive, trying to take on Mox and Drama. The sniper's going to come in. He's going to get a hit marker. It's got to suck to be Attached right now, getting the hit marker right there. Now 2-1 in favor of the Gosu crew. You're going to get a nice shot right there of the guys.
Ow.
Going to see him get that one. 4 hits for the side of Mox to take out Attach and take that round. So now 2-1 in favor of FaZe.
Now CC Drama there, incredibly focused. It looks like Clayster, back-to-back rounds. He's going to pull out the longbow. Didn't work out for them last time this particular style. We'll see what they could potentially do. It looks like the Gosu crew continuing to make their way here over toward that B site. One player actually going to be on that bomb. That's going to be enabled. Going to spot a few coming from the skies. Finds the one. Can he find the second, though, is the question. Exotic ends up shutting him down. Mox wants to start getting involved. Exotic finds 2. Maybe even the third here as they'll clean him up. The continuous aggression coming from the Gosu crew will continue to work out for them as they're now going to be up 3 rounds to 1.
Now Gosu is starting to get that read right on Clayster. He's going to be bringing out the longbow the past 3 rounds. You saw instead of pushing out to the right, they started to hit that wall and utilize that to avoid that sniper fire. So just a smart all-around play from the guys on the Gosu crew. And it adds another round onto their count. So now on the offensive, it is going to be FaZe Clan. So we're going to have to see how they go. Enable always going to be the bomb carrier for this team. So we'll see how this plays out. Gunfight's going to be going down here. The trophy system defense does come in, and Priesta is going to draw first blood on attach. And man advantage going in favor of the Ghoster Crew, so let's see how FaZe reacts.
Abel decides to back up. Bomb in his hands, Clayster. Switching to the MV4 here for this round, and Abel gets in the close quarter engagement. He's not able to make that one happen. Clayster now, 1 versus 3. This would be for the ace. Has that MV4 in hand. Actually, player just jumps over, and they don't even realize he's there. He finds one, finds a second as well, but actually uses the FTL jump to escape. Can he clutch this round up? But no, the melee is going to be home. And what looked like a potential clutch from Clayster turns into another round for Ghoster Crew, as they're now going to be up 4-1.
Excellent use of the FTL jump there by Clayster. Had the right idea, but would not have got that beat down anyway. Would still have to tag the player up with some shots. So now 4 rounds to Ghoster Crew's name. But that's like the 3rd time I believe Clayster has been left last alive, so that's kind of a little bit of an issue going on. 7-4 though, Clayster is having a game of his own. And now it's going to be Ghoster Crew on the offensive. We're going to hop on board with Exotic to start off this round. Is going to have that bomb in hand, has the flechette grenade and the K-bar as well. Trying to work his way towards that active cam. I believe the bomb plant might get him just 1 kill away from getting that, maybe even an assist. But that B-bomb site is going to be completely wide open. But you see 3 FaZe players went straight up middle map and are coming around on the flank. Now the attention needs to be turned back there. It's going to be drama to try to lead the gunfight for Ghoster Crew.
Needs to go big. Actually uses the shockwave. It disables the player for the time. The bomb has gone down here for Exotic. 2 versus 3 now. That make it a 1 versus 3. Enable now. His turn to try to clutch for FaZe, and it's not going to be home again. Round after round after round. First blood going toward TGC. As you can see, a nice shot of Exotic, but this time it's Mox in the final kill cam. FaZe having a hard time keeping their members up, and due to that, they're left in clutch situations, which they can't obviously end up getting out.
Definitely cannot. So Ghoster Crew 1 round away from tying things up with the monster that is FaZe Clan. So let's see how they bounce back from this. Looks like it's going to be another B hit from the side of FaZe. 4-man rush going to be going in for the Ghoster Crew. So immediately, they're going to realize that nobody's pushed into A, can go ahead and wrap back. So look for somebody to start to push through back garage to get to this B site. That bomb is good to go down, but it looks like FaZe is just want to go for the team fights right here. And Priesta, we say it time and time again, just keeps on coming out on top on those first blood engagements. But now more kills are going to go down, and Clayster once again going to be left last alive for the side of FaZe. He's going to be able to find one. No, he tags a player up. Is he going to be able to stay alive? The shockwave comes in, and just like that, the Ghoster Crew tie things up with FaZe Clan.
They win the search and destroy 6-1.
Convincing.
As drama solidifies the game there. And normally that is actually a fantastic map for FaZe. So the fact that they've looked very good when it comes down to search and destroy. Granted, I know they have a 50% win percentage coming into this particular map. That map percentage is obviously going to go down, but a 6-1 win there for the side of Ghoster Crew. That completely turns the tide around. The momentum has obviously changed as well. Then, like I said, I think after that first hard point, we obviously looked at FaZe and saying, obviously they look incredibly good. That's a lot of momentum for them. But after that, I feel like the momentum has kind of officially gone out of the room. Like that was a much needed win for them, and in a dominant way. I hope that was a good way for TGC to respond.
It definitely is. So if you guys just tuned in, it's going to be tied up 1-1. But after this quick commercial break, we are going to have map number 3, and it'll be Throwback Uplink. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. I'm Dirk, as always, joined by the lovely Lando Sanders.
Oh.
Lando Sanders.
My real name isn't Lando, I promise. I wish it was, though.
Map number 3 is going to be coming your way here shortly. It's going to be the Ghoster Crew going up against FaZe Clan. Tied up 1-1 now after we just saw a complete S&D clinic from the side of Ghoster Crew.
Yeah, Ghoster Crew looked phenomenal. It seemed that they started to kind of realize that aggression was working for them. They started to use that strategy and they never looked back.
They definitely did not, and FaZe Clan they just didn't look like FaZe Clan in that search and destroy.
They really did not.
For what it's worth, I hate glorifying KDs. I really do. I know it's not the most for everything, but in search and destroy, it kind of does matter. Clayster has the lowest KD on this team in search and destroy.
Yeah, I think, it's obviously a subject that people have kind of been straying away from, saying that Clayster, it's obviously not his best title, right? Of course, he's had players like Enable, of course, performing incredibly well at this tournament. Players like Attach and Zuma definitely regarded among the top 10, top 15, even at times, depending on particular series. But, of course, I feel like at times he's obviously the player to kind of lean on at and say, where's his slang coming from in some cases? So I know they obviously recently switched the roles, Enable kind of going more toward that Cable, which I think definitely fits his style a little bit better. And Clayster, who's used to kind of being a slower AR player, kind of has the MV4 back in hand. So I'm curious to see over time how that obviously translates. I think it's a better weapon for him overall, but I think it's going to kind of take some time to get used to.
Something that FaZe has been struggling with so far in pool play, to say the least, is uplink. 33% win percentage going into this one. The Ghoster Crew, not a whole lot better, just 50% for them. But if you're a FaZe fan at home, don't worry. Throwback uplink is the only map that they have won.
Do not fret. Do not fret just yet.
Well, they're very good at this, but I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? On a map like Throwback, you're going to have Zuma, you're going to have Attach, and if Zuma is gunning like how he was in that first hardpoint game,
yeah,
you have nothing to worry about because he's going to be up in the enemy base from the side of Ghoster Crew. It's going to be interesting to see how they do stack up against FaZe Clan in another respawn game type.
Yeah, it's going to rely a lot on communication. I think I've casted over at least 37 Throwback uplinks today, so when it comes down to a map like Throwback uplink, I can explain it pretty well, right? Overdrive, active camo, incredibly influential. Normally, Throwback uplink is not a very high-scoring game, so those active camo, those overdrive players, just your payload players in general, mean so much because those are kind of guaranteed points. Like I said, when it comes down to a map that doesn't really see a whole lot of points, those actually mean more and more. So with that, like I said, a lot of communication going to be involved. Of course, we know the history that FaZes have. That's going to rely a lot on the side of Mox to kind of keep his group together after taking a pretty solid win in that last search and destroy.
It's definitely going to be great to say the least. Like you said, we're going to see Clayster at his best with that MB4 in hand. It's really just going to be a battle between him and Mox, sort of like we saw in the hardpoint as well. You're going to see both of those players positioned back in Lemon on top of that bridge or Diners, depending on what side they are attacking from for your MV4s. The rest of the guys, the middle map is going to be their best friend. A lot of engagement is going to be going down there in top green and top ticket, but the game is underway. Throwback is the map. Let's go ahead and jump straight into this one. We're on board with Priesta. He's going to have that E-Rad in hand, but straight off the bat, we're going to see 2 kills, 3 kills now for the side of FaZe. Let's see how they attack this one.
This is going to be an early score.
Pushing through it. Should be able to get a 2-point play if Zuma's able to hold him off just for a bit, but no. Gets a little greedy, but Zuma should be there maybe to get the return, but the drone is going to be thrown out the map. Great heads-up play there by Drama to reset the drone.
That should have been a score there from FaZe. It was literally looking right at that overall portal, and it wasn't able to work out in the end. So clutch plays from there from the Ghoster Crew, but FaZe having a little bit of an error when it came down to those first few seconds. Nades being exchanged there. Attach currently sitting in top food. Looks like Ghoster Crew making a little bit, at times, some good movement through overall map positioning. Mox currently sitting over toward top limit. They know exactly where the positioning is at. He's actually able to make Clayster pay for it in the end, but unfortunately, he will be traded shortly after. So, as we obviously reset 1 minute down, and we've obviously seen some pretty aggressive plays coming in from FaZe. We'll see how the Ghoster Crew can continue to weather that storm throughout the rest of this first half.
And if you're the Ghoster Crew right now, you're waiting for the last guy to pick up the drone. Have somebody go back and get that. You just had FaZe, I believe, at 3 down. And now look, they're coming off the spawn. The defensive stops did come in from the side of FaZe, so excellent play for them. Just feel like Ghoster Crew needs to pick up that aggression a little bit when they do have those players down. That's really what's going to hurt you in uplink and is going to make you pay if you don't capitalize on that. Attach is going to go ahead and throw the drone forward over to train platform stairs. Not going to be able to get anything from that, but Drama is going to find himself a 2-piece. Zuma is going to be last up to try to make a defensive stop. The drone all the way in the back. It's going to be Exotic to rally that one up. Throw it forward for yards is what he'll do. And now some more kills are going to be coming in from the side of FaZe to see if Zuma is going to be able to shut that one down. He does just that. 3 players down for Gosu, and Mox is going to be able to clean him up to stay alive. Drone's still going to be in back Lemon. Mox is here, but now it has been reset. He guns Clayster. Right behind him is going to be Enable, and immediately trade out that kill.
Ghost Recruit has had a very difficult time trying to get that drone through that side of Lemon. In some cases, it makes that side incredibly difficult to kind of rotate through. Middle is in some cases like a no man's land. So every time they try to force it through that Grandma's building, FaZe has always been there, kind of stopping and making Ghost Recruit have 2- and 3-man pushes. And in the end, it obviously hasn't led to any points going for either side.
It's going to be a big gunfight coming down here from Mox. Clayster is going to be able to get him weak, but still needs to do some more damage to take him out. Mox is going to return fire, but nothing is going to come from that. So FaZe just tossing it forward for yards once more. Ghost Recruit perfectly fine with just playing a little bit of defense here to make it reset. Mox is going to get tagged up once more. One player pushing all the way through bottom is going to be Enable, and he is going to be cleaned up by Priesta, but now attached with the drone in hand. Let's see if he's going to be able to make anything come from this one. Trying to go for the 1-point toss. Gets around the corner, but is not going to be able to get that drone up high in the sky to get that goal. Push is coming out from Blue, from Exotic. They're going to go ahead and toss that one out for a reset.
Good communications, you can see a lot of the FaZe players starting to make their way up through the map, and Exotic getting rid of that drone is actually 3 of them starting to fall. It was a great play from them in the end, just kind of realizing the position that FaZe had, and did that. You can see the communication is definitely on point, and able making some kills through their spawn. This should be at least a 1-point play. Well, let's make it a 2. That's going to be the first dunk on the board. Just under a minute and 40 remaining. Zuma wants to keep those scores rallying. If they can keep those players actually spawning there toward field, this could be the field spawn trip that we've ever been talking about. And just like that, in the last few seconds, now it's going to be a 2-position advantage. 4 go down for Ghost Recruit. Again, this should be at least another 2-point dunk coming into play if Attach can continue to go on a streak.
This is where you start to see teams melt down a little bit, right? They tried to make that decision. Do we overextend or do we just fight from our base? The overextension went around for Ghost Recruit. It didn't work out. A 2-point play came in. Now they just tried fighting from their base, but they were able to they gave up 2 points, but then after that, they were finally able to get a clean reset going from their base. But now 6-0 in favor of FaZe Clan as we approach the 1-minute mark in round number 1 of Throwback Ultimate.
Ghost Recruit need to at least get 1 point on the board. I feel like that would definitely give them a little bit of momentum in some cases. Looking at that goose egg after 5 minutes is obviously not the best thing to be staring at. So with that, Attach finding a few kills there over toward that bike path side. Ends up dropping just to the corner. So with that in mind, Drama will have to kind of hold down. And when it comes down to this particular angle that he's on, he needs to kind of stay in this particular position. If he's able to do that, this could be the scoring opportunity that TGC needs. It's just that every time they've had the opportunity to do so, FaZe has quickly shut down any push and made sure that at least 2 or 3 players are down, so that push is really only maybe 1 or 2 guys actually trying to make it.
Bruno's hunting 1 player down. That is going to be Mock. He's finally going to be able to get that kill, and it might be able to get at least a 1-point toss off here if you're on the side of FaZe. He is going to be taken out, but Zuma looks like he might be there to try to get the drone to go for the 1-point toss, but he is going to be able to be taken out by the Ghost Recruit players, and now it's a good defensive stop going into this half, but still, down 6-0 is something you have to worry about if you're the Ghost Recruit, but you are going to the side that's going to be easier to attack, easier to get the 1-point tosses off as well, and of course, that field spawn trap can be like deadly. We saw FaZe get 6 points of just using that spawn trap alone. Clayster going to be the player in your final kill cam, taking out Mox, his key player matchup. So let's see how the Ghost Crew is going to bounce back in round number 2. It's going to take a lot from the guys, but a lot of surprises have been coming so far from this Ghost Crew team. So let's see how they bounce back.
Can we actually go and see what Drama his payload is actually right now? I'm genuinely curious. He actually has that reactive armor, so it's going to be Exotic and Mox, both with the active camo and the overdrive. So thankfully for them, those 2 players have had a pretty decent game up to this point. And the reason I start to kind of bring up those payloads is due to the fact of this one does come down to the wire. Those can be incredibly influential when it comes down to it. So with that in mind, early scoring opportunity potentially here from Glacier. Tries to go on a little bit of a wall run, and that toss will go through. Big points coming in back-to-back halves. As Glacier fires in the 1-point toss, that's now going to be FaZe Clan up 7-0.
FaZe did such an excellent job of the start of this game, feeding Attach the drone the entire time for it goes to those dunks, because now his overdrive got used so much quicker, and being able to slay out like he is doing as well has been helping out the call. So he's going to have his overdrive ready to go. Clayster is going to have the FTL jump too. The drone going to be pushed forward over into Granny. So once more, Attach going to poke out and get the gun on Drama, who is positioned inside of Barn. He's going to go ahead, fly out, try to find one more. The assist is going to come in. Now Clayster trying to run down into there to try to get a 2-point play, but he is going to be taken out. Now Enable and Zoom are going to be left up to try to make something happen here, but the drone has been reset. So look for Clayster to try to pick this one up and toss it forward once more to keep that aggression going. You're going to see the wrap back from the players from the Ghost Crew. It's going to be Mox leading the charge out by Granny. He's going to find himself in an engagement with Zuma. He's going to be able to win that one. Nobody going to be positioned outside to try to get the drone back from the side of FaZe.
You see Ghoster Crew just trying to be well aware of every single angle, because every time they try to make it out of their base, there's always a FaZe player waiting for them. That insane aggression that we've seen from FaZe has obviously been working out incredibly well, as they do hold a major lead, 7-0. 3 minutes, 12 seconds left in the second half. Nice hip-fire shots coming in there for Mox. Is that drone finally going to be in the Ghoster Crew's hands? Just trying to advance that one up. Of course, due to seeing that scare, Mox realizes a certain position, going to call that one out to his teammate, but it doesn't matter. Nice shots coming in there as FaZe shuts down 3. This could be another potential scoring opportunity for them.
It's going to be Exotic to try to get the stop here on Attach. I don't know if he gets down and jump around the corner. I know Attach is going to come out on top of that, but immediate trade now. 3 players down for the Ghoster Crew. It's going to be Glacier pushing in through Grandma's, trying to add on 2 more. Now 9-0 for the boys on FaZe. Getting that one in. 2 minutes and 34 seconds left. The Ghoster Crew needs to make some magic happen here. The only way they're really going to start to rally this stuff together is 1, making sure you get those payloads, and 2, trying to go for that field spawn trap.
And honestly, TGC, in my opinion, really needs to force a lot more players toward that bike path side. That's been the bane of their existence so far. Here comes, I believe, the active camo and use there for Enable, but he ends up getting shut down. Big 2-piece there coming in from Mox. The active camo is no longer going to be in their use throughout the rest of these 2 minutes. And here comes Mox with the overdrive. He's got to make a play happen with this. Unfortunately, he ends up dropping, so active camo wasted for FaZe and the overdrive wasted there for the Ghoster Crew. Drone thrown off the map, and with just under 2 minutes remaining, this is definitely looking like this should be going in FaZe's favor.
Definitely is, and it's been a very big blowout from right at the beginning, right? Since they got that spawn trap going, it's never really been anything to look back on for them, but Priest is going to go ahead and get that interception and get the reset. Just how many times have we seen the aggressiveness from FaZe completely, basically have the Ghoster Crew shook, right? The amount of times that we've seen them have the drone and just have to throw it out instantly because there's always somebody there to follow up a missed throw, and that's exactly what you want to see in a map, in a game mode like Uplink. But FaZe playing this picture perfect. We're getting close to nearing that 1 minute mark as well. And all this game, it's just been FaZe Clan right from the beginning.
FaZe is trying to set up in their base, realizing the fact that Ghoster Crew has 2 enemies. They obviously have the side of FaZe, and they also have the time limit to worry about. Last few gunfights going down, but it's all going to be consolation kills at this point. This definitely is going to go in FaZe's favor. In some cases, FaZe acting like the teacher, Ghoster Crew acting like the student, teaching them the ways of Uplink and the errors that they've made so far with their gameplay. In this particular respawn, it's going to be the veterans of FaZe shutting down, as Attach is able to find a nice one there on Priest, but shutting down the Young Guns in this one, as they're going to go up 2-1. However, though, we kind of focus our attention over to the hard point on Breakout. This map is actually the map that I believe TGC ended up ending OG's 23 map streak on. So they've had some really great success on this one. I mean, even taking just 1 map versus Optic Gaming is incredibly strong, especially whenever it's a hard point. So in some cases, you do have a good map for you coming up next. And I think at this point, if you are Mox, you're starting to kind of use that in-game leadership that you've learned from playing with teams like Team Revenge. And granted, of course, they didn't really have a whole lot of success, but you learn from playing with those veterans. So I think at this point, this is the time where he starts to call it to his teammates, trying to say, it's not over yet. We can maybe force a potential Game 5 if we turn up next. But, of course, FaZe having an incredibly strong game, keeping TGC scoreless.
Definitely a great performance by FaZe. I mean, you know you're having a great game when you don't even have to use the overdrive to when you go for scores. Attach really just had that throughout the entirety of that second half. Going to see Clayster there in your final kill cam as well. So things looking so good. You see the fans there getting all hyped up, giving us the little Superman rip of the shirt that Clayster loves to use so very much.
The Clayster special.
Is that what we're calling it?
I think we should. If it's not a thing, I'm going to try to make it a thing. In the other series, I was talking actually with Fox, and I was saying, I think that I should coin the phrase stat sheet stuffer, and it needs to stick. I like the word stat sheet stuffer. It's a good phrase, is it not?
It is a pretty good phrase.
Thank you.
I do like it a lot.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So map number 4 is going to be coming your guys' way. This one is going to be Breakout Hardpoint. I don't know who to pick. Like, part of me really wants to go with FaZe, but I know what the Ghoster Crew is capable of in Hardpoint as well. But I'm going to go with FaZe right here to close this one out. I know I said I don't know if I want to go with them. My gut says FaZe. I'm going to go with FaZe.
Well, FaZe fans, if they end up losing that one, you know who to blame. I'm joking. I'm obviously going to go and agree with you on that one. Ghost Crew, they've looked pretty solid throughout most of their games, just that they haven't really gone on that streak. I feel like we've seen Ghost Crew start to have some success. It's when they're all going off. They're all starting to go on those streaks. They're starting to swarm as a team, and I feel like once they get the momentum, they can obviously move that way forward. But unfortunately for them, they kind of get outclassed when it comes down to this uplink. Despite having a great search and destroy performance, it's the respawns they have to worry about. So in the back of FaZe's minds, they realize that we really need to close this one out, just due to the fact of obviously TGC's strong suit when it comes down to the searches. But Breakout, this has been a good map for FaZe. I think this is where they close this one out here.
It definitely has been. I mean, it's just going to come down to that big shower control, as always, on Breakout is going to be one of the key points. You're going to see a lot of players be pushed to that side. Usually, sometimes you see like a 2-2 split or just a one-on-one gunfight as well. But then it's one of the more punishing maps that we do have as well. Not as much as Retaliation, but I would say in second place in terms of punishing the enemy team if you don't have that set up correctly. But it's just going to be interesting to see how the Ghost Crew does play. We see some teams get on tilt and just start to push the same thing over and over instead of getting like a strategical push going through to break a setup. And we know FaZe, the experience that they have on this, as well as the Ghost Crew, the setups are going to be hard to break, but you're going to need those coordinated pushes. You're going to need everybody to be on the same level and nobody really just shying away and doing their own thing. And that's where I feel like FaZe kind of has the advantage. I mean, I want to highlight Enable. The guy's been having a great event thus far. The first day, he was absolutely going off. And he's been someone who you can kind of admire his play style. If you're watching his streams or you're watching his scrims, if you're just watching Enable, he plays his role so well. Even when he had the MV4 and with the switch to the K-Bar, it's just been like he's been running a K-Bar throughout the entirety of Infinite Warfare. Keep in mind, I mean, it's just sort of like a situational thing, right? Sometimes he will bring out an MV4 and he can bring out a K-Bar, but just the way the guy plays is so amazing. He always puts himself in those right situations. So the big thing is going to be, for me, is whoever the matchup Enable does have from the side of Ghost Crew, are they going to be able to shut him down? But a key highlight, too, is going to be Zuma. He's had such an amazing series so far. The aggressiveness has been coming in. This is vintage Zuma from what we're seeing on the side of FaZe Clan.
Indeed it is, as we obviously try to break down a little bit. Of course, if you're just joining us, kind of give a little bit of a scoring recap throughout this series. Hardpoint Retaliation, that one ended up going FaZe's way. So, of course, the last hardpoint we ended up witnessing for map number 1, that went 250 to 184. Search, Destroy, and Crusher went TGC's way 6-1. And our last map, Uplink on Throwback, that went 9-0 to FaZe. So now we focus our attentions here to Hardpoint on Breakout. Can FaZe close this one out here and send TGC down to the loser's bracket, or can the Ghost Crew force a Game 5 and continue the fantastic run that they've had so far, coming from the open bracket and surprising many people in their group play matches?
Keep in mind, too, this is going to be huge for the Ghost Crew. They want to keep this momentum going as they are trying to fight for that last spot in the LAN League, trying to get for that qualification. So it's going to be big for them. Breakout is going to be the map. FaZe undefeated on this map so far in this event at CWL Dallas. So that is something to keep in mind as the match does unfold. But Mox is going to be the first player inside for the side of Ghost Crew, but Zuma is immediately going to shut him down. And we see the gunfights going down over in the shower area. It's going to be Priesta. He's going to be able to take out Placer. And like we said, this is a main spot on the map where you really just want to control, and Priesta getting very aggressive on a 3-kill streak to start off. This one was able to take out Attach there as well. Gonna go ahead and hop inside of the hill. Excellent plays there by Ghost Crew to start off this game, but now they need to be worried about Zuma coming around on the flank.
They're letting Priesta do whatever he wants around the map. Zuma finally shutting him down after having a fantastic start to this map. Of course, 4-0, now currently sitting at 4-1. Did a fantastic job at locking down that shower control, did Priesta. That's where Clayster likes to roam quite a bit throughout the map. So kind of making Clayster feel out of his comfort zone. Clayster now going to try to make that push toward that back garage side, trying to solidify those spawns for his team. So a little bit of a pinch starting to come in from the side of FaZe. Ghost Crew having a lot of uncontested points, and MV4 versus MV4. Clayster will win that exchange, but Priesta continuing to go on a spree. Finds 3 in that one. Currently sitting at 7-1, a combined 11-2 for him and Drama. We said Ghost Crew, they need to have something go right for them, and Priest and Drama are doing their very best to make sure that Game 5 happens.
And Priest is going to continue his streak. Is he going to be able to find another 3-piece? He's going to be able to find 2, but then Attach is going to be able to take him out. But majority of time on this hill going to the side of Ghost Crew, there's really been no answer for the side of FaZe. But with the final 20 seconds, they get the spawns, and now Zuma is going to be inside of the hill, but it is still going back and forth. Attach is one more person to deal with, and now they do take control. But the rotations are coming into the next hill. The first player there for FaZe Clan is going to be Clayster, but he's going to have his hands full. Mox and Exotic are going to be pushing him, and Mox is going to come out on top in that engagement, but off to a slow start in this game. 1-4. Mox is going to need to pick it up a little bit for the Ghost Crew to see even more success than they already have.
And in the beginning of that hill, Clayster actually rushes forward. And with an MV4 in that particular play, you'd really prefer him not to be in that particular spot. When you do have that MV4 in hand, you need to kind of be holding those head glitches either toward that back cave spot or even inside of a medic. So to me, it really wasn't the biggest fan of that play from Clayster. Granted, his team is obviously holding down some points now. You can obviously see that recent switch from the K-Bar to the MV4 at times can be a little bit too aggressive with that MV4 because of the fact that it is kind of a longer range weapon, but he will remain inside of the hill due to some of his teammates dropping, and he will fall as Exotic finds 2, Mox finds a 3rd. Ghoster Crew continuing to surprise to the beginning of these first few hills.
Big entry kills there coming in from the side of the Ghoster Crew. Like you said, Exotic picked up a nice 2-piece to completely open that one up. Knowing Clayster has an MV4, they go ahead and get a little bit extra aggressive to put his back against the wall. The rotations now are going to be coming in towards Commissary. One more player going to be positioned in mid-map. Exotic is going to be able to take him out. That is going to be on Zuma. But everything so far, the game is so close, but I just feel like Ghoster Crew has been dominating this in every aspect thus far. They've been getting the rotations, they've been getting so much hill time, but FaZe is still finding a way to claw their way back into this. Now you're going to see Zuma, and I believe it is Clayster, getting ready to hit that wall, and Clayster knowing that's not the best idea. So now it's a sticky situation, but you're going to see Exotic get very, very aggressive on the FaZe players. He's going to be able to find one, has one more to deal with right around the corner. Clayster is going to slide out. He's going to be able to take him out. Is he going to be able to find a 3rd right there? But no, Drama is going to come in through showers as well to take him out. The aggressiveness by Ghoster Crew right now is crazy. Usually you have people sitting back on this hill, but they have 2 pushed up past the 50-yard mark in showers.
For a moment, it was a team combination of 12 kills in a row. Ghoster Crew absolutely exploding when it comes down to the map of Breakout, continuing to surprise us when we least expect it. Clayster, fortunately for him, he ends up awarding more time toward the side of Ghoster Crew. They also did a very good job at kind of reading the situation, realizing that FaZe really was trying to get in those possession of those preferred spawns toward back helipad. And Mox going to do his best to try to make sure he shuts down Clayster from getting that good leeway when it comes down to showers. If they can do that, that could be another advancement where Ghoster Crew starts to even add more points to their lead.
Mox still opting to go with that hard line as well, but we haven't been able to see very many streaks coming from him. He is going to be positioned in close quarters area with the MV4, and that's where it's going to hurt you when he has Zuma coming around with the K-Bar. He's going to win that gunfight a majority of the time. Zuma's going to be sliding out. He's going to be able to find one, but now he is going to be shut down by the hands of Exotic. So kills going back and forth, and it's going to be Enable inside of the hill for FaZe Clan, the guy who gets a majority of the time for this team. Let's see how he does play this one, just jumping up and down, but Mox is going to be able to shut him down. Priesta getting very close to that FTL jump, as well as Clayster, just a couple kills away from getting that one as well. But another great hold from the side of Ghoster Crew. The rotations are going to be coming in once more. Everything looking so good for them. Have a comfortable lead as well. Should be secure to at least get 30 seconds on this one if the break does not come in from the side of FaZe Clan.
Major props to the side of Ghoster Crew for realizing the spawn control, the pushing up that they do in that particular hill completely flips the spawn, and perfect timing actually for them to the latter parts of that hill. Priesta finally able to win that gun engagement there versus Clayster. Mox has had a pretty difficult time with trying to deal with Clay, and Priesta realizing, I'm going to pull up the MV4 and try to do some damage, but FaZe starting to get a little bit aggressive, trying to get maybe those spawns for one of the first times so far in this game. Looks like Trauma is going to be there to shut down at least one. Enable there for the trade. Mox trying to rebound back to try to provide some more teammate support. Nades coming through. Enable ends up dropping a more contention now. Starting to go toward the point of Ghoster Crew. FaZe attached toward the back, and he ends up dropping. Ghoster Crew continue to surprise as they are going to take over a 100-point lead, getting closer to that 200-point mark, and FaZe have barely even reached their 70 points. The rotation getting ready to come in is going to play very, very important. FaZe has got to get some crucial time when it comes down to Grave. When it comes into Commissary as well, they've got to make sure they hold this one down, because if not, if they start to slack in any cases, the Ghoster Crew is obviously going to make complete note of that and walk away most likely with a W.
The Trinity Rocket is ready to go for Exotic as well, so if FaZe just completely takes control of this one just to make sure the lead doesn't get out of hand, Exotic is going to have that in his back pocket to break the hill. It's going to be attached inside for FaZe. He is going to be taken out by Mox, but immediately it is going to be traded out by Zuma. Inside the hill is he, just staying down prone behind the rock. This is the perfect spot that you want to be in. Usually people don't really check this, and you can kind of poke up and try to get some entry kills.
Oh
you
my!
See the Trinity Rocket coming inside of the building, taking out his own teammate in Priesta, but 191 to 101. Still looking very good for the Ghoster Crew, despite FaZe having a good hill on this for majority of the time, but Ghoster Crew now going to be getting the scraps.
Clayster can, in this particular guard engagement, save the game for FaZe and granting them a spot potentially back in this game by staying in this position. If he dies, this could be a great play from Gosu Crew. Actually, 2 of them end up dropping, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. Zuma needs to stay up, but he also drops. Priesta finding 2 kills toward the flank. Enable will be there for the trade, so Enable deciding I need to try to hold this position. Gosu Crew trying to overwhelm the side of them. In that particular exchange, Priesta, the MVP of trying to hold down those spawns, this is not looking good for FaZe. They do not have good possession of those spawns, and Attach needs to go big, but the shockwave for 2. Drama comes down from the skies, as that's now going to be 210 to 124. Contestant still starting to go down, and FaZe having lots of difficult times, but the beatdown comes in there from Zuma. He needs to stay up, and the nade comes in response to Gosu Crew, looking incredibly solid as Attach just trying to stay up for as long as possible. Realize that the game is starting to fall out of their grasps. Gosu Crew only need to hold on for just a little bit longer to try and force that game number 5.
Definitely do it as it comes right down to the wire. This hill, there's been so much contention, but FaZe Clan, you need to kick it up. You need to get this setup going. They've struggled to hold this middle hill thus far, but Enable is going to start to pick things up here. Finds himself 2 kills, did get a team kill on his own teammate, but let's see what they're going to be able to do, and it's really coming down to that shower control. Mox has been doing such an excellent job. No matter who's been in his face, he's been able to take them out. So that's something to keep in mind. It's going to be one FaZe player ready to challenge, and that is going to be Zuma, but the drop shot is going to come in, and he is going to be able to pick up the kill. Now Attach is going to be inside of the hill. FTL jump ready to go for Clayster as well. He just needs to have Enable just sit in the corner and hope that his teammates can slay out and around the hard point. That's exactly what they're doing. One player going to be pushing in through the lower side. I believe that might be Exotic, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Clayster tries to slide in, but he's not going to be able to pick up that kill. But slowly but surely, FaZe looks like they might start to string things together to get a comeback. You're going to see Zuma already on the wraparound, but he is going to be taken out. And despite that being a shot in the back, that was a huge kill for the side of Gosu Crew. That is going to secure them spawns. You see the arrows spread out all across the map. These guys know how to manipulate it, but they need to worry about Clayster and Enable coming in. The FTL jump going to come into play, but Enable is going to be able to trade that one out immediately. Can he win that gunfight? Exotic is going to come out on top.
Gosu Crew cutting their losses, being on the rotation battles. They're going to win a few clutch gunfights, but here comes what could be the last push of the game. FaZe need to get a break somehow, getting incredibly close toward their payloads. They may not even earn them at this rate. Only 10 more seconds left needed for the Gosu Crew. Drama ends up finding 2 big kills. Can he make it a 3rd? No, Attaches there for the response. FaZe have got to make something happen. They've got to hold down quite a bit of time. And when it comes down to cell block, Clayster finding 2 there in the kill feed. The Gosu Crew are going to try to contest this one yet again. If FaZe had played this way in the beginning of the map, I guarantee you it'd be a lot closer. Attach still sitting forward, of course, getting closer and closer to that Centurion, trying to lock this one down. Few kills going in his way, but needs to find this one as well. Looks at one more player left to contest, and he is also going to drop. FaZe need to get away from this hill as fast as possible. Player number 5 and 6, the split spawns are going to come into play. Only 9 more seconds needed. FaZe have got to get in the rotation, and this starts with Zuma.
Zuma did not check his right, and he was going to be taken out, but Priesta is going to be inside the hill. The players from FaZe need to get inside, but it is not going to work out for them. 250 to 189, no, 190, I apologize, is going to be the score, and Gosu Crew is going to force a Game 5 against a FaZe Clan that's looked so unstoppable so far here at CWL Dallas.
The Gosu Crew have come to Dallas, and they've shown us exactly what they can do. Facing off against the likes of Envious, facing off against the likes of Envy, or excuse me, against Optic, and have looked absolutely stellar in a number of different of their performances. And now, going to a Game 5, and what would be considered one of the top 2 teams in the entire game in FaZe. We talked about the Search and Destroy. They won that one, what, 6-1? That was on Crusher. Now we had to Scorch, a similar style, a lot more close quarter engagements to watch. And if we see players like Priesta go off with that E-Red, this could be a match where we see FaZe Clan go out in the winner's bracket, round 1, and be put in the loser's bracket already.
It'd be a great storyline, right? FaZe drops down, makes a loser's bracket run to get all the way back to the top, but you definitely don't want to go into that loser's bracket. You want the easy road going forward, but the Gosu Crew is trying to make that hard for the side of FaZe Clan. But guys, we are going to have map number 5 coming up after this quick commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open Day 2 as we're beginning to wrap things up here on the Bravo stage, but we still have one crucial map to go over. It's going to be Game 5 between the Gosu Crew and FaZe Clan. Loser drops to the ever-so-hard losers bracket, and it's looking like, honestly, FaZe is going to be the team to go down if the Search and Destroy goes anything like the first one that we did see. The Gosu Crew has come to play. Definitely not something to be messed with.
It's about time we start counting out the Ghoster Crew, man, because they have surprised versus some of the best teams in the world so far at the CWL Dallas Open. In my opinion, probably one of the most impressive teams out of that open bracket. Of course, we're going to take a look here at one of our graphics to kind of break down how the event has gone up to this point. Of course, the winner of this game between FaZe Clan and Ghoster Crew will face off against E United. Of course, like we mentioned earlier, loser being brought down to that loser's bracket. So, of course, if you are a fan of FaZe, if you are a fan of the Ghoster Crew, which I know we got a lot of fans here in the venue, it's not the end of the world. They still have at least one more map, or one more series, rather, to lose.
Yep, and looking up at that Optic Gaming Luminosity series is currently going on, and Optic Gaming is up 2-0. They will go on to play Splice, the team that has looked unstoppable so far here at CWL Dallas. So, but this is going to be a big match because you're going to be playing the CWL Atlanta champions, and that is going to be E United. That's going to be tough to go up against that one. I would love to see FaZe go through to play that one, but like I said, everything looking very, very good for the Ghostu Crew thus far. But map number 5 in the Search and Destroy, I want to get your prediction on this one. I know we don't usually do predictions, but it's just tough because the complete meltdown that we saw from FaZe, do you think that's still going to affect them going into this next map?
I think it definitely does, right? And I think when it comes into a map like Scorch, it's obviously very... Like, when it comes to these rounds, right, you're going to see, most likely, a lot of kills going down pretty quick. And that's one thing where the Ghoster Crew thrives in, right? They kind of come down to these situations, and like a lot of the times that we've seen them throughout this entire series, when they thrive is when they get kills in quick succession. Scorch, a very close quarter map, and you'd almost kind of assume that they're going to see those close quarter engagements happen pretty often. So it's definitely a map where I feel like TGC is going to feel at home on. But as well, I think when it comes down to FaZe, they are used to these situations. They're used to being in Game 5 spots. Of course, you have that leader when it comes down to the Ghoster Crew. Obviously, in Mox, excuse me. So I don't know how to call it, man. I feel like the Ghoster Crew, this is a good map for them in the end, but I got to go with the vets every time. I'm going to say FaZe Clan closes it out.
Alrighty, so on the screen, we're going to have a quick recap of what got us to this point. First hardpoint did go in favor of FaZe. That was on retaliation, but a close one nonetheless. 250 to 184 is going to be the final score of that. Then we headed over to Crusher. Back to Mars we did go, and Search and Destroy is going to be Gosu Crew just completely wiping the floor with FaZe Clan 6-1. Then we went to Throwback Uplink, where FaZe really just put on a complete Uplink clinic against the guys from Gosu. The map number 4 was going to be on Breakout, and Gosu Crew did some work. I mean, like I said, it's like they dominated the entire game. I'm honestly surprised the scoreline was that close because it really just did not seem like it one bit. But they were able to take that. But now map number 5, so much for Ghostu Crew to play for as well.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed, actually, as we were kind of looking through that map graphic was that in every win that a team has gotten, it's usually been in dominant fashion. So it's like the hard point. That goes in FaZe's way. Pretty dominant way. The Search and Destroy last time is 6-1 in Ghostu Crew's favor. And we can obviously kind of look at the Uplink 9-0 and whatnot. So to me, like I said, it's a very difficult one to call. I think out of all the maps that we've seen so far, out of the 4 that we've seen up to this point, I think this one will be incredibly close. I think it's fair to say you got to give a lot more credit to Ghostu Crew than they have previously deserved, right? Yeah. So I think it really is going to come down to the wire, but like I said, I'm going to go with the veterans on this. I know you asked me for my prediction. I think it's now time for yours.
Ghostu Crew round 11 win.
Okay.
That's how I'm going.
1v1, anything like that happening for you?
No, I'm not going to go that in depth with it, but okay. I do think the Ghostu Crew, just from what we saw in that first Search and Destroy, the aggressiveness from what we saw from them. We saw it on a map like Crush where we said sometimes it plays just a little bit slower if you're not going towards that A site. But I think on a map like this with the aggressiveness in Search and Destroy, it's like they play like chickens with their head cut off, right? But it works out for them, and it kind of catches teams off guard. So unless FaZe is going to be able to adapt to that in some way, maybe see Clayster put away the sniper throughout the rest of the Search and Destroy could be a plus. You don't see a sniper being used too much on Scorch Stokes, especially since the B bomb site is going to be the main one that is going to be hit on a consistent basis. It's going to be hard to really get a pick unless you can get that reaction time of a person running through the observation deck. But the map is going to be set. It is going to be Scorch. So much to play for, like we said, for Ghostu Crew especially, trying to grind their way up to that pro point ladder, and this would help immensely for them. And just a quick update coming from you guys, the Battle of the Aussies. Mind Freak and Tainted Minds going up against each other right now, 2-1 in favor of Mind Freak.
And of course, if the series does get done, we actually might head over to that match. But obviously now time to focus. Game number 5, FaZe Clan and the Gosu Crew. Round number 1, kicking off here off the start. Enable getting in some early exchanges as things start to happen. Mox ends up dropping. Zuma as well trying to get involved in some of the kills. As now it's going to be left up to drama, 1 versus 3. E-Rad in hand, definitely the weapon of choice as that bomb looks to get down here from Attach.
Flying over top, not going to be able to win that one. So we said, how is FaZe going to counteract the aggression? We saw four-man hit straight through observation deck for the side of Gosu Crew for that very first round, and the team fights were able to go in FaZe's favor. Clayster going to be there in your final kill cam as well, and we're getting a shot of the handsome, ever so handsome Enable. He's going to be the bomb carrier every single time in Search and Destroy, doing the dirty work for the side of FaZe Clan, but the first round is on the board. Now it's going to be Gosu Crew on the attacking side. It's going to be Exotic, the bomb carrier. Does have the flechette grenade to work with as well. But now look at the minimap. You're going to see 3 over at A for the side of FaZe, 1 position over at mid-map, which is going to be Attach.
And ever since that recent bomb change, we end up seeing the location of that change up a little bit. It actually makes it incredibly difficult for the offensive team to plant. So the side of FaZe can actually afford to focus a lot more players toward that opposite side. As long as they have one player here to kind of watch over, you can kind of watch that plant. But unfortunately for Zuma, he actually backs off a little bit too much. And that plant will go down. This is now FaZe's chance to try and retake.
Players are going to be positioned around on the flank, like you just said. There's going to be one player in that back factory as well. Get himself onto the bomb site, get himself into an engagement. The first kills are going in favor of the Gosu Crew. They take out 2 players from FaZe. Now it's going to be up to Enable and Attach to try to make something happen here. They have 20 seconds to work with. The X-rays of the player going up and down prone. Enable's going to be able to find himself too, but he is going to be taken out. So the Gosu Crew is going to be able to put a round on the board.
I think that really led to the fact of Zuma's kind of positioning at the very beginning of that round. Of course, once the bomb is down, it's where a lot of the focus is going. Enable, very difficult position for him to try and clutch that one out. But had Zuma been in a little bit better of an angle, he could have stopped that bomb plant from going down. Maybe fires a few shots over there toward Drill. And of course, had that bomb not gone down, it definitely would have been a much different situation for the Gosu Crew. But major props for them for obviously closing that one out, as we now head into round number 3 with this one tied at 1.
Middle map push going to be coming in from Enable and Co. See what they're going to be able to do here. The grenades, as always, are going to be going out. Enable spots one in factory. He's going to tag him up, but he's not going to be able to clean up the kill. But that gives the call out to Zuma, as well as the rest of the team, that there are players positioned inside of there. But playing it slow as FaZe, favoring this A site, it almost looks like. It looks like they might be trying to play for a pick. And just as I say that, the kills are going to be traded out. Now Attach, the bomb is in his hands. Position now in locker room. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. They need to make a choice. Clayster knows the B-bomb site is wide open, so now the comms are going to come in for Attach to get over to B as fast as possible to get that bomb down. And Zuma is going to be watching on the flank. He takes out one, but are the Gosu Crew players going to be pushing all the way through? No, they're going to decide to wrap back, and Clayster could have his hands full right here.
The bomb might potentially be going down here. Clayster in a fantastic line of sight, able to shut down Exotic for at least one. Mox up in a position to clutch 1 versus 3. Can he stay alive for now? Maybe it's just a position to try and re-engage, but it doesn't matter. FaZe is going to be there for the cleanup, as they are now going to take round number 3. They're now going to be up 2 rounds to 1. Of course, great coordination there from the side of FaZe. Clayster tags him up with 2 and attaches there for the finish.
Taking a look at the FaZe Clan team, staying calm, cool, and collected. We'll see how this one does play out. Do have the advantage now. Zuma having a very good game to start this one off, as well as Clayster. So see if they can continue this throughout the entirety of the game. But we're looking to see another B hit coming in from the side of Gosu Crew. It's going to be led by Exotic. He's going to be the bomb carrier as always. One player going to be sliding out. It's going to be Zuma drawing first blood. 4-1 for him, but immediately going to be taken out. But they're able to get another quick trade as well. Now 2 players left up for Gosu Crew, and Mox and Drama trying to take on 3 players from FaZe Clan. But Clayster's going to be able to find a kill of his own. Now Mox is going to be left last alive in a 1 versus 3. Has 1 minute to work with, but that bomb is down in a very sticky spot. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here.
An observation, a few players around him, able to find at least one on attach. These kind of an uncoordinated push actually from FaZe, but regardless of the amount of men's that they actually have, it's not going to be enough for TGC. It will be Enable and Clayster coming from behind, shutting that one out. Good coordination from FaZe, finding those first picks, making it very difficult for TGC to try to make any offensive pushes there over toward that drill side. As we'll now see how FaZe can pretend actually to see what they can do when it comes down to offense. Round number 5 now coming into play. push here over toward B. And able, of course, yet again with that bomb in his hands. Because you having that trophy drone trait to shut down a few of those here early.
He's getting a little bit aggressive there. Nobody on his team was in a position to trade that one out, but Clayster doing some damage. He's going to be able to find 3 in that round, and just like that, FaZe is going to get round number 4 on the board. My prediction looking like absolute garbage, but yours looking very good.
It is. I'm actually pretty happy with it, I'm not going to lie. That's the major man right there to be looking at. Clayster trying to get his team hyped. The in-game leader for his squad throughout most of the game types. Didn't know exactly what to do. We'll see what FaZe tries to predict. Is they're going to go for a 2-2 split? Maybe. It looks like a couple players trying to provide a little bit of presence through that middle map. Sonic with that bomb in his hands for the side of Ghost Crew. This is the round where they can potentially turn things around. FaZe in a fantastic spot at the moment. Scarab out just to try to gain a little bit of information if it is going to achieve that goal. No kills being responded in the end. Mox finding a big first blood over on Attach. Clayster currently sitting inside of observation, E right in hand, not going to actually find any there, but Zuma's there for the trade. Zuma finds 2. Exotic trying to stay up, 2 versus 2 now. Exotic looking forward, tries to find the gunfight. I don't know how he finds that one enable, and now it's left up to Zuma to try and clutch this one out. Finds that kill over onto Drama, 1 versus 1. Exotic has to clutch this one out, and he has that bomb in his hands.
And the ace is getting so close for Zuma. This is what he's playing for right now. Looks like Exotic is going to go ahead, just kind of try to get a feel of where Zuma might be. 30 seconds left in this round. Let's see how Exotic is going to play this. B bomb site is going to be open. The bomb is now going to be going down. Zuma is going to be rotating all the way back through lava pipes. Going to be met by elbow. Now Exotic is going to go ahead and back through to drill control. Should be able to get a good view of the bomb site from where he is too. It's a peek out, but that's the thing with planning at B. The bomb is on the other side of drill, so that's going to be something you need to keep in mind. He is going to spot Zuma, but is Zuma going to come out on top? And Exotic is going to be able to clutch that one up, winning the huge 1v1 gunfight. And another positive the Ghost Crew can take away from that, they shut down Clayster when he was just 25 points away from getting that Trinity Rocket. And on a map like this where the bomb site is completely out in the open, that's going to basically guarantee you a round win.
I can't even begin to explain how important that round was for the Ghost Crew. I know we obviously talked about making sure getting players off of those streaks. It could have been 5-1. Well, now it's 4-2. Ghost Crew, you have another chance to try and force potential win for you in this game 5. Able filling with that bomb in his hand. It's picked there, going for Clayster. Been a constant nuisance there, trying to be involved with that E-Red and that K-Bar. And able still trying to push forward. The side of Ghost Crew kind of leaning toward the back. Gunfights start to happen. Clayster ends up being traded, and Enable trying to revive his fallen comrade, actually. Now it's going to be left up to Mox, 1 versus 3. This could be all on the line right now for Ghost Crew. And all to do, 1 versus 3. Spots 1 through observation. They're in a perfect line set to most likely close this one out. Nice little line set there, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Mox needs to try and stay alive, but it looks like it's not going to happen here. Able to find 1, tries to find the second as well. This is actually a big play for Mox. He actually is going to use that overdrive, trying to find Attach, but it looks like he might turn the wrong angle. Attach right from behind. Really needs just to play the time in this particular play. If Mox can get the 1 versus 3, that would be monumental for the overall status of what this game has been. And Attach doesn't check the right corner, and Mox is going to be able to finish off the gunfight. The 1 versus 3, and just when you think that TGC is out of it, they clutch it out. It's now going to be at 4 rounds to 3. TGC remains alive.
Now, I know Revan is somewhere watching this game, and he is mad. 3 versus 1? You know Mox is going to be in a power position,
And
but
he's weak. He's weak too.
You go on the attack when you have the man advantage, and you can play for those trades. There's no point in doing that if you're on FaZe. They lost that round and costed it themselves. Huge win for the side of the Ghost Crew. Mox was able to pick up the ace in that round as well. Has a Scarab, 150 off of the Trinity Rocket. Like we said, FaZe lost that round themselves, but huge plays there by Mox. Popped the overdrive, just trying to go on the hunt for Attach, and it worked out well for them. Now the momentum in full swing for the side of Ghost Crew.
Good read here for FaZe. They're going to realize that ace site is being hit, and Attach finding 2, make it 3 there for Zuma. And just when you start to think that TGC has got the momentum, FaZe responds exactly when they need to. They're now going to be up 5 rounds to 3. Only 1 more round needed, as they're going to be on series point. The Ghost Crew, your backs are against the wall. Mox, the in-game leader for the squad, you're going to have to try to keep them composed as they're going to have to win 3 straight rounds if they expect to take this game.
For, not going to say all the marbles, but the loser is going to drop down to that loser's bracket, and it looks like FaZe is going to be the team to advance on if they are able to take this round. See how this one does play out. We are on board with the bomb carrier, Enable. He's going to be positioned in mid-map with the K-Bar. His teammates playing pretty far back as well. Some shots are going to go down, but not going to be able to connect on anything. We're going to see 2 flechette grenades go out. They are not going to connect as well, but the Scarab is coming into play. That's going to give them a little bit of intel about the positioning of the players from FaZe. 4-man split for both sides. See how this one does go, favoring the middle map as always, but the line of sight by player 5, that is going to be Exotic. He's going to have a clear view of it. Now we're going to go on board with Drama. He's going to have the E-Rad in hand just in case anybody from FaZe does push around. But now you're going to start to see the wraparound come from back rock for FaZe. But they are still going to have a good view of this B site if they do push on it. If you're on the side of Gosu Crew, we're going to go ahead and jump into the eyes of Priesta. Has the longbow in hand. Let's see if he's going to be able to make anything happen with this one. Spots one player behind the chest side cover. Not going to be able to take him out. Has the pistol in his hand. Slides out. Is able to get away with his life. But Suma's going to draw first blood. But a nice snipe coming in there from Priesta. But now a 3 versus 3 situation. 20 seconds to work with on the side of FaZe Clan. They need to make something happen here. The Scarab comes into play. No blast shield. That's going to do that to you. Zuma picks up the big kill. Now Enable needs to get this bomb down. Is the kill going to come in? No, it is not. Bomb is going to go down. Things are looking so good for FaZe, but Exotic picks up one big kill. Now has to deal with Enable and attach.
1 versus 2, Exotic. The 1v3s have happened for Ghost Crew in the past, but you've got to make something happen. Shots being exchanged, and Exotic finding a few from the side, but that's going to do it. FaZe Clan are going to shut down this match in Game 5 fashion, as they're going to close out this search and destroy 6-3. You can obviously see the hype coming from FaZe, but all credit to the side of the Ghost Crew. They put up a valiant effort versus this FaZe team, regarded as the top 2 team in the entire world, as they have battled valiantly throughout this day number 2 here in Dallas. If we didn't start to give TGC credit, it's about time we start doing so. Incredible performance from them, but in the end, it is the veterans who close it out.
It was just, things looked like it was going to get real bad for FaZe after that 1 versus 3 with Mox. I mean, like we said, they just kind of flooded and just kind of hoped to overwhelm the other team. So that's going to be one of the biggest things that we look back at in that. But they were able to clutch up and win that, going right down to the wire with the Gosu Crew. They are going to be heading all the way down to the losers bracket, and FaZe is going to be advancing forward to face E United.
Indeed they will. Of course, major credit toward the side of FaZe as they will advance on. TGC now going to progress down to that losers bracket. Getting scarier and scarier, I feel like, after every match is, teams like MV, teams like Panda I know are down there as well, trying to fight their way through. Now, I believe, actually, we're going to try and hop into a game right now going on between Tainted Minds and I believe as well as Mind Freak. Before we do that, we obviously want to take a quick break to kind of end out this series. We'll take a look really fast at the bracket to kind of see how things are currently lining out. OptiGame, you can see on series point there versus Luminosity. If they can close that one out, they'd be facing off against Splice. And of course, in the 2 matches that we've had here on Bravo, FaZe Clan and E United set up to match tomorrow. You got some awesome games to come up here for Championship Sunday.
We definitely do, and I just want to see how the losers bracket is going to be, because either one, OptiGame, if Luminosity makes a comeback, Luminosity or OptiGame is going to drop down to that, and that's where things are going to get real interesting there. From the looks of it, how the series is going, the comeback might be coming from Luminosity, but if Luminosity goes down there, it's going to get real good. But the winner of that match is going to be waiting to play Splice, and that is going to be an excellent series.
Definitely should be. So it looks like we might actually be heading into this series between the Australian rivalry. Just going to obviously wait and see once we can. Of course, we have a lot of combinations going down. We have a lot of production crew to try to make these things happen for you guys. So I know, obviously, a lot of exciting matches happening so far throughout the weekend. And we do talk about these 2 teams between Mind Freak and Tainted Minds. The history between these 2 squads is insane.
And we're jumping straight into the search and destroy here. This one's for all the marbles. If Mind Freak is going to be able to eliminate Tainted Minds, it's going to look real good for them to try to qualify for that global LAN league. But kills are going to be traded all around. And just like that, Mind Freak is going to be able to wipe Tainted Minds off of the map, taking the first round in the search and destroy.
We talk about these 2 teams coming from CWL Sydney. Without question, the top 2 teams in the APAC. As you're obviously going to see in your final kill cam, Excite and Fina combining there for that final kill. These 2 teams, no love lost between them. For those who don't know, of course, Dens being a part of this historic lineup back in the day for Mind Freak leaves the team coming into Infinite Warfare. And their rivalry has, without question, been one of the most exciting ones so far throughout the IW year. As As we obviously hop in here to round number 2. This is game 5, so keep that in mind. Loser of this match goes home. This is the loser's bracket. With Mind Freak already getting that early round on the board, it's obviously big for them as far as momentum is considered. You can see Fired Up obviously snaking right now over on that A site, looking to get that bomb down here probably shortly, I'd imagine.
Just trying to play for initial pick first before they do go through, but no, you see the overextension coming in from FIDA. The longbow is going to be good to go with that thermal sight on. So let's see if it's going to be able to benefit the side of Mind Freak, but they're going for the complete wraparound. First Blood is going to go in favor of Mind Freak. It's going to be FIDA taking out damage. So the first opening pick, like we said, is good to go. The snipe comes in from Excite on Nimble as well. That bomb is going down, and it is planted. It's going to be one player to try to contest. That is going to be Denz. Let's see if he's going to be able to do any damage, but just like that, Mind Freak going to get another round on the board.